Chapter 1. The Ferocious Beasts. Darkness enveloped Luo Yu's vision as he frowned slightly, feeling his surroundings. It seemed he was in a cave, with some water flowing over his arms. Slowly, he crouched down to touch the stream, trying to discern its direction. After several scrapes on his palms and a few unfortunate tumbles, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. However, beneath that light lay a creature of terrifying size, soundly asleep. Having never encountered such a colossal beast, Luo Yu gazed at the slumbering monster with trepidation. Yet, the creature appeared oblivious to his presence, snoring peacefully in its slumber. Luo Yu approached the beast cautiously, examining it closely, and sighed in relief upon realizing it was still in deep sleep. It seemed that for now, he need not worry about becoming its meal so soon after his rebirth. Seeing the creature still dozing, Luo Yu raised himself onto his toes, striving to make no sound. However, fate was unkind despite his utmost efforts for silence. The beast was stirred, perhaps by Luo Yu's scent or by the way he blocked the scant light it enjoyed. As the monster shifted, Luo Yu was struck with a wave of panic, quickly seeking refuge behind a large rock, desperate to remain silent. At that moment, a massive shadow loomed over him and the stone, making him tremble slightly. Peering toward the shadow, he was horrified to see a strange, blood-like crimson liquid oozing from the corners of the creature's mouth. Its entire form seemed shrouded in darkness, with countless menacing presences drawing near, accentuating the terror of the beast. With a fearful gulp, Luo Yu collapsed to the ground, crawling backward in dread. Yet his fear only piqued the creature's interest, rather than eliciting any sympathy. If sensing Luo Yu's terror, the monster did not immediately attack, it merely inched closer, devoid of any overt aggression. But even the mere aura of its lethal intent made it crystal clear to Luo Yu that he had become prey. Noticing the creature's restraint, Luo Yu scanned his surroundings. Perhaps due to his distraction, he realized that the large stone he had hidden behind was like a black hole, devoid of light. Reluctantly, he had to plunge back into the darkness and flee. With the faintest glimmer guiding him, Luo Yu burst out from behind the boulder, plunging back into the abyss. Seeing its prey escape, the creature would not let him go, so easily its massive form moved like a cannon, causing the cave to tremble with each step. A roar echoed throughout the cavern, nearly deafening Luo Yu. Outside, a group of elegantly dressed elves were foraging for fresh wild fruits when they heard the roar of the guardian beast, Chutel. Such a roar could not occur without reason. Something must be amiss. The elves exchanged worried glances, promptly dropping the fruits they had gathered and rushing back to their gathering place. Soon after, a squad armed with swords and bows raced toward the direction indicated by the foraging elves, heading for the sacred sword cave. In terror, Luo Yu ran, scarcely daring to breathe, while the creature's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, resembling a reaper in the night. It was precisely because of its glowing eyes that Luo Yu could barely discern its position, relying on instinct to survive. It felt as if darkness shielded him despite the creature's immense size. It struggled to navigate the pitch-black cave. Even with the scent of Luo Yu's blood nearby, it could not seize him, compelling Luo Yu to continue deeper into the cavern to avoid being devoured. However, as the distance increased, the cave seemed to expand, while the beast's speed quickened, as if it had never lost track of him. Luo Yu's fear escalated, prompting him to run faster, even recklessly crashing into obstacles in his path. Yet, a warrior stripped of composure also forfeits the last vestiges of hope for survival. The sound of Luo Yu striking the stones drew the creature's attention. As the cacophony drew near, Luo Yu collided with a massive boulder, unable to see it in the engulfing darkness. He feared he had reached the cave's innermost depths, and once again, the dread of death enveloped him. Believing he had unwittingly shouldered a colossal burden, he found himself on the verge of vanishing from this world, destined to become the monster's next meal. The creature seemed to sense Luo Yu's despair, letting out a chilling chuckle as it approached. Luo Yu felt something akin to molten iron drawing near, followed by a surge of agony. The beast offered no chance for escape, striking him with tremendous force, sending him flying past the boulder that had obstructed him. The pain jolted Luo Yu awake, revealing that he had not reached the cave's deepest recesses. With a flicker of hope igniting within him, he gritted his teeth against the pain and struggled to rise. The creature, enraged to see Luo Yu still attempting to flee, charged at him with a furious roar. Outside the cave, the elves, having drawn closer, found themselves startled by the furious roars echoing from within. They initially thought the guardian beast wished to be left undisturbed, but as they listened intently, they discerned the sound were laced with a murderous intent. Was someone attempting to harm the sacred sword? The elves, disregarding the potential wrath of the guardian, rushed into the beast's territory. Upon closer inspection, they finally pinpointed the creature's location. Seeing the cave suffused with a chilling aura, they lit small candles and strode forward with determination. May the sacred flames dispel the darkness. The elves whispered as the flames seemed to come alive, leaping from the candles and drifting into the depths of the cave. The elves quickly assembled, drawing their bows and readying for battle, cautiously following the flickering light. Wounded and nearly devoid of strength, Luo Yu limped deeper into the cave, clinging to the last threads of hope, while the creature, drawn by the scent of his blood, drew ever closer. Instinctively turning to face the approaching menace, Luo Yu was met with a pair of eerie, blood-red eyes, radiating the chilling malice of a reaper. The creature let out a tremendous roar, having finally caught up to him. Without granting Luo Yu another moment of respite, it clamped down on his arm with a vicious bite, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint. Yet, in that moment, it seemed that fate, in its cruel irony, had taken pity on him. The elves, guided by the flickering flames, arrived at the creature's rear, witnessing the guardian beast now consumed by darkness. They failed to recognize this monstrous entity as Chutel, the protector of the sacred sword, mistaking it for an invading creature of the night. Thus, they drew their longbows and, before the beast could detect their presence, released an arrow that transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the creature's tough hide. The sudden pain forced the monster to release Luo Yu, who was thrown violently against a protruding ledge. The assailed beast turned to face its attackers, finally noticing the approaching elves. This former guardian now exuded no trace of sanctity. Its only desire was to consume the living, its terrifying form causing the cave to tremble with every movement. The elves hastily evaded, daring not to confront the creature heathen. Amidst a series of collisions, the monster wreaked havoc upon the cave, scattering the elves in fear of being captured. The leader among them raised a long sword, tracing a brilliant arc in the air. The radiant light, sharp as a blade, surged towards the beast but was violently shattered mid-flight. The elves gazed in disbelief at the fragments of light that floated in the air. Their leader, too, hesitated to strike again. Meanwhile, the castaway Luo Yu struggled to rise, catching sight of the fleeting glimmer before it vanished from view. Yet, in that final flicker, he glimpsed a long sword illuminated by the faint glow, appearing cold and proud, as if it were the sole sovereign of this realm. Having grown weary of the elves' futile attempts, the monster shifted its attention back to its original prey. Liu, feeling the weight of its gaze upon him, instinctively recoiled in terror. The creature, sensing his fear, charged forward without hesitation. Luo Yu was seized in the monster's jaws, a cry of pain escaping him. It was only then that the elves realized the presence of another being amidst the creature. The agony compelled Luo Yu to grasp a nearby stone and hurl it at the beast, but the creature remained unfazed, indifferent even to the radiant light of the elf's sword. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Luo Yu felt his senses dull, succumbing to dizziness and numbness. Perhaps his life, like a drifting leaf, was about to dissipate dramatically. In that moment, he summoned his last vestige of strength, seizing the longsword. With a resounding sound, he drew it forth. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the entire cavern. Even the monster could not withstand such radiant power and relinquished its grip on the nearly lifeless Luo Yu. This divine light appeared as if sent from the heavens to eradicate the darkness. Without a trace of mercy, it struck the creature, overwhelming it with countless beams, while the elves, astonished and incredulous, emerged from their hiding places. The once downtrodden human had drawn the sacred sword. The elves marveled at the sight, and as they sensed the holy power emanating from Luo Yu's sword, they watched in awe as the dark aura enveloping the creature began to dissipate. No, it seemed to be leaving the divine beast Chutel, wrapping around Luo Yu. As they witnessed Luo Yu engulfed in darkness, the elves rushed forward to intervene, yet they were ultimately too late, compelled only to witness the viscous black essence seep into Luo Yu's being. At that moment, the divine beast regained its strength, and upon realizing the chaos it had caused, Chutel bowed its once proud head in deep remorse. The elves then understood that the creature before them was the guardian of the sacred sword. What, then, was that black viscous substance? The essence that clung to Luo Yu's form was something the elves would have eradicated to rid the world of darkness. Yet, Luo Yu had awakened the brilliance of the sacred sword as its rightful master. The elves had no right to extinguish a being acknowledged by the gods. Thus, they lifted Luo Yu, carefully carrying him from the cave, while Chutel followed with its head bowed. Being consumed by darkness had already angered the gods, and nearly killing an entity sanctioned by them filled it with dread, stripping away any lingering pride. In an effort to atone for its transgressions, Chutel supported the elves bearing Lu, hastening toward the cave's exit. As the sun dipped beyond the hills, the earth was once more cloaked in moonlight. Beneath its glow, an imposing palace rose beneath a towering tree, a gathering place for the elves known as the Temple of Talgas. At that moment, the elven lord, known as Ankh Shiomi, regarded the unconscious Luo Yu with a puzzled expression. Shiomi then turned his gaze toward the divine beast that had strayed from its guardianship. With curiosity, he looked at the elven captain who had led them here. The captain bowed slightly and said, "My lord, this human has drawn the sacred sword." "What?" Shiomi replied incredulously, gazing at Luo Yu. Drawing the sacred sword signified divine approval. Yet how could a mere human, devoid of a pure soul, connect with the gods? The captain nodded, presenting the unsheathed sacred sword. The elves, with their unblemished forms, posed no threat to the sword's sanctity, allowing Shiomi, as the elven king and one of the oldest elves, to touch it without repulsion. Legends of the sacred sword were well known, and it was said that the one who drew it would become a messenger of the gods, tasked with vanquishing wickedness. However, the emergence of the sacred sword also heralded the arrival of malevolence. Shiomi slightly bowed, using his slender fingers to cleanse the blood crust from Luo Yu's face, observing his strikingly handsome features. He murmured, "If this is the will of the gods, may you indeed become a champion formidable enough to counter the demons." With that, he pressed a hand gently against Luo Yu's chest. Golden light surged forth, radiating from his wrist, while a robust vine appeared on the ancient tree nearby. With an air of grandeur, it enveloped both Luo Yu and Shiomi in a verdant glow, while outside the vine, more than 10 elves knelt, chanting sacred hymns. As the holy melodies filled the air, the divine tree extended another vine to encircle Chutel, purging the remnants of evil from its form. As the radiance faded, Luo Yu's wounds, inflicted by the guardian beast, began to heal, though he did not immediately awaken. The forceful restoration of his nearly fatal injuries took a toll even on the elven king. Zayuma's complexion paled slightly, and combined with his already fair skin, he appeared even more strikingly beautiful. Yet the weariness in his eyes revealed his exhaustion. After gesturing for the elves to carry Luo Yu away, Shiomi took his place upon the throne, gently closing his eyes as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 2. The Inquiry at the Temple. The following day, as the sun gently ascended, a translucent mist enveloped the temple, as if encasing it in glass. A plump, vibrant red sun, rough like crumbled brick, illuminated the world, its rays flowing with a freshness akin to water. Within the temple, Luo Yu, finally awakened, gazed around in a daze. He could only recall being attacked by a monstrous creature, nearly meeting his demise within its belly. Yet now, he found himself lying in an opulent chamber, atop a grand bed, adorned with luxuriously unique satin that resembled silk, his excruciating pain beginning to fade. Curiously, he rose and peered through his fingers at the sunlight streaming through the window. A shimmering light danced on the glass, reminiscent of a tapestry woven from dazzling diamonds. Intrigued, Luo Yu approached the window and lightly tapped the glass, producing a soft sound. Contrary to his expectations, the window emitted a melodious chime, akin to a harmonious song, as if it were a hymn of praise. At that moment, the door swung open, and a splendidly dressed guard entered the room. He regarded Luo Yu with a slight bow and spoke, "Greetings, foreigner." Upon seeing another person, Luo Yu instinctively ceased his somewhat naive behavior and regarded the elf before him with curiosity. The elf, unperturbed by Luo Yu's bewilderment, perhaps accustomed to the peculiar gazes of humans, waited patiently for him to collect himself before stating, "Foreigner, the Lord wishes to see you." Furrowing his brow slightly, Luo Yu rose, casting an inquisitive glance at the elven guard. "You are an elf?" The guard smiled faintly, offering no verbal response, and proceeded to lead the way. Luo Yu, feeling somewhat helpless at the lack of conversation, scratched his head and followed suit. Under the guard's guidance, Luo Yu arrived before an extraordinarily radiant temple door. The guard stepped forward, gently rapping on the door before turning to depart. As the guard prepared to leave, the doors suddenly swung open, and Luo Yu instinctively peered inside. A brilliant spectrum of colors illuminated the entire palace, where the elven king and his queen sat regally upon their thrones. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, glancing back at the retreating figure of the guard before turning his attention to the elven king. Curious, he approached the king, surveying his surroundings before finally focusing on the king and queen. The Elven King's hair shimmered a pale ice blue, glinting softly in the radiant light. Strands entwined with ethereal brilliance, exuding an aura of sanctity. His orange-red eyes sparkled like the sun, captivating all who beheld them. Delicate, pointed ears peeked from his flowing locks, rendering Luo Yu hesitant to meet his gaze. Beside the king, the queen emitted a subtle smile, clearly intrigued by this seemingly simple human. Luo Yu instinctively glanced at the queen, whose exquisite features, elegant brows, and cascading golden hair exuded an enchanting allure. Her skin, fair as snow, and eyes that resembled pristine waters conveyed a refined elegance that left one feeling awed and unworthy of her presence. Yet, her aloofness possessed a mesmerizing charm that rendered one irresistibly entranced. Even Luo Yu found himself unable to hold her gaze for long. Seemingly aware of Luo Yu's discomfort, the Elven King extended a hand in a gesture of invitation. Luo Yu surveyed the room, spotting an unoccupied seat, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded slightly at the king before taking his place, observing the many elves around him. Curiosity flickered in the eyes of the elves as they regarded Luo Yu, for it had been over a century since a human had set foot within the temple. It was said that no being could withstand the temple's radiant, sacred aura, which would scorch the desires of any human heart. Yet, Luo Yu appeared unaffected, not only wielding the sacred sword but also unperturbed by the temple's divine light. The queen, named Xiaomi, looked towards her king and then addressed Luo Yu. "Foreigner, from whence do you hail?" How should I put it? Perhaps from up there?" Luo Yu hesitated, unsure of how to explain his origins from Earth. Since awakening, he had been thrust into the role of a savior for this continent, and his identity as an earthling felt difficult to articulate. Moreover, the elder who had brought him here had not disclosed his current location. Luo Yu dared not ascertain whether these resplendent beings were elves or some form of demon. Thus, he refrained from revealing his true origins, merely gesturing skyward. In the eyes of the elves, it appeared as though Luo Yu was claiming to be a messenger sent by the gods. However, the deities, of course, were unaware of who Luo Yu was and would not descend to deliver any divine decree on his behalf. The elves could only regard his identity as a riddle, and since Luo Yu chose not to clarify, they did not press further, nodding slightly in understanding. Relieved to have evaded scrutiny, Luo Yu turned to the Elven King. "You are the Elven King?" "Indeed. Foreigner, might I inquire your name?" The king, intrigued, leaned forward, evidently interested in Luo Yu's identity. After contemplating, Luo Yu replied, "I am called Luo Yu." "Hey, well, I suppose I am human." The Elven King smiled gently. "Luo Yu? That is a name I have not encountered before. What is your surname?" Taken aback by the need to divulge his surname, Luo Yu paused, pondering. "I sent Lo my surname?" Sensing Luo Yu's confusion, Xiaomi gazed at him with curiosity. "Do you not belong to a family?" Luo Yu shook his head vigorously. Family? He had only just arrived and had yet to see any beings aside from the elves before him, let alone a family. Noticing Luo Yu's honesty, the elves regarded him with intrigue. To possess the ability to wield the sacred sword without a family lineage, could this human truly be a messenger of the gods? Luo Yu glanced at the elves, tentatively inquiring, "Is a family a surname?" An elder elf rose, addressing him. "Foreigner, are you truly not from any human family?" Luo Yu shook his head again. The Elven King furrowed his brow. Typically, only those of high status or royal lineage were permitted to enter the sacred realm. How had Luo Yu accessed the cave housing the sacred sword without any elf's knowledge? His myriad wounds and the strange black mist that seeped from his body during treatment piqued the Elven King's curiosity. Xiaomi gently shook her head. "Foreigner, you are a messenger of the gods, yet the gods have not revealed to us your purpose here. How may we assist you?" Assist tongues. Could you tell me how you fight?" Luo Yu instinctively inquired. As a modern individual, he understood that self-protection was paramount, and it seemed unlikely that combat here was as simple as using one's fists. To Luo Yu's surprise, his first question was rather bold. Xiaomi looked at him with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Never before had anyone asked an elf how they fought. After all, those imbued with divine essence typically wielded magic, such as divine decrees. And even their simplest attacks were accompanied by arrows of holy light, skills beyond the grasp of a mere human. However, this individual possesses the ability to withstand the sacred light and can even draw the holy sword. Perhaps mastering swordsmanship would be an excellent choice. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaomi gestured and said, "Once you venture outside, I shall send someone to guide you. You might discover a combat style that truly belongs to you." Luo Yu nodded eagerly, recognizing the advantage of having a guide. After all, this world bore a striking resemblance to the realms depicted in Western novels, where swords and magic reign supreme. Following this, Xiaomi and the princess posed a few innocuous questions, primarily regarding Luo Yu's age and whether he had any other family members. Luo Yu answered what he could, deflecting the rest to higher authorities. Noticing that further inquiries were futile, Xiaomi nodded and said, "You may go now. The Elven Kingdom is quite expansive. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out." With that, she gestured for Luo Yu to leave. Grateful for the reprieve from questioning, Luo Yu promptly rose. Although he felt somewhat flustered by the rapid-fire inquiries, he was relieved that, despite the awkwardness, everything had proceeded rather smoothly. As he exited the palace, a guard approached. Observing the blue-eyed, golden-haired elf, Luo Yu realized this was the guard assigned by the Elven King to escort him in learning combat techniques. After expressing his gratitude to the guard, Luo Yu followed him through the grand entrance of the temple. Before him lay an expansive realm of city-states, with buildings stretching as far as the eye could see. Luo Yu marveled at the vastness. It was indeed monumental. Without allowing Luo Yu much time to absorb the sights, the guard resumed his journey, prompting Luo Yu to keep pace. Their first destination, as designated by the Elven King, was swordsmanship. As they approached a colossal structure, Luo Yu swallowed hard, taken aback by its grandeur. Within, a robust elf emerged, seemingly summoned by the Elven King's orders. Upon seeing Luo Yu, he took over the escorting duties from a guard. After navigating several twists and turns, Luo Yu arrived at a vast open space. It was there that Luo Yu realized the interior of the grand edifice was hollow. The blazing sun infused the open area with an air of solemnity and majesty. An elder elf was polishing a longsword, and Luo Yu glanced between the muscular elf and the sword-wielding elder, tilting his head in curiosity. The robust elf completed his escorting task and addressed Luo Yu. "Foreigner, Lord Orin is awaiting you." With that, he turned and departed. "Orin?" Luo Yu paused for a moment before approaching the elder elf. Upon noticing Luo Yu's arrival, Orin stood, scrutinizing him with a slight frown. "Foreigner, your physique appears rather frail." "Frail?" Luo Yu blinked, momentarily taken aback. Although he was a typical university student with some brief experience in fitness, he did not consider himself frail. As he examined his physique, he realized he had indeed become emaciated, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition, devoid of the strength he once possessed. Orin did not pursue the matter further. Training was essential, and muscle could be developed over time. For an elf with a lifespan spanning millennia, Luo Yu's training would not require an excessive amount of time. Orin, as a sword master of the elven race, remained confident in his ability to train a human. Luo Yu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that his journey had not merely transported his consciousness, but had altered his very being. Curious, he gazed into a nearby body of water. He discovered that while his face had become more aesthetically pleasing, it was still distinctly his own, albeit more handsome. Uncertain of why his body had become so frail, Luo Yu, with his background in fitness, felt undaunted at the prospect of rebuilding his muscle. He addressed Orin, Orin, my lord, will you be teaching me? Orin smiled slightly, raising his long sword. Since you can draw the holy sword, you shall learn swordsmanship from me. The Lord mentioned your name is Luo Yu, yet you have no surname. For now, I shall simply call you Luo Yu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orin Shuda, a sword master among the elves. From this point forward, you shall learn how to wield a long sword. Of course, if you wish to pursue other studies, you may do so, but I shall be here every morning awaiting your arrival. Orin extended the long sword toward Luo, who quickly accepted it. As he gripped the weapon, he was astonished by its lightness, feeling it defied the expectations of its size. Nevertheless, he focused on Orin. Chapter 3. Combat Practice. The magic novice, seeing Luo Yu lift the long sword, Orin smiled faintly. You are human. I am uncertain if the elven combat style will suit you. However, since you're studying under me, it will inevitably be incorporated. Should you find it unsuitable, do inform me, and I shall adjust the training methods accordingly. For your physique differs greatly from that of an elf. Orin understood the Yu's identity and recognized that his physicality would not match that of ordinary elves. Thus, he might need to moderate the training intensity. Initially, Luo Yu considered refusing, but upon reflection, he realized he was indeed not as robust as the muscular elves surrounding him. Hence, he refrained from arguing and simply observed Orin. Noticing Luo Yu's acquiescence, Orin nodded and retrieved his own longsword, pointing it at Luo Yu. Have you ever learned how to wield a longsword? Luo Yu hesitated, recalling his previous online studies regarding cold weapon techniques. While longswords were nearly obsolete in modern times, he had familiarized himself with some common techniques out of personal interest. He nodded. I have learned a bit, though I wouldn't say I am proficient. Orin nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Let's assess your abilities. With that, Orin charged at Luo Yu, wielding his sword with a pressure that was palpable. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Luo Yu hastily raised his sword to block. However, in comparison to Orin's might, Luo Yu's strength felt negligible. With a single strike, he nearly buckled under the force. Yet, he was not entirely defenseless. Having managed to deflect a portion of the blow, he quickly angled his sword, forcing Orin to evade. However, to Orin, Luo Yu's counterattack was sluggish. Despite the correctness of Luo Yu's movements, they were riddled with openings. In an instant, Orin raised his sword, the tip pressing against Luo Yu's chest as he remained in the midst of his offensive stance, bewildered. He had not anticipated Orin's reflexes to be so swift. Although his swordsmanship was lacking, he had not expected to be so easily subdued. Recognizing Luo Yu's distress, Orin chuckled softly and patted him on the shoulder. Well, now I have gauged your abilities. I will adjust my training regimen accordingly. For now, feel free to explore other areas, perhaps aside from swordsmanship. You may wish to learn something else. Orin understood Luo Yu's level of proficiency in swordsmanship. While not exceptional, he was not a complete novice either. Training someone of Luo Yu's caliber would not pose a significant challenge, but his physical strength remained a concern. Orin intended to focus on enhancing Luo Yu's strength. Otherwise, should he encounter someone like Orin who relied solely on brute strength, even if Luo Yu could react quickly, it would not be a sustainable strategy. Luo Yu, taken aback by Orin's words, was surprised that the training had concluded so swiftly. He had not fully processed the situation, but upon reflection, he surmised that Orin's intention was merely to assess his current capabilities in order to tailor his training appropriately. With a nod, he handed the long sword to Orin, who waved his hand dismissively. Though this sword may not possess the resilience of a holy blade, a swordsman should never part with his weapon. For now, keep it with you, and return it to me once you embark on your journey. Noticing Orin's reluctance to reclaim the sword, Luo Yu nodded in agreement, sheathing the long sword and placing it in the scabbard on his back. Upon seeing Luo Yu emerge so swiftly, the guiding elf momentarily paused, assuming that Luo Yu had learned nothing, and hurriedly approached him, asking, "Are you all right?" Luo Yu quickly shook his head, opting not to explain his lack of success in training, instead gesturing subtly toward the long sword on his back. Observing the sword, the elven guard sighed in relief, realizing that Luo Yu had, at least initially, gained the recognition of the sword saint. Next, to assess Luo Yu's aptitude for magic, the elven guard led him to a place of magical learning. Luo Yu was filled with intrigue about magic, as such phenomena did not exist on Earth. Following the guard, he arrived before a magnificent door. The sight of two angelic statues flanking the entrance filled him with a sense of reverence. Awaiting him outside the door was a beautiful elf with golden hair and azure eyes. Upon noticing Luo Yu's arrival, she smiled warmly and took his hand, playfully dragging him into the magical training area, winking cheekily at the guard. The guard, evidently aware of the mischievous nature of this spirited elven girl, waved his hand resignedly, saying, "Go ahead, but he may not withstand your antics. If you wish to learn about him, wait until Lord Hain has finished explaining how to use magic." Concerned for Luo Yu's well-being, the guard offered a few more words of caution before standing straight outside the door. Meanwhile, Luo Yu, still somewhat bewildered by the situation, was pulled inside by the elven girl. She curiously appraised him, as if she had never encountered a human before. Her curiosity about Luo Yu was evident, and as he returned her gaze, a blush crept across her cheeks, prompting her to cover her exposed skin. Realizing his earlier indiscretion, Luo Yu quickly averted his eyes, directing his focus ahead. The elven girl chuckled softly at his awkwardness before leading him further into the magical training ground. Unlike the swordsmanship training area, the magic training ground exuded an air of tranquility, even an uncanny serenity, devoid of any palpable energy. In the center of the arena stood a woman, her back to a bouquet of flowers, her slender form adorned in a flowing white gown, her long hair gently tied with a pink ribbon. She radiated an ethereal beauty, as if she were a being from another realm. When she turned to face Luo Yu, her delicate features revealed a youthful countenance, reminiscent of one barely 18 years of age, with skin as flawless as snow and an enchanting visage that was hard to behold. Upon noticing Luo Yu, she smiled gently, affectionately ruffling the elven girl's hair. Shouldn't you be preparing for your exam? If you don't pass today, Lord Hain will surely have something to say. The elven girl seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, her demeanor shifting as she reluctantly glanced back at Luo Yu before departing the training ground. Casting lingering looks over her shoulder, Luo Yu and the woman exchanged amused glances at her antics, but once she disappeared, he turned his attention to the woman, who regarded him with an appraising glance before stating, "You seem devoid of any other powers. It appears you have not studied magic before. Have you ever encountered magic?" Luo Yu hesitated, pondering his experiences. "I suppose I haven't truly engaged with it. Although, an old man did use some time magic to return me here. So perhaps that counts." After a moment's thought, he nodded and added, "I have seen others use it, but I have never practiced it myself." The woman nodded slightly. "I am Tess Hain, a grand sorceress of the elven race. While I am uncertain if you can learn our magic, I will still attempt to teach you. If it proves too difficult, I possess some knowledge of human magic. Though limited, it should suffice to grant you the ability to protect yourself." With that, Hain turned her gaze to a target in the distance. Closing her eyes, she murmured an incantation, and a brilliant flash appeared before Luo Yu, coalescing into a spear that shot forth, piercing the target before vanishing from sight. "Light magic, holy light arrow," Hain quietly explained the name of the spell. Luo Yu, however, had not grasped the slightest hint of what had transpired. He had not even caught a single word of Hain's incantation. Noticing Luo Yu's lack of reaction, Hain realized he had no prior exposure to magic, prompting her to retract her hands and offer an apologetic smile. She then proceeded to elucidate the principles of magic. Throughout the continent, apart from the infernal realms inhabited by demons, elemental forces permeated the land. Sorcerers could harness these elemental energies, shaping them into tangible objects or attacks according to their will. The holy light arrow was among the simplest forms of light magic, yet it required a strong affinity for light elements, something that non-elven races would find challenging to acquire. Hain was uncertain about Luo Yu's affinity for light. However, given his ability to wield the holy sword, she was convinced he possessed some degree of connection to the light. This was why she chose to teach him light magic first. As she spoke, Luo Yu, though only partially comprehending, gained some insight into the principles involved. Eager to try, he assumed the required stance and looked to Hain for guidance. She chuckled softly at his rigid posture, remarking that while certain movements were indeed necessary for casting spells, his stance resembled that of a soldier in review. Gently, she pressed down his hands and whispered the incantation for the holy light arrow into his ear. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, stumbling through the words, managing to recite the incantation, albeit imperfectly. Yet, upon completion, Hain unleashed another light arrow from her hand, while Luo Yu remained unresponsive, as if the spell had gone unheard. Disheartened, he glanced at his hands, wondering if humans were simply incapable of wielding magic. Noticing his frustration, Hain reassured him, saying, "It is common for beginners to encounter difficulties. There is no need for despair. Your pronunciation, though somewhat muddled, was still complete. With further practice, you may succeed." Luo Yu's late exposure to magic was a disadvantage. On this continent, even the children of impoverished families typically began their magical training around the age of 7, while those from magical lineages might be born into a world steeped in magic. Luo Yu, having spent nearly 20 years in the human realm, and an additional 3 years in slumber within the mountains, had essentially been deprived of magical experience for nearly 2 decades. Yet, given his youthful appearance, akin to that of a 13 or 14-year-old, there remained a glimmer of potential for him to connect with magic. However, after several attempts, he found himself unable to coalesce the magical elements as Hain had described. Indeed, he could not even sense their presence. Observing the somewhat dispirited Luo Yu, Hain offered a gentle smile. Magic is not a gift bestowed upon all. Some individuals are simply unable to harness the elemental forces. While Luo Yu's complete inability to perceive magical elements is rare, it is not unheard of. In humanity, such a condition is often equated with inefficacy. Hain encouraged Luo Yu to try sensing several other elemental forces. Despite Luo Yu's desperate attempts, drawing deep breaths and exerting all his strength, he remained utterly incapable of detecting even the faintest trace of magical elements, as if the magical energies were indifferent to his presence. "It seems that you cannot wield the magic of the elves. Perhaps my teaching methods are at fault," Hain remarked, offering a note of consolation. As a grand sorcerer, Hain recognized Luo Yu's complete disconnection from the magical elements. Hearing Hain's words, Luo Yu nodded with a hint of dejection, reluctantly lowering his hands. Noticing this, Hain smiled softly and said, "It's all right. Though it is unfortunate, many humans cannot utilize magic either. I have heard tales of some humans who can wield peculiar magical elements. Perhaps you might find some understanding there." Luo Yu, though aware that it was merely consolation, felt a flicker of thought sparked within him. Hain, seemingly unwilling to abandon hope, suggested, "I shall seek out a tome of magic. Perhaps it may provide you with assistance. Please wait for me." As Hain departed, Luo Yu stood alone in the clearing, letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 4. The mysterious ring and peculiar runes. Bored and restless, Luo Yu seated himself upon a stone in the clearing, idly surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed an ancient-looking ring adorning his finger. How curious. I don't recall wearing a ring, he mused, gazing at it with intrigue. He reached to remove it, but found it inexplicably fused to his finger, as if it were an extension of himself. This perplexing situation prompted him to scrutinize the ring, and he recalled that it had indeed been present before his journey into this world. To clarify, Luo Yu was a diligent student preparing to enter university, and this ring had been a gift from the orphanage's director, bestowed upon him as a reward for his acceptance into college. However, en route to his studies, he had encountered a tragic accident. In a bid to save a trapped driver from an overturned vehicle, an explosion ensued, leading to his untimely demise. Thus, he found himself inexplicably transported to this realm. Realizing that his arrival in this world was likely tied to the ring, Luo Yu furrowed his brow and reached out to touch it. In that moment, a strange light illuminated from within, revealing a vast space contained within the ring. The sudden appearance of this space startled Luo Yu, but the astonishment quickly faded as he peered inside. It appeared to encompass approximately 100 cubic meters, an ample size. Yet it seemed merely a mundane storage space. Upon closer examination, Luo Yu noticed a flickering glimmer within the otherwise pitch-black space. Intrigued, he extended his hand to touch the peculiar light, only to find his arm passing through the space as if it were not truly there. "It appears this space is not genuinely present before me," he pondered. In his contemplation, Luo Yu recalled Hain's earlier mention of controlling magical elements. Perhaps this knowledge could apply to spatial magic? Resolute, he decided to give it a try. Even if he could not perceive any magical elements, the method itself held value. Dedicating his focus, he delved into concentration. Sure enough, within moments, a peculiar tingling sensation coursed through his fingers. Was this the sensation of elemental magic? Confounded, he furrowed his brow, but dismissed his confusion as the tingling intensified. Realizing time was of the essence, he reached out once more, effortlessly parting the fissure that contained the glimmering light. As he opened the rift, an ancient chime resonated, and the space before him expanded dramatically, revealing several archaic runes of various colors emerging from the crevice, seemingly a form of writing. Staring at these floating characters, Luo Yu stood transfixed. Instinctively, he sensed an underlying mystery within them, yet he recognized none of the symbols, leaving him at a loss. At that moment, Hain returned, carrying a collection of books. Upon noticing Luo Yu, he approached, and Luo Yu quickly concealed the ring, causing the spatial realm to vanish in an instant. However, Hain seemed oblivious to Luo Yu's actions. Could it be that only he could perceive the space? Contemplating this, Luo Yu activated the ring once more, and as expected, the space reappeared. Although Hain sensed a fleeting anomaly, it eluded his grasp, leading him to dismiss it as fatigue-induced hallucination. Seeing that Hain truly had not noticed, Luo Yu concealed the ring again, realizing that this must be one of its unique properties. Before he could ponder further, Hain cast aside her thoughts, smiling at Luo Yu and stating, "These are among the few texts I possess regarding human sorcerers. They may prove useful to you." With that, Hain handed the books to Luo Yu, who accepted them eagerly, yet found them filled with foundational magical knowledge. Given his inability to perceive even the most basic magical elements, these texts seemed rather futile. Nonetheless, appreciating Hain's goodwill, Luo Yu refrained from voicing his doubts and offered a grateful bow. Hain nodded in acknowledgement, then regarded Luo Yu with an expression that suggested she hoped he would try again. Reluctantly, Luo Yu placed the books down and closed his eyes once more, attempting to sense the surrounding magical elements. Disappointment washed over him as he failed once again to perceive anything, save for a faint sting emanating from the ring. Could it be that he truly was incapable of wielding magic? With a tinge of sorrow, he mused on this notion. Hain, observing his demeanor, surmised that Luo Yu might genuinely possess an innate resistance to magic. Yet, she found herself puzzled as to why someone entirely unable to sense the light of magical elements could draw forth a holy sword that even beings as pure as elven angels could not wield. Intrigued, Hain scrutinized Luo Yu, who, sensing her gaze, offered a wry smile, tinged with resignation. Hain reassured him, "Do not fret. Many humans possess a low affinity for magic. Perhaps you are simply not suited for its study." It was evident that there were others among humanity who could not wield magic. Yet Luo Yu's complete lack of magical affinity was indeed rare. After several more attempts, Hain reluctantly acknowledged the truth. Luo Yu was indeed incapable of employing magic. With a heavy heart, Luo Yu rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless in the face of this reality. Just then, he recalled the peculiar runes within the ring and turned his gaze towards Hain. Sensing his inquiry, Hain presumed he had a question. Although she knew that her knowledge of magic could scarcely assist him, she chose to respond nonetheless. "Lady Hain, do you recognize this symbol?" Luo Yu asked, flipping open a book and sketching a rune from the ring upon the table of contents before presenting it to her. Hain took the book and gazed at the runes inscribed within, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Although she was not as ancient as the elf king Xiaomi, she was among the elder elves. Yet, throughout the long years, she was certain she had never encountered such peculiar runes. It seemed these symbols contained some elemental essence. Hain scrutinized them for quite some time, ultimately concluding with a rather vague observation. "Even Lady Hain does not recognize this symbol?" Luo Yu remarked, sensing the perplexity in her expression. It appeared to be some form of ancient script. Perhaps the librarian might have some insights, Hain pragmatically suggested. The librarian? Hearing Hain's words, Luo Yu nodded slightly. He noticed Hain was intrigued by the runes, and considering his unique identity, he wondered if the gods had dispatched him to investigate these matters. He decided not to dwell on how Luo Yu wielded magic. "Could you please tell me the location of the library, Lady Hain?" Luo Yu pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Of course, but the elven library is restricted to other races. If you truly wish to go, it would be wise to inform the Lord." Hain explained the situation to Luo Yu. After hearing this, Luo Yu nodded and bid farewell to Hain as he exited the magical training ground. At that moment, a guard approached him, and Luo Yu promptly requested to be taken to see the Lord. Although he was not directionally challenged, the vast expanse of the elven capital could easily lead one astray. After meeting with the Elf King and conveying the matter at hand, the Elf King examined the runes Luo Yu described, his brow furrowing slightly. Despite being the esteemed Elf King and one of the oldest elves, Xiaomi had spent most of his years managing and safeguarding the sacred grounds, leaving him with limited knowledge of such magical symbols. With Xiaomi's approval, Luo Yu hurriedly departed the temple, setting off to locate the library. Chapter 5. The Elven Library. Strange tomes. Hello. A foreigner? An elven maiden chirped playfully at Luo Yu. Greetings. Luo Yu politely returned the gesture, though inwardly he stepped back a pace. While the elven maiden was undeniably beautiful, he recalled the guard's warning upon his arrival. Sensing that this young lady might be formidable. "Why do you seem so frightened of me?" The elven maiden regarded Luo Yu with curiosity, puzzled by his demeanor after only a brief magical lesson under Hain. "No, it's merely an illusion," Luo Yu quickly countered, then inquired, "May I ask your name?" I am Helen. Helen Qianxi, the youngest daughter of a Qianxi family." Her sparkling eyes brimmed with mischief, captivating Luo Yu with her gaze. I am Luo Yu. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Luo Yu replied, slightly embarrassed, then asked, "Where are we headed now?" "That depends on you. Brother Darren mentioned you were going to the library, but you seem a bit lost, as if unsure of your way." Helen teased with a grin. Feeling slightly awkward, Luo Yu smiled sheepishly, refraining from asking who this Brother Darren was. Truthfully, he did not consider himself lost. He was merely trying to acclimate to this unfamiliar realm. "If you wish to visit the library, I can accompany you, lest you lose your way," Helen playfully suggested. "I believe you simply want an excuse to sneak out and have some fun." A rather stern voice interrupted, causing Helen to freeze in place, fear evident in her eyes as she turned to face the newcomer. Luo Yu also glanced over, spotting a female elf with a kind demeanor, of medium stature. Her lustrous black hair cropped short. Beneath elegantly arched eyebrows, her keen eyes sparkled with intelligence. A pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on her straight nose, exuding a scholarly air. Upon seeing the female elf, Luo Yu felt an involuntary wave of tension wash over him. Her serious expression bore a hint of authority, prompting him to step back instinctively. Are you the human the Lord spoke of? The female elf asked, scrutinizing Luo Yu. That should be me. And you are? Luo Yu replied hastily, adopting a posture as if responding to a teacher's inquiry. Should be? Either you are or you are not. What do you mean by should be? The female elf remained stern, clearly unsatisfied with his answer. All right, I apologize, Luo Yu quickly exclaimed, unsure of the reason behind his apology. Very well, I am Qin. Qin Delate. I am the librarian among the elves, and also young Helen's mentor. Qin introduced herself. Oh, you are the librarian? I am Luo Yu, pleased to meet you. I was just about to seek you out. Luo Yu eagerly introduced himself, accompanied by a polite greeting. Hello. The Lord has already sent word regarding your matter, but I'm not too familiar with that rune either. However, there should be some records in the library. Helen, where would you like to go? Qin responded courteously before turning her attention to Helen, whose intentions to escape had become apparent. I didn't tea. Helen protested, her foot poised to flee. But she quickly retracted it, feigning innocence. Lying is not a good habit, Helen. Mr. Luo Yu, you must still be unfamiliar with the situation here. The Elven Library contains references you may find useful. Would you like to explore? As for the books on that rune, I kindly ask you to wait a day while I review the archives. Qin addressed Helen sternly before shifting her gaze back to Luo Yu. Thank you. But, may I enter the library now? Luo Yu nodded eagerly, then inquired. Certainly. With the Lord's orders, you're welcome. Helen, your examinations are next week. Shouldn't you be reviewing your materials in the library? Take Mr. Luo Yu along, and Mr. Luo Yu, please keep an eye on her. Qin smiled at Luo Yu, directing her words at Helen. Ugh, I don't want to go. Helen sulked, reluctantly positioning herself behind Luo Yu. Luo Yu chuckled at the situation, bemused by the whimsical nature of the young girl. Forgive her. She has been rather spoiled and not well disciplined by the Lord, Qin sighed, indicating that educating Helen was no easy task. That's all right. It can be quite charming. Luo Yu quickly reassured her with a smile, then bade Qin farewell as he followed Helen outside. Qin watched Luo Yu's departing figure, lingering in silence for a moment before she turned to leave. Upon arriving at the Elven Library, Luo Yu was left awestruck. The meticulously arranged rows of books bore a striking resemblance to modern human libraries. Yet the sheer volume was astonishing. Each row contained at least 100 volumes, suggesting that there were at least tens of thousands of tomes within these walls. Hey, what's wrong? Helen asked, noticing Luo Yu's stunned expression. Nothing, just a bit surprised. Are all these books collected by the elves? Luo Yu quickly composed himself and inquired. Not entirely. Some are peculiarities sent by other lords as gifts, but the Lord has kept them all here. It certainly looks like a lot, doesn't it? Helen replied, squinting playfully at Luo Yu. Indeed. A great deal. But how are these classified? Taking the opportunity, Luo Yu eagerly asked, aware that this was not Earth, and the classification system could not simply rely on ABCD. The bookshelf bore annotations. It will be prudent for you to peruse volumes that are comprehensible. Here, numerous advanced spells and essential sword techniques await your discovery, but they may well elude your understanding. Helen remarked with a dismissive curl of her lips before she set off towards a nearby shelf, evidently disinclined to concern herself further with Luo Yu. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yu endeavored to calm his emotions and hastened towards the bookshelf. He noted the myriad of annotations, including introductions to spells, explanations of swordsmanship, and even biographies of renowned figures. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, utterly uncertain of where to commence his reading. However, an intriguing title soon captured his attention: The History of the Continent's Division. What could this be? Puzzled, he retrieved the book and settled into a secluded corner to delve into its contents. The text detailed the current territorial divisions of the continent, beginning with the elves, followed by dragons, demons, dwarves, and even humans, whom the elves typically regard with disdain. Surprisingly, despite the apparent weakness of humans, they occupied the largest expanse of land, controlling a full half of the territory. Luo Yu found himself captivated by the narrative. Elves and demons claimed a quarter of the land, often at odds with one another, while the remaining races cooperated to occupy the rest. Notably, the dragons appeared to reside in a realm unknown to others. Intermittent tensions existed among the various races, which seemed wholly natural. Yet soon, a peculiar name caught Luo Yu's eye: the Dark Lord clan. Frowning at the mention, he wondered if the term was synonymous with demons. Rising to gaze at the larger shelf, he discovered that the book's description of the Dark Lord clan was alarmingly sparse, offering little more than a basic introduction without any mention of their territories or significant figures. Driven by curiosity, Luo Yu began to search through the extensive collection for materials on the Dark Lords. Yet amidst thousands of tomes, he found naught but a few novels that contained fleeting references. Could this be a non-existent race? Just as confusion clouded his thoughts, a strange voice echoed. To your left. The tone was somber and serious, imbued with an unmistakable aura of menace. As a soldier, Luo Yu instinctively felt a chill run down his spine, his body bristling with unease. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but the voice vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Assuming he had merely imagined it, Luo Yu was nonetheless convinced that the feeling he experienced was undeniably real and unrelated to the voice. Clenching his fist, he turned to the left, as indicated, where a completely black tome had inexplicably materialized. The Dark Secrets, he read aloud, feeling an inexplicable chill emanating from the book. What troubles you? Helen approached, unable to contain her curiosity after only a few minutes of reading. Luo Yu handed her the book, inquiring, "What is this volume?" "Ah, The Dark Secrets. It's merely a novel that was previously delivered by a human lord. Due to its ominous title, the lord had it examined, only for several elders to dismiss it as an inconsequential work, likely penned by some bored traveler among the humans." Helen scoffed. To the elves, such novels were seen as trivial distractions, unworthy of attention. Luo Yu frowned. Despite Helen's dismissal, he sensed an unusual power emanating from the book. "Enough of this. There are plenty of strange tomes here. You can't possibly intend to read them all," Helen remarked, noticing Luo Yu's continued fascination with the book. "Very well. But may I take this book with me?" Luo Yu inquired, pondering her previous comments. "Certainly. After all, it's just an inconsequential novel. If it piques your interest, feel free to take it. Teacher Kaywin won't mind," Helen replied with a smile. Upon receiving her affirmation, Luo Yu carefully secured the book, feeling uncertain yet intrigued. Following Helen's guidance, he selected several additional volumes on spell introductions and foundational sword techniques, leaving the library with an armful of books. "I must return home now. Can you find your way back?" Helen asked, glancing at Luo Yu. "No problem. Thank you for your guidance." He nodded, reassured by his familiarity with the temple's vicinity. With a smile, Helen bounded away, and as Luo Yu walked, he pondered the nature of the Dark Secrets. He sensed an undeniable connection between the book and his ring, as well as that chilling voice. Was it truly emanating from the volume? As night fell, Luo Yu sat at his desk, perusing the books he had acquired. In line with what Hain had taught regarding elemental magic, he discovered that aside from light magic favored by the elves, humans had an affinity for the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In contrast, demons preferred dark magic, while dwarves favored wind and fire, as their combination could yield explosive results. Contemplating the descriptions, Luo Yu examined his palm, curious whether he possessed any elemental affinity. Surely, he could not traverse into this world bearing the weight of a world-saving quest only to be incapable of wielding magic. Even mastering a single element would suffice. With determination, he extended his hand, silently reciting the incantations he had learned during the day. Alas, even when attempting to channel different elemental attributes, he felt no trace of any magical essence. It seemed he was truly a complete failure in magic. After a considerable duration of fruitless practice, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to sleep at his desk, only to awaken the next day when a guard called him. Before he could even prepare himself, the guard hurriedly ushered him to the training grounds of Master Owen. "It appears you did not rest well last night." Owen laughed heartily, observing Luo Yu's still drowsy demeanor. "Not too bad." Luo Yu quickly straightened up, feigning enthusiasm. Noticing Luo Yu's return to alertness, Owen grinned and picked up a massive sword. "Let's begin with some fundamental sword techniques today." Luo Yu nodded eagerly, mimicking Owen's stance with a long sword. However, compared to Owen, his sword appeared quite lackluster. Owen nodded approvingly before suddenly unleashing a terrifying aura, producing a sword energy that sliced through the air like a razor, striking a distant target with a resounding crash. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the training ground, and the sword energy continued its path, crashing into a wall and leaving behind a tremendous gash. "Oops, I may have exerted a bit too much force. I hope Shoot isn't too upset," Owen said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head, a hint of concern in his voice. Though Luo Yu remained in the dark about who Shoot was, he was thoroughly intimidated by the overwhelming power of the sword energy released by Owen. This is the level you should aspire to achieve, though it may take a while for humans to reach it. Upon witnessing Luo Yu's astonished expression, Oren chuckled heartily before advancing with his colossal sword to the target's position. After erecting a new target, He looked at Luo Yu and nodded with a smile. Luo Yu's lips twitched slightly, and after a deep breath, he closed his eyes to suppress his astonishment. He then turned his gaze towards the target, raising the longsword before him. A moment of silence ensued, as Orin seemed to have neglected to explain how to wield sword energy. Noticing Luo Yu's bewildered demeanor, Orin paused, suddenly recalling that he had only offered a brief demonstration. "Ah, my apologies," he exclaimed, hastening to Luo Yu's side once more. "I heard from an inn that you were unable to utilize magic yesterday. It's unfortunate, as I cannot sense magical elements. You might be a magic insulator." Luo Yu mirrored Orin's stance with the longsword and responded with a hint of resignation. "Well, it's fine. Both swordsmanship and magic can grow powerful. However, we are focusing on sword practice now, so you should train diligently." Orin laughed heartily before adopting a serious tone and addressing Luo Yu. "Can you feel the aura surrounding the longsword?" Orin inquired, observing Luo Yu closely. I think I can feel something," Luo Yu replied, somewhat perplexed. Although he sensed nothing initially, the sword trembled slightly in his grip, revealing a faint, ethereal glow enveloping the blade. This is a spirit-infused sword. While it may not be extraordinarily powerful compared to an ordinary sword, it can easily condense sword energy. Like magic, sword energy also possesses its own classifications. However, since you cannot condense magical elements, you should attempt to gather sword energy, Orin declared, demonstrating by lifting his gigantic sword, which instantly radiated myriad brilliant lights. "My goodness!" Luo Yu gasped at the sight of the energy surrounding Orin's sword. Regaining his composure, he shook his head and took a deep breath, attempting to manipulate the aura around his own longsword. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the brilliant lights seemed unresponsive, drifting aimlessly. "Do not rush. The aura of the sword possesses sentience. You must focus, banish distractions, and try to communicate with it." Orin's voice softened considerably this time. "Understood," Luo Yu replied eagerly, taking a deep breath, closing his eyes, and attempting to connect with the sword's aura as he had with magic the previous day. However, after more than 10 minutes had passed, he was on the verge of dozing off, still unable to perceive the communication Orin spoke of. Just as Luo Yu contemplated giving up, Orin suddenly swung his colossal sword, unleashing a tremendous wave of sword energy imbued with formidable elemental power that struck the target. Luo Yu's entire being quivered. He sensed that as Orin wielded the immense sword, the aura surrounding his own longsword seemed to quail in fear. Luo Yu licked his lips, suppressing the surging excitement within, and continued to breathe deeply to maintain his composure. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he persistently called upon the so-called sword aura. Although unsure of its efficacy, it was the only method he could conceive. Of course, it was futile. No matter how fervently he called, the sword aura offered no reply. Yet, he undeniably sensed its presence. Was he perhaps approaching this incorrectly? As he pondered, his body instinctively swayed, causing the long sword to tremble in his grip, and the aura surrounding the blade began to shift. Did he truly feel the sword aura? Uncertain of its nature, Luo Yu followed his intuition, gently swaying his body to harmonize with the aura that clung to the sword. "Sword aura wind?" Orin observed Luo Yu's actions with surprise. "I believe I might be sensing something," Luo Yu replied hesitantly, feeling a force propelling the sword's body. As this sensation intensified, he felt an invisible force urging him forward. And without conscious thought, he swung the sword, unleashing a massive gust of wind that shot forth from the blade. Upon striking the target, a deafening roar of a whirlwind echoed through the air, and the target was instantly torn asunder. "Wind element sword energy. I initially thought your physique would channel fire element sword energy." Orin laughed heartily upon witnessing Luo Yu's successful use of sword energy, though it was evident that the outcome exceeded his expectations. "Wind element?" Luo Yu opened his eyes, gazing at the lingering wisps of wind energy enveloping the sword, bewildered as he looked to Orin for clarification. Orin chuckled. "Did you feel it? The sword aura guided you just now." "Yes. It prompted me to swing the long sword." Luo Yu nodded vigorously. "Indeed, it seems the Lord was correct. You truly are a messenger sent from above. I have not encountered an individual whom the elements favor to this extent in quite some time." Orin laughed heartily again. "Favor?" Luo Yu questioned, puzzled by Orin's words. After his laughter subsided, Orin reassured him, "Worry not. Although it is unexpected, the sword aura indeed favors you. Perhaps you need not exert yourself to control the sword energy as we do. Instead, you may attempt to communicate with the sword aura just as you would with magic." Oh, I forgot you cannot use magic. Orin chuckled, and Luo Yu, feeling somewhat defeated, tilted his head in resignation, not holding Orin's frankness against him. After all, he truly could not communicate with magic. However, was communicating with sword aura akin to chanting spells like Hain? If he could engage with sword aura, why could he not sense the elements? Contemplating this, Luo Yu expressed his doubts. According to Orin, magic and sword aura should be similar. So why was he unable to perceive magical elements? Orin could not provide a clear answer, suggesting, perhaps it is due to your unique human physiology. I have heard that many humans experience similar circumstances. When you venture into the human realm, you may discover the truth. Well, we shall discuss this matter later. Now, quickly, give it another try, Orin urged, noting Luo Yu's lingering thoughts. As a swordsman, he preferred uninterrupted focus during sword practice. With little time for contemplation, Orin prompted Luo Yu to shoot at the target once more. Heeding Orin's words, Luo Yu steeled himself, gripping the long sword and assuming his stance again, striving to sense the sword aura. As Luo Yu commenced his focus anew, Orin refrained from disturbing him, instead finding a spot to sit and observe Luo Yu's form, muttering, More training is necessary. He appears somewhat frail. Are you all present? Luo Yu mused inwardly, as if addressing the air in hopes of communicating with the sword aura. Naturally, this was futile. The sword aura remained eager to connect with Luo Yu's longsword. Yet he still could not perceive any sense of exchange. He felt as if he were being carried along by the aura. And yet the sword energy he unleashed this time surged forth like searing flames, radiating an alarming heat wave. Flame element sword energy? Orin, initially contemplating how to tailor a physical training regimen for Luo Yu, was taken aback by the emergence of flame energy. For just moments ago, it had been wind energy. Realizing something was amiss, he sprang to his feet, seizing the enormous sword and approaching Luo Yu, who was still deep in meditation. Young one, attempt to perceive the aura upon the sword. What do you see? Orin instructed. Perceive it with intent? Luo Yu murmured softly, then, following Orin's guidance, began to incessantly attempt to communicate with the sword's essence through sheer will. Yet he still sensed nothing. Just as he thought he had miscalculated, he suddenly felt the sword's body stir slightly, not from the breath of the wind. An inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. Could it be ice? No. Water? For reasons unknown, Luo Yu felt that the aura emanating from the sword was somehow related to crystalline ice and the essence of water. It was an instinctual feeling devoid of logic. However, as he wielded the energy, a colossal wave of water surged forth, akin to a beast emerging from an abyss, propelled by the sword's aura, crashing into the target and shattering it completely. Was this magic? Orin watched Luo Yu's movements in astonishment. This was not the manifestation of sword energy. It was unequivocally an attack following the release of magic. Yet Luo Yu had not invoked a spell. The powerful elven sword saint was momentarily stunned. What was happening? What was this? I sense a mighty presence. At that moment, Hain's voice resonated. He had been poring over forbidden spell research within the temple when he suddenly felt an overwhelming elemental power radiating nearby. Believing there was an attack, he rushed over. It's nothing. Luo Yu accidentally unleashed magic. Orin said uncertainly. Accidentally? But the aura just now. Wait, magic? Lord Luo Yu, have you begun to communicate with magical essences? Hain furrowed his brow upon hearing Orin's words. The aura he had sensed was at least that of a high-level mage. It seems otherwise, Orin replied, shaking his head helplessly as he pointed to the still meditating Luo Yu. How is that possible? Hain exclaimed, hastily following Orin's gesture toward Luo Yu, who appeared to be engaged in a dialogue with the elements, surrounded by a myriad of colorful auras, as if 100 tiny sprites were dancing around him. A group of sword energies? To summon so many at once? Hain regarded Luo Yu with disbelief. The sword energy group could only be summoned by someone with an extraordinary affinity for elemental power, magic, and sword energy. Great God King, could he truly be the envoy sent by the god of Ol? As they pondered, the voice of Shiomi broke through. He too felt the unfamiliar, magical aura. Due to Luo Yu's sudden arrival and the inexplicable corruption of the divine beast Cutiel, Shiomi had been on edge, rushing to investigate any disturbance within the Elven Empire. Upon arriving at the training grounds, he witnessed the miraculous connection between Luo Yu and the magical elements, exclaiming in astonishment. Novice Stanley, long live Ol, Shiomi whispered, as an incredibly radiant light appeared in his hands. an elemental group composed entirely of light. Compared to the sword energy group around Luo Yu, it was exponentially larger, instantly suppressing the latter. Meanwhile, Luo Yu remained immersed in the communion with the sword's essence, stubbornly unwilling to relinquish the connection. It was through this perseverance that he finally sensed the whispers of the sword's aura, not in words, but in feelings. It seemed as though the sword's essence was confiding something to him. Only when Xiaomi's powerful sword energy group manifested did Luo Yu awaken from silence. Outsider, what did you see? Xiaomi inquired curiously, observing the recently roused Luo Yu. They seemed to be afraid. But, afraid of what? Luo Yu replied, his gaze vacant, as if the recent communion with the sword's essence had left him in a daze. Afraid? Xiaomi and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion, entirely at a loss for Luo Yu's meaning. They could communicate with sword energy or magic solely through aura and intent, but Luo Yu's direct communion with magic was unprecedented. My lord, I sense that something significant may transpire, Hain remarked, eyeing Luo Yu, who was still struggling to regain his composure. As darkness begins, light shall illuminate the path ahead, Xiaomi murmured, then turned to Orin and Hain, saying, you two must diligently instruct Lord Luo Yu. It seems that true darkness may soon descend upon the world. Indeed, my lord. Both Hain and Orin nodded fervently. After imparting his concerns, Xiaomi left the training ground, deeply troubled, seemingly preoccupied with the impending darkness. Hain and Orin exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. They had initially thought they were merely instructing a somewhat unique human. Yet Luo Yu proved to be astonishingly formidable. It appears our teaching methods must undergo a significant transformation, Hain mused, gazing at Luo Yu's retreating figure. Indeed, Miss Hain. However, Lord Luo Yu's magical aptitude is rather low. It seems you will need to invest considerable effort, Orin remarked, recalling something. Upon hearing Orin's words, Hain sighed in exasperation. If Luo Yu is unable to practice magic, she would have to impart some fundamental magical knowledge and coping strategies, hoping it would eventually assist him. Due to Luo Yu's unique circumstances, both Orin and Hain were hesitant to instruct him further, granting Luo Yu an involuntary brief respite as he awaited their discovery of a suitable training method for him. As night fell, Luo Yu sat at a table, idly perusing books. Due to the potential to inadvertently summon sword energy groups, he had been advised against recklessly attempting the magical incantations and sword techniques contained within the tomes, leaving him to pass the time with mundane reading. Just as he was about to succumb to drowsiness, he suddenly felt something shift at his waist, startling him into standing upright. Upon retrieving the object, he discovered it was the tome on dark secrets he had brought back from the library. Dark. Wait, is this a grimoire of darkness? Luo Yu curiously flipped through the dark secrets tome, only to find that, upon closer inspection, it was indeed a grimoire of darkness, although it bore the same ancient and enigmatic appearance as the tome of dark secrets. It was unmistakably inscribed with the title Grimoire of Darkness. What on earth? Luo Yu gazed incredulously at the book in his hands, an impulse urging him to open it. Yet, out of caution, he suppressed this urge and squinted at the tome. What is this? He furrowed his brow at the book, then turned it over, placing it on the table. After a prolonged silence, curiosity overtook reason, and as the Grimoire of Darkness flipped open, he slowly revealed the first page. Dark Lord. Behind every light, there's always been darkness accompanying. Shadows are the true sanctuary. Was this an autobiography? Luo Yu pondered the words on the title page, furrowing his brow. The Dark Lord? A sovereign of demons? Wait, the Dark Lord? Wasn't that the elusive race he had encountered yesterday? Luo Yu, astonished, picked up the book, flipping through it with both bewilderment and excitement, only to find that it was nothing like what he had imagined. The contents were nonsensical phrases, a jumble of words resembling incantations. Could this be magic? Luo Yu murmured in confusion, squeezing the book's cover. After a cursory glance through the entire tome, he confirmed it was a complete mystery, leaving him disinterested as he cast it onto the table and slumped wearily in his chair, feeling utterly defeated. What on earth is happening? Luo Yu muttered in bewilderment as he glanced at the book. Wait, what if it truly is magic? Luo Yu contemplated, as if validating his thoughts. He gradually closed his eyes, attempting to sense the aura surrounding the book, akin to his communication with the sword's essence earlier that day. This time, however, he was not disappointed. He truly felt a peculiar energy, distinct from that of the sword, a chilling and dark aura. Was this the essence of darkness? Luo Yu sensed the magical elements and was initially thrilled, but soon realized something was amiss. Confused, he attempted to communicate with this bizarre element. Yet before he could make contact, he felt as though something had latched onto him, sending a shiver through his body. Alarmed, he hastily abandoned the notion of communication and opened his eyes, only to be confronted by a pair of hollow eyes, akin to ghostly flames, staring directly at him. No, they were not eyes. They were mere voids, two pits aglow with an eerie blue light, seemingly communicating with Luo Yu. The skeleton before him appeared devoid of intelligence, fixated on Luo Yu without any movement, save for those unsettling eyes. Luo Yu sensed that the skeleton bore no aura, as if it were dead. As he mused, he approached the skeleton, yet before he could act, it suddenly moved, startling Luo Yu into a quick retreat, his vigilance heightened. However, after that brief motion, the skeleton fell back into rigidity. What on earth? Luo Yu gazed incredulously at the skeleton, and upon recalling something, he scrambled to the dark spell book, lifting it up. Before he could even peruse its contents, he noticed that it seemed to have created a space between the pages, as if it had physically manifested. Death was never the end. Halting one's journey would ultimately lead to being engulfed by darkness. The Dark Lord. What was this? Luo Yu opened the book and was astounded to find an inscription on a stone tablet proclaiming such a statement. Frowning at this unexpected tablet, he resumed his examination of the book. Yet this time, the pages were devoid of text. No, it was not that there were no words, but rather that the entire text had transformed into a singular, peculiar symbol reminiscent of those found within his ring. Luo Yu stared at the skeleton before him, then glanced at the book in his hands. Could this being have been summoned by the rune? Had he learned necromancy? Furrowing his brow, he examined his palm and attempted to coalesce the magical elements once more. However, it seemed as if everything had reverted. He could no longer sense the magical elements, not even the faint trace of darkness he had just detected. What was happening? Luo Yu muttered as he closed the book, yet the instant it shut, the skeleton vanished as if it had evaporated, transforming into a wisp of black mist before dissipating before Luo Yu's eyes, startling him yet again. But the fright did not end there. After the skeleton's disappearance, the dark spellbook in Luo Yu's hands ignited spontaneously, reducing to an empty shell in less than 3 seconds. Staring at this inexplicable turn of events, Luo Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. Before he could gather his thoughts, the odd stone tablet he had carelessly tossed aside suddenly soared up, transforming into a streak of light that darted into his ring. What was going on? Seeing the tablet enter the ring, Luo Yu quickly opened the ring's space, discovering that the peculiar runes previously floating within had increased by 1. This stone tablet was a rune? Realizing this, Luo Yu deduced that the strange tablet served as a vessel for the rune, and that the skeleton was merely a manifestation of its power. Yet, the runes seemed oblivious to Luo Yu's confusion, despite his attempts to manipulate the runes. They remained utterly unresponsive, indifferent to his actions. What on earth were these runes? Luo Yu pondered, his thoughts gradually leading him into a deep slumber. The following day, the sun rose languidly, casting orange-red rays through the window. Gradually, bright sunlight filled the room, illuminating Luo Yu's surroundings. The light refracted through the elven glass, producing a dazzling and serene white glow. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows that resembled a natural masterpiece. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes, momentarily blinded by the brilliance, squinting to appreciate this beautiful moment while soaking in the freshness and vitality brought by the morning sun. Luo Yu. Before he could further revel in his thoughts, the voice of an elf broke through, and he quickly recalled the strange occurrences of the previous night. He leapt out of bed, finding everything as it had been. The dark spellbook had vanished, leaving only a peculiar rune gently hovering in the space of his ring. Before he could contemplate further, the elf soldier's voice urged him to rise promptly. Reluctantly, Luo Yu got dressed and stepped outside, where Hain and Orna waited, their faces bright with smiles, seemingly having devised a training regimen for him. In the days that followed, Luo Yu finally comprehended why Helen dreaded learning. Hain and Orna's training had inexplicably shifted from a lackadaisical approach to a rigorous one. Luo Yu struggled to keep pace, feeling as though his very soul had been stripped away within just a few short days. Chapter 8. Rune Techniques. The unveiling of magic. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the lush green grass on the lawn to sway lightly. The dense branches of a large tree shielded this tranquil corner from the scorching summer sun, providing a welcome respite. Luo Yu reclined comfortably beneath the tree, savoring the simplicity of time. The blue sky and white clouds filled his vision as a warm breeze caressed his face. Flowers on the lawn danced like vibrant ribbons in the wind, releasing delightful fragrances. A serene smile adorned Luo Yu's face as he closed his eyes, surrendering to the embrace of nature. Birds sang melodiously from the branches, their enchanting tunes akin to celestial music. The gentle rustle of the breeze whispered nature's secrets in his ears. Everything appeared so wondrous and gentle, though the bandages on his arms, a testament to his training, betrayed the tranquility of the moment. The few days of intense training had left both his body and spirit profoundly impacted. Since discovering Luo Yu's extraordinary ability to communicate with the sword's essence, Oren had seemingly adopted a strict teaching mode, elevating the fundamental training to unprecedented levels. Every session of swordplay and parrying felt as though every cell in Luo Yu's body was undergoing a baptism. Meanwhile, Hain, aware of Luo Yu's inability to wield magic, had begun instructing him on identifying and countering magical forces. The relentless training yielded astonishing progress. Although Luo Yu's talent was not exceptional, his lack of prior exposure to magic allowed him to find novelty even in the most tedious of tomes, preventing any sense of boredom. Yet, even interest could not sustain him through the grueling training. Seeing Luo Yu was pushing himself to the limits, Sumi intervened, pleading with Oren and Hain to temper their urgency, securing Luo Yu a day of respite. After days of rigorous training, all Luo Yu desired was to lie in bed and doze off. But he was ultimately dragged out by Helen, who was frolicking and teasing a small creature resembling a rabbit. Luo Yu felt his muscles relax, yet sleep eluded him. Out of boredom, he instinctively opened the space within his ring. Countless times he had done so in recent days, yet all had yielded nothing. The runes remained as unresponsive as stones. Nevertheless, Luo Yu took solace in the fact that he could now manipulate everything within the ring at will, except for the fissure through which the runes had emerged. That rift stood as an unyielding barrier, impervious to any influence Luo Yu attempted to exert. Gazing at the motionless fissure, Luo Yu, in a state of resignation, contemplated closing the space once more. At that moment, Helen, with a rabbit in her arms, came bounding over and settled beside him. "What are you doing?" she asked, a satisfied smile gracing her face. "Oh, nothing. Just a bit pensive," Luo Yu replied with a faint smile, sitting up. In recent days, he and Helen had found solace in each other's company, both enduring the relentless torment of Hain's academic demands. "Are you truly unable to wield magic?" Helen inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Well, perhaps. I can't seem to sense the magical elements," Luo Yu admitted with a hint of frustration. "No witties. Uncle Oren said your swordsmanship talent is unparalleled. Even if you can't use magic, that's perfectly fine," Helen reassured him with a bright smile. In response, Luo Yu smiled back, recalling Oren's praise of his exceptional swordsmanship, particularly his unique ability to commune with the essence of the sword, a talent Oren had never encountered in his century-long existence. Alas, the deities of this world seemed to favor magical elements. Despite Luo Yu's extraordinary connection to the essence of the sword, it was insufficient to grant him the standing to contend with calamity. Reflecting on the nearly devastated world he had arrived in, Luo Yu felt a persistent sense of helplessness. "Helen, could you explain to me what magic truly is?" he asked, lying back down and gazing at the pristine clouds above. How to put it? Magic feels like compressing magical elements into a structured form and then casting it out." Helen pondered for a moment before articulating her thoughts. Observing this, Luo Yu chuckled softly and closed his eyes again, taking a deep breath as he attempted to drift into slumber. Noticing this, Helen pouted slightly and, clutching her rabbit, moved aside to allow him his rest. Meanwhile, Luo Yu's consciousness once again delved into the space within the ring, fixating on the floating runes in silent contemplation. Gently swaying the runes before him, he let them dance chaotically in the space, as if to vent his lingering worries. Amidst this almost cathartic motion, one rune inadvertently collided with the fissure. Suddenly, a radiant light flickered, and Luo Yu was astonished to find the once immovable fissure transformed into a delicate barrier, as gossamer as a cicada's wing. Intrigued, Luo Yu gradually immersed his consciousness within the fissure. As he descended, an immense space unfolded before him, where the runes remained still, seemingly bound. Curiously, he surveyed this vast expanse, discovering nothing but a peculiar luminous orb unlike anything he had ever seen. 3 strange beams of light flickered within the orb. Narrowing his eyes at the spectacle, Luo Yu let his consciousness sink deeper, only to find the 3 beams of light unresponsive, emitting a steady glow. Frowning slightly, he suddenly had a revelation. With a subtle shift of his consciousness, he moved 1 rune closer to the orb. Sure enough, as if summoned, the rune plunged into one of the beams of light, and in its place, another rune appeared, identical in every regard. Raising an eyebrow, Luo Yu repeated the process thrice until no further runes emerged. However, the moment he placed the 3rd rune into the orb, a sound akin to grinding stones resonated. From within the orb, 3 dazzling beams of light shot forth, coalescing before Luo Yu into what appeared to be a magic circle. Stunned, Luo Yu stood frozen, unsure of what to make of the situation. Before he could act, Helen's voice rang out with astonishment. Luo Yu, you're on fire? Startled, Luo Yu immediately withdrew his consciousness from the ring space, only to find a searing flame igniting on his palm. He quickly shook his arm, sending the flame flying, which promptly ignited the grass below. In a panic, Helen conjured a water sphere and hurled it at the encroaching flames, extinguishing them. Both Luo Yu and Helen stood bewildered at the unexpected turn of events. What just happened? Luo Yu wondered, staring at the scorched ground. Is it the magical aura? But there are no magical elements around. Once the immediate danger had passed, Helen gazed at Luo Yu, perplexed. Suddenly, Luo Yu recalled something and hastily reopened the ring space, returning to the fissure. As he suspected, the rune that had been safely nestled within the luminous sphere had vanished, only to be replaced by another rune in its previous location. Could it be the rune's influence? He pondered, swiftly placing the 3 runes back into the light. Just as before, the moment the 3 runes settled, the magic circle reappeared, and once again, a flame ignited on Luo Yu's palm, radiating intense heat. Seeing this, Helen prepared to assist him in extinguishing the fire, but Luo Yu stopped her, turning his gaze to his hand. The flame blazed brightly, yet caused him no harm. Contemplating the phenomenon, he raised his hand and aimed it at a barren patch of earth, attempting to release the flame. To his surprise, the fire remained anchored to his palm, as if refusing to depart. Frowning, Luo Yu suddenly recalled the moment the fire had flown free, and with a flicker, it darted towards the ground. However, the flame dissipated in less than a second, leaving only a trace of singed dust behind. Overcome with joy, Helen exclaimed, Luo Yu, you've learned to use magic. Staring at the scorched earth, Luo Yu finally grasped that he had inadvertently unleashed fire magic. We must tell Teacher Heian, Helen exclaimed, joyfully grasping Luo Yu's arm like a jubilant nightingale. Soon enough, still reeling from the excitement, Luo Yu found himself before Heian. What is it? Heian inquired upon seeing Helen tugging Luo Yu along with enthusiasm. Teacher, Luo Yu has cast magic, Helen declared, bubbling with excitement. What? Heian's eyes widened in surprise, turning her gaze to Luo Yu with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. In response, Luo Yu hastily demonstrated, conjuring another flame upon his palm. How is this possible? Heian marveled, her keen perception as a grand elven sorceress detecting the magical essence within the flame, yet noting the absence of any magical elements in the vicinity prior to its manifestation. How did you achieve this? She asked, perplexed. Luo Yu, uncertain of how to explain, chose to keep the details of the runes to himself for the time being. Sensing his hesitation, Heian smiled knowingly, deciding not to press further. Luo Yu offered her a grateful nod. News of Luo Yu's newfound ability to wield magic swiftly reached Xiaomi and Oren, both astonished and intrigued. Xiaomi summoned Luo Yu for a thorough examination of his magical prowess, marveling at the extraordinary revelation. In this moment, an opportunity arose to unravel the mysteries surrounding Luo Yu and his companions. Chapter 9. The Principles of Runes and the Mysterious Steel My Lord. Came a voice from Kaivan. The crowd quickly turned their gaze, only to find Kaivan clad in a somewhat flimsy, azure-hued garment. Her serious yet charming countenance was now marred by fatigue, clearly indicating that she had not rested much in recent days. Lady Kaivan, upon seeing her arrival, several individuals directed their attention toward her. However, Kaivan paid no heed to their thoughts. Her mind was clouded, fixated solely on resolving the peculiar runic issue raised by Luo Yu, so that she might return and indulge in a much-needed slumber. As the elven lord, Xiaomi, perceived Kaivan's condition, he could only manage a wry smile. His old friend was commendable in many respects, yet her overly serious demeanor often led her to squander her own time. Noticing the lack of response from the crowd, Kaivan, disinclined to engage in idle chatter, produced several ancient-looking tomes from her bosom and presented them to Luo Yu. He promptly accepted the books, his eyes betraying a hint of curiosity as he examined their contents. This material has been sealed within the library's restricted section. The runes you inquired about are ancient scripts that date back to a primordial era. After handing the books to Liu, Kaivan adjusted her glasses like apparatus and continued, "Ancient scripts?" At her words, the assembly rose in unison, for the age of antiquity was a tale seldom recounted in recent times. Legends spoke of deities that once roamed this land, with remnants of their essence still lingering. If the runes Liu mentioned indeed belonged to that era, they could very well be the language of the gods. Hearing Kaivan's assertion, Liu furrowed his brow. He had previously suspected that these runes might represent some form of writing. However, he had not anticipated their significant origins. As he pondered, Luo Yu inadvertently opened the tome in his hands, causing something to tumble forth with a crisp sound. The book was coated in a layer of dust, indicating years of neglect. The fallen object immediately captured the attention of those present. Luo Yu knelt to retrieve it, discovering it to be an oddly shaped golden tablet, reminiscent of the darkly inscribed stone he had encountered previously. Yet unlike that stone, this tablet bore no inscriptions or runes, appearing merely as an inconsequential rock. Examining the golden tablet from various angles, Luo Yu was joined by Xiaomi and the others, yet none could derive any conclusions. "Lady Kaivan, what exactly is this?" Luo Yu inquired, turning to her as their investigation yielded no results. Kaivan, observing their lack of progress, replied, "These runes are indeed ancient scripts. The book does not contain complete records, only hints at their peculiar applications, though the reasons for their sudden disappearance remain unclear. The Elven Library holds but scant information." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu nodded slightly. During his enforced rest days, he had visited the library daily, intending to uncover the identity of the so-called Dark Lord. Yet despite perusing hundreds of volumes, he found no relevant information, and the runes similarly eluded his understanding. Grateful for Kaivan's assistance, he expressed his thanks, to which she smiled and nodded before turning away, her disheveled hair suggesting she intended to catch up on her sleep. Once Kaivan had departed, Luo Yu turned his attention to Xiaomi, who appeared lost in thought. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. "Lord," noticing Xiaomi's distraction, Hain interjected. Xiaomi, roused from his reverie, glanced apologetically at Liu, acknowledging that as an elf, he should not have displayed such inattentiveness in the presence of a guest. Luo Yu waved off the concern, understanding that while elves possess many admirable qualities, their rigid social hierarchy, particularly among leaders like Xiaomi, often imbued them with an ingrained sense of nobility that brooked no errors. After much deliberation, the group arrived at no definitive conclusions. The ancient scripts were beyond the comprehension of contemporary beings, even Liu, who bore the blessing of a deity. Xiaomi expressed his regrets, but endeavored to offer assistance. As one of the oldest elves, he acknowledged that the Elven Empire was not solely represented by him. The guardian atop the sacred mountain was far older. "Seek the sacred beast?" At Xiaomi's suggestion, Hain and Aum were taken aback. Luo Yu understood that the sacred beast they referenced was the very creature that had nearly consumed him. A monster tainted by dark forces, albeit not intentionally. Yet, the memory still cast a shadow over Luo Yu. Indeed, if anyone among the elves possesses knowledge of ancient lore, it would likely be the sacred beast, Xiaomi conceded, though reluctant to admit his ignorance. In response, Luo Yu bowed slightly in appreciation of Xiaomi's goodwill. However, the sacred beast, due to its dark affliction and its recent confrontation with a valiant hero capable of wielding the sacred sword, had been taken by the elves for purification, likely still recuperating and unfit for an audience with Luo Yu. In truth, Luo Yu welcomed the respite. Confronting an entity that had nearly brought about his demise required a degree of psychological preparation. As night fell, Luo Yu lay in bed, a gentle breeze caressing the vibrant bedspread, producing a soothing melody akin to a lullaby. Yet, despite the ambience, sleep eluded him. He retrieved the golden tablet from earlier, his brow furrowing as he noted its striking resemblance to the runic tablet extracted from the dark tome. Yet why did this tablet bear no markings? Was it perhaps unactivated? Lost in thought, Luo Yu found sleep further from his grasp. With a swift motion, he turned and sat up, summoning the ring's spatial dimension. The golden tablet slid effortlessly into the rift of runes. Observing the tablet, which now hovered like the runes, Luo Yu increasingly believed it to be a vessel for a particular rune. But how to activate it? contemplating the previous activation of the Dark Essence rune, which had involved a communion with the dark elemental aura. Luo Yu delved into his consciousness once more. Yet, disappointment awaited him. The rune before him exuded no discernible aura. If anything, it conveyed an inexplicable emptiness, as though it were meant to bear engravings that had since vanished. After a brief period of reflection yielded no results, Luo Yu relinquished his efforts and carelessly set the tablet aside, returning his focus to the other runes. Earlier, he had experimented with one rune that conjured flames. In recalling the essence exhibited during the absorption of the dark aura, he speculated whether these runes might each represent a distinct elemental force. To confirm his hypothesis, Luo Yu selected another rune. As anticipated, a magic circle emerged within the rune space. Yet this circle was pristine, exuding a solemn and chilling atmosphere. Without needing to test, Luo Yu could surmise that this rune pertained to ice. Indeed, in reality, a crystalline shard of ice, imbued with an unsettling chill, floated above his palm, reminiscent of a hailstone. Just as Luo Yu contemplated retracting the icy shard, a thought struck him. He glanced back at the floating magic circle, pondering whether it too might possess some utility. For while he was no adept in magic, the rigorous instruction he had received from Hain had granted him a broad understanding of the arcane. Concentrating on the magical elements was not inherently challenging, except for those like himself who could not perceive the magical essence. Most individuals found it quite simple to coalesce these elements, achieving effects similar to what he now held in his hand. However, this is not magic, or rather, it is insufficient for him to be considered a wizard. In this world, the definition of a wizard hinges on the ability to manipulate magical elements to perform certain actions. Merely condensing elements does not qualify one as a wizard. At best, it renders them an ordinary person with the potential to become a wizard. Haiyan and Helen have both remarked that magic, in essence, is the release of magical elements in some form, with magic circles serving as a fixed means to unleash spells. Could my own rune magic circle serve a similar purpose? Contemplating this, Luo Yu's consciousness once again plunged into the space, attempting to manipulate the magic circle before him. Initially, there was no response. The circle appeared devoid of variability. Just as Luo Yu began to doubt his thoughts, he suddenly noticed that something seemed to connect to the 3 identical runes. Was he meant to control these runes? With this thought, Luo Yu hastily made an attempt, and this time it went remarkably smoothly. After a series of actions, he finally grasped the relationship between the runes and the magic circle. In simple terms, each rune corresponded to different layers of information within the magic circle. Currently, the magic circle was a 3-layered one, representing the most fundamental type of magic circle. Generally, being able to release such a circle signifies that the caster has the potential to become an apprentice wizard, thus entering the ranks of wizards. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu began to experiment with moving the runes. As the runes shifted, the magic circle emitted changes in response. As the 3 luminous orbs within the circle became erratic, the circle itself transformed in various ways, seemingly mirroring the movements of the runes. However, in reality, as Luo Yu adjusted the runes, the ice crystal in his hand began to change as well. After a series of manipulations, Luo Yu finally adjusted the magic circle to resemble a certain ice-type magic circle he had encountered in a magic book. In reality, the ice crystal also transformed into the manifestation of magic yet to be unleashed. Apprentice magic, Ice Spike. This is the most common and fundamental spell for ice mages. Observing the ice crystal morph into a spike, Luo Yu displayed a hint of excitement on his face. This indicated that although he could not wield magic like Haiyan and the others, he could still produce similar effects through this method. Wait, if 3 identical runes could summon elements, what if different runes were combined? With this thought, Luo Yu became exhilarated. Composite magic, even among the elf clan renowned for their magical prowess, is seldom mastered. Even Haiyan, a formidable archmage, could only cast 3 relatively simple composite spells, largely because he was a 5-element mage with a limited repertoire of magical elements. Additionally, not all magical elements can fuse together, especially those with opposing properties, such as fire and water, light and darkness. The presence of conflicting or incompatible magical elements within a single magic circle could lead to spell failure, and, in severe cases, might even inflict mental harm on the caster due to elemental backlash. Thus, over the years, the elevated research threshold, the necessity for multiple magical talents, coupled with the potential dangers, has deterred many from venturing into the realm of composite magic, despite its terrifying power far surpassing that of ordinary single-element spells. Yet Luo Yu was different. Within his rune space, he possessed nearly 20 types of runes. If they were all akin to the fire and ice runes, would that not imply that Luo Yu had, at this moment, grasped all the magical elements of the continent? Moreover, the almost tangible magic circle made the adjustment of composite magic exceptionally simple for Luo Yu, eliminating the need for the usual concerns regarding the mutual repulsion of magical elements that could lead to spell failure. Chapter 10. The utility of stone tablets and second-level magical runes reflecting on the multitude of runes at his disposal, coupled with his ability to objectively manipulate the magic circle. Luo Yu felt a surge of excitement, dispelling any remnants of drowsiness. Settling into a comfortable position, he sat upright on his bed and began experimenting with all the runes. Before long, he had discerned the properties of the runes. However, not entirely. A few runes, while they did manifest a magic circle, yielded no observable effects. It seemed that the elements represented by these particular runes were quite special, though Luo Yu did not dwell on this too much. After all, the continent is home to more than just the elf clan, and many magical elements are not universally accessible. For instance, the elf clan, representing purity and the light faith, is utterly incapable of utilizing necromancy and dark magic. After experimenting with the visible magical runes, Luo Yu realized an awkward truth. His intense focus on the effects of the runes had led him to forget which runes corresponded to which elements. However, this did not pose a significant challenge for Luo Yu, a brilliant university student from Earth. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a good memory is not as reliable as a poor pen. To prevent any mishaps, Luo Yu procured a sheet of blank paper and used a quill to record the runes along with their corresponding elements, storing it in his space for future reference. Having resolved the foundational issues, Luo Yu was eager to embark on the exploration of composite magic. After some contemplation, he decided to start with the most suitable approach. However, he could only manipulate 3 runes, limiting him to crafting only basic spells, and there were scarcely any composite spells among them. At this moment, Luo Yu recalled that Haiyan had once mentioned a composite spell he had whimsically created, which combined ice and light magic. Apprentice magic, light prism. After arranging the runes according to the sequence of the magic circle and adjusting it once more, Luo Yu finally succeeded in creating a simple composite spell. At that moment, in his hand, a sphere of ice crystal shimmered with a hint of light, resembling a hand grenade. However, as an apprentice spell, the damage it could inflict was minimal, akin to that of a larger firecracker in modern times, but at close range, it could still cause injury to an ordinary person. Once he retracted the runes, Luo Yu could no longer contain his exhilaration. He had finally unlocked the ability to wield magic, and not just any magic. He could use spells across all elements, including the intricate and perilous composite magic with ease. Most significantly, by utilizing these runes to cast spells, Luo Yu had not engaged with the magical elements themselves, thereby circumventing the predicament of lacking the capacity to condense sufficient magical energy to unleash spells. Regrettably, it seemed he could only cast basic spells, as the light sphere accommodated a mere 3 spaces. Regardless of how elaborate the arrangements were, it ultimately resulted in a 3-ring light array, corresponding to basic magic. Even with exhaustive research, such spells could not yield extensive damage capabilities and were sometimes quite impractical. However, given that the runes could condense magic and facilitate the effortless use of composite spells, Luo Yu was convinced that a method to upgrade the runes must exist. In a moment of inspiration, Luo Yu recalled the occurrence with the dark runes, which had been sealed within stone tablets. This led him to ponder whether he could also place these runes into other stone tablets. With this thought, Luo Yu picked up the golden stone tablet that had been cast aside and scrutinized it for a considerable time without discerning a starting point. In deep thought, Luo Yu began to manipulate the rune magic circle, returning the circle to its original condensed form and observing the spiraling formation in the air. He pondered. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he positioned the golden stone tablet before the light sphere. He had previously suspected that although the sphere could only accommodate 3 runes, there was no inherent limit to the sphere itself. Would it not be possible to insert other runes as well? While experimenting with the properties of the runes, he had indeed tried to add other runes, but they merely floated within, producing no reaction and even obstructing the functions of the other runes. However, this suggested that the ability to incorporate other runes might be the key to engraving runes. With this in mind, Luo Yu slowly pushed the golden stone tablet into the light sphere. Sure enough, the moment the golden tablet made contact with the sphere, the entire light sphere began to radiate with brilliance. As 3 beams of light of varying colors surged forth from the 3 arranged runes and began to penetrate the golden stone tablet. Upon the golden stone tablet, it appeared as if something was on the verge of breaking. However, just as Luo Yu reveled in his own cleverness, the tablet abruptly ceased its response, and the radiant light connecting to it vanished, as though it had lost its link with the stone. Observing this, Luo Yu furrowed his brow, uncertain of the situation. Could it be that he was mistaken? That seemed unlikely. The initial reaction indicated that his thoughts were correct, suggesting there was something he had overlooked. Pondering this, Luo Yu immersed himself in thought for a considerable time, yet no conclusions emerged. With a hint of worry, he exited the ring space and turned his gaze toward the foundational principles of magic that Hain had provided him. Rising, he opened the text and began to peruse it. He had an inkling that he might have erred in some aspect. Upon thorough examination, Luo Yu ultimately discerned the anomaly. While some magical elements could indeed merge, they were not of the same essence. Without a mage's conscious control, forcibly combined magical elements would rapidly disperse. If the golden tablet served as a means to store magical runes, then the conditions of the runes within the tablet might mirror those of the magical elements outside. Contemplating this, Luo Yu once again delved into his consciousness, removing several runes originally stored in the luminous sphere, and subsequently inserting 3 fire element runes before reinserting them into the golden tablet. A similar situation unfolded. The light from the runes began to gradually flow into the tablet. Yet unlike the previous attempt, this time the luminosity remained intact for half a minute, as the radiance emanating from the runes grew increasingly faint before ultimately vanishing. The golden tablet seemed to absorb sufficient elements, yielding fine cracks across its surface. With a crisp, resonant sound, the golden exterior enveloping the tablet dissipated, revealing a blazing inferno encircling it, which, as if drawn in by the tablet, was entirely consumed within. At that moment, akin to the previous instance of dark runes, a phrase appeared upon the tablet: "Where flames burn, destruction follows. Where flames are reborn, redemption lies within." As the inscription materialized, the tablet swiftly radiated a dazzling brilliance, which soon faded, transforming the tablet into a new rune, one entirely unfamiliar to Luo Yu. While he had some understanding of the previous runes from the materials he found in Kaiven's archives, this rune was entirely unrecorded. Nonetheless, Luo Yu grasped the meaning of this new rune. Placing the new rune into the luminous sphere, he was eager to test its power. Inserting 3 identical runes once more, a magic circle reappeared. Unlike before, the rune evolved from a simple 3-ring formation to a 6-ringed one, indicating that Luo Yu could now unleash second-tier fire magic, thus affirming his status as an apprentice mage. Gazing at the 6-ringed rune before him, Luo Yu felt a surge of joy. Although he considered himself a magical inept, with these runes at his disposal, the magical feats he could achieve would likely surpass those of ordinary mages. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to acquire these golden tablets. Contemplating this dilemma, Luo Yu regarded it as a blissful burden, for within less than a month, he had effortlessly obtained 2 golden tablets and had unraveled their functions. He believed that finding these runes would not be entirely elusive. While lost in thought, an unexpected knock at the door jolted him back to reality. He realized that he had unknowingly spent the entire night awake, experimenting tirelessly. Fatigue washed over him, prompting Luo Yu to pat his cheeks to regain some alertness. He still had training sessions scheduled for the day, and he dreaded the thought of dozing off in class, which would likely lead Hain and Oren to intensify their training regimen. With this thought, Luo Yu stood, splashed water on his face, and exited his room. Though he now understood how to utilize the runes, coupled with his innate talent for swordsmanship, the path to becoming a formidable individual seemed closer than ever. However, the immense responsibility weighing upon him did not bring a sense of relief. Rather, intensified his pressure. After all, if he were indeed a magical failure, even if he ultimately faltered, he could find some solace in that. But now, it appeared that should he fail, he would have no one to blame but himself. The morning commenced with sword training under the tutelage of the Sword Saint Oren. Due to the high-intensity physical activities, Luo Yu managed to stave off drowsiness. However, during the afternoon's magic class, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, even before the lesson had begun. Hain noticed Luo Yu's unusual state and approached him with concern. Luo Yu smiled faintly and explained that he had spent the previous night researching magic, and, coupled with Oren's training in the morning, he was feeling rather drained. Fortunately, today was a day for Helen's examination, and Hain had no intention of imparting crucial knowledge to avoid accusations of favoritism from the spirited young girl, knowing that her lively nature could lead to more headaches for him. After briefly advising Luo Yu to rest well, Hain departed the classroom, leaving Luo Yu to succumb to slumber. On the dimly lit ground, a tower stood as the sole glimmer in the silence, its dark, viscous tendrils coiling from the base to the pinnacle. The peculiar light began to wane, and darkness gradually enveloped the space. Ultimately, the darkness consumed all, and a multitude of low, ominous growls filled the air. The fetid stench of decay permeated the murky depths of the ground, resembling a swamp, when suddenly, a skeletal hand emerged, frail, defeated, and broken. As the arm extended, more similar limbs began to rise from the earth, all equally withered and shattered. As the darkness filled with the low, zombie-like growls, a figure emerged, releasing a chilling scream that seemed to transcend this world. Suddenly, Luo Yu jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat, the horrifying scene still vivid in his mind, etched into his consciousness like a chisel. The withered visage that mirrored his own, the anguished growl that echoed like a wail, the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about, and the dark viscous substance. It was as if the world had been consumed by darkness. Before Luo Yu could fully emerge from his terror, he noticed Hain and Shiomi rushing toward him, a hint of panic in their demeanor. A faint aura of light magic surrounded Shiomi. What happened? Hain inquired upon witnessing Luo Yu's condition, scanning the vicinity before regarding him with concern. Luo Yu shook his head, indicating he was unharmed, yet he questioned it too. What transpired? We're unsure. A wave of terrifying darkness suddenly enveloped the elven sanctuary. We pursued it here, Shiomi replied, her tone heavy with implication, clearly harboring suspicions. Luo Yu recalled the earlier terrifying dream, and a thought struck him, prompting an urgent glance toward the ring space. Chapter 11. The Invasion of Darkness, the Blessing of the Sacred Beast. As the ring space opened, a chilling aura of death permeated the air, causing Luo Yu to shudder. The fissure of the rune had opened, and a pallid skeletal arm emerged, heralding an eerie silence. Realizing this, Luo Yu hastily delved into the rune space, where he discovered that the dark rune he had unexpectedly acquired had somehow entered the luminous sphere. Though it was but a single rune, it had summoned a three-ring magic circle, from which the skeletal apparition had emerged. With a swift motion, he removed the rune, causing the skeleton to dissipate into black mist, abruptly dispelling the ominous presence of death from the space. It was only after Luo Yu retrieved the rune that Shiomi and Hain felt the return of the sacred magical elements surrounding them. Lady Shiomi, are you familiar with this rune? At this moment, Luo Yu regained his senses from a spatial ring, subsequently picking up a book and sketching the appearance of dark runes. Contrary to his expectations, the look of confusion did not manifest. Instead, it was replaced by an expression of astonishment. Do you recognize this? Upon noticing, Luo Yu promptly rose to inquire. This is the totem of the Dark Elves. Hyan interjected from aside. Dark Elves? In all this time, is the first time I have heard that name. Luo Yu mused, curiosity piquing his desire to ask further. However, Hyan shook his head, seemingly reluctant to discuss this particular race. How do you know this totem? Shiomi gazed at Luo Yu with excitement. After a moment of silence and contemplation, Luo Yu ultimately shook his head, refraining from disclosing the reason. Though Shiomi felt puzzled by this, she did not press him. Luo Yu then recounted the dream he had just experienced to Shiomi and Hyan. If he had been on Earth, he might have dismissed it as a mere nightmare. However, in this world, he was certain that something was amiss. As anticipated, upon hearing Luo Yu's dream, both Shiomi and Hyan wore solemn expressions. Hyan, take Luo Yu to see the Saint Beast. After a brief moment of deliberation, Shiomi decisively commanded. Hyan immediately understood her intent and quickly took Luo Yu outside. Initially inclined to ask more questions, Luo Yu realized that seeking the Saint Beast indicated the gravity of the situation and ceased his inquiries. Under Hyan's guidance, the two navigated past the guards and ascended to the sacred mountain. Returning to this perilous location nearly cost Luo Yu his life, and he felt a mix of emotions. However, the present circumstances did not allow him to linger on such thoughts. In no time, they arrived at the cave's entrance, which had transformed from a place exuding an aura of decay and darkness into a radiant, beautiful scene. As they entered, the silhouette of the saint beast gradually materialized before them. Observing the pure, radiant creature devoid of any dark essence, Luo Yu felt a measure of fear dissipate. Upon seeing Chun Yu and Haiyan arrive, the saint beast spoke in a deep voice. What has happened? The saint beast had been purified, completely ridding itself of the dark aura that had clung to it, and each word emanated an enchanting, sacred pressure. Lord Chutel, please bestow your blessings. Haiyan knelt respectfully before Chutel, and seeing this, Luo Yu intended to follow suit. However, Chutel's voice halted his movement. Darkness has corroded your soul. Without asking Haiyan about the matter, Chutel fixed his gaze on Luo Yu, a hint of pity and sorrow in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was immediately filled with confusion, his eyes wide with questions directed at Chutel. The saint beast radiated an extraordinarily pure white halo, and a massive white magic circle appeared beneath it, with countless beams of sacred light shooting forth to envelop both Luo Yu and Haiyan. As the light dissipated, the saint beast's form grew noticeably weaker. Lord Saint Beast, Haiyan expressed his concern upon witnessing the saint beast's condition. Chutel shook his head, ignoring Haiyan, and turned to Luo Yu, saying, "The darkness has deeply infiltrated your body, and I can no longer remove it." Luo Yu frowned upon hearing this, glancing at his own body. At that moment, Haiyan recalled the initial reports from the elves who had brought Luo Yu back, stating that the dark essence which had been attached to the saint beast later entered Luo Yu's body. Lord Chutel, can the holy sword expel the darkness within Luo Yu? Haiyan inquired. Luo Yu also turned his gaze towards Chutel, only to be met with disappointment as Chutel shook his head, revealing the holy sword hidden behind him. The sword stood silently in the ground, radiating a blindingly pure light. Seemingly anticipating Shutel's implication, Luo Yu stepped forward and reached out. Yet, the holy sword, which he had previously drawn with ease, now emanated a terrifying light, as if sensing a threat, attempting to repel Luo Yu's approach. Observing this, Haiyan hurriedly pulled Luo Yu back, allowing the sword to return to its tranquil state. How could this happen? Haiyan gazed at the sword with a hint of fear. An impure soul cannot forge a pact with the holy sword. My lord, you must find a way to expel the darkness from your soul, Chutel explained to Luo Yu. But Luo Yu began to speak, but ultimately remained silent. He was uncertain of what Chutel meant by darkness. That essence is capable of tainting my soul. Even the holiest of the angelic race cannot evade it. My lord, that darkness has already sought to seize your body and soul. You must find a path to redemption. Chutel urged Luo Yu earnestly. I implore the Mother Goddess to bestow her divine revelation. Haiyan fervently knelt, and an aura of endless sacred light seemed to envelop the surroundings. A beam of light descended from an unknown source, resting upon the saint beast Chutel. Instantly, Shutel's aura intensified, and an element of pure light began to coalesce before him, with a magic circle gradually emerging, ultimately transforming into an enormous, intricate array. Supreme magic, blessing of light. The magic circle slowly approached, enveloping Luo Yu within its embrace. He felt a wave of inexplicable comfort wash over him, and after a brief moment, a luminous veil enveloped Luo Yu before swiftly dissipating. The blessing can only temporarily seal the darkness. The night has awakened, my lord. After the ritual was complete, Chutel regarded Luo Yu solemnly. What must I do? After spending considerable time here, Luo Yu comprehended that the darkness looming over the world had begun to stir. I am sorry, I cannot provide you with guidance. The darkness has clouded my consciousness, and the path ahead must be discovered by you alone. Chutel expressed his inability to assist, fatigue evident in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu could only express understanding. He was now unable to draw the holy sword, and thus could not rely on it to eliminate the darkness within him. Perhaps the saints within the human empire may have a solution, although unable to offer further guidance. Chutel suggested this possibility before his form dissipated into a shimmer of light. Seeing this, Haiyan furrowed his brow, turning to Luo Yu. Luo Yu pondered briefly, realizing that he needed to hasten his actions. He had initially assumed that the darkness would arrive later, but it seemed to be encroaching sooner than anticipated. We must inform the Lord. Haiyan contemplated for a moment before finally stating. Luo Yu merely nodded in response, then followed Haiyan towards the temple. After some time, within the temple Orin, Haiyan, and others gathered. The strongest members of the elf race had convened, and upon hearing Haiyan's words, concern washed over them. The warning from the saint beast undoubtedly served as a cautionary tale for all, not solely for Luo Yu. the darkness capable of corrupting the saint beast and obscuring even the mother goddess's radiance indicated that the ultimate darkness had likely awakened. The elves needed to prepare for what lay ahead. However, before that, Xiaomi understood that Luo Yu must bear a significant mission and likely needed to set forth soon. Lord, may I request someone to escort me to the human empire? Luo Yu asked Xiaomi without any superfluous words. After a moment of silence, Xiaomi, cautious in her deliberation, hoped that Luo Yu could learn more within the elf race. However, time was of the essence. With a nod, Xiaomi acquiesced, and both Haiyan and Oren rose to their feet. Although they had only been Luo Yu's instructors for half a month, they held great admiration for him. Now, as Luo Yu prepared to confront the darkness, concern filled their hearts. Yet, as powerful members of the elf race, they understood their responsibility to their people and could not accompany Luo Yu. My lord, at that moment, the princess, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Upon noticing this, Luo Yu turned to her. The princess still exuded an air of unapproachable sanctity, her pure radiance rivaling that of Xiaomi, the strongest leader of the elves. The elves have a covenant with the human race. We have no special requests and cannot enter human territory. We can only send someone to escort you to the border. Your journey to the human empire will likely require your... The princess's tone carried a hint of helplessness and guilt. Luo Yu bore no resentment, smiling as he reassured that all was well. Seeing his understanding nature, the princess returned his smile, but as compensation for being an elf, she remarked, the journey to the human empire is fraught with peril. Please rest for a day, allowing us the opportunity to prepare something for you. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu contemplated refusing, but then thought better of it. While he had mastered basic swordsmanship and rune magic, he was not invulnerable to simple thieves. In this world, not all individuals could only cast rudimentary spells without formidable protection. His safe arrival at the human empire was not guaranteed. Noticing Luo Yu's acceptance, the princess nodded slightly. Lord Luo Yu, is there anything else you require assistance with? Asked Xiaomi. After a moment of silence for contemplation, Luo Yu suddenly remembered something and quickly turned to Kaivan. Lady Kaivan, might I inquire if there are any more of those golden stone tablets? The golden stone tablets? You mean that peculiar stone from before? Kaivan paused, momentarily puzzled by Luo Yu's inquiry, but soon recollected herself. Yes. Luo Yu eagerly nodded. I believe there are a few left in the library, though they are merely artifacts collected by the elves and hold little practical use. Do you require them? Aside from Luo Yu, it seemed no one knew the true purpose of the golden tablets. The elven library had merely preserved them for their aesthetic appeal. Could you assist me in locating some? They are of great importance to me. Luo Yu exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. With these tablets, he would be able to wield rune magic with greater potency. Kaivan nodded in affirmation, indicating that it would be no trouble. As night fell, Luo Yu's room became the gathering place for Xiaomi and Oren, who found him already prepared for his early departure the next day. Lord Xiaomi, Master Oren, Luo Yu greeted them promptly. Xiaomi gestured for him to dispense with formalities before taking a seat and gazing at Luo Yu. The human empire is fractured, now divided into 3 realms. Which empire do you intend to visit? The divine beasts say that the human saints may be able to aid me. Luo Yu replied, uncertain of the current state of the human empire, thus tossing the question back. Pondering this, Xiaomi shook his head, admitting he was unaware of the whereabouts of the human saints. Elves and humans had historically maintained a distance, engaging only in material trade. Thus, he held no insights into the human's present circumstances. Noticing Xiaomi's uncertainty, Luo Yu merely smiled, indicating that it was of no consequence. Oren then presented a package to Luo Yu. This is a gift from myself and Hain. You are currently unable to wield this sacred sword, so I offer you this blade, my sword from many years ago, hoping it proves useful. This book is from Hain, who, along with Kaivan, is still in the library searching for those stone tablets you seek. Chapter 12. The Dark Elves and Necromancy. After expressing his gratitude to Oren, Luo Yu suddenly had a thought and turned to Xiaomi. After a moment of silent contemplation, he finally inquired, My lord, I beg your pardon for my impudence, but I wish to learn about the Dark Elves. Upon hearing Luo Yu's interest, Xiaomi fell silent, while Oren narrowed his eyes, seemingly reluctant to discuss the topic. Observing their demeanor, Luo Yu felt a surge of curiosity. After all, the Dark Elves should be part of the elven family. Why the reticence? If it is inappropriate to discuss, Luo Yu began, but Xiaomi interrupted him, his tone tinged with melancholy. The Dark Elves were once part of the elven kin, but later, Oren, sensing Xiaomi's intent, spoke up after a brief silence. The Dark Elves were originally known as the Shadow Elves, companions of our kind. The leader of the Shadow Elves was a childhood friend of mine, yet our philosophies regarding the governance of the elves diverged. Xiaomi appeared lost in reminiscence, his expression growing somber, a striking contrast to his handsome visage. He was fond of battle, renowned as a warrior among the elves. Even I found it difficult to compete with him. However, in the contest for leadership among the elves, he was defeated by the Lord. The humiliation of defeat shattered his pride. Orin interjected. He chose to harness the dark powers sealed by the elven mother goddess. Initially, he believed that wielding dark magic would pose no danger. And, for a time, it seemed so. His formidable strength suppressed the encroachment of darkness. Yet, he grew arrogant. Once he attained power, his temperament became increasingly volatile, ultimately beyond even my control. Xiaomi continued, his expression pained. After attaining his lordship, he received the blessings of the mother goddess. Even with the dark powers, the leader of the Shadow Elves could not triumph over the Lord. Ultimately, the disgrace of his defeat shattered his resolve. While the world tree bore fruit and the elven kin celebrated, he opened the dark realms sealed by the mother goddess, vanishing with the Shadow Elf tribe. Orin's gaze reddened with fury as he added, when we later sought them, the Shadow Elf tribe had been entirely consumed by darkness, transformed into what are now the Dark Elves. The once sealed dark powers re-emerged under his leadership. Xiaomi appeared to grapple with both resentment towards his fallen friend and sorrow for his tragic pride. If I am not mistaken, the sealed dark powers manifest as necromancy. Correct? Luo Yu interjected, recognizing that the symbol of the Dark Elves was indeed associated with necromantic magic. Indeed, necromancy is an affront to the deceased. The mother goddess exerted great effort to seal it within the sacred grounds, yet Xiaomi paused momentarily. Luo Yu pondered Xiaomi's words. The sacred grounds referred to the holy mountain where the sacred sword was housed. Previously, he had wondered why a creature of divine stature was tasked with guarding a sword that no one could draw. Now, it seemed evident that Shutel was not merely protecting the sword, but safeguarding the necromantic powers sealed within the mountain's depths. Is the Dark Incantation merely a book of necromancy? Luo Yu inquired once more. The Dark Incantation is a spellbook created by that fallen friend before he was entirely overtaken by darkness, originally intended to prevent his complete subjugation. He ultimately chose to embrace the darkness. Xiaomi explained. How enlightening. Luo Yu thought, barely able to grapple with the implications of the Dark Incantation masquerading as an autobiography in the library, nor could he inquire why the book contained runes. All of this would have to be unraveled by him alone. As the night passed, the inquiries of the previous evening lingered vividly in Luo Yu's mind. He had packed his belongings, ready for the journey ahead. Xiaomi and the others stood by as though bidding farewell to a child, their eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. The elven race, secluded in their forests, bore a serene spirit that fostered their aloof demeanor. Though kind-hearted, they often felt distant and hard to approach. In contrast, Luo Yu, as a human, embodied innate warmth and gentleness, forging a boundaryless connection with the elves. Despite knowing Luo Yu was not an elf, they did not perceive his arrival as an affront. Now, as he prepared to depart into the unknown, laden with danger, even the princess, who had shared only fleeting moments with him, wore a countenance of worry. Orin and Hain, having spent the most time with him, were especially loquacious, showering him with advice and well wishes, hoping for his safety. In response, Luo Yu maintained a gentle smile. However, as the farewells concluded and he bid adieu to everyone, he found that the little girl, Helen, who usually clung to him, was nowhere to be seen. Hain, sensing Luo Yu's confusion, spoke with a hint of melancholy. Helen cannot bear parting. She said that one day we will meet again. As long as she did not come to see you off, it means you have never truly left. Hearing such naive words, Luo Yu chuckled softly. Indeed, it was something a child would say. Although Helen could easily be considered of an age to be his mother, in the elven clan, she remained a mere child, and with her exuberant personality, he had long regarded her as a sister. Though they did not meet for a farewell, as she said, without farewells, there is no departure. In a moment of childishness, Luo Yu bowed deeply to everyone, then waved his hand towards the distance, seemingly bidding farewell to the girl with red-rimmed eyes hiding on a rooftop far away. As he turned to leave, a collective sigh echoed from the crowd. My lord, we too must embark on a journey. Owen stepped forward, alleviating the sorrow of parting, and addressed Xiaomi. Xiaomi nodded in agreement. With darkness descending, the elves as a sacred race would become the first line of defense against the encroaching shadows. However, before that, he needed to journey to the sacred grounds of the elves to seek the Mother Goddess's counsel. Before departing, Xiaomi cast a lingering glance at Luo Yu's somewhat frail figure, feeling a twinge of concern for him. Could he truly bear such a heavy burden? Half a day passed, and Luo Yu found himself seated beneath a large tree, opening the space within his ring to retrieve the provisions prepared for him by the princess and others before his departure. As he partook in the meal, a tinge of sorrow accompanied his enjoyment. Nevertheless, life must always look forward. After self-reassurance, he brushed off the dust from his legs and rose, leaning against the tree. Pondering his next steps, there should have been an elf to see him off, but after leaving the elven forest, that elf had also taken their leave. Now, Luo Yu was truly alone. However, he was not idle. He opened the ring space once more, observing the runic space within. At that moment, the necromantic rune was bound by a heavy chain, likely a blessing from the sacred beast that suppressed the rune. Yet he wondered how long this oppression could endure. Luo Yu understood that what the sacred beast had sealed away was not merely the necromantic rune, but also that dark force which had previously possessed the sacred beast, cleverly concealed from even the beast itself. Shaking his head to cast aside his worries, Luo Yu turned his attention to the other runes. Furthermore, Hain and Qin had later discovered 5 stone tablets. Gazing at the floating golden tablets, Luo Yu contemplated whether to inscribe some runes now. However, with nearly 20 runes floating in the space, and only about 10 of them having known attributes, it was clear that the number far exceeded that of the 5 tablets. After some reflection, he decided to attempt inscribing secondary runes. 3 secondary fire runes materialized like luminous orbs, and the 6-ring magic array appeared before Luo Yu as he gently pushed one of the golden tablets into it. However, this time, even the most basic rune connection failed to establish. The tablet seemed to be repelled by some unseen force, landing directly on the ground. Seeing this, Luo Yu frowned slightly. Was there a problem with the tablet, or was it simply that secondary runes could not be inscribed at this time? To validate his thoughts, he pondered for a moment, withdrew the secondary fire runes, and inserted 3 light-type runes instead. This time, the inscribing proceeded smoothly, resulting in the successful creation of secondary light-type runes. It seemed that inscribing tertiary runes was beyond his current capabilities. Feeling a twinge of regret, Luo Yu recognized that greed could lead to downfall. If he was not mistaken, to inscribe tertiary runes, he might need to inscribe all the runes once. However, with his current stock of runes insufficient, he could only contemplate briefly before inscribing the water and ice runes, leaving 2 tablets as reserves. Under Hain's guidance, Luo Yu learned the most from the light, water, and ice magic that Hain excelled in. Although Hain had explained other types, he was unaware that Luo Yu could wield magic from all schools, mistakenly believing he could only utilize basic fire magic. Fortunately, there were also the spellbooks prepared by Hain and Qin. As Luo Yu observed the sun high in the sky, he realized it was not a suitable time for travel. He swiftly climbed to the treetop to begin reviewing the spellbooks. Time passed quickly, and Luo Yu eventually closed the spellbook. It contained the fundamentals of magic, documenting the simplest magic array models and incantations recorded by Hain in his early years. Originally, Hain had instructed Luo Yu to memorize them to avoid being caught off guard by unfamiliar magic. Now, they proved to be of great assistance to Luo Yu. After noting down several useful light, water, and ice spells, ensuring he had enough, Luo Yu leaped down from the tree, preparing to set out. However, he soon arrived at a fork in the road. Xiaomi had mentioned that if he encountered a junction, heading east would lead him to the Road Shengding Empire, while the west would take him to the Jejij Kingdom. The former housed the holy city of the human race, St. Talga, while the latter was the most powerful human empire at present. Yet, what troubled Luo Yu most was not which empire to pursue, but rather, he had no sense of direction. He had never anticipated that changing worlds would render him directionally challenged. He could not discern east from west in this foreign continent, and was utterly lost. Gazing at the 2 paths before him, Luo Yu pondered for a moment. Perhaps he could select randomly? With that thought, he closed his eyes and pointed in a direction, ultimately choosing the right path to proceed. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he turned back. He wished to go to the Road Shengding Empire to seek the Holy One of the human race. Surely, St. Talga, as a holy city, would have saint stationed there. Fearing he might choose incorrectly, he turned left instead, only to retreat after merely 2 steps. As Luo Yu grappled with indecision, he suddenly heard rustling sounds. Realizing something was observing him, he swiftly drew the sword Owen had gifted him. the aura of the blade enveloping its body as he carefully surveyed his surroundings. After waiting in silence for what felt like an eternity without any sign of movement, Luo Yu's gaze fell upon a white ripple moving delicately through the grass nearby, resembling an animal. Curiosity piqued. Luo Yu approached and gently parted the leaves, revealing a small white creature adorned with faint scars. It appeared to be a small fox. Upon noticing Luo Yu's approach, the little fox bared its teeth, seemingly warning him to stay away. Luo Yu examined the creature carefully, concluding that it was a magical pet with some magical ability, though its aura was faint, indicating it was merely a low-level magical beast. Nonetheless, the small fox was covered in numerous tiny wounds, suggesting it had been attacked by some creature. Yet, if it was a magical pet, its master must be nearby. With that thought, Luo Yu slowly extended his hand toward the little fox. Chapter 13. The Masked Woman Teaming Up to Fight. A faint cry of alarm echoed through the tranquil forest, a chilling sound that inevitably heralded trouble. Luo Yu picked up the little fox, striving to control his breath to avoid startling the fragile creature. Initially, the little fox struggled desperately against his grip, but upon realizing that Luo Yu meant it no harm, it gradually ceased its resistance. As the little fox calmed, Luo Yu took a closer look at its condition. The small creature was covered in a myriad of wounds, and the nature of the injuries suggested they were bite marks from some beast. Dipping his fingers into the blood on the fox's body, he noted it was somewhat viscous and had likely been there for some time. However, the wounds did not seem deep enough to account for the loss of such a significant amount of blood. It was likely the blood of its master. With that in mind, Luo Yu gently set the little fox down and spoke softly. "Little one, who has harmed you?" The little fox seemed unable to comprehend Luo Yu's words, its eyes reflecting a hint of confusion that only added to its adorableness. However, Luo Yu was clearly not inclined to pause and admire the creature. Noticing the fox's lack of response, he stepped closer and pointed at the wounds adorning its body. At that moment, the little fox appeared to finally grasp Luo Yu's intent, letting out a low, fearful sound before dragging its battered form in a specific direction. Observing this, Luo Yu hurriedly followed, and with each step deeper into the forest, the scent of blood grew increasingly potent, confirming his suspicions. Before long, the silhouette of the little fox began to fade from view. Luo Yu quickened his pace, only to find the fox crouched among some underbrush, gazing intently into the distance. Following its line of sight, Luo Yu was startled to discover a colossal creature radiating intense heat, its surroundings charred and blackened, seemingly engaged in battle with something. As magical projectiles occasionally erupted from the fray, it appeared the opponent was a magician, determined not to remain a mere observer. Luo Yu swiftly drew his sword and leaped forward, simultaneously arranging runes from his ring space. At that moment, his most formidable spell was a level 2 ice magic, Ice Crystal Spike. As he positioned the runes and adjusted the formation, the ice crystals swiftly coalesced in his palm. Suddenly, a massive beast, the Flame Beast, emerged from the trees, blocking Luo Yu's path. Taken aback by the unexpected presence of another creature, he halted, kicking a nearby tree trunk in a moment of frustration before vaulting over the Flame Beast. The little fox bore the blood of its master, and it was likely that the individual battling the Flame Beast was now injured. The Flame Beast, a colossal creature enveloped in flames, sported scales that sparkled with a dazzling red hue. Its tail blazed like fire, emanating a suffocating heat. Once over the hindrance, Luo Yu beheld the person engaged in combat with a massive flame beast, a masked woman. She clutched her spellbook tightly, seemingly preparing for a final confrontation against the dragon-like monster. Summoning magical elements, a brilliant light erupted from her hands as a 6-ring magic formation materialized before her. Level 2 Ice Magic, Frost Spell, an icy arrow hurtled through the air, swiftly freezing into a spear aimed at the flame beast's head. However, the beast remained undeterred. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames. The masked woman, witnessing this, immediately unfurled her spellbook, conjuring a translucent energy barrier, a defensive spell that blocked the flames. Engaged in fierce combat, the masked woman was oblivious to Luo Yu's gradual approach. Instead, she began to chant an ancient incantation, her voice melodious and enchanting. As she spoke, a 9-ring magic formation slowly took shape around her. Intermediate wind magic, gale force. The air around her began to churn violently, powerful storm energy gathering in her palms. With a sweeping motion, she unleashed a tremendous force of wind, engulfing the flame beast in a tempest of thunder and rain. The beast roared in defiance, but it was unable to withstand the overwhelming magical might. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the flame beast's naturally thick hide rendered the blow less devastating than it appeared. The woman, believing she had struck a decisive blow, prepared to exhale in relief, thinking this was her strongest attack, capable of incapacitating the beast temporarily. Yet before she could relax, another roar echoed through the air. Startled by the sound, she instinctively turned to see a man standing nearby, while behind him, another flame beast charged furiously towards her. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Luo Yu was surprised to see the woman seemingly controlling one of the flame beasts. However, now is not the time for hesitation. With the first beast subdued, they needed to confront the hidden assailant. Luo Yu's forward momentum suddenly halted, and he plunged his sword into the ground, using the hilt to pivot into a swift turn. The flame beast, caught off guard by his maneuver, stumbled, unable to halt its massive form. With a piercing screech, the flame beast tumbled and crashed towards Luo Yu, who was airborne. As he swung his sword, a gust of sand erupted. The beast was blinded, losing its sense of direction, allowing Luo Yu to strike with a decisive blow. Though only months into his training, Luo Yu's swordsmanship was exceptional, and he had reached the level of an apprentice swordsman, exuding an aura of proficiency that rivaled magic. However, even intermediate magic struggled to harm the flame beast, and his sword energy could not deliver a lethal strike. The beast roared with fury, seemingly enraged by the attack. Luo Yu was not foolish enough to wait for its counterattack. Retrieving his sword, he sent forth his ice crystal spike spell. The crystals materialized midair, transforming into sharp projectiles that plunged deep into the flame beast's chest. Yet, being a fire-based creature, the intense heat quickly melted the ice. Luo Yu grimaced. This was proving to be a formidable challenge. At that moment, the woman approached Luo Yu, her expression one of confusion. She recognized the ice crystal spike spell he had just cast, but noted the absence of any formation, a decidedly peculiar occurrence. However, the pressing situation left no room for further inquiry. The flame beast roared again, and the other, now revived, began to advance menacingly. With no other choice, the two were forced to stand back-to-back against the encroaching beasts, which seemed to belong to the same pack and showed no signs of attacking one another. I can only cast level 2 magic. Luo Yu realized they needed to cooperate to defeat the two monsters. Hearing his words, the woman nodded slightly, her remaining magical energy barely sufficient for another gale force spell. I'll hold them off. You prepare that spell again, Luo Yu directed, and the woman nodded, beginning her incantation. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yu summoned runes from his ring space, forming a magic circle beside them. Level 2 Ice Magic. Ice Crystal Shield. A massive circular shield of ice enveloped them, the chilling aura quickly cooling the previously sweltering environment. The flame beasts, feeling the sudden drop in temperature, became increasingly agitated, howling as they battered against the ice shield. Each strike sent cracks spidering across the surface, while within the shield, Luo Yu's consciousness delved into his ring space once more, rapidly arranging water-based runes to unleash a level 2 water magic. Just as the woman completed her incantation, she hesitated, glancing at Luo Yu. He gestured affirmatively, and when the ice crystal shield vanished, he sprang into action, leaping with the woman just as the two flame beasts lunged forward. Their attacks rendered futile as their target disappeared. A sudden storm erupted, unleashing the ferocious winds of the woman, the terrifying pressure nearly pulling the two back as they leaped. Fortunately, Luo Yu hurled his sword, which lodged firmly in a massive tree, stabilizing his position before he turned around. In the next moment, a stream of water transformed into a piercing arrow and shot forth. Secondary water magic, water flow spike. As the water arrow struck the storm, it instantly enveloped the entire tempest, transforming the once fearsome winds into a swirling mass of water. The two flame beasts, engulfed by the torrent, found themselves at the mercy of water magic, which they inherently feared. With the intense heat radiating from the flame beasts extinguished by the water's pressure, Luo Yu swiftly altered the runes once more, launching ice crystal spikes that hurtled toward the waning waters. With a series of cracking sounds, the two flame beasts, along with the still, swirling water, were entirely frozen. As the last droplet of water succumbed to the chill, Luo Yu gently lowered the woman, his sword radiating a golden metallic luster. With a resounding crack, the ice shattered, cleaving the two flame beasts in half. Only after the beasts lay lifeless did the woman slump to the ground, as if losing her center of gravity. Observing this, Luo Yu rushed forward. Noticing 2 wounds on her body, bleeding profusely, if not treated promptly, she risked succumbing to blood loss. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yu gritted his teeth and retrieved a golden stone tablet, inscribing it with runes of the life element. A brilliant, tender green light then enveloped the woman, and as the glow faded, her wounds gradually sealed, ultimately forming scabs. However, the secondary life magic could only mend external injuries, and Luo Yu could only hope that she had not lost too much blood. Chapter 14. The adventurer Wu Ling after what felt like an eternity. The morning light, tinged with warmth, filtered through the leaves as Luo Yu awoke, sunlight piercing his eyes. A bit weary, he sat up on a branch. Below him, the woman sat quietly in the shade of a towering tree. The sun had risen higher, casting warm, dappled shadows through the foliage, shimmering like gold. Her eyes, slightly squinted, gazed at the distant mountains and lush greenery. In this expansive wilderness, she seemed a part of nature itself, harmoniously blending with the trees and grass. The gentle breeze danced through her long hair, which flowed like colorful ribbons. The sunlight caressed her skin, giving it a delicate sheen, as smooth as jade. A slight furrow appeared between her brows. Perhaps she was lost in a dream. The tree beside her provided a comfortable refuge, its broad shade a testament to nature's affection. Sitting quietly, her hand unconsciously caressed the trunk, attuning herself to the pulse of the earth. In this serene, natural setting, she and the environment intertwined. Her beauty was not adorned with superficial embellishments, but rather a natural elegance that complemented the earth. Her spirit found tranquility and nourishment in the embrace of nature. Observing the picturesque scene, Luo Yu felt his previous restlessness gradually fade. Yet, recalling the somewhat exasperating events of the previous night, a headache returned. Why was it that this little girl, despite her injuries, could be so restless in her sleep? Inadvertently striking him? Had he not trained for half a month in swordsmanship and developed a reflex due to Owen's training? He might have found himself in a precarious situation last night. Sensing Luo Yu's gaze, the woman stirred slightly, her lips moving as she slowly opened her eyes. Her bright eyes resembled autumn waters, gentle and serene, imbued with a deep sense of tolerance and affection. This calming gaze, coupled with the astonishing events of yesterday, made Luo Yu feel as if he had traversed multiple worlds. When she noticed him, her eyes shifted towards him. "Hello." As the woman awakened, Luo Yu quickly leaped down from the branch and approached her, a hint of concern in his voice. "Hello," she replied, her tone warm, her voice melodious and enchanting, captivating him. Taken aback by her soft voice, Luo Yu paused. The woman smiled gently before sitting up straight and bowing slightly, saying, "Thank you for your help." "It's nothing." Luo Yu quickly assisted her to her feet. I. He intended to ask how she had come to be in the Luo Shengding Empire, but upon meeting her gentle gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. The woman smiled faintly and rose, her aura shifting dramatically. The previously gentle demeanor transformed into a sharp and vibrant presence. Although still strikingly beautiful, it was no longer overwhelming enough to leave Luo Yu speechless. He was astonished. How could she accomplish such a transformation? Xiaobai, the woman, now fully awake, turned her attention to a small fox lying nearby, her face lighting up with joy as she extended her hand. The little fox, sensing its owner's call, scampered over and leapt into her embrace. The heartwarming scene prompted Luo Yu to refrain from interrupting, watching the playful interaction for a moment before the woman turned to him, saying, "Thank you for saving me." "It's nothing. Are you a hunter of the forest?" After assuring her it was no trouble, Luo Yu inquired about her identity. "I am Wu Ling, an adventurer," she replied with a smile, shaking her head lightly. Upon hearing her name, Luo Yu was taken aback, realizing she had not mentioned a surname. She seemed to sense his confusion and swiftly added, "I have no family. I am an orphan." Luo Yu fell silent at her words, quickly apologizing before introducing himself. When Wu Ling learned that Luo Yu also lacked a surname, she expressed surprise. "I suppose I'm somewhat of an orphan as well," Luo Yu admitted with a hint of resignation. Hearing this, Wu Ling smiled, and as if recalling something, her expression shifted to one of concern. Noticing her change, Luo Yu promptly asked, "What is it?" "Oh no, my quest." Wu Ling appeared anxious, her eyes darting as the reality of her responsibilities set in. As an adventurer, she was obliged to complete her mission. "Quest," Luo Yu questioned, still unfamiliar with the situation. Wu Ling hurriedly explained that she needed to collect the claws of the flame beasts. Are you certain? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Hunting a flame beast alone was no small feat, even without the presence of another. Sensing his skepticism, Wu Ling's expression turned slightly embarrassed. Realizing the challenge she faced as a novice adventurer. Had Luo Yu not intervened, she might have met a dire fate. With a gentle smile, Luo Yu slowly retrieved the bodies of the two flame beasts from his spatial ring. After ensuring Wu Ling's safety the previous day, he had initially planned to bury them to avoid attracting more dangerous beasts. However, upon reconsideration, he thought perhaps they could be worth something. After all, while the currency provided by the princess and her companions consisted of gold coins, their actual value remained uncertain, and he could not guarantee that those coins would suffice. Seeing Luo Yu produce the two flame beasts from seemingly nowhere, Wu Ling was astonished. You can use spatial magic? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sort of, Luo Yu replied, unsure how to explain his magical abilities, merely nodding ambiguously. Her enthusiasm only grew as she realized he was a genius capable of wielding 3 types of magic: ice, water, and now spatial magic. As Wu Ling gazed at Luo Yu with a hint of admiration, he felt a flush of warmth creep across his cheeks. Although somewhat embarrassed, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. After all, Wu Ling was a rare beauty, unlike any he had encountered during his time on Earth. Being admired by such an enchanting figure brought an undeniable delight, regardless of the reason behind it. Casting aside the icy remnants clinging to the flame beast, Wu Ling rose and handed one of the pairs of claws to Luo Yu. Luo Yu questioned, taken aback. We only need 1 pair for the task. You should keep this one. You can exchange it for 3 gold coins at the guild. Wu Ling's voice was imbued with youthful exuberance. 3 gold coins? Luo Yu was astonished upon hearing her words. The flame beast was a 3rd-tier magical creature, quite valuable among the elven clans. Converting it to human currency would indeed yield 3 gold coins. It seemed the coins the princess had bestowed upon him would last for quite some time. This thought brought a smile to Luo Yu's face. Oh, by the way, do you know how to get to the Lushan Empire? Luo Yu suddenly remembered and inquired eagerly. The Lushan Empire? That's where I'm from. Wu Ling replied, astonished by his question. With her enthusiastic assistance, Luo Yu set forth towards the Lushan Empire. Upon learning that he aimed to reach the holy city of St. Alga, Wu Ling expressed surprise, for although St. Alga was revered as a holy city now, it was rife with chaos. Recently, for reasons unknown, the nobility within had begun to stir restlessly, and even the saints could not quell the unrest. As Wu Ling provided insights along their journey, Luo Yu's brow furrowed deeper. He suspected the noble's agitation was likely due to the awakening of dark creatures. Contemplating this, Luo Yu quickened his pace, and although Wu Ling was puzzled, she promptly kept up with him. After a day's travel, the pair finally spotted signs of civilization in the distance. Eager to replenish their supplies after a day of consuming dry rations, they approached, only to sense something amiss. Before even entering the village, Luo Yu felt a chilling aura within him. Opening the space within his ring, he confirmed his suspicions. The previously sealed necromantic runes began to tremble ominously. Dark creatures lurked nearby, Luo Yu thought, drawing his sword. Wu Ling, who had merely sensed discomfort in the environment, realized something was wrong upon seeing Luo Yu brandish his weapon. She swiftly retrieved her spellbook, scanning their surroundings. The small fox, a magical beast with an innate sensitivity to its environment, felt the pervasive chill and occasionally brushed its tail against Wu Ling's leg in agitation. However, after a moment of waiting, no creatures emerged. Luo Yu frowned slightly and cautiously stepped into the village. He soon encountered a weary-looking woman who, upon seeing the young travelers, exclaimed, "Hurry, leave. This place is not safe. Do not stay overnight." Luo Yu furrowed his brow, intending to inquire further. But the woman hurriedly turned and rushed into a house, shutting the door behind her. Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged puzzled glances before proceeding into the village. The once bustling streets were eerily empty, with barely a soul in sight. Even though it was nearing evening, many villagers should have been returning from their fields. The absence of people only deepened their confusion. As Luo Yu surveyed the streets, he noted that the tavern was shuttered, with cobwebs adorning the door handle, indicating it had been closed for quite some time. This wasn't the case a month ago when I visited, Wu Ling exclaimed, staring at the web door in disbelief. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes, suspecting something sinister was afoot. Taverns typically served as gathering spots for adventurers, and their closure suggested a long absence of such visitors. which explained the increasingly oppressive dark aura surrounding them. Just as they were at a loss, a door swung open nearby, and a dazed man stumbled out, mumbling incomprehensible words. His eyes vacant. As he staggered forward, he collapsed less than 10 steps from his threshold. Luo Yu and Wu Ling rushed to assist him. Chapter 15. The Eerie Situation. Darkness emerges, hearing the commotion outside. A few more villagers opened their doors, but the expressions they wore left Luo Yu and Wu Ling bewildered. The villagers appeared grave, their eyes glazed over, as if they were accustomed to such occurrences. Seeing them merely gawk at the fallen man, Luo Yu knelt beside him and gently lifted him, a faint green glow emanating from his palm as the essence of life magic surged forth. "How did you do that?" Wu Ling asked, her confusion deepening as she observed Luo Yu conjuring magic without any prior incantation or formation. "This is not the time for explanations," Luo Yu replied tersely, concentrating on revitalizing the man. Gradually, as the green light dimmed, the man's tightly shut eyes fluttered open. However, the emptiness within them revealed that he had not fully recovered. Noticing the man struggling to rise, Luo Yu cautiously released him. The man, still stiff, managed to get to his feet and, overwhelmed by an inexplicable terror, sank to his knees in fervent supplication before Luo Yu. The previously numb villagers seemed to sense something, their faces turning pale as they trembled and dropped to their knees in fear. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Yu and Wu Ling swiftly turned to see what the man was bowing to. Before them stood a figure clad in tattered black robes, emanating a putrid stench, resembling a gaunt, undead creature. Its eyes glowed with a chilling grayish-purple light. The moment the figure appeared, Luo Yu felt the necromantic runes in his ring stir violently, indicating that this being was the source of the disturbance. "A being of the undead," Wu Ling exclaimed, recognizing the ominous creature before them. The kneeling man appeared to regard the figure as a deity, bowing fervently, as if pleading for mercy. In response, a radiant light began to emanate from Luo Yu, a second-tier light magic spell, Radiance. However, he did not unleash it immediately, but instead scrutinized the undead figure. Strangely, the creature seemed oblivious to Luo Yu and Wu Ling, its gaze firmly fixed on the kneeling man as it approached with a disturbing, creaking gait. Finally, it bent down before the man, its desiccated, bloodless hands extending with a faint, dark aura. In that instant, Luo Yu raised his hand, unleashing the power of light magic. The brilliance illuminated the entire street, enveloping the undead creature in a blinding glow that caused it to emit wisps of smoke. Contrary to expectations, the creature did not flinch or retreat from the light. Instead, it merely twitched as if affected by the radiance, its already withered skin growing even more taut. Someone is controlling this undead creature, Wu Ling realized, momentarily setting aside her astonishment at Luo Yu's ability to wield light magic. Ordinary undead beings, whether cursed or corrupted by dark powers, will always fear the light, no matter how powerful they are. Yet, despite the damage from your spell, this one remains unresponsive. It is clearly being controlled. Could there be a necromancer nearby? Luo Yu pondered, understanding that only two types of individuals could command the undead, either the dark elves who had betrayed their kin or the necromancers who practiced the dark arts. The dark elf race, although adept in necromancy, harbors a profound disdain for humanity. Their innate arrogance remains undiminished even after their descent into darkness. For dark elves, humans represent an irredeemable filth, unworthy of servitude, even in death. However, before Liu and Wu Ling could devise a plan to locate the hidden necromancer, they witnessed the black cloak of an undead being removed, revealing a grotesquely decayed body underneath, with rotting flesh and writhing maggots, an unspeakable sight. The undead being then wrapped the cloak around a man, who immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire form became shrouded, leaving only his hollow eyes visible. The undead hoisted the man onto its skeletal frame, advancing with a cacophony of cracking bones. Luo Yu observed the encased man with a gaze full of confusion, only to see a trickle of blood tears emerge from his empty eyes, a fleeting glimpse of fear crossing his otherwise vacant expression. Frowning slightly, Luo Yu instinctively moved to intervene, but Wu Ling restrained him. If the undead were unafraid of light, they would only lead them to the hidden necromancer. Otherwise, even light magic would be futile against them. As an experienced adventurer, Wu Ling was certainly more seasoned than the naive Luo Yu. After listening, Luo Yu nodded slightly, and together they began to stealthily follow the undead creature. with the little fox nestled in Wuling's arms, its eyes reflecting a hint of fear, yet it remained silent. Before long, the undead being carried the man to a clearing emanating a sinister aura, where it gently set him down. From the shadows emerged two figures clad in black robes, grasping the man's feet and dragging him toward a certain location. Soon, they arrived at a dark, mysterious altar thick with an oppressive atmosphere, encircled by an ancient stone statue, where worshippers gathered. Their robes hung low, faces shrouded in shadow, and each pair of eyes betrayed a twisted form of reverence. Ethereal candles flickered in the dim light, casting eerie shadows, while the statue's contours seemed to sway in the darkness. Strange runes and incantations were inscribed around the altar, faintly glowing like restless spirits. A devotee stood before the altar, draped in a black cloak, his face obscured by a mask of malevolence. He raised his hands high, clutching a magical orb pulsating with a blood-red light, beginning a fervent prayer for the dark deity's descent. "Oh, great God of darkness, sovereign of shadows, heed my supplication. In this world rife with pain and fear, we offer our flesh and blood, our unwavering loyalty. May your dark wings envelop this land. May your black hands caress our souls." His voice was deep and eerie, as if it emanated not from a single person, but from the abyss itself. As he prayed, the entire altar began to tremble, as if some mysterious power was awakening. As his supplication deepened, the statue's eyes ignited, illuminating the altar with a dark brilliance. Those eyes were of an unfathomable black, devoid of emotion, yet brimming with insatiable malevolence. "Accept our offerings, let your power descend. Let darkness shroud this world. Let those ignorant of you pay the price." Suddenly, the candles on the altar extinguished, plunging the scene into darkness. Only the black eyes emitted a strange glow, reflecting the fervor and devotion of the worshippers. In the obscurity, countless twisted shadows seemed to roam, emitting low groans and terrifying howls. The aura of the dark deity began to permeate the air, suffocating and heart-stopping. The fervent prayers of the devotees intensified, as if summoning some indescribable entity. The dark power surged within them, granting an unprecedented sense of strength, yet simultaneously cloaking their souls in shadow. In the presence of the dark god, the worshippers felt increasingly insignificant, entranced by this illusory darkness, becoming mere puppets in the hands of their sinister master. This was a grotesque and eerie devotion. The worshippers prayed in the dark, surrendering their souls to the dark god, while the god's malevolent power subtly infiltrated their beings. In this land of shadow, a dark banquet was about to commence. In the distance, Luo Yu and Wuling gazed in astonishment at the unsettling spectacle before them. The darkness, slowly illuminated by the flickering candlelight, revealed the once devout black-robed figures abruptly turning to face their direction. Underneath countless hollow, pallid eyes, Wuling nearly cried out in fright. But Luo Yu quickly covered her mouth. Soon, a towering undead creature dragged the man, enveloped in black cloth, past them. These figures were not observing their concealed presence, but were instead awaiting the arrival of this undead being. With narrowed eyes, Luo Yu pondered what these individuals were worshipping. As the man was brought to the altar, the devotees again turned to kneel, murmuring incomprehensible phrases. As the incantations unfolded, a foreboding black aura began to emanate from the statue, ensnaring the man. He cried out in agony, yet his screams were drowned out by the worshippers' louder wails. Within the dark banquet, the dark deity's power gradually spread, engulfing the entire clearing. At this moment, the fervor and zeal of the worshippers peaked, feeling the dark god's might surging within them, as if they held dominion over life and death. However, the dark god's power was not easily mastered. The worshippers found themselves losing their sanity, consumed by an insatiable thirst for evil and destruction. Their faces twisted into grotesque visages, their eyes betraying uncontrollable madness. Under the influence of the dark god, they began to slaughter one another, offering their flesh and blood as sacrifices. Blood flowed across the altar, forming crimson runes, marking their devotion to the dark god. The scene plunged into chaos and terror, a cacophony of roars, moans, and screams weaving a dreadful symphony. The dark banquet morphed into a feast of madness and death, while the dark god reveled amidst the frenzy, absorbing boundless dark power. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Luo Yu and Wuling trembled. The ground was soaked in crimson, an aura of blood rising like mist, then flowing back into the black-robed figures, including the man swathed in darkness. As the slaughter ceased, both the living worshippers and the fallen corpses, beneath the pallid blood, rose once more to kneel as if the recent carnage had no connection to them. The necromantic runes within Luo Yu's space quivered violently, as if on the verge of breaking free from their constraints, irresistibly drawn to this dark power. However, the blessing of the holy beast, being a transcendent magic, was not so easily overcome. Until the banquet reached its conclusion, the black-robed figures rose slowly, like the living dead, perpetually murmuring as they ambled into the distance, with the man shrouded in black joining their ranks, seemingly merging with this peculiar throng. Only after they had departed did Liu and Wuling emerge from the shadows, their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed upon the statue, still exuding a sinister aura. Chapter 16. Terrifying Illusions. A reluctant escape, it was not until the silhouettes of the black-robed figures had completely vanished that Liu and Wuling, filled with lingering curiosity, approached the statue. What deity does this statue represent? Liu mused aloud, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Wuling furrowed her brow slightly, shaking her head. She too was unfamiliar with the identity of this god. At that moment, the little fox leaped from Wuling's arms, seemingly sensing an ominous presence, tugging at Wuling's pant leg in an attempt to pull her away. Amused, Wuling laughed and patted the little fox's head, but as she did so, she felt something strange and slippery, prompting her to glance down in confusion, only to recoil in shock. Upon hearing Wu Ling scream, Luo Yu quickly turned toward her direction, only to find her in a state of terror, staring at a small fox at her feet, as if she had encountered something horrifying. Concerned, Luo Yu rushed forward to inquire. Just as he took a step, a sudden flicker in front of him caused him to blink, and in the next instant, Wu Ling's figure vanished. In her place loomed an indescribable and grotesque entity, its form a chaotic amalgamation of nightmares. Its skin was pale as snow, marred by fissures and folds, exuding a chilling stench that sent shivers down the spine. Its eyes, or rather its eye sockets, were void of pupils, presenting only a dark abyss. Gazing into those depths felt like being drawn into an endless void, where one could lose their very essence. Twisted tendrils extended from its back, entwined like serpents from the underworld. These appendages were lined with sharp barbs, seemingly yearning to shred anything within reach. A bizarre, low growl emanated from its distorted mouth, akin to a roar from the depths of hell. The sound was enough to raise the hairs on the back of one's neck, plunging the mind into profound fear and despair. This terrifying, distorted creature seemed not of this world. It was a being born from darkness and chaos. Each appearance heralded impending disaster, leaving humanity feeling fragile and helpless. Overwhelmed by dread, Luo Yu instinctively took a step back. Yet that singular movement brought the looming figure even closer, its cold terror almost brushing against him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. His mind went blank, rendering him unable to recall his weapons or magic. Yet, the creature showed no intent to attack. Its profound gaze fixated on Luo Yu as if seeking to pull him into an infinite abyss. Just then, a more terrifying presence emerged behind Luo Yu. This figure was shrouded in darkness, its entire form cloaked in an eerie black mist, crimson threads coursing over it as if dripping with blood. From within, a tentacle-like appendage slowly extended, inching towards Luo Yu and the grotesque creature before him. As the two indescribable monsters drew near, Luo Yu suddenly felt a tremor throughout his body. A searing pain accompanied by terrifying heat swept over his fingers, jolting him back to consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found the scene had reverted, except for Wu Ling, who stood nearby, her eyes vacant and seemingly paralyzed by fear. Had that monster vanished? Luo Yu was drenched in cold sweat, his legs still quivering slightly. Recalling the sensation from the ring earlier, he hurriedly opened the ring's space, only to see two terrifying beams of light shining through a fissure in the runic space. He quickly activated the runic space, where flames and radiant symbols emitted a consuming brilliance and intense heat. Remarkably, the necromantic symbols ceased their usual agitation in the face of such extreme temperatures. Luo Yu promptly brought the two glowing symbols before him, yet found nothing amiss. At that moment, Wu Ling's scream pierced the air again. With no time to ponder, Luo Yu exited the runic space and approached Wu Ling. Just as he reached out to touch her, she suddenly grasped her spellbook and began chanting incantations, leaving Luo Yu no time to react as a blast of frost shot forth. Second-level magic, frost crystal spell. Sensing the chilling air before him, Luo Yu instinctively leaned back and fell to the ground, narrowly evading a potentially lethal strike. However, still trapped in fear, Wu Ling did not relent. Having just cast her spell, she began to chant again. Realizing he could not allow her to continue, Luo Yu swiftly rolled to his feet and seized her, while a beam of light burst forth from the ring in his hand. Bathed in that light, Wu Ling's eyes finally regained some semblance of life. Looking at Luo Yu, her eyes welled with tears as the recent horror flooded back to her mind. Indeed, she too had witnessed that chilling creature. To protect her, Luo Yu embraced her tightly, using the faint light from the ring to survey their surroundings. To his relief, there were no living creatures nearby, nor was that terrifying monster in sight. The small fox had collapsed on the ground. Luo Yu squinted, his gaze landing on a statue not far away that still emitted a faint red glow. It must be the source. Determined, he drew his long sword from the ring, unleashing a radiant sword aura that struck the massive statue, yet with a resounding explosion. The statue remained unscathed, even emanating a more chilling dark aura. Suddenly, rustling sounds began to emerge nearby, the sound of something brushing through the undergrowth. Something was approaching. Realizing the danger of remaining in that spot, Luo Yu quickly scooped up Wu Ling and tossed the small fox in her arms, then leapt into the nearby thicket. With no thought of hiding, he swiftly began to navigate through the foliage, desperate to escape. Unbeknownst to them, from the rustling shadows emerged a figure cloaked in black robes, radiating an unsettling darkness, resembling a solitary demon, holding a faintly unconscious small fox in hand. Once they finally fled back to the village, Luo Yu exhaled in relief, gently setting Wu Ling down. She was still slightly trembling, clearly not yet recovered from the fright. Luo Yu offered her some words of comfort before scanning the surroundings warily. As they returned, the villagers emerged from their homes, yet they did not approach. Instead, they stood at their doorways with vacant stares, as if observing lifeless corpses. Seeing this, Luo Yu narrowed his eyes, his long sword glowing with holy light. If these people were to attack, he would retaliate without hesitation. Fortunately, after a brief moment of observation, the villagers turned back into their homes. Yet in the shadows, Luo Yu could still feel their vacant gazes fixed upon him, and Wu Ling through the flickering candlelight. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Luo Yu decided not to linger in the village any longer. Cradling Wu Ling and the small fox, he began to move towards the village's exit. Upon reaching the hillside, with his back turned to the village, he felt no trace of the dark aura and sighed in relief, gently placing Wu Ling and the small fox down. Climbing a large tree, he gazed at the distant village. In the dark of night, the village appeared shrouded in an impenetrable gloom, as if still engulfed in darkness. Only now did Luo Yu truly sense the awakening of that darkness. This was the border of the human empire. Were these dark forces attempting to awaken something here? Contemplating this, Luo Yu's eyes began to tremble, the exhaustion from fear overwhelming him as he succumbed to sleep atop the tree. The next day, light shone brightly, piercing through the treetops to illuminate the surroundings, waking both Luo Yu and Wu Ling from their slumber. What was that monster from yesterday? As Wu Ling awakened, she immediately felt a chill, the horrifying events of the previous day flooding her mind. Luo Yu remained silent, at a loss for words, as he too was uncertain of the nature of that creature. Nonetheless, he understood that whatever it was beyond their current capabilities to confront. To the holy city, only the human saints can discern what that monster truly is, Luo Yu declared after a moment's reflection. Wu Ling nodded in agreement, then picked up the still unconscious small fox and swiftly set off towards the holy city. Initially, they had intended to rest along the way and enjoy their journey. But after the events of the previous day, even if Wu Ling was unaware of the darkness awakening, she understood that something had begun to consume the empire's borders, and they must report it to the king without delay. Later, the several villages they passed through seemed untouched by the darkness. However, for Luo Yu and Wu Ling, they were disregarded as mere adventurers passing by, uttering idle threats. After all, that direction led to the realm of the elves, and even the dark forces would be too foolish to establish a camp there. Unbeknownst to them, this very notion troubled Luo Yu immensely. The Sleeves of Me had already begun leading the elven clan towards the sacred land, and the audacity of that creature to appear at the boundary between elven and human territories indicated its formidable strength. The awakening of such a terrifying entity filled Luo Yu with dread, leaving him to ponder the horrific existence it aimed to summon. Seeing that the passing villagers were unwilling to heed his warnings, Luo Yu felt powerless and hastened his journey towards the imperial holy city. hoping to thwart the creature's awakening before it could call forth any existence. After 3 days of relentless travel, the two finally arrived at the gates of the holy city. Weary and dusty, following a brief inspection, they gained entry, but had barely taken a few steps when the sound of bowstrings being drawn echoed around them. A dozen spears were suddenly aimed at them, leaving Luo Yu and Wu Ling momentarily stunned, unsure of what had transpired. From behind the guards emerged a warrior clad in radiant silver armor, his eyes exuding authority and intimidation as he approached. The blade in his hand shimmered with a terrifying silver light, an indication of ice-based sword energy. This man was General Morris Matthew of the Lushingding Empire. Matthew regarded Luo Yu and Wu Ling with a hint of murderous intent, his great sword poised for immediate action. In response, Luo Yu swiftly drew his weapon, ready to retaliate, but Wu Ling quickly intervened, stepping forward to perform a respectful, noble salute before Matthew. Observing Wu Ling's gesture, the intensity of Matthew's gaze momentarily softened. "Your Highness, I am Wu Ling, an apprentice of the Magic Guild," Wu Ling declared after completing her bow. Hearing her words, Matthew narrowed his eyes slightly, but remained silent. At that moment, a guard approached and whispered something in Matthew's ear, to which he nodded in acknowledgement before turning his gaze back to Wu Ling and Luo Yu. However, contrary to Wu Ling's expectations, he did not lower his weapon, but instead raised his great sword in silence. Wu Ling instinctively took a few steps back, realizing Matthew's intentions. Luo Yu quickly positioned himself in front of Wu Ling, his long sword radiating a holy light. Upon seeing the glow emanating from Luo Yu's blade, Matthew paused, casting an odd glance at him before sheathing his sword. "You are the human referred to by the Elven Lord?" Matthew's voice carried a hint of age, laced with questioning authority. Chapter 17. Within the prison, confusion and doubt in the depths of darkness. The stench of decay and blood permeated the air, mingling flesh with the earthen floor in a scene of desolation. This was the prison of Santarga. At that moment, Luo Yu and Wu Ling sat crouched in a cell, the exhaustion from days of sleepless travel allowing them to find rest even in such wretched conditions. The previous day, after Luo Yu unleashed his holy sword energy, General Matthew had not only refused to release them, but had ordered their immediate confinement. Though Luo Yu had intended to resist, Wu Ling had restrained him. Now, due to the dampness of their surroundings, Wu Ling appeared somewhat weakened, clutching her garments to retain warmth. Observing this, Luo Yu quickly removed a piece of his clothing and draped it over her shoulders before conjuring fire through a flame rune to provide warmth. Wu Ling's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing Luo Yu's use of magic, for both of them wore suppression rings that inhibited magical elements. Yet for Luo Yu, these rings were nearly ineffectual, as he required no elemental gathering. With a slight smile, Luo Yu, aware of Wu Ling's confusion, explained, "My magic is rather unique, and it cannot be easily elucidated in mere words." Although Wu Ling was curious, she refrained from probing further, recognizing that their acquaintance was fleeting and delving deeper would be impolite. However, while Wu Ling had no further questions, Luo Yu felt compelled to inquire, "Why did you stop me yesterday? General Matthew is a master swordsman. Even with your magical assistance, you would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, there were at least 10 high-ranking swordsmen at the city gates. We could not escape. Any attempt to attack the guards would only lead to our arrest and execution. It is wiser to observe what General Matthew intends," Wu Ling replied with a calm demeanor. Nodding in understanding, Luo Yu realized he had not assessed the surrounding situation thoroughly. Just as they were conversing, the sound of armor clanking resonated, heralding Matthew's arrival. He entered with a figure clad entirely in black, while Matthew retained his imposing silver armor, radiating authority. Curiously, his expression conveyed intrigue, for he understood that those confined to the prison were typically bound by magic suppression rings. Yet, the magical flames before Luo Yu were clearly the work of a mage. "It seems you are indeed the special individual Lord Shiomi spoke of," Matthew remarked, his tone authoritative but lacking the previous condescension, suggesting he was not there to accuse them. "General Matthew, may we inquire about the reasons for our arrest?" Wu Ling ventured. Breaking the silence, Matthew paused, surveying the area before his gaze settled on the distant confines of the cell for a few moments. He then turned to Luo Yu and Wu Ling, stating, "There is currently a rebellion within the empire, with traitors plotting to assassinate the emperor. All individuals entering the holy city under dubious circumstances must be scrutinized. Furthermore, the overwhelming aura of darkness surrounding you both makes you unfit to enter the holy city." Luo Yu frowned, bewildered. "What nonsense is this? What does the assassination of the emperor have to do with me? Before he could voice his confusion, Wu Ling interjected, signaling him to hold his tongue. Although Luo Yu was puzzled, he complied and regarded Matthew with a look of uncertainty. Matthew continued to spout a series of baseless accusations, seemingly attempting to implicate Luo Yu and Wu Ling. The disparity between his authoritative tone and the absurdity of his claims left Luo Yu filled with disdain towards this man. As Matthew droned on with his pointless rhetoric, his fingers rhythmically tapped against the table nearby, asserting that Luo Yu and Wu Ling must remain imprisoned. If the true assassin was not identified in due time, they would be executed as accomplices. This blatant slander, so casually levied against Luo Yu and Wu Ling, caused his eyes to narrow as he felt a faint stirring in the spatial ring on his finger. Within the rune space, several runes began to shift. Secondary composite magic, blazing frost wind. It appeared that escape was their only option to devise a subsequent plan. Sensing the change in Luo Yu's magical energy, Wu Ling quickly suppressed his concealed hand, prompting confusion from Luo Yu as he wondered why she was stopping him yet again. Throughout this exchange, the man accompanying Matthew remained silent, merely acting as his subordinate. It was only after Matthew had finished his tirade and left with a smug grin that Wu Ling turned to Luo Yu, glancing in the direction where Matthew had paused for a moment. Following her gaze, Luo Yu furrowed his brow and turned to look. There, seated on a stone-built bed, was a shadowy figure, devoid of life. Yet even from a distance, it emanated an aura of coldness. Is a dark elf? Wu Ling's voice dropped, seemingly intent on concealing her alarm. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, studying the shadow. Is that the dark elf? But what does this have to do with your stopping me? As Wu Ling observed that Luo Yu still did not comprehend, she promptly rose, leaning closer to his ear and whispering, "The human empire will not imprison dark elves. Their magic will not be suppressed by magical cuffs, and necromancy will remain unrestrained." The gentle timbre of Wu Ling's voice sent a slight flush to Luo Yu's cheeks. But the awkward atmosphere dissipated quickly as he realized something amiss. If dark elves are not subject to magical suppression, it implies that if this dark elf's magical prowess even reaches the level of an apprentice mage, escaping would be nearly effortless. He had deliberately allowed himself to be captured. Luo Yu immediately sensed the incongruity and spoke softly. General Matthew had just mentioned a plot against His Majesty, although I have never worked with him. Those I know have spoken highly of General Matthew as an upright and kind man, incapable of casually slandering us. There must be a reason compelling him to temporarily detain us, Wu Ling remarked. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu furrowed his brow slightly, then seemed to recall something, hastily opening the runic space. To his surprise, the necromantic runes exhibited a faint tremor, clearly indicating the presence of undead beings nearby. Was this dark elf an undercover agent here? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu deduced the situation. It appears the dark elves have infiltrated the holy city, and General Matthew fears these elves may act against you, Wu Ling stated. Listening intently, Luo Yu massaged his temples. Before his arrival, Sumi had mentioned some matters concerning dark elves, but since their defection from the elven race, they had almost vanished without a trace. When did they enter the human empire? And why would they wish to attack the emperor? His Majesty is still in the prime of life. Would their intent in assassinating him be to plunge the empire into chaos? Wu Ling pondered quietly. After a moment's reflection, Luo Yu shook his head. Although the human empire is ruled by the emperor, in reality, it also involves a delicate balance of power among the monarchy, military, and nobility. Even if the emperor were assassinated, it would merely compel the nobility and military to elect a new sovereign. What would they hope to gain from this? Luo Yu proposed a hypothesis. It seems unlikely. The dark elves have wallowed in darkness for nearly a century, and the holy city, revered as a sanctuary of humanity, has effectively suppressed dark forces with its sacred icons. The dark elves would gain nothing from coming here unless it was to gather intelligence. Wu Ling interjected sharply. Intelligence? What intelligence? The two fell silent, contemplating the dark elf's true intentions. At that moment, Wu Ling suddenly recalled a seemingly irrelevant remark from General Matthew. Luo Yu and she bore a profound aura of darkness, although they had traversed areas shrouded in darkness. Luo Yu was a wielder of light magic. Darkness would not linger near them. Perhaps something is following us, Wu Ling speculated, her voice barely above a whisper, almost inaudible to Luo Yu. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu frowned, uncertain of how to respond. After a brief pause, Wu Ling appeared to understand something and swiftly glanced toward the dark elf, who seemed to be in a light slumber nearby. What is it? Luo Yu inquired softly. Do you remember? General Matthew mentioned that he and His Majesty received correspondence from the Elven Lord, which is how he recognized your identity, yet he still apprehended you. If we eliminate the possibility of him threatening you, only one possibility remains. Wu Ling whispered urgently. Someone intends to harm me? At Wu Ling's words, Luo Yu instinctively thought of this. Yes. Wu Ling nodded vigorously, but no one knew their whereabouts. Furthermore, had Luo Yu not revealed his aura of sacred light, even General Matthew would not have recognized him. However, at the door, General Matthew specifically detained both her and Luo Yu, indicating someone had tipped him off. But who? Wu Ling pondered in confusion, while Luo Yu scrutinized the dark elf from a distance. The dark elf was draped in a black robe, revealing only half of his head, with pointed ears characteristic of his kind exposed to the air, and his dusky skin rendered him less noticeable in the dim confines of the cell. Little White. Wu Ling seemed to suddenly recall something, turning to Luo Yu. What is it? Luo Yu queried, puzzled, as he looked at her, only to find her eyes wide with surprise and caution. Seeing this, he quickly turned his gaze to the small fox, which was sitting peacefully nearby, seemingly unaffected by Wu Ling's words. What is the matter? Luo Yu pressed again. Little White is most afraid of dark energy, yet there is a dark elf nearby, and it shows no reaction at all. Wu Ling whispered into Luo Yu's ear. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu suddenly recalled that during their time at the Dark Altar, before they found themselves in that terrifying predicament, the small fox had tried to warn them, but had been too late. Moreover, when Wu Ling and he experienced that hallucinatory state, the small fox had exhibited no response whatsoever. This cannot be Little White. Realizing this, Luo Yu summoned his sword. Imanatin afanoha. Seeing this, Wu Ling hurriedly stopped him, shaking her head. In response, Luo Yu hesitated but obediently sheathed his sword. Wu Ling's gaze narrowed. If the small fox is not Little White, then when was it swapped? Throughout their journey, the small fox had been inseparable from him, and given their rushed pace, they had not had the opportunity to rest. General Matthew's assertion that Luo Yu was surrounded by dark energy must have originated from the small fox. But how does this relate to their imprisonment? Chapter 18. Crisis in the Holy City. Darkness devours. As Wu Ling fell into thought once more, Luo Yu frowned, then sheathed his sword. His eyes narrowed slightly as he opened the space of his ring and approached the small fox cautiously. With each step closer, the necromantic runes in the runic space quivered ever so slightly. This small fox is an undead being. Realizing that the creature before him was not Little White, but an undead entity, Luo Yu comprehended when the swap must have occurred. Undead creatures cannot stray far from their controller, lest they lose control and become aimless zombies. Wu Ling suddenly recalled something, and upon hearing her words, Luo Yu swiftly turned to regard the dark elf nearby. Everything began to connect. This dark elf had not intentionally allowed himself to be captured, nor was he here to gather intelligence. Rather, he was the controller of the small fox. How could a dark elf collaborate with a necromancer? Luo Yu questioned, recalling Su Mi's words about the dark elf's pride preventing them from associating with the widely despised necromancers of the continent. What if these necromancers control something terrifying? Wu Ling thought back to that dreadfully dark altar. The awakening of darkness, that altar. Luo Yu immediately understood Wu Ling's implication. General Matthew must have discovered something, which prompted him to confine us. Wu Ling concluded. The imprisonment itself was not the objective. Rather, it was to allow us to uncover the circumstances within the cell. But why not simply inform us directly? Luo Yu grasped General Matthew's intentions, but was puzzled as to why direct communication was not feasible. The Empire is in turmoil, likely not solely due to an assassination attempt on His Majesty, but rather, Wu Ling murmured softly, but rather, certain nobles have already succumbed to darkness. Luo Yu deduced the situation immediately, piecing everything together. Matthew knew his movements because someone had informed the nobles within the Empire. And if those nobles were collaborating with dark forces, they would inevitably learn about the small fox's dark nature, thus uncovering Luo Yu's whereabouts. Coupled with their noble status, they would surely be aware of his unique identity as described by the elven race. To eliminate the threat, the assassination of the king was merely a fade. Capturing him under false pretenses was the true objective. Thus, the pressing question remained, what would they do after capturing him? It is nearly impossible to be accused of conspiracy to murder the emperor, as it seems far-fetched. Even if it were possible, one could not simply wait for death. Furthermore, why would anyone wish to kill me? As a cautious lord of the elves, Xiaomi would never divulge all his circumstances to Emperor Liu Shindang in a letter. This implies that I must have done something to threaten those lurking in the shadows. There must be something that has been overlooked. In that moment, both individuals fell into silence, pondering what could have been missed. Suddenly, Luo Yu recalled the runes from the altar. The realization struck him. These dark entities sought my demise, not due to anything Xiaomi wrote in the letter, but because of my actions at that altar. They fear my magic. Hence, they intend to use human hands to eliminate me. With clarity, Luo Yu exclaimed thus, "Capturing you is not about what they plan to do with you, but rather to prevent you from discovering the dark forces currently at play in the Holy City." At this moment, Wu Ling also grasped the situation. Matthew's capture of them was a necessary facade. Only by doing so could the decayed nobles lurking in the shadows remain unsuspecting. In reality, the objective was to keep Luo Yu and Wu Ling concealed while they sought out the hidden conspirators. If that is the case, then this prison must have a means of escape. With this thought, Luo Yu and Wu Ling promptly rose to inspect their surroundings. Each brick was meticulously examined, yet nothing seemed amiss. Where could it be? Just then, Luo Yu had a sudden insight and turned his gaze toward the slumbering little fox. There was only one area they had not examined, the position obstructed by the little fox. With this in mind, Luo Yu approached Wu Ling, whispering their previous conversation, confident that the little fox had not overheard. Moreover, without his necromantic runes, it would be impossible for the little fox to deduce its undead nature. Thus, the exit might lie in the direction of the little fox, but with that dark elf present, escaping silently was out of the question. "Luo Yu." Wu Ling suddenly called out in a hushed tone. Luo Yu rushed forward, and Wu Ling gestured for him to look at a nearby table that Matthew had just struck. Beneath the edge of the table, something appeared to be obscured, revealing only a small corner. "Something is there." Luo Yu squinted, pondering how to retrieve it. At that moment, Wu Ling extended her hand, and a faint magical array gradually manifested in her palm. Subsequently, the object appeared in her grasp, leaving Luo Yu astounded. Wu Ling can wield spatial magic? No, how can she condense magic? Realizing Matthew's intent, Luo Yu had suspected that the magical suppression bracelets were not genuine. And now it was confirmed. Wu Ling smiled slightly before unveiling the object. Sure enough, it was a note inscribed in tiny script and a ring-like item. Observing, Wu Ling channeled her magic, causing the ring to emit an overwhelming, terrifying brilliance. The previously slumbering little fox jolted awake, its fur bristling as if threatened by an imminent danger. Simultaneously, the dark elf, who had remained seated, emitted a blood-curdling scream upon sensing the light. Black smoke began to emanate from its body until, in the wake of the illumination, two chain-like entities shot forth, binding both the little fox and the dark elf in a tight embrace. The two dark beings succumbed to unconsciousness. It is the magic of the saint. Wu Ling immediately recognized the spell as a high-level light magic, dark sealing. With the two dark entities captured, Luo Yu and Wu Ling swiftly discovered a peculiar stone behind the little fox. Upon closer inspection, Luo Yu pried open a small section that had evidently been filled later, revealing another ring. When opened, it contained two spatial scrolls lying quietly within. "It appears to be the handiwork of my master." Recognizing the scrolls, Wu Ling immediately deduced their origin. Upon hearing her words, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, and Wu Ling withdrew one of the scrolls, unfurling it. A spatial magical array gradually emerged, enveloping both Luo Yu and Wu Ling. As the glow faded, they found themselves in a brightly lit structure, where an enigmatic elderly man observed them quietly from a distance. "Master." Upon seeing the elder, Wu Ling's face lit up with joy as she approached him. "Little girl, you've run off again." The elder's initially kind demeanor transformed into one of delight at the sight of Wu Ling. "Oh, you dare say that? It was you who secretly took my gold to drink. Otherwise, why would I have to earn money at the Adventurers Guild?" Wu Ling retorted playfully. The elder merely smiled gently at her words before turning to Luo Yu and saying, "Greetings." "Greetings," Luo Yu responded, realizing that the person before him was Wu Ling's master. "I have heard of you from the saint. Lord Xiaomi, as the leader of the elven race, speaks highly of you. I apologize for the ordeal you have endured in prison." "Not at all." Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was insignificant. The elder then continued. "Before your arrival, the saint sensed that dark forces were conspiring within the holy city, leading to the quickly suppressed commotion regarding the assassination of His Majesty. However, the saint remained uneasy. Upon investigation, he discerned that something was amiss. Hence this unfortunate idea emerged. Master, does this mean that dark forces now pervade the entire holy city? Wu Ling inquired, suddenly realizing the implications. Not entirely. With the saint present, those dark vermin only dare to operate in the shadows. However, they have certainly colluded with some noble, and we have yet to uncover who. The elder replied. Thus, we must investigate. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the imperial guards are nearly all controlled by the nobles, and any misstep could alert them. Therefore, it is best for you to undertake the investigation. The elder affirmed. While I can understand why we were imprisoned, why couldn't General Matthew speak the truth? Why conceal the holy light magic? Wu Ling posed a critical question. If Matthew was aware of the situation, capturing her and Luo Yu to seize both the little fox and the dark elf at once should have been straightforward. The man in black, Luo Yu suddenly interjected, recalling the young man who had accompanied Matthew in silence. He had previously found the man's reticence peculiar, initially attributing it to noble etiquette. Now, it was evident that he remained silent to avoid exposing his identity. Astute. That individual is an undercover agent by Matthew's side. When someone infiltrated the palace to harm His Majesty, the saint sensed something was off. Given Matthew's swordsmanship, he could not have overlooked an assassin of merely high rank. There must have been something amiss. The elder nodded, confirming Luo Yu's deduction. Thus, Matthew refrained from acting directly for fear that the man beside him might inadvertently reveal his identity. What then shall we do? Luo Yu inquired. Initially, we intended for you to investigate from the shadows, while we would eliminate those nefarious individuals. However, it seems that even if we capture them, little can be accomplished. Have you discovered anything at the border? The elder questioned the two. Yes, there was an altar. It is quite strange. Wu Ling replied, nodding. The darkness is resurfacing, and someone must ascertain the situation. Since we are unable to leave the holy city, Luo Yu, it falls upon you to uncover the truth. Whether or not we can save the holy city will depend solely on you, the elder declared. Upon hearing the elder's words, Luo Yu nodded slightly, accepting the responsibility without hesitation. Let us proceed. I shall take you to the saint. He will inform you of the plans to come. The elder rose, stooping slightly as he spoke. Seeing this, Luo Yu and Wu Ling followed suit, exiting the room. The dim candlelight instantly brightened, and two beams of holy light began to float gently in the air. The elder directly transported the two individuals into the sacred hall using spatial magic. At that moment, a venerable old man clad in white, bearing an air of solemnity and authority, was gazing intently at Luo Yu and his companion. He was none other than the current saint of humanity, the most esteemed figure within the holy city, the Grand Mage of Light, Madama Glinton. Upon encountering the saint, Wu Ling immediately knelt in a gesture of utmost reverence, and Luo Yu followed suit, though he cast a glance at the middle-aged man beside the saint. Adorned in opulent attire, despite his grave demeanor, exuded an imposing presence. Your Majesty, after paying his respects to the saint, Wu Ling turned towards the figure seated upon the throne. Observing this, Luo Yu slightly raised an eyebrow. He was reluctant to bow to nobility, yet ultimately chose to lower his head in a semblance of respect. Byrne regarded Luo Yu's somewhat disrespectful gesture with no sign of discontent, instead wearing a gentle expression towards both Luo Yu and Wu Ling. Once formalities were concluded, Luo Yu finally directed his attention to the king. Seated upon the throne, the king donned a magnificent royal robe adorned with precious gems that sparkled radiantly. His long hair cascaded down his shoulders like a dark waterfall, framing a face that bore the marks of age, yet his deep and mysterious eyes possessed an uncanny depth. With a tall and upright stature, every movement he made radiated elegance and authority. He extended his hand, lightly touching the armrest, as if sensing the weight of history and power that resided within the throne. Each action was fluid and powerful, exuding an aura of confidence and dominion over the realm. His brow seemed to carry the wisdom of millennia, commanding a respect that was impossible to dismiss. In his gaze lingered a profound depth, as if he could perceive the myriad secrets of the world. When he stared into the distance, his sight appeared to transcend time itself, glimpsing both the past and the future. Clutched in the king's hand was a scepter, its apex adorned with a colossal gem. As he held it, an overwhelming surge of power emanated, illuminating the entire hall. Such a visage truly epitomized nobility. Even though Luo Yu harbored disdain for the aristocracy, he could not deny that Byrne's mere appearance conveyed an air of regal authority that rivaled that of the Elven Lord. Show me. Byrne regarded Luo Yu with a tone that bore a hint of warmth. Greetings. Welcome to the Licentian Empire. To this, Luo Yu nodded slightly and replied, Your Majesty, forgive my impudence, but the current state of the holy city. Before Luo Yu could finish, Byrne raised his hand slightly, halting his next words, and said, I understand your intentions, yet the holy city has become a shadow of its former self. The saint cherishes life and cannot act recklessly. Darkness has awakened for reasons unknown. Thus, we must conduct an extensive inquiry. At this moment, Wu Ling interjected, perplexed alongside Luo Yu, as they questioned why. If the existence of dark forces was known, there was no immediate action taken to quell them. The darkness lurking in the shadows is easy to locate. But what of the darkness that resides within the hearts of the people? Lord Luo Yu, humanity is not like the elves. Byrne seemed to have anticipated their reactions. His tone laced with a hint of explanation, yet his eyes betrayed a profound sorrow. But Wu Ling began to speak, only to be interrupted by Luo Yu, who felt no rebuttal was warranted against Byrne's words. Indeed, humanity was not akin to the elves. Luo Yu admired the elves for their unity in confronting crises under Xiaomi's leadership, devoid of selfish motives. However, humanity was different. The once weakest race on the continent had risen to grandeur not merely through perseverance, but through countless intrigues. Humanity's inherent greed is something even the gods find intolerable. Thus they often do not receive the favor of magic. Yet, their indomitable spirit astonishes the gods, granting them opportunities. Regardless, humanity is not a race that willingly settles down to live in peace like the elves. Even in the absence of external conflict, internal strife persists, as is the current state of the holy city. Therefore, Byrne's reluctance to suppress the darkness was not due to unwillingness but inability. Having chosen to ally with dark forces, the nobility was prepared for war. While disputes among the aristocracy may seem trivial, they underpin the struggles of millions. Royalty is undoubtedly a coveted asset, but in this era, the absence of it could lead to calamity. The king feared inciting rebellion. The three great empires were on the brink of collapse, and countless eyes were fixed on this land, ready to fracture at any moment. Humanity and other races had only coexisted peacefully for a mere century. Should further discord arise, the consequences would be unfathomable. At this juncture, the elder spoke up. Upon hearing his master's words, Wu Ling fell silent, quick to grasp the implications. Lord Luo Yu, the only way to resolve this crisis is to uncover the source of the darkness. Byrne stated, looking earnestly at Luo Yu. Rebellion is inevitable. The emergence of dark forces merely accelerates it. Your Majesty, are you truly prepared for this? Luo Yu scrutinized Byrne with discerning eyes. As a modern traveler, his insights far surpassed those of the individuals before him, making him acutely aware that rebellion would not cease for any reason. It was merely a question of when it would ignite. Historically, even peaceful empires experienced insurgencies with external influences involved. This time, it was dark forces. What are the next? Other empires would undoubtedly follow suit. It was only a matter of time. Without the support of dark powers, those nobles would not dare to rebel. Byrne gazed at Luo Yu, a formidable aura emanating from him as he revealed himself to be a powerful grand mage. The overwhelming magical elements were almost suffocating, prompting Luo Yu to fall silent. Indeed, this was no earth. This realm was imbued with magic. Without the backing of dark forces, the nobles would not even entertain thoughts of rebellion against Byrne's might. Thus, your Majesty intends to utilize my abilities? Luo Yu pondered, having discerned that Byrne not only sought his assistance in eliminating the darkness lurking in the shadows, but also required his involvement in the disputes amongst humanity. This left Luo Yu somewhat resentful, as he felt that the conflicts of humanity were not matters he should engage in. I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this. But Lord Xiaomi has indicated that perhaps only you possess the capacity to alter the current dynamics. The darkness has awakened, and should the continent remain unchanged, everything shall fall prey to it. Byrne expressed his regret, yet showed no sign of remorse. Upon hearing Byrne's words, Luo Yu fell into contemplation, unable to refute his assertions. This matter, which had previously seemed unrelated to him, was now inextricably entwined with his fate. He had no choice but to seek a resolution. Regardless, what shall we do next? Wu Ling interjected, sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy and swiftly shifting the focus back to addressing the crisis in the holy city. Upon hearing this, both Luo Yu and Byrne redirected their gazes. Indeed, the situation had not yet reached such a dire state. The foremost priority was to confront the darkness lurking in the shadows. "Do you have any strategies, esteemed saint?" Luo Yu inquired after a moment of silence, choosing not to confront Byrne directly at this juncture. The saint, a revered figure among humanity, did not intend to involve himself in the affairs at hand. Instead, he addressed Luo Yu and Wu Ling, stating, "The darkness has awakened, and the gods too have been blinded. An unfathomable terror is poised to break free from the seals of the eons." "What does this mean?" Luo Yu furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the saint's words. "The darkness is set to emerge, and only the light can provide guidance. Lord Luo Yu, a terrifying darkness is awakening." The saint continued, his demeanor almost cryptic, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth. As he spoke, something began to materialize in his hand, swiftly darting towards Luo Yu as if it had found its rightful owner, entering his body in an instant. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, and then a sudden thought struck him. He hastily glanced at his ring space, where a rune was gently floating in the air. A magical rune? The voice of the sage, imbued with both solemnity and curiosity, suggested its potential utility. Clearly, even as a sage, he was uncertain of the rune's exact purpose. Luo Yu, however, chose not to elaborate, opting instead for silence. Noticing Luo Yu's lack of response, the sage refrained from pressing further, instead gazing at him as he posed a question. "The darkness has awakened. What do you intend to do?" The question was returned to Luo Yu. After a brief moment of contemplation, a realization dawned upon him. What could have awakened the darkness? It must have been that altar from before. "It seems you have found your answer," the sage remarked, noting the change in Luo Yu's expression. "Do you know where the darkness has emerged?" At this point, Wu Ling stepped forward to inquire. Luo Yu nodded slightly, responding, "Is indeed the altar we encountered earlier." Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Wu Ling recalled the situation and nodded in agreement. "We must not delay. Let us depart immediately." Just then, Byrne interjected to halt the two, asserting that Luo Yu and Wu Ling lacked the strength to confront the revived terror. "Bring that insufferable brat here," he ordered, directing others to fetch someone. "There's no need for that. I'm right here." A voice tinged with mirth and a hint of humor chimed in. Following the sound, a graceful and handsome young man sauntered into view. Clad in a magnificent silk robe adorned with lifelike gold-threaded phoenixes, he radiated an aura of youthful nobility. His slender fingers caressed the flowers, as if establishing a mystical connection with nature. His long hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, gently swaying in the breeze, glistening softly in the sunlight. Mischief and humor danced in his eyes, suggesting he was always prepared for a playful jest. Suddenly, the young man leaped towards a towering cherry blossom tree, nimbly climbing to its apex. Like a curious monkey, he frolicked among the branches, his laughter echoing joyfully throughout the garden. With a graceful leap from the treetop, he landed elegantly on the ground, producing a small toy, a whimsical kite. He released the kite into the sky, watching it soar like a bird in freedom, his eyes brimming with childlike delight, reveling in this pure joy. Observing the incongruity of the carefree young man amidst the solemnity of the court, Luo Yu furrowed his brow. Yet, Wu Ling respectfully inclined her head, addressing him, "Your Highness." "The second prince." "The second prince? This individual is royalty?" Luo Yu pondered. "Greetings." The second prince's tone was playful yet devoid of flippancy, tinged with a hint of charm. "You troublesome brat, always up to no good." Byrne's voice dripped with irritation upon encountering the prince, who merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by Byrne's annoyance. Chapter 20. The Dejected Mage. A roundabout journey. Luo Yu felt a surge of curiosity at the second prince, who appeared distinctly different from the royal demeanor. "Greetings." The prince regarded Luo Yu, bowing slightly, maintaining the grace of nobility despite his earlier antics, which struck Luo Yu as somewhat peculiar. In response, Luo Yu returned the gesture and then turned to Byrne, perplexed about the purpose of the prince's presence. Though this brat lacks decorum, he possesses exceptional swordsmanship talent and is now an advanced swordsman. Having him accompany you may prove beneficial, Byrne explained, his tone laced with disdain for the prince. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised that this seemingly frivolous prince was indeed a skilled swordsman. After a moment's reflection, Luo Yu nodded. With their current strength, even disregarding the magical energy consumption, he and Wu Ling would still be no match for the dark forces emanating from the altar. The addition of the prince might not suffice either. At that moment, the elder rose, waving his arms to conjure a spatial portal. through this portal. Within an ancient tower, a middle-aged man sat in a dim corner, clad in a tattered gray robe that bore the marks of time's passage. His hair was streaked with gray, and his face was lined with wrinkles, suggesting that the once handsome visage had lost its former vigor. The weary mage leaned against an old wooden desk, cluttered with ancient tomes and scrolls, slowly turning the pages with a gaze filled with despondency and confusion. Beneath the gray robe, the middle-aged mage extended a trembling finger to trace the characters on the pages, as if searching for something long lost. His movements were slow and feeble, evoking a sense of pity. Suddenly, sensing the aura of spatial magic, he lifted his head, staring into the distance with deep concern. Within that ancient tower, he seemed to be in search of a solution to his plight. Yet, within his eyes flickered a glimmer of determination. Despite his despondency, he had not relinquished his pursuit of magic. From his dulled gaze emanated a longing, a yearning for something greater, an insatiable love for magic. As if anticipating the elder's intentions, the middle-aged mage gradually stood, making his way to the window, gazing out at the distant landscape. The wind flowed through the window, gently tousling his graying hair, causing his robe to billow. In that quiet, ancient tower, he appeared somewhat solitary. After a brief pause, he sighed softly and stepped through the portal. "Allow me to introduce my old friend, Golder Lawrence," the elder said, observing the middle-aged man with a tone of reassurance before turning to Luo Yu. "This man is a mage?" Luo Yu questioned, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. He had encountered many mages before, yet none appeared as despondent as this one, as though devoid of spirit. "His situation is rather unusual," the elder remarked, shaking his head with a smile, seemingly reluctant to delve into the middle-aged man's past. "What brings you to me?" Lawrence asked, his tone cold and indifferent, showing little interest in Luo Yu's curiosity. The elder sighed lightly, stating, "You are now the only one capable of evading the watchful eyes of those wretches. Though the girl is clever, she remains weak. It is time for you to teach them a lesson." To the elder's words, the middle-aged man offered no response, his vacant eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, suggesting a lack of interest. "Uncle Lawrence, do accompany us." Wu Ling chimed in, playfully grasping one of Lawrence's arms, her tone laced with feigned reproach. Lawrence regarded her in silence for a long moment before turning to Luo Yu, his voice remaining as cold as ever. "You are the human they spoke of?" "Luo Yu." He introduced himself casually, still struggling to comprehend the middle-aged man's situation. "Let us expedite this matter." The middle-aged man fell silent once more, eventually speaking, and as he did, a staff appeared suddenly in his hand, weatherwood adorned with brilliant gems, seemingly imbued with ancient wisdom and a mysterious power. Luo Yu remained pensive in response to the middle-aged man's words, ultimately choosing silence, though he harbored some disdain for the despondent figure, recognizing that his friendship with the elder likely indicated formidable strength, and he was in dire need of powerful allies. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's consent to assist, the elder breathed a sigh of relief, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Yu, perhaps believing he could inspire a change in this man. "Without delay, let us set forth," Wu Ling declared at that moment. "Wait, Your Majesty, may I inquire if such stone tablets exist within the Empire?" Luo Yu asked, retrieving the unutilized golden stone tablet. Upon seeing the golden stone tablet, Byrne paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head and saying, "I have never encountered anything like this." "Is this a fragment of the epic stone?" At that moment, the silent sage spoke up. "The epic stone?" Hearing the sage's words, everyone was taken aback, and Byrne, filled with curiosity, added, "Isn't the epic stone that peculiar rock that absorbed magical energy?" "Indeed," the sage nodded. In light of this, Luo Yu eagerly inquired about the so-called epic stone. Through the sage's explanation, he learned that the epic stone was an extraordinary monolith, once discovered to possess the ability to absorb magical energy, not merely suppressing like the anti-magic rings, but rather wholly consuming it. The absorbed magic seemed to vanish without a trace, leading people to believe the stone was ominous. However, those lurking in the shadows appeared fascinated by it. To prevent this powerful stone from being exploited by demons, the various races of the continent unanimously resolved to obliterate it. Ultimately, the stone was destroyed, shattering into several fragments. Some of these were taken by different races as decorative items, particularly by the dwarves, while majority were seized by those hidden in darkness. Yet, after the stone fractured, it seemingly lost its ability to absorb magic. The remaining fragments became ornate yet entirely impotent trinkets. Over time, its existence faded from collective memory. The luminous rune the sage had previously given to Luo Yu was one such fragment, though its recent shattering revealed puzzling symbols. Only Luo Yu understood that the epic stone was not merely absorbing magic, but transforming it into runes. Its lack of reaction stemmed from the fact that only his ring could harness the power of those runes. After the sage's elucidation, Luo Yu comprehended the true nature of the golden stone tablet and its whereabouts, knowing that nearly every race had some involvement, but that the greater dominion lay with the forces of darkness. If he intended to further his mastery of runes, it was imperative to locate these dark forces and seize their runes. Having learned of the golden stone tablet's location, Luo Yu refrained from further inquiries. And Byrne pledged to seek information about the tablet's whereabouts within the Empire. Now, for the final question, Luo Yu began, looking once more at the sage. I understand, but I'm sorry, I cannot assist you. The claws of darkness grasp you not merely because you pose a threat to them, but because you can become one with the darkness. Light and dark do not conflict for you. The path you choose is yours alone to decide. The sage seemed to anticipate Luo Yu's unasked questions, but offered no answers. Let us depart. Upon hearing the sage's words, Luo Yu fell silent for a moment, then sighed lightly, expressing his desire not to squander any more time. The awakening of darkness was not a fleeting moment, and the longer it was delayed, the more perilous it became. Regardless of the sage's cryptic words or the purpose of the dark power within him, addressing the crisis in the holy city and neutralizing the awakened dark forces was of paramount importance. However, this time, Luo Yu did not intend to retrace his steps. Throughout their journey, he and Wu Ling had been under surveillance, yet faced no hindrances. The path ahead was likely swarming with the minions of darkness, and the defenses of the holy city could only endure for a limited time. Exposure was inevitable. Before that occurred, concealing their presence would mitigate numerous troubles. Luo Yu's decision met with no objections from Wu Ling and the others. Shortly thereafter, in a tranquil and open clearing, a portal materialized, and the four emerged. The elder gazed towards the distant horizon and said, "Head north. That route has recently become infested with the claws of darkness, but it is the closest." After deliberation, they resolved to take the path nearest to the altar, for time was of the essence, and with the assistance of the second prince and Lawrence, they could evade capture by the dark forces. Having left the holy city, their journey was just beginning. In the early morning, as the sun ascended the sky, casting a gentle rosy light upon the earth and dispelling the night's murkiness, Luo Yu and his companions roused themselves from the ground. They had set up camp not far from the holy city the previous night. Ahead lies Silverlight Town. We can replenish our supplies there, stated Prince Burke. Among the four, his royal status made him the most knowledgeable about the kingdom's geography, rendering him the most suitable guide. Luo Yu, unfortunately, had a poor sense of direction. Wu Ling, though intelligent, lacked the navigational skills typical of males, and Lawrence, well, he was hardly a source of guidance, often appearing disinterested in anything beyond his own dismal musings. After a night spent together, Luo Yu had gained a basic understanding of his companions. Wu Ling had become somewhat familiar. He was astonished to discover that she was a prodigious magic girl capable of manipulating 4 elemental magics and had already attained the rank of apprentice mage. However, her ability to gather magical elements took longer than that of ordinary individuals, compounded by the elder's intent for her to develop comprehensively rather than focusing solely on one element. Thus, despite her genius, her pace of learning was not swift. As for Lawrence, he was the most surprising of all. This seemingly despondent middle-aged man was, in fact, a grand mage. He was of the same caliber as Hain, capable of casually unleashing transcendent spells. Yet, whenever questioned, Lawrence wore a morose demeanor, as if nothing could pique his interest. Luo Yu found this frustrating, but given Lawrence's formidable power, he refrained from further remarks, accepting that strong individuals often had their peculiar habits. Chapter 21. Darkness enters the town, the clumsy alchemist after a day of relentless travel. The four finally arrived at the small town Burke had mentioned, but the scene before them cast a pall over their faces. Although they had not yet entered the town, merely observing it from the outside filled them with an undeniable sense of encroaching darkness. Had it truly been consumed by shadows? However, their apprehensions were soon alleviated by the sight of 2 farmers exiting the town, engaged in cheerful banter as they headed out to labor. The four exchanged glances. Could a town shrouded in darkness still require labor? Contemplating this, they decided to venture inside and assess the situation. Before long, They discovered a tavern with its doors wide open, indicating that the town had not succumbed to darkness. Without further ado, they ordered some food and took a seat to discuss their findings. Does this town harbor the minions of darkness? Burke inquired quietly as he sat down. Luo Yu shook his head slightly. The necromantic runes within his ring remained dormant, indicating that the dark energy here was not necromancy. Wu Ling scanned the surroundings but found no evidence of danger. Meanwhile, Lawrence remained silent, producing only the sound of cutlery clattering against plates as he ate. Just as the four pondered their situation, a thunderous explosion erupted outside, jolting the ground beneath them. Instantly, they sprang to their feet, with Burke instinctively drawing his sword, only to find that the townsfolk around them appeared entirely unfazed. That must be from outside. A somewhat exuberant voice called out as a middle-aged man, resembling a tavern owner, approached them, a smile playing on his lips. What has transpired? Luo Yu asked, intrigued. Oh, it's nothing significant, just an alchemist who has yet to succeed in his potion experiments. This marks his umpteenth explosion. The tavern owner chuckled lightly, seeming entirely accustomed to such alarming occurrences. An alchemist? Are there still individuals conducting potion experiments in this day and age? Burke sat back down, intrigued by the mention of the alchemist, and Wu Ling and Lawrence followed suit. Luo Yu, however, remained bewildered, uncertain of the implications. Upon noticing the situation, Burke hastily pulled Luo Yu down, exclaiming, "Do not act as if you have never encountered the world before." Luo Yu immediately replied, "I genuinely do not know what a pharmacist is." Hearing Luo Yu's words, Burke raised an eyebrow in mild disbelief, but upon observing Luo Yu's earnest demeanor, he confirmed that Luo Yu truly was unaware of what a pharmacist entailed. He then slapped his forehead and said, "You really are something. A pharmacist is one who utilizes magic to concoct potions and scrolls that can offer assistance, just like the ones we used in the prison." At this moment, Wu Ling interjected. Recalling Wu Ling's words, Luo Yu nodded slightly, realizing that, in essence, it referred to those who create auxiliary tools. After grasping the nature of the profession, Luo Yu felt a sense of disinterest and gradually sat down. Yet he still inquired, "Second Prince, does that imply that people nowadays are disinclined to conduct potion experiments?" Burke scoffed. "Why would they? Potion experiments consume vast quantities of materials and often result in explosions due to mismanaged magic. Aside from those old geezers studying pharmacology, hardly anyone wishes to experiment anymore. The potions that have already been developed are more than sufficient." His disdain was evident, indicating that potion experimentation was no longer a fashionable pursuit. While the four were engaged in a discussion about the profession of pharmacists, a figure enveloped in tattered rags entered. Indeed, a man with a blackened face, appearing as though he had crawled out of a coal pile. "Oh, still at it, are we?" the middle-aged shopkeeper quipped upon seeing the newcomer. The man, visibly vexed, retorted, "Nonsense. I am on the brink of success. I just need a bit more." Although his features were obscured by ashes, his eyes remained strikingly clear, radiating a mischievous and peculiar glimmer that evoked a chuckle. The man rummaged through his nearly disintegrating clothing and finally retrieved a wallet from the ground, extracting a nearly blackened coin and presenting it to the shopkeeper, saying, "I need to take a bath. We have no robes left." The shopkeeper replied with a hearty laugh, tossing the coin aside for a clerk to collect. Although he jested, there was no hint of disdain, and the other adventurers, while chuckling, refrained from mocking him, clearly accustomed to his antics. "Cough, cough. Excuse me, esteemed brothers and sisters. Could anyone spare me a robe?" The man's plea elicited laughter from the crowd, yet no one offered to sell him their garments, as they deemed his attire too far gone for even that. Disheartened by the lack of response, the man's expression drooped. Suddenly, he spotted the only four individuals in the crowd who appeared indifferent to him. Ah, new faces. One opportunity. With determination, he wiped his face, attempting to reveal some semblance of his original features beneath the grime. "Cough, cough. You four must be newcomers," he said with a hint of a smile directed at Luo Yu and his companions. Initially disinterested in the commotion, the four were taken aback by the man's approach and could not help but chuckle at his comically disheveled appearance. Even Luo Yu, who typically refrained from mocking others, found himself stifling a laugh. "Your pants are about to fall," Lawrence remarked with a hint of disdain, observing that the man's trousers were perilously close to slipping from his already narrow waist. Upon hearing Lawrence's warning, the man quickly grasped his last shred of decency, while Wu Ling, blushing, turned away to glance at Luo Yu. Luo Yu, bemused, wasted no time in retrieving a spare set of clothes from his ring space and tossed them to the man, saying, "There are women present. Upon receiving the clothing, the man's face lit up with joy, and he dashed toward the courtyard, evidently eager to bathe. "He won't pay you," the shopkeeper chimed in, a playful tone in his voice. "No matter, it is hardly worth much." Luo Yu responded with a resigned smile. The attire, bought hastily from a shop near the holy city, was of little value and was merely intended for emergencies. However, having learned from Burke that clothing could be easily cleaned with water magic, its worth diminished further. Before long, a cacophony of commotion erupted from the courtyard, and the man reappeared, somewhat disheveled, with a woman's undergarment perched atop his head. "Did you just wander into the ladies' bath?" The shopkeeper laughed heartily at the sight, indicating that this was likely not the man's first foolish escapade. The man pouted slightly. "What of it? It was just a thin barrier. I happened to glance in." His tone bore a touch of defiance, as if it were no big deal. The male adventurers roared with laughter, while the women blushed and rolled their eyes. "You better watch out. One day you might encounter someone formidable who'll give you a good thrashing," the shopkeeper teased, seemingly accustomed to the man's antics. Observing the reactions around him, Luo Yu shook his head in disbelief. He had anticipated that adventurers in this world would be open-minded, yet the notion of casually peeping on others in the bath was beyond his expectations. His gaze shifted to Wu Ling, wondering if she too. Sensing his stare, Wu Ling's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him an indignant glare, asserting, "What are you looking at? I would never bathe in a tavern." At this, Luo Yu quickly averted his eyes, only to have Burke lean in and say slyly, "Are you hoping to catch a glimpse of the young lady bathing, second prince?" Wu Ling, incensed, brandished her spellbook, prompting Burke to hastily retract his statement. Nevertheless, Burke proceeded to enlighten Luo Yu about the tavern's bathing culture, revealing that the bathhouses were generally avoided for actual bathing, serving merely as a cheap and unsafe alternative. Most adventurers opted for inns instead, as being seen in the tavern was quite common. Typically, only the bold and brazen female adventurers would dare to use the facilities. For them, being seen was of little consequence. After all, many of these women were formidable berserkers, often more rugged than their male counterparts, and they did not necessarily perceive themselves as ladies. While Burke and Luo Yu were discussing the bathhouse culture, the man approached with a grin, now donned in the clothing Luo Yu had provided, a light blue robe adorned with plant motifs. His golden hair cascaded freely to his shoulders, shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. His youthful face radiated vitality, with fair skin displaying a hint of rosy hue. His bright blue eyes sparkled with curiosity and exuberance, framed by long lashes that fluttered like delicate wings. A dazzling, confident smile adorned his lips, suggesting an endless stream of chatter. Having just exchanged quips with the shopkeeper, he was prepared to regale the female adventurers with tales of his escapades in the bathhouse. But upon reconsideration, he opted to approach Luo Yu and his companions instead. With a tall and slender figure, he exuded an aura of confidence and poise. His movements were light and purposeful, akin to an elegant cheetah. Despite his youth, his appearance and demeanor conveyed a sense of maturity and wisdom, seamlessly blending charm and approachability, making him the focal point in the room, perhaps a bit too approachable. Without reservation, he plopped down beside Lawrence, disregarding the evident disdain in his companion's gaze. "Greetings, I am Durance Bickett, a pharmacist." Durance spoke with a tone of delight. Not the joy of meeting new friends, but rather the pleasure of finding someone to whom he could ramble on. "Durance Bickett. Bickett? Are you from the Bickett family?" Upon hearing Duran's introduction, Burke repeated it in silence, then stood up as if he had heard something incredible. "What is the matter?" Seeing Burke so agitated, Luo Yu immediately inquired. He soon regretted his question, for once Durance discovered that Burke was familiar with his family, he opened up like a floodgate, speaking nonstop for a full half-hour about the Bickett family's history from ancient times to the present, frequently checking to ensure that Luo Yu and the others were following along. After enduring this torturous introduction, Luo Yu felt that he had gained an intimate knowledge of the Bickett alchemical family, perhaps even more than the current leader of the family would know about its own history. "What do you think? My family is remarkable. Isn't it?" Finally concluding his family's tale, Durance looked at everyone with eager eyes. Chapter 22. The Undead Legion. A crisis approaches following Duran's lengthy self-promotion. Both Luo Yu and his companions, as well as the adventurers listening in, were utterly exhausted. Moreover, Durance had an absurd habit of insisting that people listen to his ramblings. He would physically restrain them in their seats if they attempted to leave, even going so far as to perch on their laps. The adventurers were deeply frustrated by this, Yet Durand's was typically approachable and often brought laughter to the group, rendering them reluctant to dampen his spirits. Thus, they gritted their teeth and endured, though after numerous encounters. Even the most vivid of Durand's tales could become tiresome. Today, however, he had inadvertently resurrected old stories in front of several newcomers. Having listened with a sense of numbness to Durand's monologue, even the usually stoic Lawrence was twitching at the corners of his eyes, wondering how one could prattle on for so long without a hint of embarrassment. Seeing that no one reacted, Durand promptly chimed in, "What? You still haven't grasped the greatness of my family? Allow me to elaborate. Please no. We understand. Your family is impressive, truly the most formidable." Sensing Durand's intent to repeat himself, Luo Yu quickly interjected, fearing that another round would haunt his dreams. Stopped in his tracks, yet satisfied with the response he had elicited, Durand nodded and took a seat beside Lawrence. Lawrence, who had been maintaining a calm, almost lifeless expression, suddenly contorted into one of disdain, shifting slightly away, clearly wishing to distance himself from Durand. Noticing this, Durand showed no signs of embarrassment and instead leaned closer to Lawrence. The latter contemplated standing up, but with everyone present, he refrained from making a scene. After another round of incessant chatter, the dinner gathering concluded with Durand's incessant prattle, even lightening the previously somber atmosphere surrounding Luo Yu and his companions. Once the bill was settled, they were eager to leave the tavern, drawing sympathetic looks from the other adventurers who were aware that the true ordeal for Luo Yu and his group was just beginning. Noticing their expressions, Luo Yu felt a twinge of confusion, unaware of their implications, but he would soon understand why. Regrettably, he had prompted Durand to follow them when he had simply intended to leave. Durand, after tossing a silver coin onto the table, pursued them outdoors. A short while later, he caught up with Luo Yu and his companions, causing them to feel a sense of dread. Surely, wouldn't he resume his monologue? Fortunately, this time Durand seemed disinclined to talk, merely walking along with them, which led them to believe he was simply on the same path. They dared not utter a word, fearing any sound might pique the interest of this verbose individual. Minutes later, they arrived at a shop to replenish their supplies, potions and provisions. As they approached the checkout, Durand sidled up, and the merchants, upon seeing him, looked as if they had seen a ghost, immediately crying out in alarm. "Ahem, gentlemen, you." Durand cleared his throat, seemingly preparing for another lengthy discourse. The shopkeepers quickly interjected, "Half price." Seeing the shopkeepers so readily acquiesce, Durand nodded in satisfaction, deciding to spare them from the torment of his extended speech. The merchants breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that while they hadn't made much profit, they had at least bought themselves some peace, considerate spending money to avoid disaster. Witnessing how Durand could instill such fear in the merchants merely by speaking, Luo Yu was astonished but reaffirmed his resolve to avoid conversing with him. Otherwise, it would surely be entertaining in the worst way. However, fate had other plans. Just as Luo Yu and his companions were preparing to leave town for the night, even opting to camp outside rather than remain in the tavern, he suddenly felt the death runes within his ring tremble. "This is bad. Undead creatures are near," Luo Yu exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, Wu Ling and the others turned to face him, weapons and spells at the ready, while Lawrence merely frowned. His strength was formidable enough that he had no fear of undead creatures, so he did not feel particularly anxious. Yet, after a considerable wait, when no response came, Wu Ling regarded Luo Yu with curiosity, asking, "Are you certain?" Luo Yu nodded affirmatively. The runes were still quaking in his space, indicating that there were indeed undead activities nearby. "What is happening?" Durand asked, puzzled by the reactions of Luo Yu and his companions. In response, Luo Yu quickly explained the emergence of undead creatures. Upon hearing this, Durand was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized the gravity of the situation. "We must inform the mayor. The mayor can mobilize the troops to deal with the undead." However, Luo Yu shook his head, saying, "There shouldn't be." Before he could finish, Lawrence interjected, "There are at least 100 undead creatures." The revelation caused Luo Yu and the others to gasp in shock. How many? Initially, Luo Yu had thought that a few undead would necessitate a military response, but upon hearing Lawrence's statement, he swallowed his words. 100? Were they preparing to assault Silverlight Town? "We need to find the mayor," Burke declared decisively. Durand nodded in agreement, and together they hurried towards the mayor's office. Shortly thereafter, at the mayor's office, the mayor looked troubled, clearly aware of the undead situation. "Mayor, you must seek aid from the Empire." Over 100 undead creatures. Even with all the adventurers in town, we cannot fend them all off, especially since a Death Knight is leading them, clearly intent on slaughter. A somewhat gaunt man, presumably a strategist for Silverlight Town, spoke urgently. I understand, but I can't leave the capital right now. The mayor was aware of the urgency of the situation, yet precisely because it was urgent, he felt he could not abandon his post. The town had fewer than 100 adventurers, most of whom were merely novice swordsmen or apprentice mages with limited combat capabilities. This time, the Undead Legion was formidable. Not only did it have a Death Knight at the helm, who was at the Great Swordmaster level, but even the lesser skeletons had reached the level of advanced swordsmen. As the mayor and the strongest person in Silverlight Town, an advanced swordsman himself, if he left, who would defend against the impending undead attack? In light of the current circumstances, the emaciated man was acutely aware that without seeking assistance from the Empire, they would be unable to fend off the undead army. At that moment, Duran approached with Luo Yu and several others. The mayor of Silverlight Town had initially hesitated to waste time meeting Duran, but upon seeing his face, he was startled into a bow, exclaiming, "Your Highness, everything is fine." Burke quickly interjected, then proceeded to relay the situation regarding the undead forces to the mayor. After a moment of silence, the mayor acknowledged his awareness of the threat. "Then why have you not sought reinforcements? Mobilize the troops to resist them." Burke, seeing the mayor's lack of urgency despite his knowledge of the undead, grew anxious. "Your Highness, we have no troops left," the mayor responded, and everyone fell silent. The mayor then elaborated, revealing that when the dark forces had begun to emerge in the Holy City, Byrne had dispatched operatives to summon back some of the town's forces for a purge. However, those troops had not yet returned to the Holy City when General Matthew was threatened. To avoid alerting the enemy, Byrne had ordered the troops to remain outside the city, not anticipating that the undead would begin their assault on the border towns in their absence, clearly aware that these towns were defenseless. "What shall we do?" the emaciated man inquired of Burke. "First, gather all the adventurers in the town. We must keep all undead creatures at bay. Construct defensive fortifications." Although Burke was a prince with a somewhat jaded demeanor, he understood that allowing the undead to penetrate the town would lead to untold chaos. The mayor nodded at Burke's command and hurriedly sent someone to the tavern to summon aid. Luo Yu turned his gaze toward Lawrence, the only one capable of inflicting significant damage on the Death Knight. Lawrence, understanding Luo Yu's intent, shook his head and replied, "To slay a Grand Mage requires at least a forbidden spell. You are a Grand Mage. Surely you can cast a forbidden spell." Burke recalled that they possessed a powerful weapon, but Lawrence shook his head once again, stating, "I cannot unleash a forbidden spell." Everyone was puzzled by Lawrence's admission. A Grand Mage should be proficient in at least one forbidden spell. However, Lawrence fell silent, seemingly unwilling to disclose the reason for his inability. Seeing this, Luo Yu grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He focused his consciousness into the runic space and placed the rune given by the saint into a luminous orb. Instantly, a dazzling magical array appeared, only to vanish in a fleeting moment. Luo Yu was perplexed. Was it a lack of magical power? After several more attempts yielded no response, it became clear that the rune was temporarily unusable. Without the advanced rune magic, it was impossible to inflict substantial damage on the Death Knight. If the Death Knight is injured, it may choose to withdraw. At this moment, Wu Ling proposed an idea, but a new dilemma arose. Among them, only Luo Yu wielded light magic, yet his spells were limited to the apprentice level. Even if unleashed without restraint, they would not harm the Death Knight. Potions. Potions can enhance magical levels, Duran suddenly exclaimed. As a member of the Bickett family, he possessed a far deeper understanding of potions than most. Potions existed that could temporarily elevate a specific magical attributes level. Upon hearing Duran's suggestion, Luo Yu fell silent, unsure if his magic could be classified as ordinary and whether the potions would be effective for him. "My superior magic can fend off these undead for half a day," Lawrence asserted. Although he could not cast a forbidden spell, even ordinary superior magic was extraordinarily powerful and could easily repel the Death Knight. "Let's try it," Luo Yu thought, with no other options available. He could only hope that the potions would work for him. After making some simple arrangements, Burke led the adventurers and Lawrence to confront the undead army, while Luo Yu and Wu Ling ventured into the town to gather materials for crafting magical potions. Duran was tasked with the potion making, and despite the group's skepticism regarding his skills, they had no alternative. Chapter 23. I believe you might be more suited for explosives with a hint of nervousness in his stride. Duran led Luo Yu and Wu Ling through the town, procuring a substantial quantity of herbs, most of which were unfamiliar to them. Upon bringing the herbs to Duran's workshop, Luo Yu and Wu Ling anxiously observed as Duran joyfully entered the room with the ingredients. Despite not understanding why, Luo Yu sensed that Duran seemed unfazed by the threat of the undead, even appearing somewhat exhilarated. As tendrils of oddly fragrant smoke began to emanate, an enormous explosion abruptly extinguished any lingering anticipation within Luo Yu and Wu Ling, prompting them to rush into the room. Unsurprisingly, Duran emerged from the workshop covered in soot, looking utterly disheveled. "I can't help but feel you might be better suited for explosives," Wu Ling remarked with mild exasperation. Having never encountered an apothecary quite like Duran, Duran sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, acknowledging his lack of expertise in alchemy. Or perhaps his alchemical talent was simply lacking. Without further ado, he dove back into his work, disregarding his soot-covered form and tattered garments. To prevent further mishaps, Luo Yu opted to remain inside, while Wu Ling chose to step outside for reasons of modesty. Duran was already scantily clad, and another incident might lead to an embarrassing situation. As Duran resumed his alchemical endeavors, Luo Yu took a moment to survey his surroundings. An apothecary's workshop is typically imbued with an aura of mystery and darkness, and Duran's was no exception. Luo Yu frowned slightly at the dimly lit environment, where the feeble light barely illuminated a corner of the room. The walls were adorned with an array of peculiar decorations, bones, magical runes, and ancient scrolls. In the center stood a massive stone workbench, cluttered with various alchemical tools that bore the scars of time. Surrounding the workbench were several glass vials filled with strange liquids, some of which emitted a nauseating odor. In one corner, a chaotic pile of objects lay scattered. Among them were the remnants of monstrous limbs and bones, some appearing to belong to mysterious creatures. These bizarre remains exuded an ancient aura, evoking a sense of both terror and intrigue. A bookshelf in the corner held a multitude of ancient tomes and tattered notebooks, containing knowledge on alchemy, magic, and mysticism, some of which contained forbidden secrets. The covers were worn, the pages yellowed, yet the wisdom and power they contained remained undeniable. The entire room was suffused with a mysterious and unsettling atmosphere, where the dim light cast strange shadows upon the walls inscribed with runes. In the space, Duran resembled a modern-day Frankenstein, conducting his alchemical experiments and exploring uncharted territories. Though Luo Yu felt an innate discomfort in such a dark environment, he couldn't help but reflect on Duran's exasperating personality, which somehow made the situation feel less daunting. At that moment, Duran stood intently by the furnace, clad in a robe that was nearly in tatters, with the cuffs stained by various colored potions. He grasped a silver alchemical rod, carefully placing it into the flames. His gaze was fixed on the fire as he adjusted its temperature. The rod in his hand began to emit a faint glow, gradually intensifying into a brilliant light. His eyes sparkled with determination and excitement, for he knew a miracle was about to unfold. With the flames roaring, Duran retrieved a pouch containing a herb known as the phantom flower. This flower blooms only at night, emanating an enchanting fragrance. He carefully placed the petals into the furnace, and immediately a wave of delightful aroma filled the air. Subsequently, Duran retrieved a vial labeled Moonlight Dew from the shelf. This was a rare alchemical ingredient, obtainable only during the full moon. With utmost caution, he dripped several drops of Moonlight Dew into the furnace, causing the flames to blaze brighter, casting a gentle blue glow. Duran grasped the alchemical rod tightly and began to stir the concoction within the furnace. His movements were fluid and powerful, akin to orchestrating a mystical symphony. His gaze remained fixed on the transformations occurring inside the furnace, his heart brimming with anticipation for the potion's birth. After a period of stirring and refinement, the potion finally became thick and uniform. Duran paused, satisfied as he beheld the elixir within the furnace. This was a potion known as Essence of Illumination, reputed to bestow extraordinary power and insight upon its user. He carefully poured the potion into a glass vial and sealed it. Though fatigue washed over him, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He then handed the potion to Luo Yu, who raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Before Luo Yu could inquire, Duran explained, "This potion enhances your perception, allowing you to wield stronger elemental magic. Wait a moment, I shall prepare another vial." Holding the potion, Luo Yu understood Duran's intention and refrained from consuming it immediately. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to try a small portion, uncertain whether the potion would augment his runic magic. However, his concerns soon materialized. Upon ingesting the potion, he felt no change whatsoever, not even the most fundamental enhancement of insight and strength promised by the essence of illumination. Clearly, the potion had no effect on him. This is troublesome. Luo Yu mused silently, a hint of anxiety creeping into his thoughts. Just as he pondered how to rectify the situation, an idea struck him. He quickly poured a portion of the potion out again, but instead of drinking it, he placed it directly into his ring's space. As expected, within the ring's space, the potion coalesced like drops of water into a small sphere, which, under Luo Yu's control, entered the runic space. With a mindset of experimentation, he sought to determine whether the potion, ineffective on him, might still influence the runes. Soon, the effect manifested. When he applied the potion to a level 2 light rune, it instantly radiated with brilliance, shining more vibrantly, seemingly enhanced. Witnessing this, Luo Yu was elated. Meanwhile, Durans, after experiencing 2 more explosions, finally produced the desired potion, a vial radiating with a sacred glow, which he handed to Luo Yu. Without hesitation, Luo Yu drank it, though in reality, he stored it in his ring's space, subsequently applying it again to the light rune. As the rune shimmered even brighter, it unleashed a terrifying surge of light power. Realizing it might indeed be effective, Luo Yu quickly placed 3 light runes into the luminous sphere. The resulting 6-ringed magic circle emanated an almost blinding radiance, while in reality, a soft yet searing light orb materialized on Luo Yu's arm. Durans was taken aback, his eyes wide in shock, as Luo Yu unleashed magic without even condensing elements or forming a magic circle. Yet, with no time to waste, Luo Yu swiftly tossed the remaining potion back into the space for potential future use. Racing towards the boundary with the unformed runic magic, he caught sight of Wielding, who, upon seeing the terrifying light orb in Luo Yu's hand, understood that both he and Durans had succeeded. However, there was no time for celebration as Durans shouted while running. "The potion has a time limit. Hurry, or it will expire." Hearing Durans' words prompted Wu Ling to hasten her magic, though her spatial magic was not yet proficient, allowing only short-distance control of objects. She could accelerate her movement speed within the space. Soon, Luo Yu and Wu Ling reached the city wall, where the light in Luo Yu's hand had not faded. In fact, it shone even brighter, exuding a terrifying, explosive aura. Below, a fierce battle raged between the town's adventurers and the army of undead. Lawrence stood at the center of the encircled area, wielding a staff that flickered with brilliant light, gazing ahead as his arms were enveloped in countless elemental glimmers. A transparent barrier materializing before him to ward off the frenzied undead. Charging towards him was a group of undead warriors clad in black armor, led by the terrifying figure known as the Death Knight. Towering and formidable, the Death Knight wielded a massive black sword, its blade emanating a chilling aura. With the battle's call to arms sounded, both armies surged toward one another. Lawrence swung his staff, unleashing a powerful fireball spell that ignited the air, hurtling towards the undead warriors. Upon detonation, a sea of flames engulfed a portion of the battlefield, causing the undead to emit chilling howls, not cries of agony, but rather the mournful wails of the desiccated, sending shivers down the spine. Yet, amidst the inferno, the Death Knight remained unscathed. With a chilling snort, he swung his massive sword, unleashing a wave of dark energy that sliced through the air toward Lawrence. Reacting swiftly, Lawrence cast a shield spell to intercept the dark energy. The collision of the sword's energy with the shield produced a thunderous sound, reverberating with the pulse of energy. Lawrence felt his strength rapidly depleting, but he dared not falter. Gathering his power, he swung his staff once more. This time, he unleashed an ice-based advanced spell, Frost from the Heavens. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above, and icy precipitation began to pour down upon the undead warriors. The shards of ice pierced through their bodies, eliciting even more ghastly wails. However, even in the face of this powerful spell capable of severely injuring undead creatures, the Death Knight stood resolute. With a roar, he swung his massive sword, sending a surge of dark energy toward Lawrence. Lawrence sensed an overwhelming pressure, the barrier before him thickening once more. The clash between sword energy and barrier released a powerful shockwave, causing the ground of the battlefield to crack. Witnessing the confrontation between a grand sorcerer and a master swordsman, even Burke, who had lived a life of privilege and encountered many legendary figures, was astounded by the spectacle before him. The destructive force instilling fear in the very earth around them. On the city wall, Luo Yu examined the runes in his hand and then gazed at the imposing Death Knight. Could this level 2 magic truly harm such a creature? Luo Yu pondered. Just as Lawrence's voice reached him, "My lord Luo Yu, I will unleash an advanced spell to breach his defenses. Are you ready with your light magic?" Hearing Lawrence's words, Luo Yu felt a surge of confidence, but ultimately nodded, placing his trust in Duran's potion and the power of the magic runes. Seeing Luo Yu's nod, Lawrence turned his attention to the Death Knight. His staff erupted with blinding light. A splendid magic circle formed before him, evolving into an array of radiant rings. Advanced Magic, Infernal Conflagration, Chapter 24, Terrifying Power, Unparalleled Radiance. Lawrence stood in an open area, the surrounding adventurers forced to retreat from the overwhelming heat emanating from his magic. He raised his staff high above his head, as if summoning the very depths of hell, starlight sparkling like diamonds, while a sphere of intense flames gathered around him. "Burn, my fiery power," Lawrence murmured softly, his will igniting the flames swirling atop the staff, releasing a dazzling brilliance. As he uttered his incantation, the flames surged forth like a fiery dragon, soaring into the air, forming a towering column of fire. The column of flames coalesced with Lawrence's formidable magical power, emitting a dazzling crimson radiance, as if capable of incinerating all that it encountered. However, just as Lawrence was harnessing his magic, a sudden surge of dark energy erupted, revealing the Death Knight. Clad in black iron armor, his cloak billowed ominously as he wielded a weapon that shimmered with a cold light. A chilling dark force surged forth, causing the necromantic runes within the space to writhe as if on the verge of breaking free from their restraints. "Your magic is ineffective against me," the Death Knight taunted, his voice hoarse, resonating like a devil's whisper that ensnared the listener's very soul. It felt as though icy fingers traced down the spine, enveloping one in a chilling embrace, rendering even the bravest unable to withstand such dread. With a flick of his weapon, he conjured a black defensive barrier. The column of flames crashed violently against this barrier, instantly igniting a fierce firestorm. The clash of fire and darkness created an awe-inspiring spectacle. Lawrence's brow furrowed slightly. He had anticipated that the Death Knight would defend against the strike, yet he had not foreseen the extent of the Death Knight's formidable defenses. With the flame gathered, through the song of life, "I shall bring forth destruction anew," Lawrence proclaimed, raising his arm high as magical energy surged once more. The flames within the column intensified, spreading forth to form a colossal fireball. Resolutely, Lawrence chose to launch a concentrated assault. "Break!" he shouted as the fireball spun rapidly, transforming into a fiery whirlwind that hurtled towards the Death Knight's defense. The whirlwind, imbued with a sense of annihilation, tore through the Death Knight's barrier, continuing its relentless path. Yet, at the moment the fiery vortex breached the defense, the Death Knight vanished as if in a thin air, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. As the whirlwind swept through, a figure gradually emerged, his scorched attire appearing tattered, yet seemingly unharmed. Lawrence's expression shifted. It was spatial magic. The Death Knight could wield spatial magic? This realization struck him with alarm. Wu Ling, witnessing the Death Knight's form, quickly grasped the implications of the spatial magic and shouted in despair. Ignoring her own insufficient power to harm the Death Knight, she leaped from the city wall, conjuring a spatial spell, Spatial Cut. As the magic materialized, the Death Knight, who had been evading the flames with spatial sorcery, displayed a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. As the Death Knight's form reemerged, flames surged once more, coalescing into a fiery tornado that ensnared the black smoke, denying the Death Knight a moment's respite. The Death Knight attempted to employ the same tactic again, but as the smoke began to coalesce, Wu Ling swiftly followed up with another spatial cut, pulling the Death Knight back into reality. "Face the judgment of flames," Lawrence intoned in a deep voice, unwaveringly controlling the fiery vortex. The tornado raged fiercely, reducing nearby trees and earth to ash. Yet, it failed to shatter the Death Knight's defenses entirely. In the end, the fiery whirlwind gradually dissipated, and the black smoke reformed into the Death Knight's silhouette. His black iron armor, now thoroughly scorched, glowed a deep crimson, and under the gentle caress of the breeze, it fractured into shards, finally dismantling the Death Knight's defenses. "You are still not strong enough." The flames in the Death Knight's eyes flickered, his tone dark yet tinged with pride. Unbeknownst to him, a deadly spell was coalescing on the nearby city wall. Luo Yu stood atop the sturdy wall, his robe billowing in the wind. The bright sun above cast a divine halo upon him. With hands clasped before him, light surged and coalesced in his palms. Before him, for the first time, a six-ring magic circle materialized, its potent amplification solidifying the runes into reality. A terrifying radiance illuminated the battlefield, astonishing all present, including Luo Yu himself, who had not anticipated such overwhelming pressure. The undead felt the terrifying luminescence emanating from the light, unleashing piercing howls as if to warn Luo Yu. The Death Knight, perceiving Luo Yu's actions, emitted a low growl, while his black steed reared in fury. Dark energy coalesced around them, forming a barrier. However, the remnants of the dark energy depleted by Lawrence's superior magic proved insufficient to construct a formidable shield, resulting in only a flimsy defense. Nonetheless, Luo Yu's spell was merely a second-tier magic, and the Death Knight believed there was no need for concern. Yet, Luo Yu's eyes brimmed with determination as he inhaled deeply, feeling the magical energy surge within him. With his movement, countless rays of light began to materialize in the air, weaving into delicate strands that encircled him, as if ripples of light emanated from his very being. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from his arms, as numerous beams coalesced into three resplendent shafts of light. Each beam radiated with searing power and boundless hope. "Go!" Luo Yu shouted, as the three beams shot forth like meteors, piercing through the darkness and racing toward the Death Knight. The Death Knight attempted to evade, but Luo Yu's magic was astonishingly swift. Upon impact, the remnants of the black iron armor vibrated violently, emitting a sound akin to tearing metal. The brilliant light enveloped the Death Knight, his form gradually blurring within the luminescence, as if resisting the incursion of light. Nevertheless, Luo Yu's magical power was extraordinary. The radiant energy penetrated the Death Knight's dark defenses, tightening its grip like a radiant cage. As the light gradually diminished, Luo Yu ceased his magical incantation. Silence reclaimed the ruins, and moonlight once again bathed Luo Yu in its glow. Yet, when the brilliance faded, onlookers beheld that the Death Knight's right hand had been entirely consumed by magic, reduced to charred remnants. He let out a pained howl, dark energy roiling within him, yet unable to dispel the influence of Luo Yu's magic. The light continued to gnaw at the Death Knight's weakened form, devouring his skeletal frame as the flames in his eyes extinguished, resembling a mere mortal skeleton on the brink of death. Just when all believed that Luo Yu's earth-shattering magic had vanquished the Death Knight, ethereal and eerie flames reignited within the Death Knight's eye sockets. Realizing this, Luo Yu swiftly retrieved another vial of potion, preparing for another strike. However, the revived Death Knight seemed unwilling to continue the assault. Instead, he gazed at Luo Yu, icy specters emanating from his ghostly fire. Gradually, his form, still shimmering with residual light, began to dissolve into nothingness. Without their leader, the undead forces began to flail chaotically at the surrounding adventurers, resembling headless flies. However, the seasoned adventurers, bolstered by the presence of the high-ranking swordsman Burke, proved impervious to such disorganized attacks. After a brief resistance, under the combined magical onslaught of the mayor and Lawrence, hundreds of undead creatures were reduced to ashes. "We have succeeded." "Oh!" As the last of the undead fell, cheers erupted among the adventurers, followed by a cacophony of jubilant voices. This nearly impossible triumph had been achieved. The two spells that would echo through history left everyone in awe. Meanwhile, atop the city wall, the tardy Durans observed Luo Yu, who had just finished casting a spell, with a hint of resentment. Wielding's spatial magic was still unrefined. It could only hasten Luo Yu's movement, forcing Durans to run on foot. As an apothecary, Duran's stamina was understandably limited. As fate would have it, by the time he arrived, everything had already settled into a dust-laden conclusion. Luo Yu was still astonished by the terrifying power he had just unleashed. Even with the support of the potion, how could a mere second-tier spell wield such immense might? Luo Yu meticulously arranged the runes once more, conjuring the very magic he had just released, a second-tier light magic spell known as the Beam of Light. However, the dim glow emanating from his hands, akin to that of a flashlight, made him realize that this was the true form of the spell. The potion was astonishingly effective. Delancey observed the jubilant crowd below, celebrating their victory over the Death Knight. While he felt a sense of joy, he lamented not witnessing the battle firsthand. which left him feeling deprived of a story to boast about. Alas, it seemed his repertoire of tales would diminish further. He mused on his own reticence. After a brief passage of time, in the mayor's office, Delancey clung to Luo Yu's leg with unwavering determination. "Take me with you. I can still concoct potions, and I can assist you in dealing with those foes. Trust me, I can be of great help, as long as you let me observe how you absorb the potion." His grip was as if he were holding onto his very lifeline. Luo Yu felt utterly helpless. He had merely inquired about the extent of the enhancement provided by Lawrence's potions and learned that they only offered a modest boost in power. The sheer magnitude of Luo Yu's magic must have stemmed from some other source. Unbeknownst to him, their conversation was overheard by the bored Delancey. When he later learned from the adventurers that Luo Yu's power, derived from a mere sixth-ring spell, was nearly on par with the extraordinary magic cast by the esteemed mage Lawrence, he was utterly distraught. As an apothecary, Delancey was most troubled by the fact that potions often could not be fully absorbed, resulting in a significantly diminished effect. Yet, Luo Yu had surpassed all expectations, far exceeding the anticipated outcomes. Surely this warranted further investigation. Sensing Delancey's eager gaze, which seemed to imply a desire to dissect him for research, Luo Yu hastily claimed that he and his companions had matters to attend to. Thus unfolded the current scene, where Delancey, in pursuit of knowledge, shamelessly clung to Luo Yu's leg, refusing to let go and insisting that he accompany them. Wu Ling and the others exchanged exasperated glances. Although Delancey was often unreliable and prone to excessive chatter, his alchemical skills were reputedly commendable, ranking among the finest even within the Bickett family. Unfortunately, he harbored an insatiable curiosity for new potions, particularly those involving the rarely explored dark elements. The dark aura Luo Yu sensed upon entering the town was a result of Delancey's experiments with the bodies of dark attribute beasts. While he was undeniably eccentric and his incessant prattle had even worn on Lawrence's nerves, the prospect of traveling with him seemed daunting. Recalling their previous misadventures in the tavern, Wu Ling and Lawrence unanimously agreed that Delancey should not accompany them. Yet, in any team, there often arises an unexpected dissenting voice. Indeed, Burke stood as that individual, siding with Delancey. Given Delancey's affiliation with the Bickett family, his presence could prove advantageous in addressing the issues in the Holy City. After a brief exchange of glances and Delancey's relentless grip tightening, Luo Yu reluctantly acquiesced to the inclusion of this loquacious apothecary. Chapter 25. The altar and the inaccessible black mist. Upon receiving Luo Yu's consent, Delancey beamed with delight. His joy manifested in an incessant stream of chatter, launching into an elaborate discussion within the mayor's residence. Anticipating Delancey's impending monologue, the others hastily excused themselves under the pretext of needing to procure supplies. Luo Yu and Wu Ling teamed up to survey the battlefield, intrigued by the potential treasures left behind by the undead. Luo Yu speculated that they might uncover golden tablets. Meanwhile, Burke, in his capacity as a prince, engaged the mayor in inquiries about any further issues the townsfolk might face. Ultimately, the responsibility of purchasing supplies fell to Lawrence. Initially relieved to escape Delancey's clutches, he soon regretted his decision as he stepped outside, knowing he would have to endure Delancey's infamous verbosity. Though the group was not impoverished, they aimed to save as much as possible, and Lawrence would bear the brunt of Delancey's incessant chatter. As they journeyed, Delancey seemed to revel in venting his incessant desire to speak to the sullen Lawrence, who quickened his pace, hoping to complete the errand swiftly and return. On the battlefield, upon seeing Luo Yu and Wu Ling approach, the emaciated man who had previously advised the mayor hurriedly presented the items salvaged from the ruins. As expected, there lay 2 golden tablets, remnants of the vanquished Death Knights. Luo Yu nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further commentary, as they were all aware of the dark creature's penchant for collecting golden artifacts. After placing the tablets into his spatial storage, Luo Yu began to assess the runes and tablets at his disposal. With 3 golden tablets and 5 second-tier runes, Luo Yu took stock of his current rune situation: light, life, fire, ice, and water. He had inscribed all 5 with second-tier levels, leaving 9 uninscribed runes, several of which he had yet to ascertain their attributes. To err on the side of caution, he decided to inscribe 1 rune, reserving 2 for future use. However, the remaining elemental runes posed a dilemma. The wood and earth runes appeared to serve defensive purposes, but given Luo Yu's proficiency in swordsmanship, he felt they were unnecessary at present. The metal rune, which could enhance physical abilities, seemed less pressing. Among the remaining runes, Only the necromancy and space runes were identifiable, but choices were limited. The necromancy rune was sealed, and Luo Yu could not guarantee his ability to inscribe it. Moreover, should he inscribe the necromancy rune, there was a risk that it might be exploited by the enigmatic force within him, potentially leading to significant complications. With a radiant flash, the space rune seamlessly merged, culminating in the elegant inscription of a second-tier space rune. Gazing upon the softly glowing rune, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, yet soon found himself in an impasse. The spellbook provided by Hain contained scant references to space magic, indicating that even in a world brimming with mages, the space attribute was a rare phenomenon. Fortunately, Wu Ling herself was a practitioner of space magic. While her prowess may not have been formidable, her extensive theoretical knowledge was a boon. When Luo Yu inquired about her understanding of space magic, Wu Ling was taken aback, especially upon hearing that Luo Yu himself possessed space magic. The revelation nearly left her speechless. Before her, Luo Yu had already demonstrated mastery over light, fire, ice, and water magic. And with his prior assistance using life magic for her healing, he had now showcased 5 magical disciplines. The addition of space magic made him a 6-element mage, a rarity on the continent, even among the angelic and elven races, where such talent was a rare gem. Suddenly, Wu Ling entertained an improbable notion, one she knew to be unlikely, but still could not resist. Could it be that Luo Yu possessed other magical talents as well? Eventually, driven by Wu Ling's inquisitive gaze, Luo Yu chose to voice his thoughts, and the outcome nearly caused Wu Ling to faint on the spot. He was a master of all elements. Luo Yu possessed runes from every known magical element, all of which he could wield. To substantiate his claim, Luo Yu demonstrated several distinct spells. Upon witnessing Luo Yu's remarkable ability to wield various schools of magic, Wu Ling could hardly contain her envy. The concept of a universal mage is truly astonishing. Given enough time, one could become a formidable walking arsenal. Luo Yu, in response to Wu Ling's admiration, merely smiled and refrained from elaborating further. However, it was evident that this was not the opportune moment to delve deeper into the subject. Once Lawrence returned, seemingly devoid of hope, their journey was set to resume. After Burke inquired about the towns engulfed by darkness, the 5 of them evaded the tainted paths and arrived at the altar's periphery. Before they could draw near, a chilling surge of dark energy emanated from within the altar, as if some terrifying entity was on the verge of awakening. The altar had transformed significantly since Luo Yu and Wu Ling's last departure. A sinister mist enveloped it, rendering the sight even more foreboding. Intricate runes and mysterious patterns adorned the altar's edges, hinting at ancient wisdom and power. These runes pulsated with a faint, eerie glow amidst the swirling mist, amplifying the scene's ominous atmosphere. Surrounding the altar stood cloaked figures, their dark robes billowing as they softly chanted archaic incantations, their eyes betraying an unsettling mix of madness and devotion. They brandished blazing torches, casting flickering lights upon the altar, as if a battle between darkness and light was unfolding before them. At the altar's center lay a sealed coffin, embedded with a gem that shimmered with a blood-red hue. This gem appeared to be the source of the mist, exuding an irresistible allure that was impossible to resist. Strange patterns encircled the gem, flowing like lifeblood, blurring the boundaries between life and death. An aura of death enveloped the scene, causing souls to tremble in fear. Distorted phantoms and elusive specters occasionally emerged from a mist, emitting chilling howls and cries that sent shivers down one's spine. As the chanting of the robed figures intensified, the mist thickened, and the elements within the scene began to lose their coherence, as if the very fabric of the universe was unraveling. Countless cries of souls resonated in the air, forming a potent echo that seemed to foretell the ritual's dreadful consequences. Observing this, Luo Yu narrowed his eyes. All 5 felt a palpable sense of dread, sensing that the creature was on the brink of awakening. Without delay, Luo Yu turned to Lawrence, but noticed an indescribable expression of horror etched upon Lawrence's previously despondent visage. "What is it?" Luo Yu asked urgently, instantly grasping that trouble was afoot. "This is cursed mist. No one can traverse it unscathed. Death and undead creatures within the mist may attack at any moment, and there is no defense." Lawrence's voice carried a note of helplessness and fear, clearly indicating the terrifying nature of whatever creature could manipulate the cursed mist. Even Lawrence, a powerful mage, appeared shaken. "Surely not." Luo Yu frowned slightly. Noting the necromantic runes in his space remained unresponsive, which was unexpected. However, as he took a few steps forward, the necromantic runes began to tremble as if encountering long-lost kin, while the mist seemed to sense something and began to coalesce, ultimately forming an indistinct, eerie creature. The robed figures, too, appeared to sense their presence, halting their murmurs and turning their lifeless eyes toward Luo Yu and his companions, their vacant gazes reminiscent of soulless puppets. Dozens of cloaked figures stood solemnly within the mist, their hollow eyes fixated on Luo Yu and his companions, resembling unfathomable voids. Their faces obscured by dark masks, their identities concealed. Only their cold eyes pierced through the veils, emanating a chilling dread. The robed figures stood still as statues, yet moved with the grace of serpents. The surrounding mist seemingly alive in their presence, akin to loyal servants. Their forms swayed in the darkness, ghost-like and eerily silent. Luo Yu and his companions felt the weight of their gaze, as if icy blades were piercing their souls, inducing a profound tremor within. In those vacant eyes, there was no trace of emotion, only a deathly indifference and numbness. The figures appeared to be corroded by endless darkness, their existence akin to soulless husks. Within the suffocating mist, they seemed to have lost themselves, reduced to mere cold shells. Luo Yu and his companions attempted to withstand the terror of their scrutiny, yet found themselves irresistibly drawn to those lifeless eyes. The sensation was akin to being ensnared in an infinite abyss of darkness, evoking feelings of despair and isolation. Within the gaze of the cloaked figures, horror and apathy intertwined, creating a disconcerting tableau. These harbingers of darkness appeared to be agents of death, sent to harvest lives, leaving no room for respite. In the oppressive atmosphere, Luo Yu and his companions felt their hearts race. They were uncertain of the robed figure's intent, oblivious to the entity they were awakening, yet they sensed the ominous threat looming over them. The presence of these figures forced them to confront the intersection of life and death, instilling a paralyzing fear that left them unable to flee this shadowy domain. At that moment, the robed figures slowly rose, their hands entwined with the ominous mist, merging with it seamlessly. The sound of cracking limbs echoed with each step they took. Luo Yu and his companions found themselves shrouded in an overwhelming sense of dread and darkness. As a first to react, Lawrence, despite being a powerful mage, soon realized they had unconsciously stumbled into the mist, unable to extricate themselves. It felt as though countless eyes were watching them, sharp gazes piercing through the gloom. As the robed figures approached, something from the depths of the mist seemed to extend tendrils toward them, plunging them into despair. Just as Lawrence was at a loss for what to do, a blinding light erupted from Luo Yu's hand, dispersing the surrounding mist and rendering the cloaked figures momentarily immobile. With the mist dissipated, the group regained their senses. Luo Yu glanced at the ring on his finger. The radiant light emanated from the light-based rune previously bestowed upon him by the saint. The holy rune now shone with a soft yet intense glow, illuminating the entire space. While the necromantic runes, once invigorated by the cursed mist, fell silent. Before Luo Yu could fully comprehend the situation, he suddenly noticed the light beginning to wane. "This is bad. We must flee. I cannot maintain this for much longer," he urged, realizing he could not control the holy rune. If it faded, they would inevitably be ensnared by the mist once more. Upon understanding the urgency, the group hastily made their way out, managing to escape the mist clutches just before the holy light extinguished. The robed figures, watching the fleeing Luo Yu and his companions, remained unresponsive until they had fully exited the mist, at which point they turned impassively back to the altar, resuming their haunting murmurs reminiscent of infernal chants. Chapter 26. The Crystal of the Mist, the Dragon Tongue. Only after confirming that the mist had not pursued them did the group gradually cease their frantic flight. "What on earth was that?" Duran asked, his voice still tinged with trepidation, clearly having never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged somber glances, fixated on the lingering mist. Having previously encountered the mocking creatures at the altar, they were somewhat prepared yet still taken aback by the current predicament. The cursed mist can ensnare the mind, luring one to unwittingly merge with it, Lawrence stated gravely. "Is there a way to dispel the mist?" Luo Yu inquired immediately. Lawrence paused for a moment before speaking. "No, the black mist is not magic. It is a curse, one that can only be dispelled by holy light magic." However, as he spoke, Lawrence glanced at Luo Yu. Among them, only Liu possessed holy light magic. It was well understood that Luo Yu's abilities were limited to that of an apprentice mage. Even with Duran's potions, it would be impossible to vanquish the black mist. There's another possibility. Burke suddenly interjected. What? Upon hearing Burke's words, everyone turned their gaze toward him. I once saw in my father's library a type of crystal that could shield one from the essence of the black mist, allowing a person to remain unaffected within it, Burke stated. The mist-breaking crystal? But that object has long been extinct. Where shall we find it? Following Burke's remark, Lawrence briefly pondered before deducing what he referred to, but he articulated a challenging dilemma. The mist-breaking crystal, as its name suggests, is a crystal capable of dispersing mist. Legend has it that the mist-breaking crystal was a miraculous entity formed from the blood essence left behind after the battle between the god of light, Ophles, and the Dark Lord, Keshali. It is said to be composed of the divine blood of the god of light, capable of aiding humanity in dispelling darkness and parting the shrouded mists. Traditionally, it has been regarded as the treasure of seers. However, at some point, seers began to declare that their mist-breaking crystals had lost their efficacy. With the disappearance of the mist-breaking crystal, nearly all seers, except for a few truly powerful ones with genuine foresight and the ability to commune with the divine, found it increasingly difficult to perceive the boundaries of fate, rendering them unable to prophesy. Consequently, the remaining seers on the continent have almost vanished, and the mist-breaking crystal, alongside their extinction, has become mere legend. Head west. There is a seer at the border of the empire. My father once sought to recruit him, yet he was refused, claiming he had something to protect, Burke remarked. Upon hearing Burke's words, Wu Ling and Luo Yu exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They were uncertain of the seer's authenticity, but without a means to dispel the black mist. Uncovering the monstrous entity awakened beneath the altar within it seemed nearly impossible. Although no creature had yet emerged from the altar, the tentacle that had reached out from within the black mist ominously signaled that a being, seemingly destined to preside over the annihilation of all life, was on the verge of awakening. If they did not expedite their actions, it would indeed become exceedingly difficult to alter the current predicament. After a brief discussion, the group had no choice but to proceed to the town Burke mentioned. Perhaps the seer there could assist them. 2 days of relentless pursuit had drained the group of considerable energy, yet thanks to the magical assistance of Liu and Wu Ling, they arrived at the small town without incident. However, the situation that greeted them instilled a sense of unease, for the town was devoid of life, with the occasional sound of wind battering against dilapidated doors and windows, indicating that it had long been abandoned. Are you certain you haven't taken a wrong turn? Duran's questioned Burke, eyeing the desolate scene with skepticism. Clearly, the current circumstances had also taken Burke by surprise, gazing at the somewhat decrepit entrance to the town. He felt a twinge of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Luo Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. As they approached, Luo Yu sensed the necromantic runes within his magical space beginning to tremble, indicating the presence of undead creatures nearby, yet he could not discern their exact location. Lawrence, too, felt an unsettling dark aura, though its source eluded him. Just as the group was deliberating whether to enter the town, a child slowly emerged, gazing at Liu and the others with wide, watery eyes, seemingly trying to ascertain their identities. After a moment, the child tilted his head, pondered briefly, and then approached Liu. Are you the one the old man spoke of? The child asked. The group was taken aback by the child's words. Liu crouched down to meet the child's gaze, asking, What do you mean, little one? The child did not respond, but shook his head, then grasped Liu's finger, attempting to pull him into the town. Luo Yu exchanged glances with Wu Ling and the others before. Upon confirmation from the strongest among them, Lawrence, that the child was not an undead being, they cautiously entered the town. As they ventured further, the weight of their grim surroundings pressed heavily upon them. Desolation was omnipresent. The empty streets were sparsely populated by a few civilians clad in mismatched armor and wielding weapons, their faces etched with fatigue and fear, yet their eyes sparkled with a resolute light. The town structures had suffered severe damage. Walls were cracked, columns leaned precariously, and windows lay shattered, starkly revealing the once glorious past, now lost to time. Some remnants of houses were shrouded in the black mist, as if perpetually bound by the shadows of the undead. Amidst this ruin, only the church-like edifice stood resolute, though its condition was equally dismal. The outer walls of the church had been eroded by an enigmatic black substance, forming peculiar patterns akin to a dark skin covering its surface. Under the sunlight, these dark designs reflected an eerie luminescence. The bell tower was damaged, its chimes silenced, and the top of the tower was enveloped in black mist, resembling an immortal guardian ensnared in darkness. Almost all the stained glass windows of the church lay shattered, leaving only a few fragments of colored glass, through which light filtered, casting deep hues within. Upon entering the church, the murals on the walls and the ornate stained glass were incomplete, rendering the interior desolate and cold. The stone floor was marred by the scars of battle, marked by blades and blood, each trace a testament to the heart-wrenching choices made by ordinary citizens in the face of mortality. Above this corroded sanctuary, the black substance continued to drip, producing a chilling sound. The church seemed perpetually on the brink of collapse, yet it steadfastly remained, a fortress guarding the souls within, despite its dilapidated state, still exuding unwavering faith and courage. The entire church now resembled a ruin, save for an immensely grand statue of the god of light, Othles, towering several meters high, robed in flowing garments, radiating compassion and wisdom. Her elegant visage conveyed boundless tolerance and warmth, akin to a mother embracing all living beings. The statue's hands held a sphere of light, emanating a resplendent, sacred glow, illuminating the church and bestowing warmth and blessings upon the world. The god of light's gaze appeared to transcend time and space, reflecting the goodness and beauty of existence. However, unsettlingly, a dark energy coalesced around the statue. This dark energy swirled at the edges of the statue, forming peculiar patterns as if attempting to consume Othel's radiant power. The dark energy, akin to a malevolent hand, sought to erode the divine light of Othles, threatening her sanctity. Nevertheless, the statue of the god of light radiated formidable sacred power, clashing fiercely with the dark energy, deterring it from drawing near. Kainantabis, in the name of the holy dragon, greetings to you all. At that moment, a voice resonated, imbued with solemnity. Yet the murmured words left everyone bewildered, unsure of their meaning. A figure clad in a black robe emerged, indistinguishable from those of the other dark-cloaked individuals. Upon sighting this figure, Luo Yu immediately drew his sword, while Lawrence and Burke brandished their staffs and blades, poised for confrontation. The robed figure, seemingly anticipating the situation, merely waved dismissively at the child who had led Luo Yu and the others, prompting the child to bounce eagerly toward the figure. The robed individual then produced a piece of gold, yes, gold, and handed it to the child, whose face lit up with joy as he skipped away from the church, his exuberance starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. Once the child had departed, the robed figure turned slowly to face Luo Yu and the others, continuing to murmur in a language they could not comprehend. Approaching them, the figure finally removed the hood of the robe. To their astonishment, the figure revealed herself to be a girl, yet atop her head sprouted a pair of small dragon horns. "Are you a dragon?" Burke exclaimed in astonishment upon noticing the horns atop the woman's head. Dragons, the most formidable race on the continent, unmatched even by the divinely favored angels and elves, have always remained elusive, their lairs a mystery to all but demons and angels. Upon hearing Burke's words, the woman shook her head and replied, "I am not a dragon." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had seemed incomprehensible, and now she spoke in human tongue. "You are a draconic speaker." At that moment, Wu Ling suddenly recalled something and turned her gaze towards the woman. Draconic speakers are a rare breed on the continent. Descendants of dragons and humans, half-dragons, capable of wielding the magical language exclusive to dragons. However, they're shunned by all other magical elements except for draconic magic. Dragons value bloodlines, and for them, half-dragons are considered impure. Typically, half-dragons do not survive beyond a decade, often consumed by various creatures, while some succumb to darkness and transform into monstrosities. Only the strongest half-dragons endure, earning the title of draconic speakers, recognized by dragons as their representatives in the world. It is said that draconic speakers can only appear on the continent with the dragon's approval. Unfazed by her identity being revealed, the woman merely regarded Luo Yu and stated, "Daniel mentioned you could lead me to the dragon." What? Luo Yu was momentarily dumbfounded, completely bewildered by her statement. "I am Mexico. Yen Brent Mexico." Mexico's tone remained indifferent, as if nothing could rouse her emotions. She merely introduced herself coldly before turning to walk in a particular direction. Observing this, Luo Yu and the others exchanged glances for a moment. Noticing that they did not follow, Mexico did not urge them, instead fixing her cold gaze upon them. After a brief contemplation, they sheathed their weapons and followed her. Chapter 27. The dark cave, the knight's undead trailing behind Mexico. The group found themselves unable to avert their gaze from certain alluring attributes of her figure, particularly Burke and Duran. Meanwhile, Luo Yu and Wu Ling were intrigued, pondering whether Mexico, as a draconic speaker and half-dragon, possessed anything beyond her dragon horns, such as a tail. Clad in an expansive black robe, Mexico's attire concealed all visible features, leaving the question of a tail unanswered. Although she sensed the slightly impolite stares directed at her as a draconic speaker, she was accustomed to such scrutiny and paid it no mind. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a cave that exuded an eerie aura. What is this? Luo Yu frowned as he felt an overwhelming dread emanating from within. Daniel placed something inside. Mexico addressed Luo Yu. Something? Is it the crystal of mist? Luo Yu and Wu Ling queried, perplexed by Mexico's unexpected guidance. I do not know, she replied coldly, devoid of emotion and unwilling to elaborate further. Upon hearing her response, Luo Yu and Wu Ling were left speechless. They had witnessed the desolation of the town, now devoid of the seer as presence. If the seer could truly foresee the future, then whatever lay within this cave must indeed be the crystal of mist. Sharing a glance, Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged thoughts, while Lawrence stepped forward, conjuring a flame in his hand. Basic magic, fireball. As the fireball entered the cave, it extinguished with a mere sound, failing to stir even the slightest movement. Undead creatures. Luo Yu sensed the disturbance of necromantic runes within, indicating the presence of undead beings. After a brief silence, he resolved to venture inside, for the only potential solution to the dark mist likely resided within. With that thought, he took a step forward. Wu Ling contemplated stopping him, urging caution, but Mexico stepped in behind him. After a moment's deliberation, she reluctantly followed suit. Observing Wu Ling and Luo Yu entering the cave, the others, except for Duran, who was deemed too weak to contribute effectively, also decided to enter. Duran was extremely reluctant, but upon hearing Lawrence's warning that disobedience would result in his expulsion, he complied. Inside the cave, Burke and Lawrence sighed in relief, fearful that Duran might insist on following them. Truth be told, leaving Duran behind was preferable, despite his abilities being comparable to Wu Ling and Luo Yu. He was notoriously talkative. Throughout their journey, his incessant chatter had left Burke exasperated. Given the cave's complexities, it was wiser to leave him outside to contend with the air rather than the potential dangers within. Burke and Lawrence consoled themselves for abandoning a teammate for the sake of tranquility. Before long, Burke and Lawrence caught up with Luo Yu and the others, who were now standing at the threshold of the cave, completely engulfed in darkness, hesitating to proceed. What's wrong? Burke inquired as he approached. Luo Yu and Wu Ling turned to them and said, there seem to be numerous undead creatures inside. Entering may prove challenging. After a brief discussion, the group, adhering to the notion that retreating now would be of no benefit, ultimately decided to enter the cave and investigate. As they stepped into the darkness, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them. The cave's entrance was shrouded in thick black mist, distorting the surrounding scenery. The mist seemed alive, writhing as if countless restless souls struggled within. Yet at the entrance, Luo Yu activated a level 2 light spell for safety, both to ward off any undead attacks and to illuminate their path. However, shortly after entering, an inexplicable chill swept through the cave, extinguishing their light and plunging the interior into obscurity. A dim, yellow glow emanated from the depths of the cave, creating an illusion of being trapped in a nightmare. Shadows danced in every corner, as if malevolent spirits lurked silently. Eerie growls echoed sporadically from the depths, reminiscent of beasts prowling in the dark. The sound was both deep and guttural, quickening their heartbeats. Each step they took seemed to stir the dark forces within, intensifying the cave's ominous atmosphere. Without the illumination of the light spell, their steps faltered. Even Mexico, who had shown no emotional shifts, now appeared guarded, wielding an oversized sword that seemed ill-suited for her stature. Suddenly, strange black substances oozed from the cave walls like ink, manifesting the darkness lurking within. These substances resembled amorphous shadows, exuding a chilling aura. It felt as though contact with this darkness would bind their souls within a realm of terror, rendering them helpless. Deeper into the cave, the darkness thickened, an endless void devoid of hope. Within this profound blackness, myriad unknown creatures lay in wait, their green eyes flickering in anticipation of Luo Yu and his companions. As they cautiously advanced, the oppressive darkness heightened their tension. Each step felt like a heavy shackle, as if the darkness itself sought to consume them. In this boundless void, Luo Yu sensed unseen eyes observing them, rendering their existence insignificant, akin to mere ants in the vastness of the cave. At intervals, strange whispers reached the ears of Luo Yu and his companions, as if countless specters were engaged in conversation. They sensed eerie shadows darting past them, yet whenever they turned to investigate, there was nothing to be found. These figures resembled phantoms in the dark, eluding their grasp. The darkness within the depths of the cavern thickened, and the surrounding air felt as if it had congealed. Luo Yu and his companions struggled to breathe, as if the oppressive force of the shadows were consuming their very life force. Gripping their weapons tightly, they remained ever vigilant for potential threats lurking within the darkness. As they pressed onward, a peculiar presence began to manifest. A chill frequently enveloped them from behind, as if countless cold gazes were fixed upon them. Each time they turned around, they were met only with the abyss of darkness, devoid of any visible creatures. Gradually, they noticed that the black substance on the cavern walls appeared increasingly animated, forming strange patterns. At times, these patterns resembled grotesque smiles, while at others, they appeared as fierce, clawing beasts. Such transformations stirred unease and dread within Luo Yu and his companions. Lawrence, the sole archmage among them, also felt a twinge of apprehension. His naturally despondent demeanor made him reluctant to take another step forward. Meanwhile, Luo Yu and the others hesitated, unsure whether to forge ahead. The depth of the cavern was unpredictable. Having ventured only a short distance, they were already overwhelmed by an unbearable chill of terror. They feared the unknown consequences of further exploration. Just as they deliberated their next move, a sudden wave of coldness washed over them, as if a sinister presence was watching from the shadows. Turning nervously, they were horrified to find a horde of skeletal monsters staring back, their eyes ablaze with an eerie fire, as though they were messengers from the abyss. These skeletal beings, twisted in form and wielding sharp-bone blades, seemed to embody a dreadful power lurking within the dark cavern. Each movement they made echoed with the chilling sound of cracking bones, sending shivers down their spines. The presence of Luo Yu and his companions incited the wrath of these monsters, who began to wail mournfully as they advanced towards them. Though their pace was slow, each step brimmed with the threat of darkness. Luo Yu and his companions understood that being caught by these creatures would yield catastrophic consequences. Yet, aware that retreat was not an option, they pressed deeper into the cavern. Upon turning back, they were confronted by the sight of thick black slime that had appeared, coalescing around the lifeless skeletons, standing ominously before them in silence, more terrifying than the growling monsters. Hearing the low growls from behind, Luo Yu and his companions faced the approaching skeletal horde with unwavering resolve. They gripped their weapons firmly, preparing for the impending battle. The atmosphere of the dark cavern grew increasingly ominous, thick with the scent of death. Lawrence raised his magic staff, channeling his arcane energy. He focused intently on the skeletal monstrosities and unleashed a powerful frost spell. A chilling breeze swept through the cavern, freezing the skeletal creatures in place. Burke and Wu Ling swiftly followed up with a fierce assault, their blades and gusts of wind intertwining to repel the monsters. However, the skeletal horde seemed inexhaustible. After dispatching a group, they witnessed the remaining creatures hunching over and emitting crackling sounds as they slowly rose again, their presence more chilling than before. Faced with an ever-increasing threat, the intensity of their battle escalated. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu conjured a torrent of water magic, which roared through the air like a deluge, toppling a cluster of monsters in an instant. During the fray, they discerned that the strength of these skeletal beings was somehow linked to the black substance on the cavern walls. The dark energy continued to coalesce, rendering the monsters ever more formidable. They realized that vanquishing these creatures required them to eradicate the source of the darkness. Luo Yu, in a flash of inspiration, decided to attempt a magical assault on the black material. He began to gather light magic, a radiant beam shooting forth from his hand. Upon striking the black substance, it hissed audibly as the forces of darkness began to dissipate. Recognizing the success of their strategy, Luo Yu and his companions continued their assault on the black matter, employing spells and swordplay to weaken its power. The atmosphere within the dark cavern gradually brightened. However, what transpired next sent a chill down their spines. The black substance, as if animated, slithered like tendrils, slowly reclaiming the walls that had just been cleared. realizing that unless they eliminated the strange black matter on a large scale, escaping unscathed would be nearly impossible. Luo Yu withdrew a vial of potion from his ring space. Chapter 28. The Radiance of Purity. Shattering the crystals within the cavern, the oppressive black aura persisted, and the sound of countless bones shattering sent shivers down their spines. With a flicker of anger in his eyes, Burke swung his sword forward, unleashing a blade of energy that struck the strange skeletons. Yet, amidst the dust, the pulverized remains were rejoined by the eerie black slime, rising once more. When the world is this? Burke's voice trembled with fear. Luo Yu raised his hand, summoning an exceptionally bright magic ring before him, pouring the remaining half of the potion over the second-level holy light rune. Under the protection of his companions, a spell radiating a terrifying brilliance was about to erupt. Be cautious, this cavern may collapse, admonished Mexico, who wielded a massive sword, his gaze flitting nervously between the skeletons. As a dragon speaker, Mexico had survived in numerous dire environments, knowing that this cavern was inherently unstable, and with the encroaching darkness, it might not withstand the force of Luo Yu's potent magic. Fortunately, Luo Yu had anticipated this, channeling the second-level spell, Ultimate Radiance, infusing it with formidable holy light magic. A blinding white beam erupted from the magic array, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire cavern. The dark substance began to shatter under the onslaught of light, crumbling as if fragile glass before the brilliance. The energy of light spread, gradually warming and filling every corner of the cavern. The black smoke dissipated under the purifying touch of the holy light, as though being gently smoothed away by an invisible hand. The shadows of the cavern were replaced by the dawn, brimming with hope and renewal. The skeletal monsters attempted to resist, but their defiance paled in comparison to the holy light. Their bodies began to emit a faint white glow before disintegrating into fragments and dissolving into dust. The cavern floor was strewn with shattered bones and ashes, a testament to the total defeat of darkness. As the light magic continued to expand, it filled the entire cavern, eradicating all remnants of shadow. The illumination brightened every corner of the cavern. However, once the light faded, Luo Yu and his companions could scarcely believe what lay before them. From the depths of the cavern emanated a sinister aura that sent chills coursing through their veins. The light had illuminated the nearby area, revealing an abundance of grim bones scattered across the ground, suggesting that the cavern had once borne witness to a horrific calamity. These remains were incomplete, some still stained with traces of blood, clearly having endured endless torment. The towering piles of bones indicated that this place was not a pitiful refuge consumed by dark forces, but rather a den of demons long claimed by darkness. Each skeleton bore the lingering essence of despair, evidently victims of dark powers that had tortured them to death. The scene was akin to a hellish purgatory, causing turmoil within Wu Ling and Burke. Wu Ling could barely suppress the urge to retch, while undead creatures were undoubtedly terrifying. Skeletons typically evoked less visceral discomfort. However, here, amidst the remnants that had yet to transform into bones, the horror was palpable. A sinister black aura permeated the air, akin to the breath of a demon, suffocating those who ventured within. The black mist swirled incessantly, resembling the shadows of death that loomed over this cavern. The echoes of footsteps from Luo Yu and his companions reverberated within, seeming to awaken slumbering malevolence. Rocks crumbled overhead, some still exuding an eerie black essence, as if an unfathomable force had ravaged this place. The black aura clung to the stones, invoking an unsettling chill. Cautiously, Luo Yu and his companions navigated around these boulders, wary of the dreadful presence they harbored. The light within the cave was dim, with only a faint glow filtering through the entrance, barely illuminating a small area, while the rest remained shrouded in oppressive darkness. The sinister atmosphere weighed heavily upon them, instilling a palpable sense of fear and despair. As they pressed on, Luo Yu's heart grew heavier. The sight of the corpses, evidently those of villagers, suggested they were the missing townsfolk, gathered here, subjected to torment and ultimately dismemberment. Those fortunate enough to remain whole had been transformed into skeletal monstrosities, devoid of thought and essence. The scene, akin to a hellish purgatory, unsettled even Lawrence and Yahiko, who were accustomed to the cycle of life and death, while Liu and Wulingbo found themselves reluctant to take another step, the metallic scent of blood rendering their breaths foul. Yet, The encroaching dark forces compelled them to move forward. Luo Yu's light magic had a limited duration, and without potions, he could not replicate the formidable effect he had earlier conjured. After what felt like an eternity of navigating the cave, they finally reached its depths. There, in an expansive clearing, countless stalactites dripped with viscous black slime, and a massive purplish-black crystal towered ominously at the center. Beside the crystal, a colossal dragon-like beast emerged into their view. Once a magnificent creature, it had now succumbed to darkness, its flesh grotesquely marred, and its eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson light, as though it were a denizen of the infernal depths. The corrupted dragon let out a low growl, a sound resonating as if from the bowels of the earth, filled with fury and despair. Its wings unfurled, stirring powerful gusts that sent the cave's dark essence swirling around. Behind this monstrous entity, the vast purple-black crystal loomed, its surface coated in the same black slime, emanating a dense aura of malevolence. It resembled the very core of darkness, the source of terrifying power, sending shivers down their spines. The dragon's gaze fixated on Luo Yu and his companions, its eyes shifting with pain and insatiable longing. It emitted a low growl, as if warning any who dared approach the crystal of the dire consequences that awaited them. This dragon-like creature, infected by darkness, embodied nightmares of the night, its existence steeped in terror and malevolence. Noticing that Luo Yu and his companions did not intend to retreat, the beast unleashed a piercing roar. Rising to its full height, a formidable sight that inspired dread. Lawrence raised his staff, unleashing a powerful fire spell. The fireball erupted in the air, yet the beast's skin proved impenetrable, leaving only slight scorch marks on its surface. Meanwhile, Yuhiko wielded her massive sword, deftly maneuvering around the monster, searching for a weakness. Her swordsmanship was razor-sharp, the blade flashing, but each strike merely left faint scratches, failing to inflict substantial harm. Luo Yu and his companions were not idle. Though their strength was insufficient to make a significant impact, their varied assaults kept the creature on edge. Wielding swiftly chanted an incantation, unleashing a raging storm of magic. The wind blades sliced through the air, conjuring a tempest, but the colossal dragon countered with a powerful swipe of its tail, dispersing the storm. The beast retaliated, expelling a cloud of strange black smoke that rapidly spread, corroding the surrounding environment. Luo Yu and his companions hastily dodged, but the smoke's corrosive nature deterred them from approaching. Their garments and weapons were quickly rendered fragile. Realizing that the dragon's skin was impervious to their attacks, and that the smoke rendered close combat nearly impossible, they found themselves in a dire struggle. They continuously probed for weaknesses, adjusting their tactics, yet it seemed impossible to discover a means to vanquish this creature. As time slipped away, their strength waned, while the dragon remained a ferocious embodiment of darkness. Pressured by overwhelming odds, they had to find a breakthrough amidst despair to annihilate this dark threat. After enduring another ferocious assault from a beast, Lawrence conjured a protective spell, enveloping the group. I cannot breach its defenses. My magic cannot be unleashed here, or the entire cavern may collapse, he declared, stabilizing his spell. He was not incapable of harming the creature, but the environment was ill-suited for battle. The repercussions of his advanced magic could obliterate the space, turning the crumbling stones into their tomb. Meanwhile, Yuhiko remained silent, possessing the ability to cast formidable dragon language spells, yet she too could not guarantee that her magic would not cause the cave to collapse. The immense power had become a shackle for both her and Lawrence. Just as uncertainty loomed over them, Luo Yu's gaze fell upon the terrifying dragon. Observing the familiar patterns on the creature's body, reminiscent of Shutel's when it was tainted, he deduced that this fearsome dragon had also succumbed to the same bizarre dark power. The darkness that once enveloped Shutel had been dispelled by the radiance of the holy sword, which ultimately entered the protagonist's body. Yet here, there was no holy sword to emit a light potent enough to banish the darkness. Suddenly, an idea struck Luo Yu. The monster had remained dormant until their arrival, seemingly guarding the enigmatic crystal. Thus, their approach must begin with the crystal itself. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yu turned to Wielding. Wielding, can you use spatial magic to transport me before that crystal? Luo Yu, unfamiliar with spatial magic, could not traverse dimensions on his own. Hearing his request, Wielding hesitated briefly, gazing at the crystal approximately 10 meters away. I can, but what are your intentions? She inquired. With little time to explain, Luo Yu conjured a protective shield, enveloping himself in a radiant glow Second-tier defensive magic, Shield of Light. Without further delay, Wielding summoned her last reserves of magic to transport Luo Yu, and in an instant, he found himself before the crystal, albeit in a rather precarious position, having landed awkwardly. The sound of his impact drew the attention of the enraged dragon, which, upon noticing an intruder near the crystal, let out a furious roar and soared towards Luo, its immense wings generating a violent gust. Caught off guard, Luo Yu swiftly examined the crystal, but as he reached out, the dark patterns began to writhe, and the malevolent essence latched onto his arm before he could retreat. The sensation of darkness attempting to invade his body prompted him to withdraw, yet a horrifying crack echoed as the dark power violently severed his arm, leaving him in excruciating pain. The dark essence extended countless tendrils, seeking to envelop him entirely. Valakatia, dragon language magic, dragon flame. Upon encountering Luo Yu, Mayahiko instinctively unleashed his dragon language magic, as terrifying flames surged alongside the colossal dragon's form towards Luo Yu, who was on the verge of being engulfed by darkness. As the smoke dissipated, both Luo Yu and the dragon vanished from sight, leaving only the faint sound of a crack as the crystal opened a small fissure. Chapter 29. The Invasion of Darkness. Terrifying gaze witnessing Luo Yu's disappearance. Wielding disregarded any sense of danger and hurriedly dashed out from Lawrence's protective barrier. Burke attempted to restrain Wielding, but was too late. Upon seeing that Wielding had ventured out without being attacked, Lawrence hesitated before retracting his defenses and following suit. The group arrived at the crystal, which now bore a slender crack, for which an innumerable amount of dark energy surged forth, seemingly restrained, as it was pulled back before it could escape more than half a centimeter. Through the eerie shadows of the dark fissure, Luo Yu's silhouette gradually emerged, as he was drawn into the crystal. At this moment, a voice echoed, "Dark Origin Stone?" The sudden utterance startled everyone, prompting Mayahiko to raise his gigantic sword and swing it towards the source of the voice, before Lawrence could react to the slightly irritating tone belonging to Durinth. He quickly intervened to prevent Mayahiko from potentially harming Durinth for his indiscreet remarks. "How did you get in here?" the group queried upon noticing Durinth's presence. "What audacity! I thought the cave was going to collapse while I was outside. How could you all be so brazen within the cave? Flames were nearly crashing into my face at the entrance. It was unsafe out there, so I had to come in and see what was happening," Durinth retorted, expressing his disdain for their decision to abandon him. In response, Wielding offered an awkward smile, but quickly shifted her mood, asking, "Do you know what this thing is?" "Not really. I've only seen it mentioned in the old man's texts. He claimed it was a type of stone that absorbs power, somewhat akin to the epic stone of Ur, but this one only absorbs necromantic elements. I have no idea who created it. It's merely an alchemical product," Durinth explained, shaking his head. "Is there any way to extract Luo Yu from within?" Lawrence inquired. "None. It's up to him alone," Durinth replied, somewhat helplessly. He wished to assist, but since the Dark Origin Stone was an alchemical creation, only its creator would know how to dispel it. Now that Luo Yu was ensnared, his ability to emerge depended solely on himself. Meanwhile, beneath a shroud of white, Luo Yu felt utterly disconnected from his body, as if he were encased in confinement. He could hear distant whispers and the sound of dripping water. Straining to open his eyes, he was met with an endless expanse of white, so vast it felt desolate, devoid of the sanctity once associated with light, now emanating a sense of solitude and dread. "Where am I?" The words felt as though they were lodged in stone, bitter and heavy. Even the slightest movement was a Herculean effort. The whispers offered no response, as if he were utterly alone. Feeling a sense of urgency, Luo Yu began to attempt to move, yet regardless of his efforts, he remained fixated on the void before him, unable even to shift his gaze. Frustration bubbled within him, but he found solace in the fact that his ring space remained accessible. He quickly activated the spatial ring, finding it unchanged, and entered the rune space, where necromantic runes had seemingly escaped his control, exuding a slightly ominous aura. "Is it you again?" Luo Yu mused, alarmed by the thought that this entity might spiral out of control once more. Wasn't Shudel's blessing a transcendent magic? How could it falter against something so rudimentary? Suddenly, Luo Yu noticed an anomaly within the runes. The symbols had transformed. Could it be? He swiftly glanced at the golden steel he had previously discarded in the space. There it was, all three pieces intact. The necromantic runes had inexplicably upgraded themselves. As he pondered this, a seductive voice echoed in his ear, laden with a mischievous allure. whispering temptations for him to place the necromantic runes into the luminous orb. Caught off guard, Luo Yu nearly succumbed, his eyes glazing over as an odd expression overtook him. Just as he was about to act, a radiant light, the rune gifted by the saint, flared to life once more. The holy light radiated with a brilliance that was nearly blinding, rendering the oppressive aura of the necromantic runes inert beneath its glow. The enchanting voice, too, seemed to choke under the weight of the light, its seductive whispers reduced to a suffocated murmur. Yet, the allure persisted, attempting to ensnare Luo Yu's will. In that moment, as the voice struggled, Luo Yu's clarity returned, and he quickly scanned his surroundings, empty. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of movement returning to his body. Hastily, he exited the space, attempting to turn his neck to assess his surroundings. However, upon doing so, he was struck with sheer terror. In this desolate expanse, a monstrous dragon materialized before him, cloaked in black scales resembling a deadly armor, exuding a foreboding and sinister aura. The once majestic creature now appeared dilapidated, the dark forces within it stirring restlessly. Its skin was ravaged, riddled with lesions, from which a nauseating stench emanated, suffocating the air around it, reminiscent of a foul essence from the depths of hell. The dragon bore countless deep wounds, many festering and oozing thick, black blood that, under the sunlight, appeared as a malevolent river, tainting the ground. Its eyes were profound, like bottomless abysses, harboring boundless darkness. This was the very dragon that had clashed with Luo Yu and his companions outside. But now its gaze was devoid of life, its greenish flames appearing eerily cold, fixating on Luo Yu as if ready to consume him whole. Such a sight would instill fear in anyone. And Luo Yu trembled not from fright, but from the icy grip of dread, the instant he laid eyes on the dragon. A chill swept from his feet to the crown of his head, as if frost had encased him. Yet, the dragon remained still, staring at Luo Yu with an unyielding gaze. In the silence, Luo Yu dared not even breathe, his eyes glued to the dragon, fearful that a mere blink might provoke its wrath. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Yu realized the dragon had no intention of attacking. Its gaze was merely a hollow stare. Recognizing this, Luo Yu began to cautiously attempt movement, first his neck, then his arms, abdomen, waist, legs, and feet, slowly regaining control over his body. Finally, once he could move freely, he took a few steps away from the dragon, his heart racing. After a brief silence, he cast his gaze around, finding nothing but the endless white void. With no other entities in sight, he began to wander the space. But after what felt like an eternity, he found nothing but the same white expanse, with only the dragon and himself in this realm. Contemplating, he retrieved the holy light rune from his space. It was now his sole reliance. However, as he approached the dark dragon, the rune showed no signs of activation, and the dragon continued to fixate on him, unmoving. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Yu extended his hand, attempting to touch the colossal dragon. However, the dragon emitted a low growl, and as if sensing Luo Yu's movement, it shifted its head forward, resting it against Luo Yu's palm. In that instant, Luo Yu felt an overwhelming force, akin to a powerful suction, binding his arm. Subsequently, countless streams of black viscous liquid oozed from the dragon's wounds and the gaps in its scales. As if animated, they began to swim towards Luo Yu's arm. Realizing the futility of retracting his arm, Luo Yu observed in dismay as the dark liquid drew nearer, eventually vanishing from sight. Moments later, all traces of blackness dissipated, leaving the dragon's form reduced to a mere half of its original body, exuding the stench of death, yet its eyes, still radiating a morbid aura, remained fixed upon Luo Yu. Confused, Luo Yu gazed at the dragon, unable to comprehend the situation. A sudden thought struck him. The sensation of fire felt eerily reminiscent of the first time he had acquired the necromantic rune. Could it be? Luo Yu pondered, attempting to manipulate the dragon with his consciousness, just as he had done with the skeletons before. To his astonishment, the dragon gradually rose, its immense body writhing and emitting indescribable, eerie sounds. No wonder the necromantic rune had evolved. It was as if the skeleton had transformed directly into a dragon. Luo Yu finally grasped the situation. It appeared the dragon had been controlled by the necromantic rune the moment he made contact with the crystal. Yet, he was still puzzled about how this had come to be, as well as the nature of the dark mass he had encountered. Was it akin to the strange entity on Chutel? Luo Yu contemplated. After a brief moment of reflection, he decided to set aside these inquiries, recognizing that uncovering a means of escape was paramount. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he absorbed the dark power, Wu Ling was intently staring at the crack, desperately seeking a way to rescue Luo Yu. In the oppressive darkness, she could only discern Luo Yu's lifeless eyes, devoid of vitality, as if he had already succumbed to death. Had it not been for Lawrence sensing a lingering breath of life within Luo Yu, they might have all believed him to be deceased. Just as Wu Ling found herself at a loss, unexpectedly, Luo Yu's eyes exhibited a flicker of movement. Witnessing this, Wu Ling instinctively called for the others to come and observe, but suddenly, she felt a tremor coursing through her body, freezing her in place. What had she seen? It was a pair of utterly terrifying eyes. Those eyes, reminiscent of gemstones stitched together with crimson threads, were as dark and unfathomable as an abyss. Blood vessels crisscrossed within the pupils, resembling the markings of death, pulsating with an unfathomable, arcane power. From those somber eyes emanated a chilling aura of terror, akin to a specter from the depths of hell. The gaze was rife with murderous intent and desire, as though it could penetrate the soul, laying bare the innermost secrets of one's heart. Yet this dreadful gaze was concealed beneath an alluring and elegant facade, irresistibly drawing one in, as if lost in an enticing sea. Those eyes seemed like an invisible tether, irresistibly captivating one's attention, leaving no room for escape. Even with the knowledge of the infinite fear concealed within, one found impossible to avert their gaze, as if held fast by an unseen hand. When one beheld those eyes, it felt as though death itself were reaching out, a chilling sensation rising from the depths of their being. Their allure spread like a silent poison, inducing a state of confusion intertwined with an insatiable longing. Those eyes were akin to merciless masters, leading one toward the abyss of desire and death, ensnaring them in an endless journey of terror. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered into dust, and Luo Yu's figure emerged, though his eyes had returned to normal, seemingly erasing the bizarre gaze that had just manifested, leaving only Wu Ling aware of that moment, when she felt she had glimpsed an otherworldly entity. Chapter 30. Guardian of the Dragon. The solution. As Luo Yu emerged from the crystal, the others hurriedly approached to assess his condition. At that moment, Luo Yu stared blankly ahead, his eyes devoid of expression. Wu Ling, upon Luo Yu's departure from the crystal, found herself momentarily pinned beneath his slightly imposing form. The brief sensation of suffocation jolted her back to reality, though her mind was still clouded with the memory of those fearsome yet alluring eyes. "Are you all right?" Burke inquired, lifting Luo Yu's body and setting him aside before turning to Wu Ling. After she shook her head to indicate she was fine, she approached Luo Yu, her gaze complex as she scrutinized him. She could hardly fathom that the terrifying eyes had emanated from these once vibrant and gentle, now lifeless orbs. Meanwhile, as the crystal shattered, Luo Yu felt a cool breeze sweep past him, the refreshing sensation causing him to shudder. He swiftly turned to face the dragon, which was slowly rising, its massive form still stained with black blood, emitting an uncomfortable odor. "You have arrived," the dragon murmured, producing a sound reminiscent of mechanical stuttering, and Luo Yu struggled to discern the meaning behind its words. "What are you?" he asked, confusion evident in his tone as he regarded the suddenly vocal dragon. The dragon did not respond, its gaze once again lifeless, fixated on Luo Yu. Puzzled, Luo Yu stepped closer, seeking to ascertain the situation. But upon making contact with the dragon, its body abruptly vanished as though consumed by a black hole. Suddenly, Luo Yu experienced a dizzying sensation, only to discover he had returned to reality. Upon witnessing Luo Yu's eyes regain their lucidity, the group erupted in joy, while Mayahiko, without hesitation, approached and grasped Luo Yu by the collar, demanding, "Where did the dragon go?" Confused by Mayahiko's abrupt inquiry, Luo Yu looked bewildered, as did Wu Ling and the others, who quickly intervened to separate them. Although Mayahiko possessed the strength to break free, she chose to release him, unwilling to create enmity with Luo Yu and the rest. Taking a moment to gather himself, Luo Yu prepared to respond to Mayahiko when suddenly, a voice resonated from the remnants of the crystal. "Nate Veisi." Greetings. The incomprehensible phrase echoed, causing Mayahiko to shudder, before she knelt, lowering her head in silence. "Who are you?" Luo Yu inquired, slowly rising to face the luminous orb emerging from the shattered crystal. "Those of fate." "Greetings." The orb intoned with a hint of authority. "Those of fate. Are you referring to me?" Luo Yu approached the orb, gazing at it in confusion. It is you and not just you. The orb's voice held a weighty tone, seemingly brimming with wisdom. Wu Ling stepped forward, standing beside Luo Yu, her eyes fixed on the orb, eager to pose a question. Kakalasi, in the name of the god of light. With another cryptic phrase, the orb suddenly radiated an overwhelming brilliance, the light expanding until it took the form of a dragon. As the brilliance faded, the dragon revealed its true form, towering majestically upon the earth, its colossal body radiating unparalleled authority. Each scale resembled a meticulously crafted gemstone, pristine and glimmering with a faint luminescence. Sunlight bathed it, transforming it into a dazzling beacon. The dragon unfurled its wings, the edges tinged with vibrant red, a striking contrast against its pure white feathers. Each flap generated tempestuous gusts, as if its flight could shake the very world. The air around it roared, seemingly in harmony with this magnificent spectacle. With its head held high and deep, bright pupils, the dragon's gaze held boundless wisdom and power, as if it could perceive all. Its neck arched regally, embodying the presence of an emperor surveying its realm. The tail extends to the ground, with each scale arranged in meticulous order, resembling a sturdy shield that safeguards the dignity of the great dragon. Under the light, the dragon exhales, its presence akin to a radiant beam that illuminates the dark corners of the world. Its form emanates an unparalleled sanctity and majesty, as if it were a divine embodiment on earth. The existence of the dragon evokes a profound sense of solemnity and reverence. Nakiata, holy dragon. Upon witnessing the dragon's figure, Mayahiko whispers in celebration. However, her words fail to elicit any response from the dragon. Perhaps it has transcended beyond trivial thoughts. The dragon's silhouette glows with an incongruous light in the pitch-black cavern, dispelling the surrounding, decaying terror. Gradually, the dragon's ethereal form descends, gazing at Liu and the others, proclaiming, I am Frida, Stewart, Saberlina. I am the dragon of light, the guardian dragon. The dragon's voice is authoritative and filled with wisdom, compelling one to listen further. A guardian dragon? At Saberlina's words, Lawrence and Burke, seasoned individuals, exclaim in astonishment. What is a guardian dragon? Unable to contain his curiosity, Duran swiftly inquires. I am the servant of the Lord of Light, destined to protect the radiance, Saberlina states, followed by a dazzling brilliance that causes the already bright cavern to glow even more brilliantly. Your Highness, observing Saberlina's actions, Mayahiko rises, a hint of trepidation in her tone. Little one of the Jean Brent family, you are destined to tread your predetermined path. The dragon observes the somewhat anxious Mayahiko, uttering those words earnestly, before turning to Liu, saying, You have many questions. Indeed, Luo Yu nods without reservation, then addresses the dragon. Did you send Mayahiko to bring us here? I am on the brink of extinction. I must bestow upon you what is rightfully yours, yet darkness has ultimately consumed me, and time is no longer on my side. Saberlina's tone carries a touch of sorrow, not fear of death, but pure lamentation, as if grieving her inability to fulfill her duties. What do you mean? Luo Yu is perplexed by Saberlina's words. Darkness is awakening. Entangling oneself in futile matters will bring disaster. The minions of Dredas are prepared. Chaos will soon engulf the world. When night falls, the light shall be blinded. Saberlina's words remain enigmatic, but their essence leads Luo Yu to surmise a significant threat. That impending terror is named Dredas. But what exactly is Dredas? Wu Ling voices the question for Luo Yu. Darkness is not favored by the divine. The hatred and grievances birth a will for annihilation, giving rise to ancient gods. Death is no longer a sanctuary. Slaves have become the final delusion. Saberlina's tone is imbued with sanctity, yet it exudes a chilling aura. So Dredas is the reason behind the recent surge of undead beings? Luo Yu inquires, looking at Saberlina. Indeed, Dredas is an ancient god, embodying darkness. Death will return to its grasp. As darkness descends, life will become original sin. Saberlina affirms. What must we do? Luo Yu asks straightforwardly, struggling to comprehend Saberlina's cryptic speech, preoccupied with how to thwart Dredas. The path ahead is shrouded in fog, unpredictable. How to proceed is a choice only you can make. The divine has lost its followers. Only life can redeem itself. Saberlina gazes at Luo Yu and Wu Ling. What does that mean? Liu, bewildered, ponders. Isn't this group fond of riddles? The saints enjoy riddles. Chutel does, and now this guardian dragon does too. I am about to perish in this world. Mortal beings, Your path will be fraught with challenges. Only by perceiving the truth behind all illusions can you discover the ultimate road. Saberlina seems to impart a final message. How do we confront Dratus? Lawrence, too, inquires, laden with questions. My soul shall transform into a pure sword. Only by penetrating the darkness can one discern the path of choice. Darkness and light know no time. Death can evoke fear, yet it can also herald rebirth. Saberlina's tone is calm, her form beginning to grow increasingly ethereal. My body has become decayed. Even a shattered form can serve as aid. Remember, darkness is not solely darkness, and death is not merely fear. The ethereal figure seems to impart a final piece of advice, leaving Liu momentarily stunned, realizing the statement appears directed solely at him, while others remain unresponsive. Does this imply I should control its form using necromantic runes? Luo Yu contemplates, yet refrains from voicing his query. After imparting her wisdom, the spectral figure emits a soft glow. Then a blinding radiance erupts, dispelling the darkness within the cavern. Countless bones are reduced to dust, and a soft glow begins to coalesce, transforming before the group into a blade. The blade emanates a captivating holy light. Its surface displays a deep blue resembling the night sky, twinkling like stars, as if the Milky Way were reflected upon its body. The blade is adorned with exquisite runes, intertwined as if they were mysterious scriptures containing boundless power. Each rune glimmers, exuding a mysterious and solemn aura, as if narrating an ancient legend. The hilt is intricately carved, resembling a fine piece of art, with a golden base inlaid with gems, sparkling like stars scattered across the night sky. When held, the hilt feels as soft as silk, evoking a sense of comfort and reassurance. The blade is exceedingly sharp, seemingly capable of slicing through the barriers of time and space. The light dances upon the blade, akin to stars flickering in the night sky, imparting a sense of mysterious and majestic power. Observing this, everyone turns their gaze to Liu, clearly acknowledging that such a sacred power is only meant for one who wields holy light magic. However, Liu shakes his head, as if coming to a realization, and extends his hand before the group. As anticipated, the blade appears immovable, refusing to budge even slightly, leaving everyone perplexed. Liu smiles faintly, beginning to grasp the situation. This blade is likely the key to defeating Dratus, yet it, much like the elven holy sword, rejects any dominion of darkness. Unfortunately, he suspects he cannot sever ties with the darkness at this moment. After pondering for a while, Liu looks to Burke, the only one among them skilled in wielding a blade. Burke, upon noticing, expresses disbelief, then shakes his head, saying, I cannot wield this sword. Give it a try? Luo Yu gently encourages, nodding. Burke hesitates for a moment, then rises to approach the blade, extending his hand to touch it. To everyone's astonishment, the blade slightly quivers before remaining still, leaving them all in shock, realizing Burke, too, cannot wield it. Everyone takes turns attempting to grasp the blade. But aside from Burke's slight movement, even Mayahiko fails to elicit any reaction from the blade. Gazing at the floating blade, the group feels helpless. How can they confront Dratus if they cannot even wield it? Just as they ponder this dilemma, the blade suddenly loses its brilliance and crashes to the ground, appearing devoid of its former glory. Chapter 31. Team Conflicts. The dark mist descends as the blade stands upright on the ground. Burke approaches in confusion and effortlessly pulls it from its resting place. Yet the dim glow upon it indicates its current ineffectiveness. While still contemplating, Wu Ling suddenly gasps from a distance and retrieves a complete light blue crystal from the pile of shattered fragments. Its tranquil hue and unpretentious exterior perfectly match the descriptions of the rumored fog-breaking crystal, which is precisely the reason they embarked on this journey. Upon obtaining the Mist Breaker crystal, Luo Yu and his companions could not linger to contemplate the blade any longer. They hurried to Wu Ling's side to retrieve the crystal. The faintly tranquil azure hue of the crystal, illuminated by a radiant light, emanated a refreshing chill, imparting an air of enigmatic profundity. Just as the group marveled at this flawless creation, the surroundings began to tremble violently. Debris, mingled with black viscous liquid and the scent of blood, cascaded down like arrows. Observing this, Lawrence swiftly cast a protective spell, while everyone else began to flee. Ultimately, just as the cave's entrance was on the verge of collapse, several managed to escape. Gazing back at the now ruined cavern, each filled with trepidation. Should we return to the altar? After a brief respite, Burke immediately inquired about their plans. In response, Luo Yu fell silent. He now understood what lay beneath the altar. Even an entity as formidable as Sabrina had succumbed to its corruption. Did they truly possess the strength to vanquish Dryaris? Noticing Luo Yu's silence, Burke grew anxious. The altar was located within the territory of the Lushingding Empire. And if Luo Yu continued to hesitate, time would slip away. Seeing Burke's growing urgency, Luo Yu could only nod in agreement. Regardless, they had come this far, and they could only proceed step by step, hoping that Dryaris had not yet fully awakened and that there remained a chance to seal it away once more. As Luo Yu nodded, Burke and the others immediately rose to leave, but they were halted by Yahiko. "What are you doing?" Burke asked, taken aback by Yahiko's obstruction. "The will of the dragon compels me to follow you." Yahiko's gaze remained cold and devoid of emotion, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. Burke frowned at this. "So what if you follow? What does that have to do with blocking our path? Going will lead to death." Yahiko remarked, his tone tinged with indifference, as if he could perceive the doubt in Burke's eyes. "But not going will also lead to death," Burke retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. "But going has no meaning if it leads to death." Yahiko replied, his tone still emotionless. "Do you intend to obstruct us?" Burke's tone turned menacing, clearly displeased with Yahiko's interference. "If you wish to go, then leave the dragon blade," Yahiko declared. "Fools are unworthy to wield the dragon blade. Those who cannot defeat a broken dragon should not challenge that which terrifies even dragons, an act of utter folly." Yahiko's gaze shifted to the blade in Burke's grasp, showing no concern for whether Burke would seek his own demise. Her only desire was for the dragon blade. Burke's anger surged at Yahiko's words, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Yahiko was correct. They had all faced that terrifying dragon. Had it not been for Luo Yu's cunning approach to the crystal, they might have been devoured by the dragon's monstrous maw. Luo Yu's recent hesitance made it clear to Burke that they lacked the confidence to defeat Dryaris. "Perhaps we should devise a plan," Wu Ling suggested, casting a scrutinizing glance at Luo Yu. Unlike the others, Wu Ling's gaze held not only inquiry, but also a trace of confusion. She alone had witnessed the terror in Luo Yu's eyes, and, being astute, could infer that he harbored secrets unknown to them, secrets that were likely far from benign. "But we are running out of time," Burke interjected, disheartened by Wu Ling's words. "Not having time does not mean we should recklessly charge forward to our doom," Luo Yu replied, furrowing his brow at Burke's insistence. Lawrence, with a face reflecting despair, fell silent, while Durans, usually talkative, also chose to remain quiet. A singular thought loomed in the minds of all. They had no chance of victory. Luo Yu could not wield the blade left by Sabrina, nor could Burke. They were clueless as to how this blade could affect Dryaris, and without a means to counter it, defeating Dryaris seemed insurmountable. As Burke had said, seeking the altar now would be courting disaster. "Perhaps the saints could offer us some guidance?" Wu Ling suggested after a moment of silence. Presently, they could think of no one else but the saints, yet everyone understood that time was of the essence. "So you all plan to inexplicably give up here?" After a brief silence, Burke slumped down in despair. He was not a fool. He grasped the gravity of the situation, but he was unwilling to accept it without a fight. Luo Yu, too, wrestled with his own turmoil. In truth, he yearned to resolve the threat of Dryaris sooner rather than later. Burke and the others had only witnessed the devastation wrought by undead creatures upon a ruined village. But he had seen darkness envelop the land, turning all living beings into shadows of their former selves. The horrific vision of a world shrouded in darkness haunted him still. What do the dragon's final words truly mean? Durans suddenly interjected. He had no desire to entangle himself in their chaotic affairs. His sole interest lay in studying Luo Yu. Nevertheless, observing their anxiety, he felt compelled to shift the conversation. At Duran's words, silence fell among the group once more. The singular issue remained. They did not know how to confront Dryaris. The constricting time and vast disparity in strength left them bereft of any hope for resistance. "No, I must stop that monster from awakening," Burke declared resolutely after a brief pause. He stood up, determined to go, prompting Luo Yu to rise in an attempt to halt him. However, Yahiko was quicker, delivering a swift kick to Burke's back, sending him sprawling. "What are you doing?" Burke shouted, his anger flaring as he recovered from the unexpected blow. Yahiko merely regarded him coolly, showing no interest in retaliating against Burke's aggression. With a light touch, she sent Burke flying once more, rendering his advanced swordsman skills a mere joke in her presence. As the two began to clash, Luo Yu and Wu Ling also rose to intervene, while Lawrence and Durans remained indifferent, unconcerned with the unfolding chaos. The previously harmonious group had now fractured. and it dawned on Luo Yu that the underlying issue had long been apparent. They were incapable of functioning as a cohesive team. He was not a natural leader. His hesitant and overly cautious nature rendered him incapable of guiding others. Yet this group had inexplicably gravitated around him as their center. Such a team could achieve nothing. After separating Burke from Ihiko, Luo Yu paused for a moment before suggesting, "Let us disband for now and take a moment to reflect." Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, the group fell silent. Burke shrugged off Luo Yu's grasp and, clutching the dragon blade, walked off to one side. Luo Yu observed Burke's retreating figure, remaining silent for a moment, then chose not to pursue him. Yahiko, with a glint of coldness in her eyes, followed Burke's lead. "Yahiko." Wu Ling attempted to intervene, wanting to stop Yahiko from approaching Burke, yet Yahiko merely shot her a frosty glance. "This is none of your concern. The dragon blade is the will of the dragon. I will safeguard it." As a dragon speaker, Yahiko viewed Burke as inconsequential. The dragon blade held paramount importance. Watching the two storm away, Luo Yu fell into silence and settled down on a nearby rock. Lawrence and Durans exchanged glances before rising nonchalantly to search for something to eat. As the group dispersed, Wu Ling glanced at Luo Yu, contemplating whether to approach him. However, the haunting memory of that terrifying gaze caused her to retract her hand. Sensing her hesitation, Luo Yu looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Wu Ling waved her hand dismissively, pursing her lips, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Thus, the six of them, each burdened with their own thoughts, spent the night outside the crumbling cave. Under the moonlight, the dim atmosphere heightened the sense of unease that permeated the already dreary surroundings. After a silent afternoon, Lawrence and Duran prepared some grilled fish, and the group gathered once more, yet this time, the previous joyful atmosphere had dissipated. Burke's anger was still evident on his face, while Mayahiko coldly stared at the blade in Burke's hand, showing no intention of eating. Wu Ling fixated on the grilled fish in her hand, lost in thought, occasionally glancing back at Luo Yu. Luo Yu remained silent, not partaking in the fish, his gaze distant as if lost in reverie. Duran and Lawrence, unperturbed, continued to eat their own meals. Just as the awkward tension reached its peak, Burke stood up and addressed Luo Yu. "What do you intend to do?" Mayahiko was not mistaken. Going to the altar now would be akin to seeking death. Luo Yu replied, looking at Burke. "So, you're afraid?" Burke retorted, his tone tinged with an air of aristocratic elegance and arrogance. In response, Luo Yu furrowed his brow but uttered nothing. Observing this, Wu Ling rose to say something to ease the tension, but Duran interjected, "What good is arguing? Even if you win the argument, it won't resolve the issue." His tone held a hint of mockery, clearly disdainful of the atmosphere between Luo Yu and Burke. Taking a deep breath, Burke stood up and said to Luo Yu, "If you don't plan to continue, I shall go alone." With that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Luo Yu stood up, ready to dissuade him, but Mayahiko reached out, blocking Burke and stating, "I told you if you seek death, put down the dragon blade." Burke glared at Mayahiko with an icy intensity, his annoyance evident from the repeated interventions. Yet, Mayahiko remained unfazed, staring coldly back at Burke. After a moment of silence, Burke drew the dragon blade and, before everyone, slammed the blade onto the ground, preparing to leave. Mayahiko showed no intention of stopping him, merely extending his hand to retrieve the dragon blade. Wu Ling hurried to intervene, but as she took a few steps, her eyes widened in shock. Not far away, a mass of intense blackness began to approach rapidly. "What is that?" Wu Ling questioned, and upon hearing her inquiry, Luo Yu turned to look in the direction she was pointing. "The black mist. Is the cursed black mist," Lawrence exclaimed, quickly attempting to cast a defensive spell, yet the speed of the black mist was astonishing, engulfing them all within mere seconds, leaving no time for spellcasting. Chapter 32. As tensions escalate within the black mist, the light had completely vanished, and Luo Yu and the others found themselves enveloped in a foreboding black mist, an endless labyrinth of darkness surrounding them. The oppressive atmosphere within the mist was suffocating, instilling an uneasy feeling in their hearts. Occasionally, terrifying sounds echoed within the black mist, resembling the whispers of phantoms, sending chills down their spines. Within the mist, strange, distorted figures flickered, appearing as if they were souls from the underworld. These figures darted past swiftly or remained motionless, seemingly watching the souls of Luo Yu and his companions. Each appearance of these entities filled them with a palpable sense of impending doom, a profound fear permeating their hearts. The earlier awkwardness from their quarrel now forced the six to huddle together, seeking solace in the faint light emitted by the shattering mist crystal, which resembled a weak beacon against the terror of the black mist. This crystal seemed to possess mysterious powers capable of resisting the eerie threats. Every time a terrifying sound arose from the black mist or a strange figure emerged, they clutched the shattering mist crystal tightly, a protective energy radiating around them, dispelling the encroaching terror. Navigating through the black mist felt like walking on thin ice, every sound and sight heightening their senses to the looming threats. In this dark maze, the group relied on the shattering mist crystal as their shield, moving forward step by step in search of an escape while resisting the horrors and strangeness of the mist. After a considerable time, as if sensing the futility of breaching the protective crystal, the eerie presences gradually faded away, leaving behind a suffocating emptiness and silence. Although the calmness was restored, all understood that something still lurked in the terrifying darkness, watching them intently. After a brief respite from their fright, the group slumped to the ground, the now pitch-black expanse forcing them to navigate within a tight space. Despite this, they remained divided into three factions. A chasm seemed to separate Burke and Luo Yu. Wu Ling, though worried for Burke, was even more concerned for Luo Yu, whose situation was particularly precarious, though she could not grasp its full extent. Meanwhile, Mayahiko continued to fixate on Burke's sword, while Duran and Lawrence remained spectators, albeit now with a palpable sense of trepidation. Luo Yu sensed Wu Ling's presence nearby, but refrained from turning back, vaguely suspecting that she might have inquiries about his identity. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Even in this world, his origins were rather fantastical. In the darkness, the atmosphere among the group remained heavy. Both Wu Ling and Luo Yu understood that this was not a moment for quarrels. Someone had to step forward to break the stalemate. After a brief silence, Wu Ling sighed and approached Luo Yu, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Having lived in the Holy City for a long time, she understood Burke's nature. Though he appeared carefree, he deeply cared for the people of the Holy City and the Lushenting Empire. Their discord stemmed from this. Luo Yu was solely focused on confronting Dryce, perhaps not fully considering the welfare of the Lushenting populace. With Wu Ling's hand on his shoulder, Luo Yu took a deep breath and turned to face her. Wu Ling nodded, recognizing that if anyone were to speak first, it could not be Burke. As a prince, Burke's pride was ingrained in him, and for now, Luo Yu had to bear the burden. Luo Yu understood this too. Inhaling deeply, he chose to rise, knowing that this was not the time for disputes or divisions, at least not until they escaped the black mist. Moments later, Luo Yu was labia apruakaburka, the shattering mist crystal in hand, compelling Lawrence and Duran to follow suit. Burke, realizing the necessity of clarity in their situation, understood that without unity, the six would struggle to navigate through the black mist. The tension was palpable as the black mist enveloped them. Luo Yu, with a grave expression, looked at Burke, attempting to calm his racing heart before speaking. Burke, we must collaborate to escape this place. I know, Burke replied, his tone laced with arrogance. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Luo Yu. The black mist has already spread to this point. Cannot you see? Dryce's power is beyond what we can currently contend with. Luo Yu's voice grew increasingly fervent, frustration evident as he chastised Burke for his reckless behavior. Burke, this is not a game. The power of Dryce surpasses our comprehension. Blind action will only lead to death. Burke's brows furrowed tightly, suddenly rising and gripping Luo Yu's shoulders, his tone sharpening. Can you refrain from perpetually emphasizing your preparation? We can no longer wait. The Holy City is on the brink. Every second could bring more death. Luo Yu shot him a cold glance, pushing Burke's hands away. Burke, this is not my preparation. It is rationality. Do not let your status inflate your ego, for it will only lead to your own detriment and that of others. Burke was consumed by rage, his fury rendering him nearly uncontrollable, to the point where he contemplated drawing his sword. However, he was restrained by Mahiko, while not in agreement with Burke's sentiments. Understood that the dragon sword was a legacy left by the great dragon to combat the ancient god Drarith, and should not be wielded against friends. Realizing his impulsiveness, Burke withdrew his hand, yet his voice nearly erupted. Luo Yu, cease your unilateral actions. Who do you think you are? We cannot allow the Holy City to suffer further damage. As the two engaged in a fervent argument, Wu Ling hurried over in an attempt to separate them. However, Burke's emotions had spiraled out of control. Inadvertently, he collided shoulders with Luo Yu, producing a dull thud. Luo Yu's face instantly turned ashen, his gaze locked on Burke. Flames of anger flickering in his eyes. This collision ignited a powder keg of tension, escalating their conflict beyond control. Sensing that a physical altercation was imminent, Lawrence and Duran hastily intervened to separate the two. Once restrained, Wielding rushed forward to pacify them, but Luo Yu's voice became hoarse. "Burke, if you act recklessly, we will all perish at Drareth's hands." Burke's complexion flushed, his eyes brimming with fury and defiance. "If you continue to cower, the holy city will be obliterated by your indecision." Their standoff burned like wildfire, Wielding's attempts at mediation proving futile. As their quarrel intensified, Wielding, now exasperated, raised her voice, laced with anger and impatience. "Enough. Luo Yu, Burke, are you both oblivious to the perilous situation we find ourselves in? Stop bickering. We must devise a solution, or Drareth will exploit our discord." Her gaze was sharp, scanning the two as if to awaken their awareness through her ire. "We must unite against external threats, regardless of your perceptions of one another. Otherwise, even if we vanquish Drareth, the holy city will crumble from within." Wielding's words rang with fervor. She was unwilling to witness their discord fracture the team. She understood the urgency of the moment, emphasizing the necessity of unity and cooperation to overcome the looming threat. Chastened by Wielding's admonition, Luo Yu and Burke fell silent. Luo Yu had intended to temper his anger and engage in a civil conversation. Yet, being an outsider in this realm, he struggled to genuinely care about the responsibilities thrust upon him or the lives at stake. Apart from the friends he cherished, he felt no deep connection to this world, rendering him incapable of caring for the citizens of the Holy City and the Lushingding Empire in the same manner as Burke. This divergence in their sentiments was the crux of their conflict, but he had not anticipated that his few words could ignite Burke's fury to such an extent. As the two quieted, Wielding softened her tone. "Burke, I understand your desire to save others, but if we do not address Drareth, even if you rush back to the Holy City, your arrival at the altar will be of no consequence, merely hastening the deaths of the citizens." She turned to Luo Yu. "Frankly, I do not know your origins, but since the Master and the Sage have deemed you essential, you must possess unique abilities. However, we are all subjects of the Lushingding Empire. If we remain paralyzed by fear, Burke is right. Each day of hesitation will cost countless lives to the undead." Having calmed, both men absorbed Wielding's words. Though they remained reluctant to apologize, they at least ceased their hostilities. Seeing that the bickering had abated, Wielding sighed with relief and shot an annoyed glance at Luo Yu, clearly holding him accountable. Luo Yu felt a twinge of guilt, but recognized that such disputes were typical among men. With everyone now composed, Lawrence and Duran released their hold on Burke and Luo Yu. "Now, we must devise a plan to escape the black mist. Otherwise, all discussions are moot," Wielding remarked, rubbing her temples in frustration as the two remained silent. Their quarrel had rendered consensus impossible, leaving them no choice but to heed Wielding's guidance. The black mist was essentially a conglomeration of necromantic elements. Dispersing these would clear the fog. As the group fell silent, Mexico spoke up, his knowledge as a dragon speaker far exceeding that of the others. "Necromantic elements?" The others furrowed their brows in contemplation. Among the six, only Luo Yu's holy light magic had the potential to dispel darkness. However, Burke and Lawrence's fiery essence and fire magic could also contribute, albeit minimally. The necromantic elements had infested the space entirely, and any hasty use of magic would soon drain their powers. Of course, Luo Yu lacked the requisite mastery, and his spells could not effectively clear the black mist. Perhaps, with Duran's potions, they might find a way. But where would they procure the necessary ingredients in such an open expanse? "Wait, how does necromantic magic operate?" Luo Yu suddenly inquired. The group paused, taken aback by the seemingly unrelated question, but Lawrence promptly began to elucidate. Necromantic spells function by compressing necromantic elements into a corpse for manipulation, animating the body through this dark energy. Lawrence's explanation was formal and academic, suggesting that even as a grand sorcerer, his grasp of necromantic magic was merely superficial. If that is the case, Luo Yu appeared to have struck upon an idea. Chapter 33, The Necromantic Dragon. Devourer of the Black Mist, noticing Luo Yu's sudden spark of inspiration, Wielding and the others turned their attention to him. However, Luo Yu quickly lowered his slightly agitated hands. Addressing the group, "What is the matter?" The others were taken aback by Luo Yu's suddenly deflated demeanor. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "I'm afraid it will take some time for me to clarify what lies ahead." With that, Luo Yu opened the space within his ring, gazing at the ominous runes he had long hesitated to use, the necromantic runes. The group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his meaning. Suddenly, a dim light began to flicker, and a multitude of terrifying presences surged around Luo Yu, as if something was being summoned forth. Standing resolute upon the ground, the dim light of the crystal of fog shattering illuminated Luo Yu's countenance, casting a shadowy pallor upon him. Night enveloped the earth, stars twinkling above, and amidst this tranquil darkness, a swirling mass of black mist began to coalesce around Luo Yu, resembling wraiths that slowly entwined around him. As the black mist gathered, a dark magical circle materialized in Luo Yu's hands, emanating a faint ghostly glow. The circle was inscribed with ancient patterns, exuding an aura of mystique. Surrounded by the black mist, the runes gradually became translucent, as if merging with the surrounding void. Suddenly, the black mist began to converge, as if drawn by an unseen force, flowing into the magical circle in Luo Yu's grasp. The circle blazed with a brighter, ghostly light, resembling a black pearl radiating an ancient and mysterious essence. Under the illumination of the crystal of fog shattering, a vague silhouette began to manifest before Luo Yu. Initially, it was merely a hazy outline, but it gradually solidified into the imposing form of a colossal dragon. Its scales glimmered like stars in the night, radiating a profound brilliance. The dragon's massive body appeared powerful enough to rend the very fabric of space. Its expansive wings unfurled, black feathers fluttering gently in the night breeze, producing a low, resonant roar. Luo Yu stood before the colossal dragon, feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from its imposing form. The black mist continued to surge into the dragon's body, rendering its shape increasingly tangible, as if it had traversed from another realm. Its eyes glowed like eerie green flames, flickering with a wisdom that seemed capable of piercing the very souls of all living beings. Under the mysterious force of the necromantic runes, the dragon began to emit a low, rumbling roar, a sound akin to the infernal fires of hell, reverberating throughout the vast clearing. At that moment, the clearing transformed into a site of arcane ritual. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Wu Ling and the others were struck with sheer terror, especially Lawrence, the Grand Sorcerer, who could distinctly sense the dread invoked by the necromantic dragon summoned by Luo Yu, far more terrifying than their previous encounters with such creatures. However, Luo Yu's suspicions were confirmed. The moment the necromantic dragon manifested, the surrounding black mist seemed to act as if it had a leader, frantically seeking entry into the dragon's form, causing the previously dense fog to thin considerably. Yet, would events unfold smoothly? The answer, evidently, was no. At that instant, as the immense shadow of the necromantic dragon began to materialize, Luo Yu's body grew increasingly anomalous. Initially, he sensed a chilling aura emanating from the necromantic runes, seeping into his palms and rapidly spreading throughout his being. He attempted to resist, but it felt as though an invisible hand was firmly grasping him. His skin turned pale, as if tainted by the touch of death. His eyes gradually lost their vitality, becoming deep and hollow, resembling an abyss of endless void. A coldness spread within him, making him feel as though he were bidding farewell to the warmth of life. Yet, what was more terrifying was the onset of excruciating pain coursing through his body. It felt as though countless daggers were slicing beneath his skin, each inch of his flesh seemingly pierced by cruel blades. His body trembled uncontrollably, an icy chill penetrating his spine, nearly overwhelming him. Luo Yu's breath became rapid and erratic. He strained with all his might to combat this deathly energy, but it felt as if he were ensnared in an inescapable nightmare. His consciousness began to blur, as if being eroded by the shadow of death. Simultaneously, the appearance of the necromantic dragon began to shift. Its once majestic and fearsome form became distorted, strange patterns emerging upon its scales, exuding a heavy aura of death. Its eyes deepened further, resembling an endless abyss that consumed all light of life. The dragon's roars grew more profound and mournful, as if summoning a darker force. Its wings ceased to flutter gently, now thrumming violently, the black feathers tracing a sinister arc across the night sky. As Luo Yu's body transformed, the necromantic dragon's form continued to evolve, seemingly entwined with Luo Yu's fate. An indescribable power intertwined between the two, binding Luo Yu and the dragon in a scene steeped in mystery and the uncanny. In response, the onlookers instinctively drew their weapons, their gazes fixed on the metamorphosing Luo Yu. As the dragon's silhouette emerged, the surrounding black mist was devoured, the once all-encompassing darkness fully consumed, revealing a dim sunlight that, paradoxically, failed to ignite even a flicker of flame upon the necromantic dragon-esque form. Amidst the agonizing ordeal, Luo Yu clung to the last vestige of his will, knowing he must immediately halt the spell. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Utilizing the remnants of his consciousness, he maneuvered the runes within the runic space. Focusing his energy with considerable difficulty, he found that his command over the runic space was no longer as feeble as it had once been. Though challenging, he managed to project a single necromantic rune out of the glowing sphere. Just before the necromantic dragon vanished, its eyes slowly turned toward Luo Yu, something shimmering momentarily within them, before its majestic form gradually dissolved into black mist, transforming into swirling beams of light that began to penetrate Luo Yu's being, akin to a venomous stinger deeply embedding itself within his soul. This process, however, was fraught with agony and torment. As Luo Yu struggled to retract the necromantic magic, he felt as if his body were being torn apart, the pain crashing over him like a tidal wave. His skin began to fissure, blood surging forth from these cracks, rapidly saturating his entire being. His breath turned frantic and unstable, a faint trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his eyes veiled in crimson threads. Driven by an indomitable will, the deathly energy surrounding Luo Yu gradually dissipated, his once lifeless skin beginning to mend. The wounds that had marred his body shrank, yet blood continued to flow, staining him in deep crimson. Finally, in a crucial moment, Luo Yu successfully reclaimed 3 runes, the runic space returning to tranquility, though he could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed on the ground. Witnessing Luo Yu's fall, Wu Ling and the others rushed forward to assist, but halted, recalling the horrifying scene they had just witnessed. Luo Yu could wield necromantic magic. Surely, only agents of darkness would employ such sorcery. His identity, already shrouded in mystery, now rendered them hesitant to approach. A sorcerer capable of necromantic magic was an enemy to humanity, regardless of the locale. However, Wu Ling fell silent for a moment, suddenly realizing that necromantic magic could not coexist with holy light magic within a single individual. These two forms of magic were inherently incompatible. Even dispersed in the air, they would repel one another. With this revelation, Wu Ling understood why Luo Yu was reluctant to disclose his true identity. The mere ability to wield necromantic magic was sufficient grounds for a manhunt across the entire human empire. Humans were not elves. Not everyone would think as Wu Ling did. To many, Luo Yu's ability to harness necromantic magic branded him as a minion of dark forces. Yet, Luo Yu's secrets likely extended beyond this. With this thought, Wu Ling hurried forward, conjuring a thread of magical essence in his hand. Invoking a secondary wind-based healing spell, Wind's Whisper. Upon witnessing Wu Ling treating Luo Yu, Burke rushed to intervene. He can wield necromantic magic. I know, but he is certainly not a pawn of darkness. Wu Ling replied, disregarding Burke's objections and continuing to heal the unconscious Luo Yu. Meanwhile, Yahiko surveyed the others before murmuring an incantation in an unintelligible tongue, summoning a warm, crimson light to envelop Luo Yu's body. Dragon language magic, Dragon's healing word. Observing Wu Ling and Yahiko's decision to heal Luo Yu, Durinth remained silent for a moment before casting a healing spell himself. After all, he had accompanied Luo Yu. Though the revelation of Luo Yu's necromantic abilities instilled a twinge of fear within him, he chose to trust Luo Yu. Lawrence, however, remained taciturn, clearly aligning with Burke's perspective. Burke, seeing Wu Ling, Yahiko, and Durinth administering healing to Luo Yu, contemplated intervening but ultimately remained silent. He too did not wish for Luo Yu to be as he feared. Yet, to be cautious, Burke raised his dragon sword, his gaze glinting with cold resolve as he watched Luo Yu, wary of any potential harm he might inflict upon the group upon regaining consciousness. While the others tended to Luo Yu, the unconscious sorcerer found himself adrift in an expansive, boundless realm, enveloped in a haze of disorientation. Suddenly, the previously pure white scene began to warp into chaos, dark shadows creeping in, suffusing the air around him. He felt as though he had fallen into a peculiar dream, his breathing quickening. Abruptly, countless ethereal black mists surged forth from all directions, converging to form a mirror-like barrier that isolated Luo Yu from everything surrounding him. This barrier exuded a chilling aura, instilling a profound sense of dread. Within this barrier, a figure identical to Luo Yu suddenly appeared, standing face to face with him. However, Luo Yu felt an involuntary tension rise within him, for this doppelganger-esque expression was one of madness and distortion, reminiscent of someone teetering on the brink of insanity. Its gaze was hollow and terrifying, as if ensnared by some indescribable terror. The distorted figure of Luo Yu began to utter incomprehensible words in a hysterical voice, as if expressing unspeakable anguish. His form had morphed into something grotesque and deformed, instilling a sense of dread. Unable to bear the horrific sight before him, Luo Yu attempted to retreat, yearning to escape from this twisted reflection of himself. However, in that fleeting moment of withdrawal, the Luo Yu within the barrier suddenly unleashed a frenzied roar, his eyes alight with madness, as though he had sensed Luo Yu's presence and was striving to draw closer. The Luo Yu inside the barrier began to violently collide with its confines, producing a chilling cacophony. Luo Yu was paralyzed with fear at this sudden onslaught, his heart racing and his mind engulfed in terror. Just then, 3 beams of different colors flashed from a distance. Blue, green, and red light intertwined in the air, emanating a formidable force. Gradually, these lights enveloped Luo Yu, instilling a sense of warmth and tranquility. He felt his consciousness begin to sharpen, and his body gradually liberated from the horrific nightmare. His eyes slowly opened, as faint sunlight streamed through the window, offering a glimmer of life. Chapter 34. Departing the black mist, an explanation. As the faint light entered his eyes, Luo Yu breathed a bit more rapidly, sensing the pain in his body gradually dissipating. He then rose slowly, propping himself up to gaze at the others. Although Wu Ling and the others had cast healing magic upon him, it did not imply their unconditional trust. Luo Yu noticed the scrutinizing gazes directed at him, fell silent for a moment, and then spoke. "Let us leave this place first. If you have questions, I can explain gradually." Observing the reactions of his companions, Luo Yu understood that an explanation was inevitable. Yet he pondered how best to articulate it. Simply stating the facts would likely invite disbelief. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, the group exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. After a brief discussion, they decided on a compromise. While Luo Yu was reluctant to confront Drairis immediately, Burke was eager for action. For the sake of safety, Wu Ling devised a plan to first head to the village where the trouble had initially been discovered, as it was the closest to the altar and would yield the fastest information regarding it. Thus, they set off on a long journey. During the trek, several attempts were made to inquire further, yet ultimately no one spoke, as if a silent understanding had formed among them. Only Wu Ling attempted to break the silence a few times, but was either avoided or interrupted. Eventually, they arrived at the village. However, the village was no longer as it once was. It had deteriorated even further since Luo Yu and Wu Ling's previous visit. While it had appeared eerie before, at least there had been signs of life, albeit lifeless and numb. Now, following an onslaught by undead creatures, the once tranquil village had been consumed by an endless darkness. A thick fog lingered in the air, reminiscent of ghostly whispers recounting past tragedies. The village stood like an abandoned grave, every inch steeped in unspeakable fear. An eerie aura of death pervaded the area, resembling an inescapable net of decay, ensnaring everything within its grasp. Even the occasional breeze seemed to carry the mournful cries of withered leaves, dragging one's spirit into despair. Amidst this desolate land, a few surviving souls wandered about like specters, their eyes hollow and filled with terror, reflecting the recent horrors they had endured. Clutching their iron tools tightly, they exhibited no capacity for response, mere shells devoid of souls, retaining only instinctual defensive postures. The houses lay in ruin, walls crumbling, wooden beams rotting, unable to withstand the ravages of time. The dilapidated roofs creaked in the wind, akin to ghostly wails. Windows, eroded by time and suffering, had vanished, leaving only gaping holes through which the wind flowed, carrying with it the scent of death. Standing outside the village, devoid of the warning elder, only the stench of demise lingered, causing Luo Yu and his companions to hesitate at the threshold. "It is too late," Burke remarked with a hint of sorrow. Luo Yu remained silent as they entered the village, meticulously searching, but apart from a few deranged individuals, there was no trace of life. They discovered a relatively clean dwelling and decided to rest. As they consumed their somewhat dry rations, a long silence enveloped the group. After a considerable pause, Wu Ling, unable to contain her curiosity, was the first to speak, eager to understand the truth of Luo Yu's situation. Although their acquaintance had not spanned long, barely over a month, she felt she knew him best among them, especially since he had saved her life. She sincerely hoped he was not a villain. Noticing the inquiry in Wu Ling's gaze, Luo Yu took a deep breath and turned to face them all. At this moment, every pair of eyes was fixed upon him. After a brief silence, he chose to speak. I am not of this world. What do you mean? The group was taken aback, unable to comprehend Luo Yu's statement. To put it simply, I hail from a place beyond your reach. A place I should not have been able to visit. I do not know why I have appeared here. Luo Yu shook his head and continued. You are not of the elven race. Burke interjected, having assumed Luo Yu was an elf, as he had been trusted by the king and the sage of the holy city due to a letter of recommendation from the elven king. Although Luo Yu was entirely different from elves, Burke believed this was merely a guise. I am not an elf. I merely found myself in elven territory by accident. Luo Yu clarified. You mean to say you are not expelled by the elves? Duran asked, astonished. As a pharmacist, he frequently interacted with various races, including elves. Due to his passion for researching dark potions, which often required materials sourced from the elven race. Thus, he was acutely aware of the disdain other races, especially the proud elves and angels, held towards humans, even amidst periods of peace. Because I accidentally drew a sword, Luo Yu replied candidly. The group was taken aback by his revelation. A sword? The holy sword? Lawrence exclaimed in astonishment. Even Miyako, who had previously been indifferent, turned to Luo Yu, clearly aware of the holy sword's significance. Indeed, it is referred to as the holy sword. However, I have been unable to draw it again. Luo Yu nodded, then added, Why not? Wu Ling inquired, puzzled as to why he could draw the sword once yet not again. Because of this, Luo Yu said, producing a necromantic rune and placing it within a sphere of light. Since he had not activated all three, it merely emitted a faint aura of darkness from his palm. Because you have been tainted by dark power, Lawrence exclaimed, his tone revealing a hint of excitement. Precisely. Do you remember that dragon controlled by necromantic magic? It bore a strange black substance. When I first arrived in this world, I fell into the cavern of the elven sacred beast, which had also been tainted by that substance. I accidentally drew the holy sword and was able to remove it from the sacred beast, but it later entered my body. Luo Yu recounted the circumstances of his arrival in this world to the group. Upon hearing that Luo Yu had encountered the sacred beast of the elves and that it had once been under the control of dark forces, everyone was left in disbelief, especially when Luo Yu revealed that he had been possessed by these dark forces. And it was only through the release of a transcendent sealing magic by the sacred beast that he had not been completely overtaken. Thus, Burke queried, so, is necromancy that kind of dark power? No, not at all. I can sense that this entity is not necromancy. It appears to have always sought to control me. Necromancy is merely a tool it uses. When I practiced swordsmanship among the elven clan, it appeared once, compelling me to unleash necromancy. But Sleeve Me and the others discovered it, preventing its success, Luo Yu explained. As the others continued to ask questions, Luo Yu's explanations grew increasingly convoluted, prompting him to divulge all his experiences within the elven tribe, including his ability to cast almost all elemental magics. So, according to your assertion, you can cast all the spells you are aware of, provided you have witnessed their release? Lawrence remarked incredulously. Sort of, Luo Yu nodded. How is this even possible? Even me, Yin, was astonished. The concept of an all-element mage was legendary throughout the continent's millennia. Only one such master had been recorded, a deity said to have forged the entire land. Is this why you need not chant spells or gather magical elements? Wu Ling inquired. Not quite. In truth, I am utterly incapable of gathering magical elements. I am a complete failure in magic. Luo Yu shook his head, his tone laced with resignation. What? The group was left bewildered by Luo Yu's words. My magic is released through this. Luo Yu retrieved a rune from the rune space and displayed it before him, but the expressions of the others caused him to pause. They all stared blankly at him, seemingly oblivious to his actions. Realizing this, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback before uncertainly asking, You can't see this? See what? Wu Ling promptly responded. Luo Yu fell silent, having feared that the existence of runes would be exposed and that he would be taken for experimentation. Yet it turned out that no one else could perceive the runes. Well, regardless, my magic differs from yours. Although the effects are similar, I do not require the refinement of magical elements or incantations. The sole means to enhance my magic is this. Luo Yu returned the rune to the rune space, recognizing that since they could not see it, displaying it was futile. He then took out a golden stone tablet from his ring, a fragment of the epic stone. Burke and the future were momentarily taken aback, both having heard this name from the sage. Indeed, I can use this to upgrade the way I release magic, but currently, I'm only able to cast spells of up to the 2nd level. However, it seems I can absorb many potion enhancements. Previously, in Silverlight Town, it was because of this that I managed to repel the Death Knight. Luo Yu declared. So, necromancy is also released through your unique method? Lawrence inquired. Pretty much. However, necromancy seems to have some issues. I cannot fully control its release. It may be due to that entity within me. Whenever I attempt to use necromancy, it appears try to seize control of my body. Initially, the necromancy was thwarted by the magical defenses of the elven sacred beast, but when I accidentally absorbed the body of Shabalina, the necromancy was unsealed. Now, whenever I release necromancy, I summon the undead dragon formed from Shabalina's remains. Luo Yu elucidated. Instantly, the others understood why the undead dragon summoned by Luo Yu exerted such terrifying pressure. After all, the actual undead dragon was merely the corpse of a dragon and posed no significant threat. At most, it would be on par with the Death Knight. Yet, the undead dragon summoned by Luo Yu, even with its dwindling draconic might, was at least at the Grand Mage level. If it were Shabalina, it made sense considering Shabalina, as a guardian dragon, was a semi-divine being. Naturally, among the group, Mien cast a slightly displeased glance at Luo Yu, believing that his manipulation of Shabalina's remains was a desecration. However, upon hearing that Shabalina had permitted him to control her corpse, she ceased her disapproving gaze, though whether she believed him was another matter entirely. Chapter 35. A new dispute. A rescue having clarified his situation, a silence enveloped the group. Luo Yu's candor was met with trust, even if it sounded far-fetched. Sensing the faith of his companions, Luo Yu felt a sense of relief. Just as they were enveloped in silence, a chilling crack echoed from outside. Luo Yu's expression shifted, sensing the necromantic runes in the rune space beginning to tremble. The undead creatures are coming. Seeing the change in Luo Yu's demeanor, everyone reacted immediately, brandishing their weapons and pushing open the door. Under the pitch-black night, only the faintest starlight adorned the endless darkness. The village appeared desolate and silent, with nearly all the houses in ruin, windows shattered, and walls battered as if ravaged by time. Amidst the stillness, a chilling aura drew near. Shadows gradually emerged, revealing a legion of undead creatures materializing from the darkness. They moved in silence, yet their presence transmitted the threat of death through the quiet night. The undead beings varied in form. Some were slowly shuffling skeletons with faint green flames flickering within their skulls. Others were corpses wrapped in decay, emitting a putrid stench as they moved. Their eyes were hollow, as if stripped of all emotion, leaving only a yearning for life. Before the undead army, a small fox dragged its battered body, its white fur stained with blood. It looked back in terror at the encroaching undead, despair glimmering in its eyes. The once nimble and beautiful creature was now reduced to a helpless life, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope in the endless darkness. The small fox's sorrowful and fearful cries echoed through the village, which had transformed into a hellish landscape. The few remaining villagers struggled to survive, their gazes vacant, their faces devoid of vitality, as if their spirits had shattered. The atmosphere of the village was thick with a gloomy dread, as if a shadow of death loomed over the entire place. The fox's cries did not rouse the villagers, who had already succumbed to despair. The undead beings drew nearer, their presence like a nightmare, plunging the village into an inescapable torment. The small fox summoned its last reserves of strength, dragging its weary form toward the village. As the scent of death filled the air, threatening to consume its fragile life, the undead creatures let out chilling wails, but before their cries could fully escape, a resounding boom echoed. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and Luo Yu and the others burst from the small dwelling. Wu Ling murmured an incantation, and with a flourish of her hand, conjured a swirling storm of wind. As she shouted with vigor, her magic erupted, instantly forming a tempest. The wind stirred up dust, sweeping the undead creatures away. They were powerless against this formidable force, scattering in disarray. The tempest enveloped the undead army, filling the village with the howling sound of the wind. Intermediate wind magic, tempest. Following this, Luo Yu positioned the runes for his holy light magic. and a six-ring magic array appeared before him, releasing a dazzling beam of holy light. The radiance illuminated the entire area, dispelling the darkness of the night and instilling immense pressure upon the undead creatures. The radiant power swept across, causing some undead creatures scattered by the storm to crumble into dust and vanish completely. Simultaneously, Lawrence slightly swayed the staff in his hand, gathering intense energy to form a colossal fireball. The fireball roared as it burned, emitting a brilliant red light in the air. It tore through the night sky, plummeting like a meteor and striking a portion of the undead creatures with a heavy impact, erupting into searing flames that reduced them to ashes. The remaining undead forces, under the assault of the storm, radiance, and flames, lost their organization and strength, scattering in all directions, yet unable to escape their fated demise. At that moment, Burke wielded his dragon sword, charging into the remnants of the undead with flashing sword light, blood splattering with each strike as the creatures fell one after another. Mayahiko paused for a brief moment, but ultimately chose to join the fray, her colossal sword resonating with terrifying power, each swing unleashing a thunderous roar. Her strength seemed capable of annihilating everything, shattering those who attempted to flee. At last, under the combined efforts of the group, the undead army was utterly vanquished, the dense darkness gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, the little fox trembled weakly in Wu Ling's embrace, its eyes reflecting gratitude and fear, fainting only after the undead had completely vanished. Ignoring the remnants of severed limbs on the ground, the group carried the little fox back into the house. However, not everyone was so composed. At that moment, Durand was unusually excited, rummaging through the corpses of the undead, seemingly in search of something valuable. The others did not oppose this behavior. Inside the house, Luo Yu and Wu Ling were casting restorative magic to heal the little fox's wounds. After a while, the little fox slowly opened its eyes, and the injuries on its body had diminished somewhat. To prevent any complications, Luo Yu carefully checked the little fox's aura, only allowing Wu Ling to hold it, after confirming it was indeed the little fox they had rescued earlier. Surprised that the little fox was still alive, Wu Ling felt a surge of joy. Yet, for some unknown reason, after opening its eyes, the little fox began to emit a series of chirps, leaving the group perplexed as to its intentions. However, as the little fox's cries grew louder, Mayahiko's expression began to shift to one of concern. "What is it?" The others turned to her in unison. "It says the villagers have been taken to a cave." Mayahiko succinctly conveyed the little fox's message. "You can understand his words?" Burke exclaimed in astonishment. Unfazed by Burke's surprise, Mayahiko refrained from elaborating. As a dragon speaker, her experiences and abilities were beyond the comprehension of Luo Yu and the others. Regardless, if the villagers are still alive, we must hasten to their rescue. Wu Ling asserted without questioning the truth of Mayahiko's claim. Nodding in agreement, the others were eager to lend their aid in saving the villagers. Just as they were preparing to discuss their rescue strategy, Durand burst into the room, excitement evident in his demeanor. "What is it?" Luo Yu inquired, frowning. "The altar. The black mist outside the altar has vanished." Durand spoke, breathless from running. "The black mist has disappeared?" Luo Yu expressed his surprise. "Has something occurred?" Wu Ling interjected. "I fear the black mist is now outside the cave where the villagers are trapped." Lawrence voiced a troubling thought, causing the group to fall into silence. Given the number of undead that had pursued the little fox moments ago, Lawrence's concerns seemed likely. "Should we not first ascertain the situation at the altar?" Durand suggested, still unaware of the cave situation. "No. If the black mist approaches the villagers, by the time we figure out the altar's condition, they may be lost." Burke countered vehemently. "But if the black mist returns to the altar, it will be even more challenging to understand what has transpired." Durand argued back. Instantly, silence enveloped the group. Burke was adamantly against abandoning the villagers, while Luo Yu and Durand remained reticent, their inclinations leaning toward clarifying the altar's status. The discussion reignited, and witnessing this, Wu Ling facepalmed in exasperation. Here we go again. However, this time neither Burke nor Luo Yu opted to continue the argument, for Wu Ling had begun to pull out her spell book, indicating her readiness to take action. After deliberation, the group decided to split into two teams. Luo Yu and Wu Ling would investigate the altar, while the remaining four would use the crystal of fog to rescue the villagers. Although splitting up posed risks, it was the most viable solution given the stubbornness of both Luo Yu and Burke. Initially, Durand had intended to accompany Luo Yu to the altar, But Wu Ling insisted that Duran's healing magic would be more beneficial in the rescue effort with Burke, and with Luo Yu and Wu Ling both possessing spatial magic. They could escape if they encountered danger at the altar. Reluctantly, Durans accepted this arrangement under Wu Ling's stern gaze. Who really calls the shots in this team? After completely healing the little fox, Burke and the others resolved to head straight to the cave that night, while Luo Yu and Wu Ling planned to prepare further. Once Burke's group departed, only Luo Yu and Wu Ling remained in the room. Wu Ling mentioned needing to prepare some scrolls and consumables to ensure their safety, to which Luo Yu agreed. Afterward, Wu Ling left the house. Alone, Luo Yu sat in contemplation for a moment before retrieving the remaining 3 golden tablets. Previously, he had attempted to engrave 3rd-level runes, but had failed without understanding the reason. If he could decipher the issue, it might enhance their chances for the upcoming endeavor. After several more attempts, he still achieved no results. The elemental forces transformed into threads of light upon entering the golden tablets, but yielded no further reaction. Regardless of the runes he tried, including the perilous attempt to inscribe undead runes. What was the underlying issue? Did all the runes need to be inscribed as 2nd-level runes before proceeding? Gazing at the floating runes in the spatial realm, Luo Yu felt overwhelmed. Inscribing all the runes as 2nd level would require a considerable amount of golden tablets, which were currently in the possession of dark creatures. The thought of seeking them left him with a headache. Suddenly, a notion struck him. He hastily retrieved another rune and placed it into the luminous sphere. Chapter 36, 3rd-level runes. Alter condition inspired by his thoughts. Luo Yu slowly took out another golden tablet. As the tablet was pushed into the sphere of light, it suddenly emitted a blinding radiance, with 3 runes releasing even more dazzling beams. Within the sphere, the 2 golden tablets began to tremble, transforming into 2 streams of light that started to merge. Overjoyed, Luo Yu watched as the brilliance within the sphere intensified, culminating in the complete fusion of the 2 streams into a single sphere, after which the light ceased, revealing a brand new rune. Luo Yu gazed at the newly manifested rune, the 3rd-level Holy Light rune. The rune shimmered with sacred magical energy, instilling a sense of peace merely by proximity. Above the rune, the one gifted by the saint flickered with a soft glow, seemingly celebrating the arrival of a new companion. The key to inscribing advanced runes was to double the number of golden tablets. Luo Yu nodded slightly, finally understanding how to elevate his magic, though the method of upgrading might prove somewhat cumbersome. The realization that the majority of the golden tablets were in the hands of dark beings left him with a profound sense of frustration. As Luo Yu pondered how to acquire more golden stone tablets, Wu Ling entered from outside. Since undead beings cannot utilize potions, the items left behind in the long-abandoned tavern of the small town remained largely untouched. Wu Ling selected a few useless items and transformed the remaining usable ones into scrolls capable of directly casting spells. Although these scrolls contained only rudimentary and secondary spells of little significance, they could at least assist in their escape. With preparations complete, the 2, who had originally intended to rest for the night, found themselves restless and unable to sleep. Ultimately, they resolved to investigate the altar early to avoid any unforeseen complications. The ancient and eerie altar loomed in the center of a clearing stained with blood. Its weathered stone steps, drenched in crimson, bore witness to countless horrific rituals. Beneath its ancient facade lurked an unspeakable aura of malevolence. The edges of the altar were heaped with mangled corpses, shattered bones, and congealed blood, exuding an unbearable stench. A viscous, dark liquid trickled down the altar, dripping onto the ground with a sickening gurgle. This substance seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, distorting the surrounding light and instilling a sense of dread. At the altar's center stood a grotesque and sinister statue, reminiscent of an evil god, its visage a twisted amalgamation of nightmares. This statue appeared to be a grotesque mass of severed limbs contorted into a repulsive form, its fearsome countenance seemingly assembled from the fragments of deceased demons. The surface of the mass was riddled with cracks and scars, as if it were enduring endless torment. Lacking distinct eyes, the chaotic hollows glimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, radiating a mysterious energy that made it difficult to gaze upon. Even more chilling was the sight of what appeared to be living tendrils entwined beneath the mass. These tendrils, resembling twisted vines, covered the sinister statue, weaving into a nauseating tableau. The tips of the tendrils were slick with mucus, each one undulating slightly, like a cluster of serpents slumbering in an evil embrace. They were marred by grotesque warts and contorted muscle, as if formed from the essence of hellish creatures. Some tendrils bore remnants of blood and decaying flesh, evoking a palpable sense of death. They writhed slowly at times, while at others, they thrashed violently, as if yearning for some unsettling power. The entire statue emanated the essence of a twisted plague, exuding an indescribable malevolence and chaos. In its presence, the altar was steeped in an even deeper layer of fear, as though it were on the very brink of hell. Surrounding the altar, several skeletal candles flickered, their dim light illuminating the horrific scene. A chill breeze swept through, carrying with it the scent of death and destruction. This place was shrouded in dark forces, resembling an entrance to the underworld, every minute detail whispering the terrifying secrets of a dark cult. Compared to their last visit, Luo Yu and Wu Ling could distinctly sense the amplified aura of death surrounding the altar, which now seemed eerily quiet. Even the cloaked figures had vanished, making everything feel tranquil. As they approached the altar, gazing at the nauseating statue, both furrowed their brows. Luo Yu quickly inspected the altar, even extracting the undead runes, but found no response, as if the altar had lost all power. Contemplating this, Luo Yu frowned slightly. Could that terrifying creature beneath the altar have awakened? No. If it had, it would not be so calm. They turned their attention to the statue, the only unique object before them, now tainted by the black liquid seeping from the stone. It seemed as though it had been baptized in a myriad of bloodstains. Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged glances, and after a nod from Wu Ling, she stepped back a few paces, taking out her spellbook. She began to weave a magical formation, murmuring incantations, while Luo Yu turned to the statue, extending his hand cautiously. After a moment's hesitation, overcoming the revulsion within, he gingerly touched the surface of the evil statue with his trembling fingers. Instantly, he felt an unbearable sensation, akin to touching a slick and viscous substance. The black liquid clung to his fingertips like repulsive, rancid water, as if trying to bind him to the statue. A nauseating odor filled the air, sharp and acrid, making it difficult for Luo Yu to breathe. He struggled to endure the discomfort while attempting to withdraw his finger from the statue. But the liquid seemed to possess a strange magic, keeping his finger firmly attached. Suddenly, Luo Yu was astonished to notice a faint movement from the evil statue. Its tendrils twitched subtly, as if responding to his touch. His heart raced, a wave of unease washing over him, and he instinctively pulled the statue to the side. As he did, the entire altar began to tremble. The ground creaked ominously, fissures swiftly spreading beneath Luo Yu's feet. Wu Ling, witnessing this, hastily began to cast a spell, hoping to rescue Luo Yu from the statue. However, she was a moment too late. The altar erupted with a tremendous noise, its structure collapsing suddenly. Both Luo Yu and Wu Ling screamed instinctively, caught mercilessly in the midst of the collapse. Debris flew, dust filled the air, and they felt as though they were plunging into the depths of hell, surrounded by a storm of rubble and fragments. They plummeted into an abyss of darkness, the only light emanating from the pervasive black liquid that enveloped them like a suffocating fog, the stench of decay permeating the atmosphere. This viscous black substance clung to them with an unnatural tenacity, restricting their movements. Each struggle felt futile against an unseen force that tightened its grip. In the areas covered by the black liquid, peculiar runes emerged on the ground. These ancient and mysterious symbols flickered with a faint glow, remnants of some long-forgotten magical array. Their intricate patterns intertwined and coiled, forming an enigmatic geometric design, eluding their comprehension. Luo Yu and Wu Ling felt lost in this strange space, persistently seeking a way out. But the binding nature of the black liquid rendered them helpless. The fetid air invaded their nostrils, inducing nausea and agony, as if they were ensnared in the depths of hell. After a brief struggle, they reluctantly realized they could not twist their bodies. The black liquid seemed alive, continually attempting to engulf them in its dark embrace. At that moment, Wu Ling exclaimed, "Try using magic." Unable to move her arms and cast spells, she relied on Luo Yu, who could invoke magic through runes without incantations or separate control of the formation. Heeding her words, Luo Yu quickly opened his rune space, placing 3 third-level holy light runes into a luminous sphere, then unleashed the only intermediate spell he could recall, the Sword of Holy Light. Radiance coalesced in the air, ultimately transforming into a colossal sword of boundless brilliance that floated above. Its light illuminated the entire space, causing the dark liquid to emit black smoke. When the massive sword descended, its terrifying luminescence bore the power to obliterate, and under the purest sanctity, the liquid was reduced to ash. Free from the liquid's binding, they finally rose to their feet, and with the remnants of the fading light, they turned their gaze to the wall, where a magical array remained. What is that? A magical array? Wu Ling said uncertainly, observing the decayed and indistinct formation. It should be. Luo Yu nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the remnants of the magical array before him. Familiar runes began to emerge. Within this array, Luo Yu discerned several symbols that bore a striking resemblance to those found in the realm of runic magic. This is a magical array composed of runic spells. Examining the array, Luo Yu furrowed his brow slightly. This is a forbidden spell. Wu Ling exclaimed in astonishment upon observing the size and the number of rings in the array. This array possesses only a single ring, filled entirely with various profound symbols, clearly representing an exceptionally pure form of magic. The only arrays of this nature that exist on the continent are those that can only be unleashed by grand sorcerers as forbidden spells. But the scale of this forbidden spell is utterly colossal. Wu Ling stepped back a few paces, straining to discern the shape of the array from several meters away. Forbidden magic is no longer differentiated by the number of rings or types of elements, but rather by the size of the rings. A forbidden spell of this magnitude would likely be beyond even the strongest angelic lord of the angelic race, recognized as the most powerful beings in the realm. Is this divine magic? Wu Ling remarked with a hint of astonishment. Can you ascertain the purpose of this magic? Luo Yu, more concerned about the nature of the spell than its terrifying power, pressed on. The residual traces of magic can only indicate spells of confinement and sealing. Wu Ling replied promptly. Therefore, what is sealed within here has already. Luo Yu murmured an unsettling thought. This is bad. Burke and the others. Just as Luo Yu whispered, Wu Ling suddenly cried out. If that terrifying creature awakens, it cannot be here. It must be in one place, the cave shrouded in black mist. Burke and the others are in danger. Chapter 37. The Cave Crisis. The terror unveiled in the canopy of the forest enveloped by black mist, a dark and eerie scene unfolded before the onlookers. The dense treetops, shrouded in the black fog, appeared exceedingly sinister, as sunlight seemed to be devoured by this layer of darkness, leaving only profound silence. An unusual atmosphere permeated the air, invoking a sense of unease. Under the black mist, creatures seemed to be afflicted by an irresistible curse, the moment they were touched by the fog. It was as though their very life essence was being siphoned away by some malevolent force. They emitted piercing cries, their bodies convulsing as if enduring unbearable agony, before gradually transforming into mere bones that scattered with the wind. Life in the forest began to fade before the black mist. The once thriving trees withered, flowers drooped, and a profound silence enveloped the land that was once vibrant. The songs of birds were stifled, and the buzzing of insects diminished in the black mist, as if the entire forest mourned in silence. Burke and his companions advanced cautiously, their steps light, wary of even the slightest contact with the ominous fog. Their hearts raced, eyes fixed ahead, ever vigilant for potential threats. As they approached the edge of the black mist, they could faintly discern the entrance of a massive cave. Exuding en Rioja, Burke and his companions gradually drew closer to the cave's mouth, feeling an oppressive atmosphere from afar. Before them, the cavern was shrouded in the strange black mist, resembling an entrance to an unknown dark realm. The black fog was dense and perilous, as if enveloped by an indescribable force. Shadows flitted through the mist, appearing like specters haunting the darkness. These forms were indistinct. At times they resembled human figures, while at others they appeared as the shadows of wild beasts, sending chills down their spines. They would occasionally gaze at Burke and his party, as if waiting for something, only to vanish suddenly, like phantoms. The oppressive darkness emanating from the cave instilled a sense of dread in Burke and his companions. Enveloped in the black mist, the cave exuded a suffocating darkness, concealing endless malice and ominous power. It seemed a place beyond imagination, fraught with the unknown and perilous. Burke furrowed his brow, sensing that this dark aura was fundamentally different from the black mist he had encountered previously. This was an ancient and profound darkness, as if it stemmed from a malevolent force deep within the cosmos. Nevertheless, he was resolved to advance, determined to rescue those trapped within the cave, despite the potential dangers that lay ahead. Touching the fog-clearing crystal in his possession, which had begun to emit a faint glow. The group exchanged glances and hastily drew their weapons. The density of the black mist left them uncertain whether the crystal could fully repel it. Fortunately, the situation had not reached an unimaginable level of despair. The fog-clearing crystal radiated a dim light, illuminating the surrounding mist and preventing its encroachment. However, the constricted space compelled the four to huddle closely together, with the little fox nestled in Yehanyu's arms, whimpering in fear at the surrounding darkness. As the four fully entered the black mist, darkness enveloped them entirely, extinguishing any remaining light. Unbeknownst to them, moments after they had stepped into the mist, several figures clad in black robes emerged slowly from the nearby forest, carrying the remains of hunted creatures. The scent of blood and decay wafted as they approached, lingering just outside the black mist. Meanwhile, beneath the altar, Luo Yu employed sacred light magic to cleanse all the black viscous substance. Yet even so, the dim glow above made it difficult for him to discern the path above. Wu Ling searched around for alternative exits, but alas, there were none. It seemed this place was a specialized prison, its smooth surroundings making it nearly impossible to climb, even without the repugnant viscous substance. Damn it, Luo Yu muttered, feeling a twinge of helplessness. If that creature could escape, it must mean there's a method we are unaware of. Wu Ling replied. As she spoke, Wu Ling closed her eyes, beginning to carefully sense the elements around them. With the black viscous substance cleared away by Luo Yu's sacred light magic, the dark aura dissipated, allowing Wu Ling to attempt to feel the elemental forces swirling in the air. Due to the erosion of the dark presence, the magical elements had become so thin that they were nearly imperceptible. However, after waiting attentively, Wu Ling eventually sensed a familiar elemental energy. Spatial elements. Wu Ling's eyes flew open. Have you found something? Luo Yu inquired eagerly upon noticing her reaction. There's a spatial magic array here, though I cannot ascertain its exact location. If enough magical elements are infused, it should activate. Wu Ling explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu nodded, extending his hand to release a spell of sacred light once more. The holy glow began to illuminate the surroundings, as the ruins of the altar concealed much of the ground, complicating their search. After a thorough examination, they found no trace of the spatial array. Could it have vanished? Luo Yu mused aloud. It shouldn't have. The increase of spatial elements in the air indicates something is drawing them in. Aside from the array, I can think of nothing else. Wu Ling shook her head. Hearing her words, Luo Yu nodded slightly, then began to search the area. Suddenly, he had a thought, glancing at the largest pile of ruins and turning it over completely, revealing the statue's somewhat grotesque visage once more. However, after the impact, the statue had fractured in the middle, and within the fracture, a faint elemental energy was visible. Is it here? Wu Ling guessed as she observed Luo Yu's actions. Hurrying over, indeed, at the statue's fracture, a tiny magical array flickered gently. Seeing this, Wu Ling immediately began to channel her magical energy in an attempt to activate it. Yet the array appeared to be an insatiable abyss, ravenously consuming her magic. Just as Wu Ling was about to exhaust her magical reserves, the array finally emitted a glimmer of light. As her magical energy was depleted, Wu Ling's body faltered, collapsing to the ground. Luo Yu rushed to support her, casting a life-replenishing spell to restore her vitality while glancing at the activated array. The magical array emanated a crackling sound from the statue's severed edge, followed by a sudden explosion of the statue itself. The spatial array materialized amidst the chaos, voraciously swallowing both Luo Yu and Wu Ling into its depths. After their disappearance, in an unseen corner, a tentacle of indeterminate origin began to writhe slowly, as dim light flickered before their eyes. Luo Yu and Wu Ling felt an overwhelming darkness engulf them, transporting them to an eerily bizarre realm. Upon surveying their surroundings, they realized they seemed to be within a forest. In this forest, a sanguine aura relentlessly washed over the trees, which had already lost much of their vitality. The corpses of slain creatures hung grotesquely from the branches, heightening the surrounding sense of dread. After a brief inspection, the two hastily rose to their feet and sought refuge in the shadows, wary of potential attacks. Their apprehension proved prescient. Barely had they concealed themselves in the thicket when a deathly aura emanating from a monstrous beast, accompanied by a horde of skeletal undead, charged past them. These creatures were on a hunt for the living, intent on bestowing them with a perfect death. Once the searchers had passed, The pair turned their gaze toward the nearby cave shrouded in black mist. Beyond the veil of darkness, shadowy figures clad in black robes seemed to murmur incantations. Surrounded by a grotesque pile of lifeless bodies, the ground soaked in a crimson miasma. What were they doing? Wu Ling inquired, her voice laced with confusion. I don't know, but it certainly doesn't bode well. Luo Yu replied, his tone heavy with foreboding. The necromantic runes within his spatial talisman had begun to stir restlessly, intoxicated by the rich sense of blood and death, akin to a feast laid before them. Just as they were observing, the cloaked figures appeared to sense something amiss. The rearmost figures turned slowly, their gaze locking on Luo Yu and Wu Ling realizing their exposure. Luo Yu unleashed a spell of holy light, summoning a colossal sword of radiance that crashed down upon the advancing figures, toppling several of them with its terrifying force. To his surprise, the cloaked figures managed to evade the attack with relative ease. In a fit of urgency, Luo Yu prepared to cast another spell, but Wu Ling abruptly halted him. Confused, Luo Yu looked at her, only to see a glint of uncertainty in her eyes as she asked, "How many cloaked figures are there?" Huh? Luo Yu was taken aback by her question, then quickly conjured a spell to obstruct the approaching figures, leaping back with Wu Ling in tow. Luo Yu, there are 72 cloaked figures. Wu Ling exclaimed suddenly. What does it matter how many there are? Luo Yu retorted, exasperated by her fixation on counting. No, there are 72 of them, and 72 villagers have gone missing. Wu Ling insisted, her tone urgent. At her words, Luo Yu paused, suddenly recalling the villager who had been forced into becoming one of the cloaked figures during their first encounter with the altar. Yes, these figures were indeed the villagers. If all the cloaked figures here were once villagers, then there were no captured villagers in the cave at all. This is dire. They are after the dragon sword and the crystal of mist. Both Luo Yu and Wu Ling came to a startling realization. They had been deceived. The cave held no trapped villagers. Everything was a ruse to obtain the dragon sword and the crystal of mist in their possession. No, what lies beneath the altar? Luo Yu thought, suddenly struck by a terrifying possibility. He turned to scan their surroundings, and indeed, from the depths of the forest came a thunderous roar, followed by a monstrous, black tentacle, grotesque with horrifying growths, emerging from the ground. The true Drabus, ancient god of death, the most terrifying and fearsome darkness, was awakening, and the unwitting catalyst for its release were none other than Luo Yu and Wu Ling. The only weapon capable of vanquishing the now weakened Drabus lay hidden within the black mist. From start to finish, this had been a grand deception, and they had unwittingly become pawns in the hands of darkness due to their differences in opinion. Chapter 38. Escape to the holy city. The dark mist continued to spread, its increasingly eerie atmosphere causing both Luo Yu and Wu Ling to feel a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, Burke and his companions noticed the crystal of mist in their possession dimming ominously. The concentration of black mist here is intensifying, Lawrence remarked, his tone tinged with concern as he sensed the suffocating dark energies surrounding them. Are we not nearly there? Burke, ignoring Lawrence's words, expressed his confusion. The cave seemed to lie not far beyond the mist, yet it felt as though they had been walking for ages without reaching the entrance. And the mist only grew thicker. Could we be lost? Duran queried, curiosity evident in his voice. Hearing Duran's words, the group paused momentarily to reflect. It was impossible. They had not deviated from their path since entering the mist, consistently moving in one direction. Even if they had strayed slightly, it shouldn't be to the point of complete disorientation. I sense something is amiss. The usually reticent Mihiko spoke, her voice imbued with apprehension. As a dragon speaker, her instincts warned her that the surrounding conditions were not right. At that moment, the small fox nestled in Mihiko's arms began to screech in terror, its frantic cries echoing through the air. The sound caused Mihiko's expression to darken as she instinctively drew her dragon sword. The others glanced around, bewildered by Mihiko's sudden action. Just as she brandished her weapon, a mass of black mist surged into the light, rushing past Burke and his companions. Fortunately, they managed to evade capture just in time. The undead creatures within the black mist had forcibly penetrated the radiance. As a relentless assault from the undead commenced, the group found themselves compelled to retaliate. Yet the onslaught seemed endless. Although most of the creatures could be dispatched with a single strike, their sheer numbers wore down the group's stamina and magical reserves. Damn it, we need to move, Mihiko exclaimed with urgency, turning to unleash a spell in dragon tongue that scattered a portion of the black mist. Hearing her command, the others quickly followed suit, fighting and retreating until, "This is After taking a few more steps, the group noticed that Mexico had halted. "What is it?" Burke inquired, concern evident in his voice. Mexico's face was grim as she replied, "Damn it, it's a trap." "What?" Upon hearing Mexico's words, the others turned to look, only to find that before Mexico lay a solid wall, completely sealed off. The cave was upon them. When did we enter the cave? The realization dawned upon them, and they grasped Mexico's implication. The black mist had been thickening everywhere, and if this was indeed the cave, then there could be no living villagers awaiting rescue inside. They had been deceived. The small fox, now aware of the gravity of the situation, let out incredulous cries. Mexico's expression grew even darker at this revelation. "Damn it, what do we do now?" The black mist thickened around them, and the undead's frantic attacks became increasingly frequent. Yet they found themselves cornered with no way to move forward. "Retreat?" Duran suggested hesitantly. "How could we?" Burke immediately countered. Their journey through the mist had already taken over 10 minutes. If they turned back now, they would have to defend against the increasingly frenzied attacks, likely exhausting themselves before they could escape. What then? Duran understood the folly of his suggestion, but felt utterly helpless. "Damn it, give me a few minutes," Mexico declared, dispersing another wave of approaching black mist. Upon hearing her words, the others quickly gathered around her, forming a protective circle. Though uncertain of Mexico's intentions, they chose to trust her, knowing they had no other options. In the cave, shrouded in black mist, a chilling aura enveloped the air. Mexico's fingers gripped the great sword tightly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Her hair danced amidst the obscurity, starkly contrasting with the eerie atmosphere surrounding her. Durinth and Lawrence stood beside Mexico, their wands emanating a faint magical glow. On her left, Burke wielded a dual-bladed dragon sword, his armor glinting with silver light. His brow furrowed in concentration as his vigilant gaze scanned the periphery of the black mist, ever ready to confront the encroaching undead creatures. Durinth's fingers trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as a verdant barrier slowly expanded beside him, repelling a portion of the advancing undead. He strained to maintain the potent magical shield, draining his magical reserves to their limits. Yet he persisted in his efforts to banish the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, Lawrence wore a contemplative expression, quietly reciting incantations, striving to unleash a formidable spell under the protection of Durinth's barrier. Within the black mist, the howls of the undead echoed ominously, their spectral figures flickering in and out of view like phantoms. Suddenly, a grotesque skeletal hand emerged from the fog, reaching towards Burke. Without hesitation, he swung his dragon sword, severing the skeletal hand, yet it reformed instantaneously, continuing its assault. Just as the hand was about to close in on Burke, Lawrence's magic erupted in the form of a fiery pillar, obliterating the horde of undead within the cave in an instant. However, the black mist quickly reasserted its dominance, relentless and inexhaustible, leaving the group exhausted both physically and mentally. After a few minutes, Mexico inhaled deeply, sensing the surge of magic within her reaching a critical threshold. Resolutely, she decided to unleash her most powerful spell without delay. Raising her great sword, her voice resonated through the cave, Poliakra, power of the earth, gather unto me. As her voice echoed, the elements within the cave began to stir, the ground trembling slightly as if the cave itself responded to her call. A colossal magical array materialized beside Mexico, pulsating with luminous runes that radiated intense magical energy. Durinth and Lawrence felt the surge of magical power emanating from Mexico, reinforcing their own defensive barriers and offensive spells. Burke fought valiantly against the ever-increasing tide of undead, his dragon sword slicing through the air, repelling the relentless creatures. Yet their overwhelming numbers began to wear him down. Mexico's voice rose in fervor. "Fire and thunder, become my blades." Suddenly, the runes within the magical array blazed with blinding light, and a torrent of flames and thunderous shockwaves erupted from Mexico's great sword, engulfing the entire cave. The black mist was incinerated, and the undead let forth anguished wails as they turned to ash, dissipating into the air. As the flames and thunder subsided, the cave regained its clarity, and Mexico's great sword gradually lowered, while Durinth and Lawrence's spells waned. Breathing heavily, Burke planted his dragon's sword into the ground, casting a grateful glance at Mexico. Just as they believed they could finally rest, the black mist surged forth once more, relentless and unyielding. Witnessing this, Mexico shouted furiously, blood suddenly spilling from her mouth as a spectral figure emerged from the magical array, enveloping them all. "Lawrence, shield us," Mayahiko commanded, her magic flowing as she spoke. Heeding her words, Lawrence promptly ceased his incantation, casting a protective barrier over the four of them, while Durinth expended his last reserves of magic to create a complementary shield. As the barriers enveloped them, the spectral figure within Mayahiko's array grew more distinct, revealing the chilling gaze of a terrifying dragon amidst the crimson flames. A resounding roar echoed through the cave, causing the very walls to tremble. Following the roar, an intense heat surged forth, and the four felt the ceiling beginning to crack. With a thunderous blast, they were propelled upwards, crashing through the stone ceiling and soaring out of the cave. Dragon's sword. Just as they were about to escape the black mist, Burke suddenly felt something grasping his arm. A tentacle had emerged from beneath, seizing his hand, while the dragon's sword was wrenched away. Despite the light from the crystal of mist repelling the tentacle, it could not prevent the sword's loss. "Forget it. There's no time," Mayahiko urged, her magic dwindling, demanding immediate escape. Realizing the urgency, Burke's hand was pulled back by Durinth, and together they followed the fiery dragon form and thunderous energy as they surged forth, the explosive sounds resonating as they finally burst through the stone barrier. Erupting like molten lava, once they ascended beyond the reach of the black mist, Mayahiko cried out, redirecting the dragon-like flames towards the figures of Luo Yu and Wu Ling, who had been anxiously contemplating their next move. Suddenly, they sensed a terrifying energy descending upon them, glancing upwards to find Burke and the others plummeting, engulfed in overwhelming heat. With a deafening crash, the ground trembled, sending the dark-clad figures flying. "Quick, flee," Mayahiko commanded. In that instant, she coughed up blood and collapsed. Burke rushed to her side, while Luo Yu and Wu Ling hastily cast spatial spells to teleport to safety. Burke lifted the unconscious Mayahiko, and the remaining five hastily retreated. As the dust settled, the dark figures slowly removed their hoods, revealing their once human forms, now grotesquely withered and ghastly. Suddenly, enormous tentacles erupted from the ground, consuming the dark figures, leaving behind an aura of terror and unspeakable dread. They finally halted upon reaching the village. "What now? The dragon sword is lost," Burke exclaimed as they came to a stop. "That can wait. Dreyfus has awakened." Luo Yu interrupted urgently. "What?" Burke stared in shock, then turned to see horrific, writhing tentacles nearby, exuding a menacing presence. "What do we do now?" Burke's voice trembled with despair and fear. "We must return to the holy city. With the crystal of mist, we have a chance to reclaim the dragon sword, but we must understand how to wield it. If we don't figure out before Dreyfus fully awakens, it will be too late," Luo Yu insisted. "Only the holy ones may comprehend the dragon sword." Chapter 39. The Awakening of the Dragon Sword. Darkness descends beneath the golden hues of the setting sun. A magnificent palace rose majestically upon the vast plain, resembling a jewel embedded in the earth. Its spires and domes soared into the clouds, the rooftops adorned with shimmering glazed tiles, each capturing the light's refraction to emit a kaleidoscope of colors. The palace's exterior walls were constructed from the purest white marble, each slab intricately carved with exquisite motifs and complex patterns. These designs intertwined to tell tales of mystery and legend, igniting the imagination. The grand colonnade supported the immense weight of the roof, with each column adorned with lifelike representations of creatures that seemed poised to step forth from the stone, vibrant and enigmatic. The palace's entrance loomed large and imposing, crafted from sturdy oak, embellished with silver and gemstones that formed intricate designs. Flanking the entrance stood sentinel statues, lifelike in their detail, each holding a sharp sword, their vigilant gazes fixed upon the horizon. As the grand doors slowly creaked open, a waft of courtly fragrance enveloped the air, reminiscent of a blooming spring meadow, invigorating the senses. Yet, the opulence of the palace could not mask the prevailing atmosphere of solitude and dread. Within the palace, Luo Yu and his companions stood before Byrne and the sage, somewhat disheveled as they recounted the dire situation. Upon learning that Dreyfus had awakened, a heavy silence fell over them. The ancient deity had returned, and within the borders of the Rashentang Empire, they now faced an immense peril. "Sage, please tell us how to wield the dragon sword. If we wait until Dreyfus is fully awakened, all will be lost," Burke urgently implored, grasping the sage's arm. The sage paused, momentarily taken aback, before his gaze fell upon Burke's empty hands, his expression turning grave. The power derived from the guardian dragon's soul can only be harnessed by one who has earned the dragon's approval. Perhaps your majesty could wield it, but the implication was clear. The dragon's sword had been consumed by the black mist, and even if Byrne could wield it, the chances were bleak. At this moment, all eyes turned to Luo Yu. If anyone could gain the dragon's favor, it would undoubtedly be Luo Yu, chosen by the elven holy sword. Yet, Luo Yu's expression mirrored their despair. The darkness within him would not permit him to wield the dragon sword. Even in possession of it, he could not unleash its true power. Damn it, what are we to do? It's all my fault. Burke roared, his voice laced with regret and fear. If only he hadn't quarreled with Luo Yu. If only he had listened and checked the altar first, they would not have lost the dragon sword. In response to Burke's lament, both Luo Yu and Wu Ling fell silent. Luo Yu too felt a pang of regret. Had he accompanied Burke to rescue others, he would not have opened the altar or inadvertently activated the magical array that had released Draris. Enough with the self-reproach. We must think of a solution, Byrne interjected, emphasizing that this was not the time for blame. The darkness was imminent, and they needed to prepare. What is the situation in the Holy City? Wu Ling inquired, seeking updates. The sage and Byrne exchanged pained glances, clearly indicating that the Holy City was in dire straits. Not long after your departure, we discovered that the forces of darkness within the Holy City began to stir. Initially, we believed we could hold out for a while longer. But after those peculiar tentacles appeared, dark creatures within the city launched a sudden assault. Even with our preparations, the toll has been immense. And the situation across the lands is grim. The black mist seems almost alive. Any city shrouded by it inevitably turns to ruin, Byrne lamented. Upon hearing Byrne's words, the group fell silent, acutely aware of the terror the black mist wrought. What are we to do now? Burke asked, stripped of his earlier bravado, his voice tinged with fear. Luo Yu remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts of how to address their predicament, yet found no answers. Indeed, there seemed to be no solution. His highest rune was only level 3. Even if he unleashed it with reckless abandon, it could not possibly harm the formidable Draris, a being capable of slaying deities. Trouble approaches. The terrifying black mist is drawing near the holy city. A guard exclaimed, rushing in and collapsing to the ground. Ignoring his pain, he shouted the source of the black mist. And that monstrous figure is emerging. On the outskirts of the city, a dense shroud of black mist engulfed the ground, surging like ink and instilling fear in all who beheld it. The mist exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Suddenly, an eerie atmosphere began to permeate the air, a profound cold unsettling the creatures nearby. The black mist coalesced into a vast and horrifying entity. Within the darkness, an enormous mass of flesh emerged, seemingly composed of countless shattered corpses, decayed bones, and grotesque forms. The mass bore abhorrent hues, transitioning from dark red to sickly gray-green, evoking terror. These corpses and bones intertwined to form a grotesque shape, resembling a twisted tomb from the depths of hell. At the base of this mass, countless repulsive tentacles writhed, slick with blood, each appendage appearing to be fashioned from the remains of the deceased. Covered in putrid flesh and the remnants of gnawed bones, each movement produced a nauseating squelch. The tentacles flailed erratically, some crashing to the ground, causing it to fissure, while others tore at trees, reducing them to desiccated stumps as if devoured by a demon. The massive flesh orb seemed imbued with boundless dark power, its presence filling the air with an overwhelming sense of threat and dread. The city guards quaked as they gazed at the hideous creature, sensing the looming specter of death and destruction. This terrifying monstrosity, akin to a harbinger from the abyss, brought with it unimaginable peril, instilling despair in all hearts. Its colossal form loomed ominously against the backdrop of the city, with the black mist swirling around it as though the entire world were being consumed. Deep, resonant moans and eerie howls emanated from the darkness, causing unease in all who heard. The tentacles of the monstrous mass extended outward like dark whips, each strike carrying with it the weight of annihilation. When these appendages made contact with the surrounding trees and structures, they erupted with a cacophony of cracking sounds, splintering wood and demolishing buildings, leaving desolation in their wake. The guards tightened their grips on their weapons, facing this infernal threat with a fear that words could scarcely convey. Yet they did not retreat. They vowed to defend their homeland, resolute in their determination not to falter before such a terrifying presence. Under the menace of the monstrous mass, the earth surrounding the city twisted grotesquely, transforming into a desolate hellscape. The black mist enveloped everything, casting a shroud over the daylight. The horrifying tentacles continued their rampage, mercilessly obliterating everything within their reach, plunging all into an abyss of eternal darkness. Gazing upon the true form of Drayrus, a chill gripped the hearts of all present. Could such a terrifying being truly be vanquished? Each mind churned with this haunting thought, as if the countdown to the apocalypse had already begun. Save the people. Everyone, evacuate the holy city immediately. Byrne commanded without hesitation, ordering all to flee, for resistance would only lead to further loss of life. They needed to devise a plan to seize even a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Byrne's decree, Luo Yu and his companions wasted no time in rushing out to assist in the evacuation. Yet the speed at which darkness encroached was unfathomable. The vast city, dwarfed by Drayrus' mountainous form, appeared as fragile as a sheet of paper. The soldiers attempting to resist were swiftly engulfed by the black mist, reduced to mere bones in an instant. Fear and darkness consumed everyone's hearts. Damn it, Burke roared, charging toward the soldiers still trying to fight back. Go, don't wait, run, he bellowed, only to be met with the terrified, despairing faces of those who had responded. Seeing this, Luo Yu and the others rushed to pull Burke back, but he shook off Luo Yu's grasp and charged into the black mist. Luo Yu stepped forward once more to intervene, but in his desperate bid to save others. Burke shoved Luo Yu aside and plunged into the darkness, clutching the crystal of fog shattering. As they watched Burke succumb to the black mist, urgency surged within the group. Yet within the depths of the mist, Burke, holding the crystal, was consumed by regret and rage, desperately searching for any survivors amidst the overwhelming darkness that obscured his vision. A hand grasped his leg, the disfigured body intertwined with blood and vitality. A soldier, not yet entirely engulfed by darkness, was filled with terror, desperately clutching Burke's calf. In that moment, his only hope lay in seeing another living soul. Burke instinctively shielded him, but the density of the black mist grew increasingly terrifying, and the light emanating from the crystal of mist began to fade. The darkness encroached ever closer, and Burke realized that all was lost. Taking a deep breath, he placed the crystal of mist into the hand of the surviving soldier, then seized his long-forgotten sword. The aura of the sword erupted from him. Even at the cost of his own life, he would carve a path for this soldier. Outside the black mist, Luo Yu and his companions attacked the darkness with reckless abandon, attempting to dispel it, yet the thick shroud proved unyielding. Just as despair threatened to engulf them all, a brilliant light suddenly pierced the gloom. A blood-red radiance erupted from afar, followed by something soaring through the air, only to vanish into the mist. Mere seconds later, a terrifying dragon roar resounded, and a dreadful red light burst forth from the black mist, scattering the oppressive darkness. In the aftermath of the brilliance, Burke stood, wielding the blazing dragon sword, his body infused with a trace of vitality. The dragon sword awakened, sensing the pure power emanating from his sword. Burke closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, his azure pupils constricted into slitted, dragon-like eyes. An overwhelming force erupted from him, sword energy intertwining with the might of a dragon. As the power began to dissipate, the monstrous form of Drayrith sensed the dragon sword's formidable energy and abruptly ceased its movements. Gradually, the black mist receded and dissipated, and in the instant the darkness vanished. Burke succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 40. The Arrival of the Elves, the Unsealing of the Sacred Artifact. As the sky once again illuminated the earth, everyone felt as if they had survived a calamity. The darkness temporarily lifted moments later within the palace. Luo Yu and his companions were casting healing spells to rouse the slumbering Burke. Fortunately, Burke had merely exhausted his magical and sword energy while wielding the dragon sword, so he soon awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, Burke instinctively lunged at Luo Yu, his eyes still filled with fear and rage, clearly unaware that the darkness had lifted. Thankfully, Mayahiko intervened just in time, blocking Burke's action. Otherwise, Luo Yu, who was in the midst of casting a healing spell, would not have withstood a strike from the dragon sword. With the intervention, Burke's gaze gradually returned to clarity, and as he surveyed the familiar surroundings, he was momentarily stunned. Awake? Mayahiko remarked with a hint of disdain and incredulity. My apologies. Burke retracted his captured hand and offered an apology to Luo Yu. Only then, noticing the faint glow radiating from the dragon sword, he held the dragon sword had awakened, but why? Everyone looked on in confusion at the awakened sword. because the God of light only answers the prayers of those whose hearts aspire toward the light. A voice, familiar to Luo Yu, echoed in the air. Lord Shumi. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Yu was filled with joy. It was none other than the elven king Shumi, accompanied by Orin and Hain, who bore smiles, while little Helen hid behind Hain in a new mage robe. Teacher. Luo Yu quickly greeted Orin and Hain, who responded with slight smiles. Your Excellency Shumi. Upon recognizing Shumi, Byrne promptly offered his respects. A hint of respect graced Shumi's holy visage. Elves typically held humans in low regard, but Byrne was an exception. For this human emperor possessed a legendary life that earned him the elves' admiration. After returning the courtesy to Byrne, Shumi turned his gaze toward Luo Yu and the dragon sword-bearing Burke. May I have a look at it? Shumi extended his hand toward Burke, seemingly wishing to examine the dragon sword. Upon seeing this, Burke glanced back at Luo Yu, who nodded in encouragement before he presented the sword to Shumi. Shumi smiled gently, murmuring incantations as a resplendent magical array began to materialize before them. In an instant, sacred light illuminated the entire space. The Holy One, sensing this, began to chant as well, summoning another massive magical circle. Within the two arrays, something appeared to be drawing the dragon's sword upward. The sword hovered gracefully within the light, its ancient surface suddenly shimmering, transforming into a gem-like appearance. The once frigid tip of the blade became enveloped, as if by sheath. This sheath appeared to be composed of transparent crystal, glimmering faintly like stars scattered across the night sky. Yet, this was merely the surface. The true secret lay within the blade concealed by the crystalline sheath. As the sheath formed, Shumi turned to Luo Yu, then, after a brief pause, back to Burke, who wore a puzzled expression. Shumi smiled slightly, then focused on the dragon sword, prompting Burke to step forward. Gripping the hilt tightly, all eyes were fixed on him. Suddenly, the once smooth, crystal-like sheath developed cracks, as if a mysterious force stirred within. The fissures widened rapidly, emitting faint cracking sounds akin to the heartbeat of nature. As the cracks expanded, the sheath shattered completely, unleashing a blinding light. The onlookers instinctively closed their eyes, only reopening them once the dazzling radiance dimmed. Before them lay a breathtaking sword blade. This blade seemed to be woven from flames and light, elongated like the spine of a colossal dragon, each segment etched with ancient runes and dragon patterns. The color of the blade transitioned from the edge to a fiery orange-red, as if flames danced upon its surface, radiating warmth and power. The tip of the blade sparkled like a miniature sun, emanating unmatched brilliance. When a swordsman wielded the blade, the light traced its path, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, evoking awe and reverence. The emergence of this blade symbolized the convergence of earth and sky, a manifestation of demigod radiance. As the true form of the dragon's sword revealed itself, an overwhelming surge of light shot forth, accompanied by a terrifying dragon roar that reverberated throughout the holy city. Gripping the fully awakened dragon sword, Burke's eyes reflected disbelief and astonishment. With a black mist's arrival, the powerful dragon's breath could clearly dispel the footsteps of darkness. At this moment, Mayahiko slightly bowed, not to Burke but to the dragon's sword, as if something within the sword truly gazed upon them all. Long time no see, old friend. Shumi addressed the figure within the sword with a slight nod. Indeed, it has been a while. Your Excellency Shumi, the God of Light, sends his regards. The voice of Shabarina echoed gently. Upon hearing Shabarina's voice, Burke turned in astonishment toward the long sword in his hand. Princess Shabarina. Mayahiko quickly knelt, gazing at the enlarging figure of Shabarina emerging from the dragon's sword. Mayahiko, you should not act against the sword-bearer. Shabarina chided gently, clearly aware of Mayahiko's earlier actions to restrain Burke from succumbing to madness. My apologies. Mayahiko responded with a hint of helplessness, though he did not take it too seriously. He had long believed that Luo Yu might be the most suitable candidate to wield the dragon sword, being the elven-recognized savior and a master of all magic. Both identities were sufficient to align with the dragon sword. Yet Burke, while his status as a noble of the human empire was esteemed, it was merely that. Despite his remarkable talent, achieving the status of a high swordsman at such a young age, in the eyes of dragon speakers, a human high swordsman was akin to a slightly more powerful ant. However, at this moment, the dragon sword has chosen Burke, since Yahiko believes that Burke lacks the qualification. Regarding Yahiko's reaction, Shabrina refrained from further reproach, clearly not intending to explain why the dragon sword would select Burke. Darkness has descended, and the ancient deities within the black fog have yet to awaken fully. The counterattack begins now. Shabrina's words carried a hint of warning. We are already aware of this. But the power of Draris is formidable, and the density of the black fog surrounding him can completely suppress the mist-cleansing crystal. Although the dragon sword is powerful, to defeat Draris, we must first resolve the issue of the black fog, Shiomi remarked as she gazed at Shabrina's ethereal form. The mist-cleansing crystal is the blood of the god of light. Its immense light power can enhance it. Yet, this may drain our strength. At this moment, the sage stepped forward slowly, looking at Shabrina. Towards this individual, who is closest to the divine among humans, Shabrina maintained a basic respect, nodding in response to the sage's words. The mist-cleansing crystal is a divine artifact formed from the blood of both the god of light and the god of darkness. Although it has lost much of its original power due to the passage of time, it can still be temporarily activated by infusing it with sufficient light elements. However, the god of light is such a powerful existence that even the combined light power of Shiomi and the sage may struggle to activate its dissipated blood. Can I give it a try? Luo Yu stepped forward, stating that his runes possessed nearly boundless elemental power. No. Shabrina immediately countered Luo Yu's suggestion. Although Luo Yu's magic is indeed endless, it ultimately lacks true elemental power and cannot merge with the mist-cleansing crystal. In response, Luo Yu fell silent. While the sage and Shiomi exchanged glances, both nodding, the divine will had not descended upon them. Everything depended on their own preparations. If Luo Yu truly is the savior sent by the divine to rescue the world, entrusting everything to him and his companions may be their only path to believe in. With that thought, an infinite radiance suddenly erupted from Shiomi and the sage. The light shone so brightly that it was almost blinding, transforming into beams that slowly ascended into the sky as Shiomi and the sage began to murmur ancient and sacred incantations. The mist-cleansing crystal in Burke's arms emitted a faint glow, rising gently to approach the gathering point of the beams. At the moment of contact, a blinding purple light illuminated the palace, and as the brilliance intensified, a sharp crack echoed. The light abruptly ceased, and within that apex, a crystal shimmering with enough radiance to illuminate the entire room gently descended, no longer of the previous purple-black hue, but a pure, sacred white, resembling a small sun as it fell. Observing this, Burke quickly extended his hand to catch it, the crystal radiating a terrifying brilliance while exuding a slight heat that made Burke uncomfortable to grasp. No further assistance is forthcoming from the black fog. You must prepare yourselves. Shabrina suddenly addressed the group upon seeing the actions of Shiomi and the sage, seemingly murmuring something as magical circles appeared beneath Luo Yu and the others. The circles glimmered with dazzling light, enveloping the group within. The sacred light will guide you to uncover the ultimate darkness. Shabrina's tone carried a weight of solemnity and fatigue, and upon finishing her words, her figure gradually vanished. Supremacy magic, sacred guidance. This spell can lead Luo Yu and his companions to locate the true form of Draris within the black fog. Go forth. The soldiers of the Lushant Empire shall pave the way for you. Seeing all preparations in place, Byrne pondered aloud, and then, mixed with magical incantations, the voices of the remaining soldiers echoed throughout the holy city, the surviving warriors roaring for the Empire's glory, gathering like a frenzy. Moments later, at the now desolate border of the Empire, thousands of soldiers once again assembled atop the wall. We shall assist as well. Hein spoke up at this moment. The elves had received guidance from Chutel within the sacred grounds, yet ultimately, only a few of their kin had come to aid humanity. Although nearly all the powerful elves chose to help, the scant numbers limited their contributions. Luo Yu, Burke, gripping the fully awakened dragon sword and the mist-cleansing crystal, turned his gaze towards Luo Yu. At this moment, Burke chose to place his faith in Luo Yu. Luo Yu looked at Burke, remaining silent for a moment before resolutely fixing his gaze. Although he still felt that seeking out Draris at this time was not opportune, the dire situation in the town and the invasion of the holy city undeniably conveyed to Luo Yu that darkness is no jest. It would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. If Draris has yet to awaken fully, delaying further may not be wise. Chapter 41. The Final Battle in the Black Fog. As Luo Yu nodded, everyone immediately drew their weapons, a firm resolve beginning to permeate the group. The decisive battle against darkness was about to commence. Shortly thereafter, Luo Yu and his companions arrived atop the city, where in the distance, the black fog seemed to stir restlessly Having retreated less than 100 meters from the walls, it began to encroach once more. We shall dispel the undead creatures within the black fog, but only you can find your way deeper within. Hein addressed the group, stating that the elves and human soldiers would engage the undead at the edges of the fog, but deep within, the dense black fog surrounding Draris would consume their magic. Only those guided by light could approach. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu nodded as the black fog slowly writhed, occasionally echoing with haunting howls. The undead could not resist the allure of the living, their repulsive lips drawn near. Amidst the darkness, the colossal form of Draris revealed only a few tendrils. It still radiated an aura of terror. Soldiers, advance! Burn, clad in silver-white armor, alongside General Matthew, who donned the same, stood as the pillars of the Lushent Empire and the true faith of the Empire, naturally facing the darkness alongside their soldiers. With Burn and Matthew's encouragement, the soldiers erupted in fierce shouts, fueled by passion and unwavering belief as they charged into the black fog. At the forefront, Luo Yu and Burke exchanged glances, and then Lawrence began to murmur ancient incantations from behind the group. Noticing this, Hein also began to chant while nearby. The elves arriving to assist conjured various magical circles before them. Human mages began to gather their strength, preparing to unleash powerful magic upon the black fog. On the desolate plain, dark clouds loomed, the sky shrouded in thick black fog. The fierce winds howled, stirring up dust, permeating the air with the scent of death. Within this eerie black fog, countless undead creatures materialized like shadows, organized in formation, emitting low, guttural cries reminiscent of a legion from the underworld. The army stood shoulder to shoulder, mages wielding their wands, adorned in silver-white magical armor. Their gazes were resolute and determined, positioned at the forefront of the army. Incantations barely slipping from their lips as elemental power gathered in their hands. Suddenly, brilliant magical lights erupted from their wands, streaking across the night sky like shooting stars. Targeting the black fog, enormous fireballs crashed into the fog, exploding into searing flames that instantly reduced a portion of the undead to ash. Lightning roared in like an enraged dragon, cleaving the black fog into fragments, illuminating the darkness with striking brilliance. The power of the storm coalesced, forming a vortex that devoured the black fog, pulling in the undead creatures and disintegrating them into countless shards. Yet, just as patches of black fog were dispelled, new undead emerged from the depths, as relentless as an unyielding tide, never ceasing. The soldiers gritted their teeth, bracing against the onslaught of the undead, their swords and spells weaving a magnificent tapestry in the air, flames, lightning, and frost intertwining, igniting the black fog and illuminating the entire battlefield. The soldiers' resolve was unwavering. Despite the relentless onslaught of undead creatures, they showed no signs of retreat. They shielded the central figure, Luo Yu, and others with iron armor, forging barriers of life with their sharp blades, embodying fearless courage with their very flesh and blood. The battle cries, the incantations of magic, and the anguished roars of the undead wove together into a resounding war song that echoed across the desolate plains. As time progressed, the ominous black fog seemed to wane under the might of their combat, the numbers of undead gradually diminishing. The morale of the troops surged as they huddled together like an unassailable fortress against the undead horde. Finally, as the mages unleashed their final, overwhelming assault, the black fog descended upon them. Burke hastily produced the crystal of mist dispelling, which shimmered brightly within the darkness, enveloping everyone and shielding them from the fog's devouring grasp. The mages, undaunted by the encroaching darkness, methodically cast their spells, while within the ranks, Burn and Matthew coordinated to fend off the encroaching undead. Go! Burn bellowed at Luo Yu and his companions. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying surge of fiery energy erupted from Mihiro, transforming into a colossal dragon that charged directly into the thick fog. Luo Yu, Burke, Mihiro, and Wuling swiftly followed the fiery apparition, the powerful dragon silhouette piercing through the darkness, momentarily revealing a glimmer of light in the void. They surged into the depths of the fog, yet it seemed to possess a life of its own, quickly engulfing them, snuffing out all light. Lawrence and Durand chose not to pursue, knowing their strength was negligible within the fog, opting instead to assist from their position. Trust them. Upon witnessing his comrades consumed by the fog, Burn instinctively wanted to intervene, but Shiomi quickly reminded him. He nodded in understanding and led the soldiers to charge once more into the light of the crystal of mist dispelling against the undead. In the depths of the fog, Luo Yu and his companions were surrounded by radiant light, illuminating the encroaching shadows. It was Sabrina's magic, transforming into a luminous sphere that flickered before them and then shot forth. Instinctively, they pursued the light, and Luo Yu sensed the runes of the undead becoming increasingly agitated, as if they had reached a state of euphoric rapture. Burke's dragon sword emanated an intimidating aura, instilling fear in the surrounding darkness. Yet, just as everything seemed to progress favorably, an unexpected tentacle descended from the shadows. The light sphere dimmed under the onslaught, and Luo Yu and his companions swiftly evaded, the massive tentacle unleashing an unpredictable force that crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, sending Luo Yu and others sprawling. The overwhelming power scattered them, and Burke and Mihiro vanished into the fog. "Damn it!" Luo Yu shouted in fury upon seeing them disappear. At the edge of the black fog, the warriors fought valiantly, their blades slicing through the darkness, their resolve as unyielding as steel. The undead surged forth, yet the soldiers remained united, bracing themselves against the tide of death. Behind them, the mages raised their staffs, casting devastating spells, and for a moment, it appeared that hope was on the horizon. However, in the midst of this optimism, sinister tentacles emerged abruptly from the fog. These appendages, reminiscent of bloodied serpents, exuded a nauseating stench. Each tentacle resembled a demonic arm, muscular and cold to the touch. They struck like the claws of a lurking demon, swift and impossible to evade. The tentacles crashed down with a terrifying force, shattering the soldiers' defenses. Weapons were twisted and broken, armor shattered, blood splattering across the battlefield. Chaos erupted as soldiers became ensnared by the tentacles, their desperate cries resonating through the fog. Even the steadfast mages at the front lines were not spared. The tentacles pursued them relentlessly, capturing their presence. The mages attempted to chant their incantations, only to be thwarted by the tentacles that twisted their bodies, snatched away their staffs, and tore them apart, reducing them to fragments of darkness that withered into lifeless corpses under the fog's influence. This sudden assault plunged the army into disarray and despair. The soldiers struggled in agony, unable to wield their magic. The tentacles acted like demonic pincers, gradually siphoning away hope, transforming the battlefield into a silent hell. Yet amidst this despair, some warriors continued to resist fiercely. Though wounded and cornered, they refused to yield. With their last reserves of strength, they raised their voices in defiance, swinging their weapons in an attempt to repel the horrifying tentacles. Among the throng, Shiomi, fueled by rage, murmured ancient incantations. Burn, witnessing this, quickly shielded Shiomi alongside Matthew, awaiting her spell, while Haiyan began to unleash terrifying power under Owen's protection. As Shiomi and Haiyan chanted, two radiant lights, powerful enough to illuminate the path through the fog, emerged. Two formidable magical formations manifested before them, a forbidden spell, the mightiest incantation on the continent. The light element forbidden spell, Wrath of Light. As the light coalesced before them, two spheres of brilliance surged forth, radiating an intensity that could pierce the heavens. The overwhelming force struck directly into the fog, illuminating the darkness, causing the tentacles to ignite as if met with fire, exploding into remnants of decayed flesh and dark vapor. The undead disintegrated under this terrifying power, reduced to wisps of black smoke, with not even a trace of their bones left behind. However, this tranquility was fleeting, for the black fog began to writhe anew, the endless darkness continuing its advance. In the depths of the fog, having lost Burke and Mihiro, Luo Yu and Wielding stood back to back, struggling against the terrifying shadows that occasionally emerged from a mist. Nearby, Mihiro protected Burke, his expression burdened with gravity. The magic they wielded needed to be combined to illuminate the surrounding darkness, yet the monstrous tentacles had scattered them. Without Liu and Wielding, she could not guide Burke to the true location of the lurking terror. Burke, you must seal Dreythus. Suddenly, Mihiro turned to Burke, her tone imbued with urgency. Burke gazed at her, astonished, as she immediately pivoted, a terrifying red apparition manifesting around her. It was the magic she had unleashed in the cave. Yet this time it radiated an even more harrowing power, erupting in a crimson glow that pierced through the oppressive darkness. Not far away, Luo Yu and Wielding dashed towards the light, knowing it had to be Mihiro and Burke. The blood-red glow materialized into a fearsome dragon, unleashing a roar potent enough to rupture eardrums before crashing down to the ground. The terrifying force instantaneously cleaved the earth, creating a chasm 10 meters deep, dispelling the black fog in its wake. However, as the fog receded, the terrifying figure materialized before the four. Chapter 42, Fog Defense Awakened the Undead. In the depths of the profound darkness, a grotesque, twisted mass lay silently on the ground. It appeared to be composed of countless severed limbs and shattered bones, each segment revealing decayed flesh and shattered remnants. The dismembered limbs intricately intertwine upon the surface of the grotesque mass, as if assembled under some unfathomable conspiracy. Between these severed appendages, an eerie black mist ebbs and flows, emerging from a chasm of another dimension, slowly dispersing and enveloping the mass. Within this shroud of darkness, an innumerable array of horrific, shadowy eyes glimmer, fixating upon the void, brimming with insatiable longing and agony. Amidst this terrifying tableau, a deep, ancient whisper reverberates, seemingly a call from the abyss of hell. This whisper is imbued with an archaic and enigmatic power, resonating around the grotesque mass as if an ancient ritual were underway. Behind the mass, several tentacles unfurl, appearing decayed and repugnant, their filthy forms firmly anchored to the ground, resembling a dreadful constraint. These tentacles intertwine, ensnared by an eternal curse, unable to escape their dire fate. Surrounding the mass, a gentle breeze stirs, causing it to sway lightly, akin to a colossal kite released into the air, drawing forth the fears and reverence of those who behold it. To their astonishment, derived was unexpectedly nearby, startling the recently reunited group of Luo Yu and others, who instinctively recoiled. However, Mayahiko, having just utilized a draconic incantation, faltered and nearly collapsed. Observing this, Burke rushed forward, catching Mayahiko, positioning his sword defensively before them. With a sharp crack, Burke was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, with Burke as a cushion, Mayahiko suffered no serious harm, though she succumbed to unconsciousness from the exertion of magic. Even as a half-dragon, take care of her, Burke instructed, laying Mayahiko down as he turned to Wu Ling, who nodded and cradled Mayahiko in her arms. Meanwhile, Burke wiped the blood from his lips and raised his dragon sword, casting a determined gaze at derived, whose formidable appearance instilled a sense of dread. Yet, for Burke and Luo Yu, it was merely daunting. After all, Luo Yu had witnessed far darker realms, ones that were far more terrifying than this entity. As for Burke, fueled by rage, he was momentarily blinded to fear, his adrenaline surging and overshadowing the memories of the innocent lives lost and the sacrifices of the valiant soldiers who had fought to the end. Each memory spurring the prince further toward the brink of despair. Sensing Burke's profound fury, the dragon sword's faint glow intensified, and a terrifying incantation in the dragon tongue began to resonate, amplifying the sword's menacing aura. Burke narrowed his eyes as the dragon sword radiated a blood-red light, flames coalescing around it, forming a pure crimson pillar of energy, an essence of power that surpassed even the most refined elemental forces of forbidden spells. Recognizing the dreadful flames emanating from the dragon sword, derived's massive form shifted from its pillar-like stature, its grotesque tentacles writhing, dripping with repulsive slime. As they lunged toward Burke, in response, Luo Yu swiftly stepped in front of Burke, conjuring a radiant beam of holy light that struck the tentacle, sending it flying. The holy magic proved lethal to the darkness, even a mere intermediate spell capable of inflicting harm upon derived's appendages. However, as an ancient god, derived was not so easily vanquished. The severed tentacle hesitated only briefly before launching back at them. Yet this time, Burke was ready. As the tentacle approached, he swung his blade with precision, severing it cleanly. The smooth cut demonstrated the terrifying sharpness of the dragon's sword, and though the tentacle was destroyed, derived emitted a chilling roar, seemingly unfazed, his rage only deepening. The mass of flesh began to writhe, exuding a nauseating odor as the grotesque tentacles converged, looming before Luo Yu. While the black mist thickened around them, its intensity overwhelming, even fortifications against forbidden spells faltering in its presence. Yet Burke stood fearless, his eyes ablaze with fury. He unleashed a fiery arc from his sword, which sliced through the mass of derived, but to his dismay, it appeared unscathed. Rather, it seemed to have been obstructed by an unseen force, a thin fissure opening before derived, oozing with black mist. Clearly, before him was a barrier composed of dense darkness, impervious even to the dragon's sword's might. Burke's face reflected surprise before it morphed back into rage, and he swung the dragon's sword again, unleashing a flurry of energy that gradually widened the crack in the barrier, revealing even darker vapors within. "Curse it! The black mist obstructs my attack," Burke exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. "What about the mist-shattering crystal?" Wu Ling suggested. "No. If we remove the crystal, the soldiers will be completely consumed by the creatures of the mist," Burke retorted swiftly. Luo Yu frowned slightly, exchanging glances with Burke, whose eyes held a tinge of resolve. "Leave it to me," Luo Yu declared after a moment of contemplation. Had it been earlier, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to retrieve the crystal, prioritizing the defeat of Derathus over the loss of life. Yet, having experienced the world of the small village, he understood Burke's sentiment. Although he still could not fully grasp it, he respected it, recognizing that as an outsider to this realm, he felt no true allegiance. Yet the notion of sacrificing living souls weighed heavily upon him. After a brief pause, Luo Yu turned to Wu Ling. "Aside from the mist-shattering crystal, there appears to be no other means," Wu Ling began, but suddenly halted, a thought striking her. "There's another way." Luo Yu's tone wavered with uncertainty, but gradually solidified into conviction. Wu Ling met Luo Yu's gaze, her expression resolute. "I believe in you," she responded. Luo Yu nodded, turning his attention back to Derathus, narrowing his eyes as he opened the runic space, eyeing the rune he had long hesitated to employ. As the necromantic rune was placed within the orb of light, an overwhelming aura of dread erupted, causing the black mist to momentarily still. Around Luo Yu, the mist began to coalesce, as if something was about to emerge. This black mist resembled the ethereal essence of night, its boundaries indistinguishable. Luo Yu's gaze remained steadfast, his fists clenched tightly as he focused on the darkened expanse ahead. The runic formation slowly materialized in the air, and a whisper inexplicably escaped his lips. As the incantation unfolded, the black mist surged violently into Luo Yu, akin to an invisible tide crashing inward. He felt as though he were sinking into a dark abyss, a chill enveloping him from the marrow of his bones, causing his body to tremble. As the mist flooded in, the hazy silhouette of the necromantic dragon began to materialize, each fleeting moment seeming to devour a piece of Luo's essence. Tiny fissures appeared upon his skin as if clawed by the darkness, blood seeping forth and staining his garments. Nevertheless, Luo Yu's gaze remained resolute. Unwavering, he continued to chant the incantation, feeling himself merge with the darkness, resonating with it, becoming the medium of summoning. As Luo Yu's wounds widened, the form of the necromantic dragon grew ever clearer. Its dragon form gradually manifested, contrasting sharply with the frail dragon summoned previously. The necromantic dragon, with its colossal head and robust body, seemed to emerge from the abyss of death itself, the dense black mist enveloping it, revealing the pinnacle of its former strength. Just as Luo Yu felt his body nearly succumb to the encroaching darkness, the necromantic dragon's form finally materialized completely. A terrifying roar reverberated through the void, its sound as jarring as the grinding of steel, threatening to rend the very fabric of one's soul. The dragon's eyes glimmered with an eerie light, exuding an ancient and sinister aura, as though it were the very embodiment of death. Luo Yu sensed a powerful force tearing at his insides, his mind entwined in a painful dance of terror, as if something was genuinely attempting to consume his faltering consciousness. Amidst the dragon's roar, Luo Yu felt his awareness blur, as if he were being devoured by darkness, a primordial and dreadful consciousness seemingly merging with his own, just as he was on the verge of being engulfed by the necromantic essence. Wu Ling's voice rang out, "Luo Yu." Upon hearing Wu Ling's call, Luo Yu's heavy eyelids quivered slightly, and then an incredibly pure radiance burst forth, as the rune bestowed by the saint finally shone with brilliance. Although he could not fathom the reason for this illumination, the blinding light instantaneously illuminated the entire rune space, even casting light upon the necromantic runes within the orb. Within the vast luminescence, the necromantic runes ceased to react, appearing utterly subdued. After a brief moment of headache, Luo Yu realized that he had not been consumed by the dark consciousness. The holy rune had directly suppressed the dark entity that sought to control him. At that moment, Luo Yu also felt an incredible thought entering his mind, his bond with the necromantic dragon growing ever tighter. He could sense its will, its desires, and an unfathomable power beginning to boil within him. With a horrific roar, the necromantic dragon unleashed a torrent of black flames, infused with scorching energy, incinerating the necromantic beings that dared to approach, reducing them to ashes upon contact. In the void from which the dragon had absorbed the black mist, Drethes revealed its true form. Yet, just as this terrifying ancient god, capable of rivaling the entire continent, was about to awaken fully, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Chapter 43. Intense battle, victorious at last. As the blade grazed Drethes' corporeal form, it finally emitted a chilling scream. The remnants of its grotesque mass began to thrash wildly, as if attempting to swat the airborne Burke from the sky. The dense black mist encroached once more. Yet another dragon's roar erupted, dispelling the mist with a surge of black-purple flames. Following this, a terrifying siphon drew the black mist into the necromantic dragon's body, augmenting its already immense stature. Despite several successful strikes against Drethes, it felt as though none had truly penetrated its essence. It merely swatted at its attackers with its tentacles, terrifying yet lacking in any real deterrent, until it began to murmur an eerie incantation. Drethes waved its tentacles to fend off Luo Yu and Burke while whispering some dark spell. Nearby, having vanquished several necromantic beings emerging from a mist, Wu Ling realized Drethes was attempting to unleash a magical assault. Responding to Wu Ling's warning, Luo Yu concentrated, causing the necromantic dragon's massive body to tremble slightly. Its wings unfurled, generating winds potent enough to upheave the ground. With a fierce movement, the necromantic dragon soared into the sky, its enormous form stirring the surrounding black mist into a frenzy. Burke, sensing the dragon's presence, felt no fear. He understood that the necromantic dragon was summoned by Luo Yu. With a powerful leap, he landed atop the dragon's head. The colossal creature, with its terrifying flames, absorbed and incinerated the encroaching black mist, shattering Drethes' defenses yet again, although its murmured incantation remained unbroken. Suddenly, a dreadful pressure bore down upon Luo Yu and Wu Ling, forcing them to half-kneel. Emerging from the chaotic mass of tentacles was a fearsome undead creature clad in ominous black armor. However, the true source of terror was the equally formidable being beside it, another necromantic dragon. The Dread Knight, a dragon knight now consumed by necromancy. The overwhelming pressure rendered Luo Yu and Wu Ling unable to lift their heads. Even Burke and the necromantic dragon felt the weight of its presence. At the moment the necromantic dragon knight appeared, Drethes ceased its murmuring and an imposing aura surged forth once more. The horrific black mist coalesced, this time. Even the necromantic dragon's ability to absorb it faltered against the dense gathering of darkness. Yet, at the mist's periphery, Byrne and the others noticed a reduction in the approaching necromantic beings as the eerie black mist began to recede. A sense of foreboding washed over them. They instinctively surmised that this was Drethes' doing. With the mist cleared, the shattering mist crystal slowly descended from sky. Let us venture in. Durand seized the crystal, realizing it was no longer needed for traversing the mist, intending to investigate the situation. I shall accompany you. Helen, who had remained silent and fought alongside them, suddenly spoke up. Ignoring Helen, Durand and Lawrence proceeded towards the black mist. Enraged, Helen stomped her foot but quickly followed. Upon realizing Helen had not been deterred, Durand and Lawrence made no effort to stop her. Under the illumination of the shattering mist crystal, the trio soon discovered the source of the thickest mist. Drethes had regained its twisted strength. Its severed limbs from the dragon sword now lending it an even more menacing visage. The necromantic dragon knight soared above, positioning itself protectively before Burke, indicating a battle of entirely different caliber. Even with the dragon sword at his side, Burke stood no chance against the knight. Below, Luo Yu narrowly escaped incineration from the dragon knight's fiery breath, thanks to Wu Ling's timely use of spatial magic. Though instinctively wishing to employ another rune spell, Luo Yu hesitated, knowing that any change would render Burke even less capable of contending against the dragon knight. Observing that Luo Yu and Burke posed no further threat, Drethes began murmuring once more as countless black tendrils surged into its form, seemingly seeking to absorb that loathsome mist. It seeks to absorb the black mist for a complete awakening. Wu Ling spoke, her voice tinged with fear. Luo Yu. At that moment, Helen and the others rushed over. Having retrieved the shattering mist crystal, Luo Yu's heart raced with alarm. What are you doing here? What happened to His Highness Shiomi and the others? Luo Yu appeared somewhat flustered. It's all right. The ominous black mist outside has suddenly vanished. Let's take a look inside. At this moment, derived spoke. And upon hearing that the black mist had dissipated, both Luo Yu and Wu Ling exhaled in relief. However, that relief was fleeting. If the black mist had indeed vanished, it must have been absorbed by Dryce. It was highly probable that Dryce was on the brink of awakening. They had little time left. Meanwhile, outside the black mist, those who had been fixated on it, hesitant to retreat, suddenly sensed an uncanny presence, as if something was approaching. It was the Dark Elves. Just then, an unknown voice uttered a name that the elven race would rather not mention. A group of dark-skinned beings, brandishing daggers and staves, emerged slowly from the forest behind, murmuring strange and ancient incantations. Countless undead creatures were summoned and charged toward the crowd. However, just as everyone prepared to retaliate, these undead turned direction and surged toward the black mist, as if they had found a delectable feast, ravenously devouring the mist at its edges. Were these dark elves drawn toward the black mist? While the crowd was puzzled, another round of murmurs arose, and a new group appeared. Their intentions extended beyond the mist. A cadre of gaunt, elderly figures cloaked in black emerged from the empire, blocking the retreat of the assembled. They murmured incantations, summoning more undead to attack. Necromancers. These loathsome beings exuded a nauseating aura. Upon witnessing the assault, Byrne bellowed, and all the soldiers swiftly redirected their spears toward the necromancers. Within the black mist, hindered by the Dragon Knights, Luo Yu and Burke found themselves unable to inflict any harm upon Dryce and could only watch as Dryce's power grew increasingly formidable. Luo Yu, take this. At that moment, Helen suddenly retrieved something from her bosom and handed it to Luo Yu. He accepted it with astonishment. It was a golden stone tablet. Elated, Luo Yu realized that with this tablet, coupled with what remained from his previous endeavor, he could inscribe a third-level rune. What to inscribe? Without hesitation, Luo Yu called out to Burke, "Burke, prepare yourself." Burke nodded, and with a great leap, he ascended into the air, while the dragon beneath him abruptly vanished. In the realm of runes, for the first time, Luo Yu inscribed a necromantic rune. He witnessed two golden tablets enter a luminous sphere. The terrifying power instantly filled the entire space. The two tablets emanated an aura of dread as they gradually fused, transforming into an exceedingly fearsome third-level necromantic rune. As Burke landed, the silhouette of the dragon reappeared beneath him, though not fully materialized. Even so, its pressure was no less terrifying than when it had fully manifested. Suddenly, as Luo Yu utilized the third-level necromantic rune, he felt as though his entire being was ablaze, the pain overwhelming him, his head throbbing excruciatingly. He let out a cry of agony and collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Wu Ling quickly unleashed healing magic to aid Luo Yu, while derived, realizing what Luo Yu was attempting with the necromantic dragon, also rushed to assist. Although Helen was uncertain of the reasons, upon seeing Luo Yu in distress, she too hastened to help. Under the healing spells, the cracks in Luo Yu's bleeding skin slowly mended, only to tear anew, enduring immense suffering. He teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, but summoned his formidable will to gaze upon the true form of the necromantic dragon, which was absorbing the black mist. Luo Yu watched as the fearsome black mist was drawn into the necromantic dragon, its previously withered body gradually coalescing into flesh. Though still bloodied and repulsive, skin of a ghastly green hue began to envelop it, and the necromantic dragon emitted a terrifying roar as it seemed to awaken. The flames it exhaled regained their intensity, so fierce that even the Dragon Knights could scarcely withstand the heat. The necromantic dragon, seemingly paralyzed by an ancestral dread, ceased its movement and was consumed by the flames unleashed by Luo Yu's summoned dragon, dissolving into black smoke. After vanquishing the Dragon Knights, Luo Yu's will teetered on the edge of collapse. He sensed the darkness within him attempting to invade his mind, seeking to usurp his consciousness. With his final vestige of determination, Luo Yu commanded the necromantic dragon to unleash its flames toward the black mist. The mist parted, revealing Dryce's form once more. Throw the mist-breaking crystal. Wu Ling suddenly recalled something and urgently instructed derived, who held the crystal. Derived nodded vigorously and tossed the crystal into the air, a beacon of hope shining brightly as it soared toward the newly opened rift. Burke's dragon sword radiated with a soul-shattering blaze, channeling his last reserves of strength. With a single stroke, Dryce emitted a harrowing scream as his massive form split in two. The once undulating mass of horror ceased its movements, leaving only Dryce's chilling howls. The mist-breaking crystal ascended, and Burke seized it, staring at Dryce, who was attempting to restore himself through the black mist, murmuring, "Die, monster." The crystal was cast forth, enveloped in a radiant, sacred light, and plunged into the gaping wound of Dryce. The black mist once again enveloped Dryce's body. A terrifying roar erupted from within. A blinding light burst forth from the mist, illuminating Dryce's grotesque form, each gaping wound aglow. Dryce's colossal body began to emit ominous black smoke, and his aura intensified. Witnessing this, Wu Ling and the others hastened to unleash their most potent spells. A barrage of diverse attacks struck against the nearly collapsing Dryce. The echoes of his screams faded, and his form seemed to dissolve into nothingness beneath the onslaught. The pervasive black mist dissipated, and Luo Yu's spirit nearly shattered. With his last ounce of willpower, he removed the necromantic rune and collapsed into unconsciousness, as did Burke, who fell directly onto Duran C, who was ready to catch him, causing Duran C to grimace in annoyance. Outside the dissipating black mist, the multitude of dark elves vanished as if their appearance had been solely to absorb a fragment of the mist. The necromancers, witnessing the mist's disappearance, seemed to lose their divine purpose, their incantations turning mournful and eerie. Bereft of the mist's empowerment, the undead quickly succumbed to Burn and his compatriots, and the necromancers retreated, vanishing from sight. Instantaneously, the crowd erupted in cheers. They had triumphed. They had vanquished the terrifying being that threatened to obliterate the continent. In the midst of their celebration, none noticed a small tendril stealthily slither to Luo Yu's unconscious form, suddenly attaching itself to his wrist before dissipating into black smoke, leaving behind a fleeting remnant. Chapter 44. Victory and the Harvest of the Tablet. The darkness had been thoroughly dispelled, and the morning sun slowly descended, breathing life back into the land once shrouded in shadows. Beneath the crumbling city walls of the battlefield, the surviving soldiers exchanged jubilant embraces, reveling in their survival from the harrowing darkness. In the depths of the black mist, the once formidable Draeris had vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. Only the unconscious forms of Liu, Burke, and Yahiko bore witness to the horror that had once transpired. The following day, within the palace, Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes. The gentle rays of the sun filtered in, lending an air of tranquility to the surroundings, the only sound being the soft, endearingly lazy breaths of Wu Ling. Fearing for Liu's safety the previous night, Wu Ling had kept vigil, not daring to close her eyes. While a state of unconsciousness might be inconsequential for most, it was a different matter for Liu, whose body harbored inexplicable mysteries that remained unaddressed. Fortunately, by the latter part of the night, Luo Yu's wounds had completely healed, and under the attentive care of the servants, he managed to enjoy a light bath. After a slight turn of his neck, Luo Yu's gaze fell upon Wu Ling, who lay beside him in a serene slumber. In the dim morning light, she rested peacefully at his bedside, her long hair cascading gracefully, veiling her delicate profile and accentuating her enchanting features. Her body rose and fell gently, as if swaying to some dreamlike melody. A warmth surged within Liu's heart as he quietly observed Wu Ling, the moment seemingly frozen in time. Unable to resist, he reached out a hand to tenderly caress her head. A soft, magical aura enveloped the air, delicately brushing through her hair like a gentle breeze. Wu Ling's brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing a subtle shift, and she emitted a long, dreamy murmur in response to the gentle touch before sinking back into her dreams. In that instant, her voice resembled the soft mewl of a kitten, innocent and charming. Luo Yu couldn't help but smile, feeling a profound sense of peace and contentment, as though the world had become more beautiful in that fleeting moment. He continued to gaze at Wu Ling, cherishing her existence. This girl who had fought alongside him through darkness and despair, now appearing so pure and fragile before him. This scene etched itself deeply into his heart, becoming one of the few memorable images in his life. However, the brief moment of contemplation inevitably caught the attention of the slumbering girl. Wu Ling slowly sat up, stifling a small yawn, only to meet Luo Yu's eyes, which held a hint of amusement. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she hastily stifled her movements. Yet even so, her adorably sleepy expression remained captivating to Luo Yu. Noticing Luo Yu's unwavering gaze, Wu Ling felt her cheeks warm even further. Realizing his rudeness, Luo Yu quickly diverted his attention, and upon seeing him look away, Wu Ling breathed a sigh of relief. "What is the situation outside?" Luo Yu inquired, attempting to shift the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Wu Ling eagerly responded, "The undead creatures have been eradicated, and the remaining soldiers are organizing the reconstruction of the city walls. Oh, by the way, the Elven King and his company have departed," Wu Ling exclaimed, suddenly recalling something important. So soon? Luo Yu was taken aback. He had only been unconscious for a day, and the urgency of their departure surprised him. "It is said that while we were engulfed in the black mist, dark elves appeared, and Lord Xiaomi feared their intentions might be sinister, so he chose to investigate personally. Also, they left something for you," Wu Ling continued, retrieving 2 books and an exquisitely crafted sword from her spatial ring. The titles of the books, Intermediate Magic Compendium and Principles of Magic Crafting, materialized before Luo Yu's eyes. Undoubtedly, they were left for him by Haiyan. The magnificent sword, too, was a testament to Oren's craftsmanship. It was unexpected to part ways so soon after their brief encounter. "Do not be disheartened. Little Helen mentioned, 'We shall meet again,'" Wu Ling comforted, sensing Luo Yu's lingering regret. A gentle smile graced Luo Yu's lips upon hearing her words. He had missed saying goodbye to the little girl last time, and it seemed she truly disliked the atmosphere of farewell. After a brief assessment of Luo Yu's condition, confirming he was fit to rise, Wu Ling permitted him to seek out Burke. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the lush-ending empire, Burke lounged with an expression of impatience, the legendary dragon sword resting beside him. Yet, the sword now lay tranquil, devoid of any tumult, resembling a mere ornate blade. Observing Burke's demeanor towards the sword, Yahiko stood nearby, manifesting his displeasure. However, there was little he could do, for the sword had chosen to acknowledge Burke. Though Yahiko expressed his dissatisfaction, it was a fact that Burke proved reliable in critical moments, while outside of them, he often displayed a carefree foolishness, unconcerned by Yahiko's grievances. Beside Burke, a man of unfamiliar visage cast a disapproving glare, his eyes reflecting a mix of frustration and disappointment. Sensing the man's displeasure, Burke, for once, exhibited a hint of trepidation. Straightening his posture, this man was none other than Burke's elder brother, the crown prince of the lush-ending empire, the future heir, Belay Claude. On the other side, Luo Yu and Wu Ling sat beside her master, who bombarded her with questions, embodying the doting grandfather. Though he should have been present during the turmoil of war, he had been preoccupied with other matters, only to return in haste upon hearing of Drirus' emergence, only to find the battle had already concluded. Wu Ling patiently answered her master's inquiries, though he seemed incapable of grasping the crux of the situation, repeating questions despite her patience. It appeared that the old man could engage in endless dialogue with Duran, one who never ceased to speak, and the other who could hardly recall his own words. Yet they managed to converse without interruption. As expected, during Liyu's unconsciousness, the old man and Duran had formed an unexpectedly delightful bond, conversing to their heart's content, much to the dismay of Lawrence, whose already pessimistic disposition had further deteriorated. "All right," Burke clapped his hands, finally drawing everyone's attention back to him. "Lord Luo Yu, I extend my sincerest gratitude for your assistance." Burke expressed his utmost appreciation, to which Luo Yu quickly replied, "It was no trouble at all. This is what remained from the battlefield. I recall you mentioned needing it." Burke gestured, and 2 individuals approached carrying a sizable bundle. Luo Yu was initially taken aback by Burke's words, unsure of their significance, but his eyes gleamed upon witnessing the contents of the bundle. A trove of golden stone tablets, an entire collection, numbering at least several dozen, and upon closer inspection, there were a total of 50 golden tablets. This quantity was sufficient for Liu to engrave all runes to a 3rd-tier level. "Thank you, Your Highness," Luo Yu exclaimed with heartfelt gratitude, recognizing the immense value of these golden tablets. At that moment, the figure of the sage emerged, subtly interrupting the atmosphere. He cast a concerned glance at Liu, seemingly deliberating whether to voice something that might dampen the tranquil ambience. "What is it?" Noticing the sage's hesitance, Liu felt a stir of unease and promptly inquired. "Lord Luo Yu, when Sir Xiaomi departed, he bestowed upon me a stone tablet inscribed with ancient script. I spent last night poring over it and finally deciphered the writings. However," the sage's words faltered, as if he were contemplating whether to continue. But it was not good news. Luo Yu spoke on his behalf. Indeed, the sage's countenance still bore traces of unease. "What has awakened now?" At that moment, Burke, shedding his usual nonchalance, inquired eagerly. "No, not yet, but it may happen soon." The sage revealed the engraved tablet, which Xiaomi had discovered in the sacred grounds of the elven race, rumored to contain prophecies and warnings from the elven goddess. What does it say? Luo Yu immediately pressed for answers. The tablet's content is incomplete, but according to the translated words. Entities like Drairis are not unique. The sage's voice carried a hint of concern. Furthermore, the gathering was taken aback by the sage's words. But Luo Yu remained unfazed, seemingly prepared, for he had witnessed a terrifying future devoid of his presence, where darkness encompassed more than just the necromantic powers of Drairis. Is there any indication of where those monsters are sealed? At this juncture, Wielding raised a pivotal question. No, but the text mentioned a location. The sage promptly responded. Where? Burke inquired instantly. The sacred land has turned into a domain of death, a convergence of greed and fear, madness. The moment of darkness awakening. The middle portion is missing, but based on the preceding logic, there may be more than one ancient god. The sage's words bore a warning. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a weight in their hearts, as yesterday's terrifying past remained vivid in their memories. Darkness will not forever lurk in the shadows, nor will it remain stagnant. Having sealed away Drairis, the remaining ancient gods will likely become even more formidable. Burns' words were laced with concern. I could discern that the previous reference was to the holy city, but what does this latter part mean? Wielding scrutinized the translated text, fixated on the phrase, a convergence of greed and fear. I speculate it may refer to the domain of another ancient god, but I have yet to ascertain its exact location. The sage pondered aloud. Greed and fear. The only beings associated with greed, aside from humans, are, Burke mused, dwarves. At that moment, Bull's voice chimed in, alerting the assembly. The Gejej Kingdom. The crowd nearly exclaimed in unison. Chapter 45, The Imperial Academy. A new adventure on the way. The morning light bathed the main road, where Luo Yu and his companions rested beneath a grand tree, indulging in a brief slumber. The gentle sunlight evoking a sense of drowsiness. 2 days had elapsed since their departure from the Lucian Empire, and the six were en route to the Gejej Empire. Before leaving, they had meticulously inquired about the circumstances. The Gejej Empire is currently the most powerful among human empires, primarily due to its unparalleled economic development on the continent. Its proximity to the Lucian Empire with its holy city has fostered a culture averse to conflict and warfare, resulting in the Gejej Empire experiencing minimal turmoil. Adjacent to Gejej lies the renowned Dwarven Empire, where, despite their subterranean dwellings, the dwarves' penchant for precious treasures and relentless resource extraction has afforded Gejej numerous trading opportunities. Although the dwarves are generally reluctant to trade with humans and loathe parting with their hard-won gems, the necessity for sustenance in their caverns compels them to engage in commerce. And Gejej possesses the most expansive territory and fertile lands capable of providing sustenance for both humans and dwarves, along with the dwarves' beloved fine wines. With such advantageous conditions, Gejej has vigorously pursued economic development, swiftly becoming the most prosperous and formidable empire among humans. However, this success comes at a steep cost. The Gejej Empire is indeed the mightiest among human realms, yet, like the dwarves, humans are plagued by insatiable greed. The flourishing economy has not quenched human desire. Rather, it has led the nobility of Gejej into a spiral of excess. The ever-expanding demand for consumption has naturally resulted in increasingly frequent exchanges between the dwarves and the Gejej Empire, culminating in an economy that largely sustains a life of extravagant decadence, with little allocated for genuine development. The ostentatious wealth has lulled the populace of the Gejej Empire into a false sense of superiority, despite boasting the title of the strongest empire. Their reliance on the dwarven economy and their renowned construction and forging techniques has created an illusion of supremacy. Upon hearing of the Gejej Empire's situation, Luo Yu, as an inhabitant of Earth, instinctively sensed the inevitable outcome. Beneath the weight of excess, uncontrollable conflicts would undoubtedly arise. Even with a reasonably distributed economy, the concentration of wealth among the nobility would lead to internal strife, rendering the Gejej Empire susceptible to collapse from within, potentially becoming a mere piggy bank for others. The Lucian Empire and another empire known for its warfare are well aware of this. Hence, they have never opposed the Gejej Empire's growth and reputation. It is fair to say that the adage about the corrupt nature of political players holds true. Even the Lucian Empire, renowned for its sanctity and gentleness, cannot escape the temptation to seize Gejej's vast wealth. These observations were largely articulated by Luo Yu and Burke. However, based on the prophecies inscribed on the tablet, The only place they could conceive of renowned throughout the continent must be the Geje Empire, which is intrinsically linked to desires of greed. This time, Luo Yu and his companions intended to approach the Geje Empire under the guise of imperial heroes and exchange students. Unfortunately, the Geje Empire, accustomed to its own arrogance, remained oblivious to the fact that Luo Yu and his companions had nearly saved the world. The nobility within the Geje Empire, having never faced the horrors of battle, perpetually regarded fear and war as a jest. Therefore, even though King Bern, a figure of royal stature, penned a letter, it ultimately went unanswered. Left with no choice, the six resolved to enter the Geje Empire as exchange students and conduct covert investigations. Those rascals in Geje are insufferable. Burke, with a tuft of dogtail grass in his mouth, spoke disdainfully. The others could only feel exasperated at Burke's return to his carefree demeanor, questioning if the one who was willing to sacrifice for others was indeed this fellow, or if he had suffered a mental fracture. Excessive indulgence only breeds conflict. Luo Yu remarked coolly. That would be ideal. I have long desired to teach those rascals a lesson. It was rare for Duran to contribute to a dialogue where he was not the center of attention, indicating even someone as self-absorbed as him, who often boasted of his family's glory, harbored no fondness for the Geje Empire. The nobility of Geje are certainly not virtuous. However, the students at the Imperial Academy of Geje might prove to be formidable adversaries. We may face challenges upon our arrival. Wielding expressed her concerns. The group had already notified the Geje Empire of their intention to visit as exchange students, but, coincidentally, Emperor Bern, wishing to honor Luo Yu and Burke for their achievements, insisted on bestowing them with a hero's medal. Now, the students of the entire Geje Imperial Academy are aware that 5 powerful students are coming to Geje 4. Lawrence cannot be considered a mere apprentice. After all, no one dares to claim they have taken on an apprentice of such formidable magical prowess. He accompanied Liu and his companions in the capacity of their guiding instructor. Although the people of the Geje Empire have a fondness for wealth, their combat prowess is not as feeble as one might imagine. On the contrary, the Geje Academy, constructed through financial means, boasts numerous institutions with formidable fighting capabilities. Lawrence recounted his early days of studying magic, recalling his visit to Geje Academy, where the atmosphere was markedly less arrogant than it is today. With great renown comes inevitable trouble. Mayahiko, slightly discontented, tugged at his attire, the uniform of the Royal Academy of Lushingding, feeling it ill-suited for a dragon speaker accustomed to lighter armor. Ahead lay the Geje Empire. At that moment, Lawrence suddenly spoke up. The group stifled yawns, rising to continue their journey. How is it that a hero of the Empire, like Bern, fails to arrange for a carriage, forcing us to walk? As they approached, the imposing city walls of the Geje Empire came into view, towering into the sky. The walls resembled a magnificent barrier, steadfastly guarding the empire's borders. Constructed from massive stone blocks, each one meticulously carved and adorned with rare gemstones and precious metals. The walls sparkled under the morning sun, shimmering like the stars announcing the empire's grandeur. Intricate carvings adorned the walls, depicting the history and legacy of the Geje Empire. The figures in the sculptures appeared lifelike, as if they had stepped forth from stone, dressed in resplendent garments, wielding scepters and swords, embodying the empire's majesty and glory. The flowing patterns between the murals resembled golden rivers, symbolizing wealth and prosperity. In the corners of the walls stood magnificent watchtowers, their rooftops gleaming with gold and encrusted with glimmering gems, shining like radiant beacons against the light. From the heights of the towers, one could overlook the thriving empire, witnessing countless bustling streets, grand palaces, and towering structures. Beneath the walls lay a spacious and ornate moat, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the opulence above. Along the riverbank, exquisite walkways were constructed, adorned with luxurious tiles and intricate carvings, as pedestrians traversed them, as though wandering through a fairyland. The entire city wall exuded an unparalleled sense of luxury and wealth, serving as the empire's soul, bearing witness to the splendor and prosperity of the Geje Empire. Standing before the walls, anyone could feel the empire's solemnity, authority, and supreme glory. Outside the walls, several individuals clad in mage robes awaited eagerly. Is this all there is? Burke remarked upon seeing the situation outside the walls, utterly speechless. After all, he was the second prince of the Lushingding Empire. Even if no nobles came to greet them, would the higher-ups of the Geje Academy not show up? Instead, they sent a few lackeys to wait. I suspect they're not even here to welcome us. Wu Ling observed, noting that those people were eager but completely disregarded their presence. Who were they waiting for? Burke inquired, puzzled for a side from their group. Who could possibly command such attention? Oh, affluent families, Luo Yu remarked with an air of exasperation. As expected, a lavish carriage rolled past, its wheels gliding smoothly. The individuals outside the walls instantly changed their demeanor, rushing forward with smiles to greet the carriage. Realizing they were not the ones being welcomed, Burke's expression darkened further. Oh, don't be so pessimistic. Perhaps there is something even more ludicrous inside. Lawrence interjected, his tone still reflecting a sense of resignation. Yet, his words bore no jest. It was clear that the Gagego Empire regarded them with indifference. Let us move on. Our purpose here is not for leisure. Whether or not we are welcomed makes little difference. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with the Gagego Empire's attitude. Even the hero-S medal given to him by Byrne was carelessly left to gather dust in his spatial pouch. Among them, only Burke, as a prince, and Duran, of noble lineage, voiced their discontent. Unfortunately, the team's dynamics were not dictated by them. After their previous quarrel, it had been established that Luo Yu and Burke would serve as the primary leaders, while Wu Ling was to oversee their operations. The decisions of the six ultimately rested upon Wu Ling, a consequence of Liu and Burke's frequent disagreements during their collaboration, necessitating Wu Ling's mediating presence. Yet, the relaxed atmosphere was abruptly shattered as they neared the Empire's borders. 5 gold coins to enter the city, the guards at the gate announced loudly before scrutinizing the group, ultimately declaring 6 coins. How much? Burke exclaimed, his face darkening with fury. 6 gold coins, what an outrageous demand. Luo Yu had spent nearly 2 months in the Lushingding Empire, accumulating a total expenditure of merely 20 gold coins, and now they were being asked to pay 6 just to pass through a city gate. This is akin to robbery, Luo Yu mused, suddenly considering the gatekeeper's role as a potential career path. Chapter 46. The Imperial City Gates, testing strength as Burke's expression grew increasingly grim. The others shared his displeasure. It was evident that the guards were deliberately overcharging, and it seemed this was not their first offense. May I inquire why such exorbitant fees are required? Wu Ling stepped forward, her demeanor uncharacteristically fierce, fixing a glare at the guard. Oh, what is this? The lovely lady has objections? The guard smirked, his tone shifting to one of mockery. These are our regulations. What is the issue? If you can't afford it, perhaps you could plead with your brother here. He might just grant you a discount. Initially annoyed, the guard's demeanor changed upon seeing Wu Ling's beauty, adopting a tone of flirtation. At this, Wu Ling, usually gentle in nature, could no longer restrain herself and pulled out her spellbook, prepared to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. However, as she brandished her book, several other guards raised their weapons, clearly aware of her intentions. Wu Ling, Luo Yu interjected, swiftly grasping her arm to prevent her from acting. Although these imbecilic guards combined might not match Burke's strength, as exchange student from the Lushingding Empire, they could not afford to lose face by entangling themselves with the guards of the Gagego Empire. Well, you seem to understand the situation. Behave yourself, or else. The guard sneered at Liu, his expression dripping with disdain. Lawrence's expression darkened, and Burke unsheathed his dragon sword, ready to teach these fools a lesson. Luo Yu remained silent, casting a calm glance at the guard before pulling Wu Ling back to rejoin Burke and the others, glancing at Duran. Duran, confused, watched as Luo Yu extended his hand and said coolly, "Give me a potion." His tone carried an unmistakable hint of anger, clearly indicating he was not inclined to let the matter rest. Upon sensing Liu's displeasure, Duran's eyes lit up with excitement. He rummaged through his backpack and produced a vial of bright red potion, a flame-enhancing elixir, akin to the one Luo Yu had used previously, but this one was specifically designed to amplify fire elements. Luo Yu smiled faintly, and then Burke and his companions instinctively took a few steps back to avoid being harmed by Luo Yu's enhanced magic. It should be noted that the last time Luo Yu used a level 2 Holy Light rune after consuming a potion, the damage nearly obliterated a Death Knight that even high-level swordsmen struggled to defeat. Following the battle against Dreiris, Luo Yu acquired numerous golden tablets, significantly augmenting his strength. Indeed, immediately upon receiving the golden tablets, he inscribed all runes into level 3 runes. Initially, Luo Yu contemplated inscribing some level 4 runes, but reconsidered. His tablets were limited, and after upgrading all runes, he was left with only 12, insufficient for a complete inscription. moreover, with little understanding of even intermediate magic, save for a few learned from the Wu-Ling sect, and having not had time to study the spellbook left by Hain during his travels, he decided to set aside the idea for now and await a more opportune moment. However, even with level 3 runes, the combination of intermediate magic and Durance potion was formidable. Luo Yu smiled subtly, though his expression was far from serene. He raised his right hand slightly, and unlike ordinary mages, the guards were utterly unaware of his intentions, mistaking him for jesting and even sheathing their weapons, eager to witness his folly. With a gentle smile, Luo Yu conjured an immensely large crimson rune. After enhancing his holy light magic, the magic array could momentarily materialize before him. Naturally, this more potent flame magic would manifest similarly. Upon witnessing the colossal magic array, the guards finally realized Luo Yu intended to bombard the city walls directly. Behind Luo Yu, Burke and his companions watched with keen interest. Though Luo Yu's magic array bore no resemblance to theirs, the runes inscribed were entirely foreign, even to Wu-Ling. At this moment, Mexico, seemingly undeterred, stepped forward, and a unique chant resonated, summoning another blood-red magic array, its center depicting the head of a colossal dragon, invoking the dragon language spell, Crimson Roar. The two enormous magic arrays, even without being unleashed, emanated an aura of terrifying power that struck fear into the hearts of the guards. Just as the magic was about to be unleashed, a voice called out, "Gentlemen, please temper your anger." The voice approached from a distance. As a portly figure hurriedly pushed open the city gate, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead from exertion. "Ah, so now you choose to come greet us?" Luo Yu continued to channel his magic, suspecting that these individuals were not merely aiming to deter guests. Their foolish rhetoric was evidently deliberate. What was their intent? Merely to probe their capabilities. Burke had been quite clear. As an exchange student from the Lucian Ding Empire, not only was Burke a prince, but Lawrence, a grand mage of considerable repute, could not be so easily dismissed. Coupled with the guards' absurd behavior, Luo Yu was nearly certain that there were hidden machinations at play. The best way to address a conspiracy is to magnify it, compelling the schemers lurking in the shadows to reveal themselves. With Luo Yu and Mexico's magic locking onto the city gate, it was tantamount to the Lucian Ding Empire declaring war on the Geizhai Empire. The nobility of the Geizhai Empire were not fools. Should they discern that this senseless provocation stemmed from the idiotic actions of their own, the upper echelons of the Geizhai Academy would surely be met with scorn. Why must this be so? The rotund figure offered a few forced smiles before glaring at the guards. "Apologize at once, you fools. How dare you impede anyone?" The guards promptly knelt, though their expressions were far from pleasant. "You wish to gauge our strength? Very well. I shall grant you that opportunity." Luo Yu smiled subtly, then redirected his hand towards the city's moat, while Mexico retracted her magic. She had no intention of unleashing it, merely accompanying Luo Yu to intimidate. The portly figure was still processing Luo Yu's words when an intense glow radiated from the magic array in Luo Yu's hand. He gazed intently at the city, not sparing a glance toward his hand, as boundless power surged within him. He raised both hands, gathering magical energy in his palms, forming a flickering flame that glowed with scorching brilliance. This flame was exquisitely delicate, akin to a slender thread, yet harbored destructive energy. Focusing on the moat, he swung his arm, and the fiery beam shot forth instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the surface of the moat remained tranquil, as if indifferent to Luo Yu's magic. However, following this brief calm, a tremendous roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the very earth. An overwhelming brilliance erupted from the moat, akin to a star igniting in an instant. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, whipping up a tempest above the moat, creating a vast, gaping crater in the area. Luo Yu stood amidst the searing aftermath, surrounded by a haze of chaos, flames and light intertwining in a mesmerizing display. He stood upon the precipice of destruction and creation. Before the moat, a devastating scene unfolded. Within the immense crater, the ground was consumed by flames. The water of the moat evaporated almost instantaneously, leaving only a charred bedrock. Surrounding structures lay in ruins. Debris scattered widely, and remnants mingled with ash in the air. The cataclysmic force startled all present, including Luo Yu himself. Indeed, he had not anticipated such overwhelming power, rivaling that of advanced magic. The portly figure's heart sank upon witnessing the devastation wrought by Luo Yu's magic. Initially, upon receiving news of Luo Yu's arrival, He thought that although they were heralded as heroes of the Lucian Ding Empire, apart from the well-known prince, only Lawrence, an obscure grand mage, posed any real threat. Having grown accustomed to an arrogant disposition, he had scoffed at the director's warnings to treat Luo Yu and his companions with respect. Subsequently, the Empire's upper echelons and several powerful academies had secretly urged him to test Luo Yu's strength, hoping to gauge their capabilities for future dealings within the Imperial Academy. However, he had prepared himself with a set of responses, waiting for Luo Yu and his companions. Yet, he had not anticipated Luo Yu's overwhelming display of power. Flipping the table on his probing, the revelation of his scheme had already placed him in a precarious position, and witnessing Luo Yu's near-apocalyptic magic left him pondering the director's repeated admonitions against foolishness while simultaneously grappling with how to extricate himself from his predicament. Retracting his hand, Luo Yu's expression shifted swiftly from surprise to calmness. This was a demonstration, and he could not afford to appear astonished while asserting dominance. Meanwhile, Burke stepped forward at an opportune moment, positioning himself beside Luo Yu. The combination of Luo Yu's power and Burke's esteemed status was enough to trouble the highest echelons of the Empire's academy. The portly figure, sweat beading on his forehead, whether from running or sheer fright, realized that this situation was beyond his control. Sure enough, within moments, an elderly figure approached at a hurried pace. The newcomer was none other than Hamilton, the director of the Geijai Empire Academy, and one of the most powerful mages in the Empire. Currently the head of the Rex family, a lineage renowned for its mastery of magic. Director, upon the arrival of Hamilton, Lawrence stepped forward and remarked softly that, although Hamilton was a noble of the Gagigo Empire, he lacked the ostentatious habits associated with the higher echelons of that empire. Lawrence had previously studied under Hamilton, and thus held a modicum of respect for him. Noticing Lawrence's gesture, Luo Yu and the others also offered a polite acknowledgement. Hamilton quickly waved his hand dismissively, his expression turning fierce as he cast a scornful glance at the rotund figure nearby, urging, "Why aren't you leaving yet? I'll deal with you later." Afterward, Hamilton turned his attention to Luo Yu and the others, casting a cursory glance at the aftermath of Luo Yu's magical onslaught. Astonished that someone so young had already attained the level of a high mage. Coupled with Burke, the genius swordsman prince, Durans, the heir of the esteemed potion-making family, and Wu Ling, the apprentice of the spirit magician, even the seemingly ordinary Miyako, a dragon speaker, could not be underestimated. With such a formidable assembly, how could these fools dare to test the waters? It was merely due to an overwhelming number of recent affairs that he had delegated the task of receiving them to the Vice Dean. Who would have anticipated such foolishness from him? Chapter 47. The Might of Durans, the Fear of the Masters. Director Hamilton, may we enter? Luo Yu inquired directly after a brief display of courtesy, his tone devoid of any pretense. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Hamilton nodded, having never intended to obstruct the six. However, he was taken aback by the Vice Dean's blunder, realizing that those imposed upon him were indeed unreliable. Once granted entry, Luo Yu smiled slightly and glanced at the others. Wu Ling and the others remained silent, following Luo Yu as they prepared to enter the Empire. However, as they approached the guards, Luo Yu suddenly halted, rummaging through his belongings. As the others looked on in confusion, Luo Yu quietly produced 6 gold coins, tossing them before the guard, and then, amidst their bewilderment, struck the guard across the face. "I advocate fairness. I accept your rules, and you must adhere to mine. Keep your eyes to yourself. Should you dare to gaze indiscreetly again, trust me, I will ensure your incapacitation." Luo Yu's tone carried an uncommon intensity. The guard promptly fell silent, lowering his head, a flicker of anger in his eyes, yet the memory of Luo Yu's recent display of magic left him drenched in sweat. Witnessing Luo Yu's actions, Burke and the others exchanged knowing smiles, while Wu Ling's face turned slightly red. Hamilton's eyes betrayed a hint of displeasure, not directed at Luo Yu, but rather at the guard who had just been struck. His gaze then shifted to the plump figure nearby, whose expression flickered with resentment. Once they entered the city gates, Hamilton's benevolent demeanor transformed. His countenance darkened as he glared at the rotund figure. "Director." The stout figure stammered, clearly uncomfortable under Hamilton's scrutiny, attempting to interrupt the director's gaze. "Count Berntek, I believe you are no longer suited to your position at the Academy. Please relay a message to His Majesty. If he wishes to avoid a conflict with the rushing Ding Empire, he must rein in those foolish nobles." Hamilton's tone bore a note of warning. Upon hearing his dismissal, Count Berntek's eyes widened in disbelief. You would dismiss me for a few outsiders? You may report me to His Majesty, but remember to convey my words. Hamilton remained unfazed by the threat implicit in Burntek's tone. His status within the Gagigo Empire was not conferred by nobility, but earned through tangible might. A mere noble held no sway over him. As expected, Count Burntek rushed to the palace without returning home, lamenting his plight before the Emperor of Gagigo. However, he remained oblivious to the concealed malice lurking beneath the Emperor's seemingly sympathetic expression. Only after the Emperor vowed to take severe action against Hamilton did Burntek leave with a sense of relief. "Father, what are you planning?" A voice interjected as the Emperor of Gagigo, wearing a faint smile, was approached by his only son, the Grand Prince by Gagigo. Only those beasts that can bite will serve as the finest swords. The depths of the Emperor's smile concealed a hint of sinister madness. Within the imperial city, Luo Yu and his companions seized a rare opportunity to visit the marketplace. Their previous excursions had been solely for supplies or materials, leaving little room for leisurely exploration. While Wu Ling and Miyako were not particularly fond of shopping, even they found it difficult to resist the allure of the marketplace. "How much is this?" Wu Ling inquired, finally selecting a modest pendant that caught her eye. "This. I can see you're not locals, so I won't take advantage of you. This is top-quality merchandise. I'll sell it to you for just 10 gold. The vendor, noticing their unfamiliar attire, quickly adjusted his pricing with a glint of greed in his eye. Upon hearing such an exorbitant price, both Wu Ling and Miyako frowned, realizing that the surrounding merchants were conspiring together, charging outrageous amounts for everything they considered. Initially, the two women debated among themselves, but eventually, they set their items aside, much to the bewilderment of the men, who could not comprehend why they would waste so much time if they did not intend to purchase anything. Nevertheless, they scoffed at the merchants' blatant attempts at extortion. Finally, Durans, unable to contain himself any longer, declared, "If you fear the prices, fear not. I am a master at negotiating with vendors. Getting them to lower their prices is child's play." As he prepared to demonstrate his prowess, the merchants along the street suddenly felt an unexplainable pressure, as though an ominous curse was causing their ears to tingle. Observing Durans gearing up for a grand performance, Luo Yu and the others were horrified, with Wu Ling even setting her items aside, unwilling to continue shopping. Only Miyako looked on with confusion, but as moments passed, her expression transformed from bewilderment to astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Is it possible for someone to talk this much?" Durans had activated his passive skill of eloquence, engaging the vendor in an exhaustive dialogue that covered everything from his family's illustrious achievements to his own grand endeavors, eventually delving into the vendor's personal affairs as if he were an intercessor. Initially, the vendor regarded Durans with amusement, but as the conversation progressed, he became increasingly intrigued, eventually losing track of the dialogue and staring blankly, overwhelmed by the rapid-fire delivery of Durans' words. When Durans finally paused to quench his thirst, he turned to find Luo Yu and the others had retreated to a nearby stall, indulging in snacks. It was evident that once Durans began speaking, he could go on for at least half an hour without pause, and since the group had yet to decide on accommodations, they could not simply abandon him. They opted to remain in a comfortable spot, awaiting Durans to conclude his business. Observing their lack of conscience, Durans felt a flicker of annoyance. However, he dared not display this sentiment towards Luo Yu and the others. Consequently, the burden of his prolonged discourse fell squarely upon the unwilling merchants. 3 hours passed, and while Luo Yu and his companions changed their beverages thrice, snacking until they were sated, the merchants could no longer endure the torment. They were on the verge of tears, desperately offering to lower prices for the items the two women had shown interest in, at which point Durans finally relented, granting them a reprieve. Regarding yet another remarkable achievement, Durancy felt a renewed sense of conversational material. Fortunately, seeing that the several bosses had begun to pale and nearly crumble under pressure, Liu and his companions hurriedly intervened to pull Durancy away, who was still eager to voice his opinions. Under the amicable and gentle coercion from Burke and Liu, they managed to temporarily silence him. Throughout their journey, every time Durancy's mouth momentarily ceased, Luo and Burke took turns stuffing his mouth with baira, a type of bread from another world, rendering him unable to utter a single word. At long last, they arrived at an inn that met with their satisfaction, and only then did Liu and Burke release Durancy. Finally free, Durancy dashed to the inn, gulping down several large cups of water to catch his breath. By the goddess of life, those two were excessive. Which kind-hearted individual could endure consuming 6 whole baira along the way? After expending so much effort in amiable discourse with the bosses, he was already parched, and the additional Byra nearly choked him. In light of Durancey's intensely resentful gaze, Luo Yu and Burke, in an unusual display of unity, chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, Wu Ling and Mi Yin, the only beneficiaries of the situation, dared not speak in Durancey's defense. Lawrence, on the other hand, stared at Durancey with a blank expression. As peers, Luo Yu and his companions could still engage in light conversation to ease the atmosphere, but Lawrence, being considerably older, shared little common ground with them and had endured the same trial of Durancey's grandiose speech. Having lost all interest in dinner, Lawrence opted to retire early, claiming it was for the sake of restoring his wounded spirit, though it was just as likely that he simply wasn't hungry after having eaten too much at the stall. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of Byra, Durancey insisted he hadn't eaten anything worthwhile and desired more food, but the others showed little interest. Ultimately, only Mi Yin, being a half-dragon with a substantial appetite, accompanied Durancey to eat a little more, while the others chose to retreat to their rooms for a respite. After enduring several hours of Durancey's relentless chatter, even the innkeeper, who had intentionally overcharged them a few silver coins, was met with their indifference, as they figured someone would eventually regret it. Fortunately, Mi Yin was not easily intimidated. During dinner, as Durancey intended to unleash his eloquence against Luo Yu and Burke for their despicable actions, he was nearly startled into silence upon seeing Mi Yin quietly produce a Byra. Ultimately, with a stomach full of food and indignation, Durancey waddled over to the innkeeper, who was counting his earnings, thus adding another unfortunate soul to the mix. Mi Yin paid Durancey's antics no mind, having retreated to her room to rest before he could voice his grievances. The following day, Luo Yu slightly opened his eyes, yawning as sunlight streamed through the window, casting a serene glow over the room. However, upon descending the stairs, the atmosphere felt oddly peculiar. Downstairs, Mi Yin and the others were already seated, clutching some food, evidently having ventured out early to procure provisions. Except for Wu Ling and her companions, everyone else wore expressions of fear, especially directed at Durancey. The mere thought of him opening his mouth, even to take a bite of food, sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to consider fleeing. As for the innkeeper, who had charged Luo Yu and his companions extra the previous day, he now appeared hollow-eyed and despondent, embodying a visage of unjust suffering. When the group departed, he even refrained from collecting the cleaning fee, hastily ushering them out as if they were harbingers of misfortune. Luo Yu and his companions' perception of Durancey's terrifying verbal prowess had been irreversibly altered. Initially, they had been dissatisfied with the innkeeper for overcharging them, but after witnessing Durancey's relentless efforts, their gazes now brimmed with pity for the beleaguered innkeeper. Poor man, he had drawn Durancey's attention. His tragic days were just beginning. It was known that in Silverlight Town, Durancey's fearsome reputation had preceded him for nearly a month, leaving merchants trembling at the mere mention of his name. Chapter 48. Starvation and the Affluent Villain. After a day of recuperation, Luo Yu and his companions officially prepared to head to the Gagoj Empire Academy, given that Hamilton, the principal, had personally sought them out several times. To delay further would be rather presumptuous. Seated in the carriage arranged by Hamilton, they began their journey towards the Empire Academy. However, before long, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, pulling back the curtain of the carriage. They were momentarily taken aback by the sight outside. Numerous individuals clad in ragged clothing, gaunt and emaciated, appeared as though they had not had a proper meal in ages. Wasn't the Gagoj Empire supposed to be affluent? Why then were beggars so prevalent? Luo Yu questioned aloud. No matter how wealthy a place may be, it is always the privileged few who possess power and riches. In every locale, the impoverished remain abundant, and even the most destitute regions harbor their share of the affluent. Burke's tone was tinged with disdain, revealing his weariness of the aristocracy's facade. His aversion to politics and power stemmed largely from this, as he had roamed the world since youth, witnessing the tragedies concealed beneath the veneer of prosperity. Even the rare enlightened ruler, like Byrne, remained oblivious to such realities, let alone acting to remedy them. Observing Burke's expression, Luo Yu understood that such scenes were not uncommon, and his previously buoyant mood dimmed slightly. Yet he quickly regained composure. Indeed, his compassion for these people was instinctual, but similar to how he had once remained indifferent to the names of ordinary folk. These beggars, while pitiable, bore no significance to him. Luo Yu, lacking a sense of belonging in this world, naturally felt no inclination to concern himself with those who bore no relation to him. However, Wu Ling and her companions were different. Seeing the hungry masses, including small children weeping for food, they could not bear it. Wu Ling attempted to rise. But as she did, Luo Yu pressed her back down. "Why are you stopping me?" Wu Ling questioned Luo Yu for the first time. "What do you intend to do? Give alms?" Luo Yu asked, a hint of coldness in his voice. "What else?" Wu Ling replied, a bit taken aback. "Have you considered whom you wish to help?" Luo Yu suddenly inquired. At Luo Yu's words, Wu Ling faltered, her mouth opening as if to respond, but no words came forth, her gaze shifting to the begging children outside. Luo Yu shrugged, gesturing towards the scene beyond. "Excuse me, could we pause for a moment?" The man driving the carriage, hearing Luo Yu's request, promptly complied, bringing the carriage to a halt. As it swayed to a stop by the roadside, the others looked on in confusion, uncertain of Luo Yu's intentions. "Just watch." Luo Yu smiled faintly, then stepped out of the carriage, approaching the group of beggar children. He produced several gold coins from his pocket and tossed them into the hands of the children. Without looking back, he returned to the carriage but did not immediately signal the driver to resume their journey. "Young masters and mistresses, we shouldn't linger here too long," the driver cautioned. "Not to worry, we shall wait a few minutes," Luo Yu replied, lifting a corner of the curtain to allow everyone to see the unfolding scene outside. The others exchanged puzzled glances, but soon realized something was amiss. The children, having received Luo Yu's coins, displayed no signs of joy, remaining listless as they squatted on the ground, murmuring prayers. "Why?" Wu Ling began to question, bewildered. "Have you not noticed that these children bear various ailments or disabilities?" Luo Yu remarked coolly. "What do you mean?" Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, even Burke was stirred by curiosity. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed several children of similar age engaged in begging, their impoverished parents unwilling to allow their offspring to suffer the humiliation. Yet, the so-called guardians of these children appeared weak and unresponsive, slumped on the ground. Luo Yu observed them with an unusual tone laced with menace. As the others shifted their gaze towards the parents, their expressions turned cold. Although ordinary people might not discern the distinction, those of noble or semi-noble lineage could easily recognize that the garments worn by these individuals were far from commonplace. They had simply been deliberately soiled. This group was exploiting the children for profit. Even Mexico, who typically held little regard for humanity, spoke with a hint of anger. "This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps this entire street is orchestrated by them," Luo Yu remarked, eliciting incredulous expressions from a group. Only Lawrence seemed to recall past experiences, his despondency momentarily alleviated before quickly fading again. Greed can never be satiated. Even the smallest of gains will not be overlooked. Luo Yu observed the beggars gradually disappearing from view, voicing his thoughts. "Are these the nobles?" Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, the others could no longer conceal their realization. Their tones tinged with anger. "Don't be agitated. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as I envision." Luo Yu offered a calm smile before addressing Wu Ling. "However, even if these beggars are truly helpless commoners, how many times do you plan to offer alms?" Wu Ling was rendered speechless, having not contemplated the matter deeply. When one is overtaken by emotion, they often neglect the broader implications. After all, those who remain composed in such circumstances are usually indifferent souls. Burke recalled his own experiences during his travels in the Rosenthing Empire, where he had also given generously, yet had never witnessed a beggar escape poverty after receiving aid. Small acts of kindness do not rescue. Grand gestures yield little difference. Luo Yu stated, then gazed toward the changing scenery outside, his tone tinged with resignation. "Do you truly believe that the money you give ultimately reaches these impoverished souls? These scoundrels?" Wu Ling's voice brimmed with fury for the first time. Although she was an orphan, she had been raised by her master. Despite her mentor's frugal lifestyle, Wu Ling had never known hunger and occasionally interacted with members of the nobility. Thus her social standing was not low. The harsh realities faced by those at the bottom of society remained foreign to her, while Luo Yu, having experienced the world's capriciousness as an orphan in his previous life, analyzed the situation from the vantage of an observer, making his insights seem perpetually reasonable. Why don't they become adventurers? At least that would provide a means to survive. Wouldn't it? Mexico ventured. Some are indeed incapable, while others lack even the qualifications to pursue adventuring. Lawrence interjected unexpectedly, responding to the dialogue with rare engagement. Some are burdened with families, lacking the spirit to become adventurers. Their strength is insufficient. To venture forth would be akin to courting death. While begging may be humiliating, it at least preserves their lives. Others, alas, have likely become mere tools for others. They possess no right to aspire to adventuring. Luo Yu scoffed lightly. Damn it. The group voiced their irritation. Even Duran, who typically refrained from discussing such matters, wore a disapproving expression. To be honest, the absence of the typical flaws found among the nobility is the most perplexing aspect of you all. Luo Yu suddenly laughed, excluding Wu Ling and Burke, both of whom had received proper guidance. Mexico, as a dragon speaker, while not noble, existed in a realm that commanded respect, and Duran, embodying the image of a wealthy heir, yet none of them exhibited the revolting madness and depravity inherent to the nobility. This piqued Luo Yu's curiosity, albeit merely as a passing thought. Just as the group engaged in conversation, a cacophony of shouts erupted outside. Hearing the commotion, the driver abruptly halted the carriage and informed them, "There's a blockage ahead. We shall take a detour." "What's happening?" Wu Ling inquired immediately. The driver hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's nothing, just a dispute on the street. They're merely spectators." The group paid little heed to the driver's words. Yet amidst the ensuing silence, voices pierced through the facade. "You little wretch, Master Dean's attention on you is a blessing. Cooperating with him is far better than remaining here as a beggar." A sharp voice rang out. "Is this a quarrel?" Wu Ling sprang to her feet, followed closely by the others, recognizing that such words could not belong to a mere argument. As expected, outside, a crowd surrounded a disheveled young woman pleading on the ground, seemingly begging for the release of her captor. Opposite her, a lavish carriage housed a brooding young man whose gaze held an unsettling intensity. Another detestable noble. Before Luo Yu could articulate a response, Lawrence, who typically shunned confrontation, surprisingly took the initiative to step forward, ready to confront the individual restraining the girl. Luo Yu quickly intervened. "What are you doing? I'm going to deal with that scoundrel." Lawrence's tone carried an uncommon anger. Touching upon something deep within him, "You cannot save her," Luo Yu retorted immediately. "Why?" For the first time, Lawrence's voice bore a hint of sorrow and tremor. "Can you save her for a moment, for a lifetime? Help her today, and tomorrow that noble will only escalate his actions. Today he may be a street bully. Tomorrow, he could employ more insidious means. What atrocities are these nobles not capable of?" Luo Yu's tone mirrored his frustration. Lawrence's resolve faltered, but his eyes inexplicably glimmered with a hint of red. "Must we merely watch?" Wu Ling exclaimed, observing the young girl being pulled away, disregarding Luo Yu's protests as she rushed forward and shoved the man grasping the girl. Luo Yu let out a resigned sigh, but followed Burke and the others to join her. Where did this wretch come from? How dare she obstruct Master Dean's affairs? The servant's tone remained acerbic, eliciting disdain. Meanwhile, Dean's eyes brightened upon seeing Wu Ling's striking features, and he stepped down from his carriage to approach her. "My beautiful lady, forgive my foolish servant. Please feel free to speak directly to me." Dean's tone dripped with flattery, yet one could easily perceive the sinister intent lurking beneath. Wu Ling's eyes flared with anger at Dean's words. Truly, such imbeciles exist everywhere. Luo Yu's voice carried a note of exasperation, but as Wu Ling advanced, he could not remain passive. Sensing the presence of others near Wu Ling, Dean's expression turned icy, his gaze shifting to Luo Yu, filled with malice and hostility. Feeling Dean's repugnant stare, Luo Yu offered a slight smile before casting a provocative glance in Dean's direction. Dean, already intent on confronting Luo Yu, felt a surge of animosity in response to the latter's defiance, drawing a weapon without regard for their surroundings and lunging at Luo Yu. Yet, he failed to perceive the concealed mockery and fury beneath Luo Yu's seemingly taunting demeanor. With a splatter of blood, the street erupted in startled cries. Chapter 49, Deliberate Injury. Political intrigue. Blood droplets fell, staining the ground with vivid crimson. Luo Yu tilted his head slightly, a trickle of fresh blood flowing from his neck, having been unexpectedly injured by Dean. Upon witnessing Luo Yu's injury, Burke disregarded any notions of status or consequence and rushed forward along with his companions. Burke, in particular, drew forth his dragon sword, aiming a strike at Dean. Initially, Dean reveled in his perceived superiority, underestimating the approaching adversary, thinking him incapable of resistance. However, he was suddenly confronted by the sharpness of Burke's presence, causing him to retreat several steps in fright. "Mr. Dean, how shall we address this matter?" As Wu Ling and others anxiously regarded Luo Yu, he unexpectedly turned his gaze toward the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Not far away, behind Dean, Principal Hamilton wore a grim expression, accompanied by a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to Dean, his face also marked by displeasure. "I apologize, Lord Luo Yu. I shall ensure this matter is resolved." Principal Hamilton felt as if he were under a curse these past few days. In his attempts to facilitate Luo Yu and his companion's entry into the academy, he had pleaded earnestly, finally persuading these astute youngsters. Yet before he could settle into his chair at the academy, he learned of the conflict that had erupted on the street. Having rushed over, dragging Dean's father, Dick, from a meeting at the academy, Hamilton was nearly struck speechless by the scene before him, nearly compelled to deal with Dean himself. Upon seeing his father arrive, Dean found his courage and began to lament his plight, attempting to portray himself as the victim. Despite the clear injury on Luo Yu's neck which starkly contrasted with his own unscathed condition, even with a tongue of 9 folds, Dean could not distort the truth, especially with Hamilton present. Dick's expression darkened as he scrutinized Luo Yu, his gaze filled with suspicion and alertness. As Dean's father, Dick was acutely aware of his son's utter incompetence. Though he did not grasp the full extent of Luo Yu's capabilities, he knew Luo Yu was hailed as a hero of the Luo Empire. How could he possibly be bested by Dean? In truth, Luo Yu had intentionally refrained from retaliating or dodging, merely tilting his head slightly to allow Dean's sword to wound him. "So, this is Master Dean's father?" Luo Yu's tone reflected his displeasure. Meanwhile, Wu Ling and the others quickly realized why Luo Yu had been injured upon seeing Hamilton approach. Burke's expression shifted to one of icy resolve as he addressed Dick. "Lord Dick, you are the head of the Intersect family, are you not?" "Prince Burke." Dick recognized Burke's status as a nobleman. "Let us dispense with formalities. Since you are here, we should have a serious discussion. Your son brazenly pillaged on the street, and, in his ignorance, injured my most esteemed guest from the Luo Empire. May I interpret this as a declaration of war from your empire?" Burke's tone bore an air of solemnity, as if he were addressing a grave matter. Upon hearing Burke elevate the situation to such a level, Dick broke into a cold sweat, while Hamilton glared at him, clearly indicating that if Dick failed to handle this appropriately, the repercussions would be severe. In the shadows, several elegantly dressed individuals observed the farcical scene unfolding on the street. "These individuals are not to be trifled with," a woman remarked. Dean, that fool, attempted to impose his will upon them. He ought to be met with equal force. What a clever strategy. This will not end well. As the woman's voice faded, a steadier tone chimed in. "I've heard the principal intends for them to participate in the upcoming academy competition. It appears our competition has increased." Another voice added, "I am more curious to see how that old fool Dick will resolve this situation." The woman's tone carried a hint of amusement at the unfolding drama. "It serves him right. Dean and his brother are polar opposites. Many have predicted that Dick will someday fall because of his own son." The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, their voices laced with scrutiny, before falling silent and fixating on the chaos in the street. Perhaps this is merely a misunderstanding. Even as Dick, accustomed to wielding his title, found himself at a loss for how to navigate the situation, he recognized Burke's exceptional status. If Burke were to pursue this matter relentlessly, his family could not withstand the wrath of Emperor Gidge, particularly given the Emperor's recent volatility. A misunderstanding? Very well, I await your explanation. How do you intend to transform the injury upon my brother's neck into a mere misunderstanding? Burke's tone radiated an indomitable authority. Even Dean, despite his foolishness, sensed the gravity of his predicament. After a fleeting moment of fear, he regained his composure, convinced that as long as his father remained, no one could harm him. "Father, allow me to handle this." A robust figure approached, a massive sword slung across his back. It was Dean's brother, Dio, renowned across the empire as a prodigious swordsman. At just 25, he had ascended to the rank of advanced swordsman, rivaling Burke, albeit through rigorous combat training rather than royal education. Should he face Burke, Dio's prowess would be formidable. Upon Dio's arrival, Dick's expression darkened further. He opened his mouth to speak, but Dio merely continued, "Either I intervene, or this matter will be brought before the Emperor, and our entire Intersect family will bear the brunt of this fool's actions." Despite his desire to counter Dio, Dick found himself silenced, ultimately choosing to walk away. As his father departed, Dean felt an icy dread wash over him, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet, his cries soon echoed through the air. Luo Yu and his companions watched in astonishment as Dio engaged Dean. Although Dean was his brother, Dio showed no mercy, effortlessly crippling Dean's legs. Without healing magic, it seemed Dean would spend the rest of his life confined to a bed. "Are you satisfied with this resolution, my lord?" Dio inquired, turning to Luo Yu after completing his deed. He understood that Burke's actions were driven by a desire to protect Luo Yu. Upon witnessing the conclusion of this affair, Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively, having had further plans in mind, but with Dio having incapacitated Dean. He felt it prudent to refrain from further discourse. Seeing Luo Yu's silence, Dio interpreted it as acquiescence. He then addressed the trembling servant nearby, coldly instructing, "Ensure he is taken away and find healer. If none are available, allow him to remain in his current state." Having spoken, Dio turned back to Luo Yu and stepped forward. Burke instinctively moved to intervene, but Luo Yu raised a hand to halt him, regarding Dio with calm resolve. "Though I bear no fondness for your brother, he is still my kin. This matter will not be forgotten by Dio." Dio's tone held a hint of veiled threat. Luo Yu remained unperturbed, smiling gently. "The young lady has been frightened by your brother. I trust you will attend to her well. Should any misfortune befall her, we cannot guarantee that your resolution will suffice." With that, Luo Yu disregarded Dio, shifting his attention to Hamilton, and with a slight bow, he inquired, "Principal, may we take our leave?" From beginning to end, Luo Yu paid little heed to Dio's threats. However, Dio's recent words bore a different kind of menace. If anything were to befall the girl persecuted by Dean today, it would undoubtedly reflect upon the Indesic family. The current arrangement was only temporary, yet Luo Yu's injury was far more significant than that of a worthless noble like Dean. Whether this arrangement would hold weight in the future was no longer up to Dio to decide. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Dio narrowed his eyes slightly and cast a glance at Luo Yu's retreating figure, seemingly intent on etching it into his memory. He then turned his attention to the girl who had nearly fallen into Dean's clutches and, after a brief silence, stated, "You shall accompany me from now on." With that, he offered her no opportunity for rebuttal. This was a command, not a request. Although he would not resort to the brazen tactics of Dean, his words carried far more weight, and his reputation stood in stark contrast to Dean's. Being by his side would ensure her safety. The crux of the matter was that Dio was aware of the scoundrels nearby, who were undoubtedly reveling in the unfolding drama. Luo Yu's earlier declaration was not merely directed at him, but also intended for the hidden observers. Should the girl encounter any misfortune, the blame would fall upon them, providing an invaluable opportunity to weaken or even eradicate the Indesic family. Thus, the girl must remain unharmed, at least while Luo Yu and his companions remained within the empire. However, he could not monitor her every hour of the day, making it prudent to have her taken away by a servant. As he contemplated this, Dio squinted at the departing Luo Yu and his group, acknowledging him as a formidable adversary. In the carriage, Luo Yu tilted his head while Wu Ling pouted beside him, channeling healing magic. Her gaze towards Luo Yu was laced with reproach. "Why did you risk yourself? Didn't I say that only by escalating the situation could we draw out those lurking in the shadows? Besides, with that guy's strength, do you genuinely fear he could harm me?" Luo Yu smiled slightly. "Come now, I trained under that swordsmanship prodigy Owen. How could a mere waste, not even at the level of a novice swordsman, pose a threat?" He chuckled. "I wonder who still has blood staining their neck." Wu Ling, upon hearing Luo Yu's words, pouted further and retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away the blood from his wound. Thanks to the healing magic, the shallow cut on his neck quickly healed. "Luo Yu, your quick thinking is commendable," Burke remarked once Luo Yu had recovered. "To be honest, these trivial matters have long been trivialized in my world. It is only here that I can exhibit my skills." Luo Yu replied with a hint of amusement. As a person from Huaxia, with 5 millennia of civilization, such petty schemes were child's play. However, this may have caught the attention of those within the academy. Duran thought aloud. "No matter, our purpose here is not to exchange students. As long as it does not disrupt the larger scheme, all is well." Burke replied with a faint smile. Unbeknownst to them, however, Lawrence stood nearby, his ash-gray eyes flickering with an unusual light, seemingly stirred by the recent events. Chapter 50. Entering the academy, competing? Within the carriage, Duran and Burke chattered animatedly, while Luo Yu and Wu Ling observed the now calm Lawrence with keen interest. Given Lawrence's rare display of emotion, if the two had not noticed, it would be rather foolish. Sensing their gazes, Lawrence felt a twinge of discomfort but chose not to explain, enduring their scrutiny in silence. Noticing his reluctance to speak, Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged glances, deciding to graciously spare Lawrence for the moment, opting to inquire further when he was ready to share. Soon, the commotion outside grew louder. They had arrived at the Imperial Academy. As they lifted the curtain, the opulent sight of the academy unfolded before them. The grand entrance loomed like a gateway to a mystical realm, breathtaking in its splendor. The towering gates, crafted from ancient stone, resembled a majestic castle entrance, steeped in an air of ancient mystery. Intricate designs adorned the double doors, unfolding like exquisite scrolls before their eyes. The motifs depicted soaring dragons, frolicking cheilants, blooming flowers, and twinkling stars, each a fragment of a legendary tale, stirring a sense of yearning within. The gilded embellishments gleamed with radiant light, akin to gold inlay, bestowing an aura of unparalleled luxury upon the entrance. Flanking the gates were colossal stone pillars, etched with fantastical runes and enigmatic patterns. Between the pillars hung splendid banners, fluttering gently in the breeze, as if celebrating the scholars passing through. Atop the pillars stood lifelike stone sculptures of warriors wielding swords, sages holding scrolls, and mysterious beings and deities that seemed to guard this enigmatic academy, bestowing blessings upon those who entered. The archway soared into the clouds, with a gem set at its center, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors like a dazzling star, guiding aspiring scholars toward knowledge. The guards on either side of the entrance stood like statues, their armor glinting, spears pointed skyward, their gazes resolute and vigilant, embodying the protectors of this secretive portal. As night descended, a row of bright torches ignited atop the gates, resembling a constellation of stars that illuminated the academy. Bathed in this beautiful light, the entrance exuded an air of mystery and tranquility, as if serving as a beacon for those yearning for knowledge and adventure. Truly, as the wealthiest academy, the splendor of the Gego Imperial Academy left Luo Yu and his companions awestruck. Even Burke, the prince, had never witnessed such extravagant architecture. Meanwhile, Hamadin approached them with a smile, having just stepped down from his carriage. The opulence of the scene could not mask the slightly awkward atmosphere surrounding them. As the academy students scrutinized Luo Yu and his companions, seemingly assessing what merit allowed them to be personally greeted by the principal. Of course, some noble students immediately grasped the situation upon recognizing Burke, yet for many others, there lingered a vague sense of hostility? Sensing an unease, Duran instinctively stepped back behind Luo Yu. It appears we've attracted attention even before entering. Mayahiko murmured softly. It doesn't seem like Dio is behind this. Has something occurred at the academy recently? Luo Yu observed the surroundings. Although the onlookers harbored a hint of animosity, it felt more akin to competitive intent rather than outright enmity. Oh, I nearly forgot. It seems the Gego Academy competition is approaching. Burke suddenly recalled. The academy competition shouldn't concern us, right? Duran voiced with some hesitation. Of course it does. Hamadin interjected, glancing back at Luo Yu and his companions. Welcome to the Gego Imperial Academy. Rather than mere formalities, I would prefer you to clarify your earlier statement. Luo Yu replied promptly upon hearing Hamadin's words. Hamadin, caught off guard by Luo Yu's direct inquiry, chuckled awkwardly before responding. As exchange students from the Lucian Empire, during your exchange period, you are naturally students of the Gego Academy. Thus, you are indeed qualified to participate in our academy's competition. How troublesome. I have no interest. I do not wish to attend. Miyako Burke and Luo Yu spoke almost simultaneously the moment Hamadin finished his sentence, their tones laden with rejection and disdain. Upon hearing their unequivocal refusal, Hamadin felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly suggested, Ahem, let us proceed to my office. Once inside, Hamadin turned to the others and said, I have learned about your situation from that old coot Richard. You came to the academy to investigate the prophecy, did you not? What does this have to do with the competition? Surprised by Hamadin's words, the group exchanged glances. It is worth mentioning that Richard is the mentor of wielding. You have witnessed the current state of affairs in the country. While it appears splendid on the surface, chaos lurks beneath. Although the new emperor possesses certain means, he is outmatched by the nobility. If you wish to uncover the information you seek, doing so through the academy is nearly impossible, as it has become a playground for the aristocrats, with vital information effectively sealed off. Hamadin spoke with a hint of resignation. So, what relevance does the competition hold? Burke questioned again, sensing that Hamadin had yet to address the crux of the matter. The victors of the academy competition receive accolades from the emperor and even the opportunity to attend royal banquets. Only then can you make contact with the emperor and the secrets concealed by the nobility. Hamadin explained. Is the nobility's control over this nation so extensive? Luo Yu asked, a slight tremor of concern in his voice. Far more terrifying than you can imagine. Hamadin replied, shaking his head slightly. Take Count Bernk at the city gate, for example. He is merely an heir to a powerless title. yet his influence is sufficient to secure a position as the vice president of the Imperial Academy. Even I, Hamilton, as the president, find it challenging to confront him without a valid reason. Currently, the Imperial Academy boasts nearly 7 vice presidents, yet only 4 are affiliated with the actual colleges. The remaining 3 are enigmatic noble counts whose intentions remain unclear. They may seek wealth or something else entirely. With their presence, it is uncertain whether Luo Yu and the others can navigate the academy freely, let alone grasp the current situation. Moreover, Hamilton harbored a concern he had yet to share with Luo Yu and the others. The Emperor's power had inexplicably surged, and his demeanor had transformed drastically. No longer the submissive ruler he once was. This sudden change has become a source of distress for the current nobility and a worrying prospect for Hamilton. Ever since he received news about the ancient gods from Richard, understanding their horrifying power, Hamilton surmised that the Emperor may have been tainted by dark forces. It was impossible for such a transformation to occur so swiftly otherwise. However, without solid evidence, he was also eager to gauge the true strength of Burke and the others. Hence the proposal for them to participate in the competition. If they emerged victorious and approached the Emperor, their experience with Dreyfus would enable them to discern the changes within him. Yet if they could not even best the Academy's own contenders, how could they hope to confront beings as formidable as the ancient gods? Regarding Hamilton's proposal, Luo Yu and his companions exchanged glances. Among the 6 of them, Luo Yu and Miyako were both adept swordsmen, while Burke was a swordsman, Wielding a mage, and Lawrence, as a teacher, could not participate in the competition. Durand was an alchemist. The Gagago Imperial Academy comprises 4 colleges. The Swordsman College, with the Royal Swordsman Midia as vice president. The Magic College, presided over by Hamilton. The Alchemist College, led by Cadila, and the Special Magic College, with Emberlick as vice president. After deliberation, they ultimately decided that Burke, as a swordsman, would attend the Swordsman College, while Durand would join the Alchemist College. The remaining question was the arrangement for Miyako, Wielding, and Luo Yu. Initially, Wielding intended to join the Magic College, considering the unique magical abilities of Luo Yu and Miyako. However, after much discussion, they ultimately decided that Wielding and Luo Yu would attend the Special Magic College together, while Miyako would accompany Burke to the Swordsman College. This choice was made because the Special Magic College might conceal elements of dark power that only Luo Yu could detect. Miyako's identity as a dragon speaker was too peculiar. Her presence in the Special Magic College could attract undue attention from the more eccentric mages, potentially jeopardizing their mission. Concealing their talents was the wisest course of action. The competition among the 4 magic colleges would employ a mixed format involving 3 colleges, while the Alchemist College would have separate competitions. Thus, regardless of which college they joined, they would ultimately converge at a single venue for the contest. It was unnecessary for them to be present in the Magic College. Furthermore, Wielding's possession of spatial magic made her presence in the Special Magic College entirely fitting. Hamilton remained contemplative regarding their decision. As the vice president of the Magic College, he had initially hoped to use their arrival to probe certain matters. However, with none of them opting to come under his wing, he found himself at a loss for words. In the evening, after reporting to their respective colleges, the group reconvened in Hamilton's office. As exchange students, for safety reasons, the 6 of them were assigned to a separate dormitory for accommodation, alongside another exchange student from the Empire. "How are things on your end?" they inquired as they arrived at their designated dormitory. "Our situation is manageable, but it seems those fellows are targeting us," Burke remarked, after he and Miyako went to the Swordsman College, being a special case. He was personally received by Vice President Midia, so there were no unexpected incidents. However, it appeared that due to Luo Yu's disregard for Daio's earlier behavior in the streets, he had irritated some individuals at the Swordsman College, who seemed rather difficult to deal with. "Is it a serious issue?" Wielding asked, her brows furrowing with concern. "Not particularly." Burke waved his hand dismissively. As a senior swordsman, he ranked among the top in the Swordsman College, even without a detailed assessment of his abilities. Moreover, Miyako was even more formidable. As a half-dragon, her strength was on an entirely different level from that of a human. Although she had not undergone specialized training or evaluation, her prowess was at least equivalent to that of a senior swordsman. As for Durand's, well, everyone unanimously agreed that the Alchemist College should be wary of him. The reality aligned with their expectations. Lawrence, initially concerned about Durand's reliability, personally escorted him to report. However, upon entering, an ill-mannered noble had the audacity to inquire about his noble lineage. The ensuing events were predictable. Durand struck up a conversation, And it was only due to Lawrence's dwindling patience that he had to fetch some pastries from the nearby cafeteria to regain Duran's attention, leaving everyone uncertain when he would return. Conversely, Wielding and Luo Yu's experience was straightforward. To maintain consistency, both claimed to be spatial mages, which did not raise any issues with Vice President Emberlick. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Chapter 51, A Peculiar Classroom. The bully strikes after a brief night of rest. The group proceeded to their respective colleges for classes. At the Special Magic College, Luo Yu and Wielding gazed curiously at the rather peculiar classroom assigned to them. The classroom, hidden in an unassuming corner, was unlike any typical magical space. It exuded an air of novelty and intrigue, far removed from the conventional opulence and classicism. As they pushed open the heavy door, Liu and Wielding were immediately taken aback by the sight before them. The walls were no longer mere stone bricks, but were adorned with bizarre runes and mysterious patterns, as if woven into a tempest of magic. These runes flickered with faint light at times, silently recounting ancient legends from a time long past. The classroom ceiling resembled a starry sky, adorned with twinkling stars, each one a diminutive magical crystal gently emitting a faint glow that illuminated the entire space. Within this peculiar classroom, conventional desks and chairs were absent, replaced by floating crystal platforms that rotated delicately in accordance with the flow of magical energy, imparting an ethereal sensation. The students did not sit in seats. Instead, they hovered in mid-air, as if adrift in a sea of enchantment, clad in robes of various hues, each embellished with mysterious patterns that resonated with the runes adorning the classroom. They appeared as if they were part of a grand tapestry of magic. Occasionally, strange magical sounds echoed through the room, some akin to whispers of a gentle breeze, others resembling the soft plop of raindrops falling into a pool, and still others reminiscent of the faint sounds made by stars twinkling in the night sky. These sounds seemed to speak a magical language, guiding the students into deeper realms of thought and perception in an alluring yet unfathomable manner. The entire classroom exuded an aura of mystery, transporting one to another world, a realm brimming with magic and wonder. The students floated upon the crystal platforms, their eyes alight with curiosity and excitement as they explored the unknown. Some focused intently on the flickering runes upon the walls, striving to comprehend their meanings. They traced their fingers lightly over the runes, as if conversing with ancient magical texts, attempting to unravel their secrets. Others closed their eyes, inhaling the magical energy that permeated the classroom, their hands forming gentle hemispheres as they seemed to feel the energy flowing through the air. With every breath, the surrounding magical crystals quivered slightly, emitting a soft glow as if resonating with the students' own energy. Some students leaped gracefully upon the crystal platforms, their movements fluid and elegant, as if engaging in a dance that communicated with the magic around them. Each leap was accompanied by subtle magical ripples, as if they were releasing the magic within. Occasionally, a peculiar sound would resonate in the classroom, prompting students to pause their activities and gather together, sharing their thoughts on the source of the sound. Their faces reflected curiosity and bewilderment as they sought the hidden messages behind the auditory phenomenon. Some waved their wands gently, as if guiding the sound, attempting to decipher its significance. The classroom thrummed with vitality and creativity, the students' actions and expressions showcasing their love for the magical realm and their spirit of exploration. They resembled artists creating their own magical dance within this extraordinary classroom. As for the arrival of Luo Yu and Wielding, the students exhibited no reaction, seemingly oblivious to their presence. At the front of the classroom, a teacher lounged in a chair, yawning and appearing somewhat disheveled. He seemed indifferent to the students, and the lack of a conventional classroom atmosphere left Luo Yu and Wielding somewhat perplexed. After a prolonged period, the dozing teacher appeared to recall that 2 students were expected, slowly sitting up to find Luo Ling and Luo Yu gazing around in mild astonishment. He promptly stood and beckoned them over. Luo Yu exchanged a glance with Wielding before approaching, and the teacher greeted them. "Hello, I am Chris. You may call me Professor Chris or simply Teacher Chris. As you can see the situation in this classroom is rather unique. Why don't you introduce yourselves?" With a clap of his hands, Chris managed to draw the attention of the students who had previously been absorbed in their own activities. Only then did they notice Luo Yu and Wielding, casting curious glances in their direction. They had heard of the newcomers, but had paid little mind until now. Ahem. Students, look here. These 2 are exchange students from the Lushing Ding Empire, temporarily studying in our classroom. Please be kind to one another, Chris announced. Upon hearing Chris's introduction, Luo Yu offered a curt self-introduction, his demeanor cold and distant, which left Chris slightly awkward. He turned to Wu Ling, hoping for a more engaging response. Fortunately, Wu Ling understood Chris's unspoken plea and introduced herself normally, drawing several curious gazes in return. A few students looked at her with surprise as she mentioned being a spatial magician. Coincidentally, some among them were also studying spatial magic. However, it was worth noting that none of them were actual practitioners. Their knowledge was purely theoretical. Meanwhile, a few others cast glances of disdain towards Luo Yu and Wu Ling, particularly a male student whose gaze toward Wu Ling was laden with unspoken intentions. Luo Yu frowned slightly, but chose not to comment, recognizing that the boy was merely observing. Ahem. As you've seen, this classroom primarily focuses on self-directed learning. I don't have much to teach, and this lesson isn't mine. Please take some time to interact with your classmates while I arrange a few things for you. Chris coughed before making his exit, brazenly skipping class. As Chris departed, the students seemed unfazed, with one girl rolling her eyes and remarking, "At least Chris showed up today." Following a few more comments of mild discontent, the students turned their attention back to Luo Yu and Wu Ling. The group interested in spatial magic rushed towards Wu Ling, nearly pushing Luo Yu aside in the process. Wu Ling was taken aback by the attention, yet her interest piqued upon learning that they were studying spatial magic. Although Richard had taught her about it, he insisted she not specialize too narrowly, which meant her knowledge was limited to what she had practiced at various levels of mastery. In contrast, these students relied solely on theoretical understanding, some of which sparked ideas Wu Ling had yet to consider. Observing Wu Ling being drawn into their discussion, Luo Yu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had not introduced himself, leaving them unaware of his identity as a magician, and given Wu Ling's beauty, it was no surprise that most attention shifted toward her, including that of the more unsavory characters. At that moment, a burly figure rose from the back of the classroom and stepped forward, prompting a hush among the students. Beside him, a strikingly attractive girl also stood and approached. "Are you the two magicians from the Lushing Ding Empire?" The boy spoke, his tone dripping with condescension, as if he found everyone around him beneath his notice. "Hello, I am Colin," the girl introduced herself calmly. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the pair. "How about a match?" the boy challenged, his voice laced with arrogance, as if he considered defeating Luo Yu a trivial matter. "Why?" Luo Yu inquired, displaying little interest. "If you lose, you will submit to me, and I will protect you," the boy replied, casting a suggestive glance at Wu Ling. His impolite gaze drew a slight narrowing of her eyes in response. Once the boy finished speaking, the girl stepped forward to Wu Ling and asked, "Hello, may we speak privately?" Upon noticing someone wishing to speak with her privately, Wu Ling was momentarily taken aback. Among the group surrounding her, two young women were desperately signaling her, seemingly urging her to acquiesce to the lady's suggestion. "Colin, do not overstep your bounds." Upon witnessing the invitation extended to Wu Ling, a young man immediately interjected, clearly displeased with the woman named Colin. Ignoring the man's remarks, Colin simply gazed at Wu Ling, prompting her to glance at Luo Yu, seeking his opinion. Luo Yu furrowed his brow slightly before stepping forward to address Colin. "Could you enlighten me about your intentions?" Given the unfamiliarity with the individuals present, Luo Yu held no trust for either party, even though Colin displayed no overt hostility. "It is nothing. I merely wish to converse with this sister. After all, how could such a wonderful person be sullied by a scoundrel?" Colin smiled faintly, yet her gaze upon Wu Ling was peculiarly intense. "Perverted woman, do not think I will shy away from you." The young man, incensed by Colin's description of him as a scoundrel, erupted in anger. "Perverted?" Observing Colin, Luo Yu seemed to discern something. The peculiar glint in her eyes hinted at a demeanor more befitting of a man, leading him to conclude that she might be a lesbian. "Hey, you little brat, do you dare approach? Or do you truly wish to hide behind a woman?" the young man retorted, asserting that this perverted woman had no affection for men. As Luo Yu scrutinized Colin, the young man's words provoked a slight narrowing of his eyes, conveying his displeasure. After a brief silence, Wu Ling nodded at Luo Yu and followed Colin outside, eager to uncover Colin's true intentions. Luo Yu, however, had no concerns for Wu Ling's safety. Despite her status as a novice mage, her mastery of spatial magic rendered her impervious to danger. As Wu Ling departed with Colin, the young man's expression darkened. His gaze towards Luo Yu filled with rage. "Damn it, you're finished." The young man seemed infuriated by Wu Ling's exit. "Quickly, we must find the teacher. We cannot contain Barber when he loses his temper." One of the boys who had been surrounding Wu Ling whispered to Luo Yu, wary of Barber overhearing. Lian, do you wish to perish? Yet, even this hushed tone caught Barber's attention, who regarded Lian with a threatening glare. Upon hearing Barber's voice, Lian quivered, too fearful to speak. I only mentioned the possibility of my loss. What if I were to win? Luo Yu remarked, glancing between Lian and Barber. Chapter 52. The Duel. Swordsmanship Contest. Luo Yu focused intently on Barber, now grasping the situation. It appeared that most students in this classroom were either enthusiasts or those compelled to self-study, with Barber and the recently departed Colin likely being the strongest among them. Luo Yu speculated that Barber might be a noble, though Colin's background remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it was evident that Colin was inclined towards women, and Barber had likely stolen many admirers from her, causing the other students, especially the girls, to regard Barber with trepidation. I lose. Ha ha ha. Do you even know what you're saying? Barber guffawed at Luo Yu's claim, brimming with arrogance. Barber is an intermediate mage. He ranks among the best in the academy. Though Lian was frightened, he offered Luo Yu a cautious word of warning. Luo Yu cast a brief glance at Lian, surprised that someone who seemed timid would still dare to assist him. However, Barber's retaliation came swiftly, witnessing Lian still conversing with Luo Yu. He seized an object, a stone of indeterminate origin, and hurled it at Lian. Lian instinctively shut his eyes, raising his hands in a defensive gesture, yet the anticipated pain never arrived. The stone was caught mid-air by Luo Yu with a single hand. Holding the stone, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow at Barber, astonished to encounter such blatant bullying even in this alternate world. Barber, intrigued by Luo Yu's effortless catch, felt a shift in his demeanor, transitioning from anger to a hint of competitive spirit. Luo Yu. At that moment, Wu Ling slowly re-entered, her face tinged with a subtle flush, as if Colin had done something to her, while Colin followed, appearing slightly disheveled, yet visibly pleased. What happened to you? Luo Yu inquired, momentarily taken aback by their appearances. It's nothing. Wu Ling quickly shook her head, while Luo Yu observed her somewhat disordered attire, realizing that she had indeed been accosted. He cast a peculiar look at Colin, grappling with whether to feel envy or anger, as Colin was indeed a woman, and Wu Ling had not suffered any grave injustice. Yet this person was a lesbian. As Colin noticed Luo Yu's gaze, her previously satisfied expression morphed into one of disdain, and she snapped, "What are you staring at? I won't protect men." Luo Yu was left speechless, exasperated by the absurdity of the situation. "Hey, are you still willing to fight?" Barber interjected, initially planning to secure Luo Yu's consent for a duel before Colin intervened. But Luo Yu's silence allowed Colin to take the lead. However, it mattered little. First, she is not a prize to be wagered. Secondly, if I win, you ought to mind your gaze. Luo Yu retorted, eyeing Barber. Upon hearing this, Barber erupted into laughter, as if he had heard a joke. Let us go. After mocking Luo Yu, Barber turned away, seemingly heading elsewhere. Barber is an intermediate mage. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? Do not misunderstand. I'm not concerned for you. I fear that if you perish, my sister Wu Ling will be heartbroken. Colin chimed in. Hearing her words, Wu Ling's cheeks flushed again, yet she refrained from clarifying her relationship with Luo Yu, instead casting a worried glance at him. Are you sure you'll be all right? Perhaps. Luo Yu responded nonchalantly, despite having never truly battled a genuine mage before. His previous encounters involved only undead creatures or monsters, making this his first duel against a mage. Though Hain had imparted knowledge on how to combat mages, this was still unfamiliar territory for Luo Yu. Nonetheless, he felt no fear. After all, his magic was exceptionally powerful compared to other mages. Furthermore, the spells of intermediate mages were akin to level 4 rune spells, and with a dozen or so golden tablets at his disposal, he could easily inscribe a level 4 rune if necessary. Seeing Luo Yu's unperturbed demeanor, Wu Ling felt reassured. She understood that while Luo Yu was technically a novice mage, he belonged to the most formidable tier within that classification, considering his mastery of all elemental magics. It was not impossible for him to contend against an intermediate mage. Additionally, with his proficiency as a novice swordsman, he was unlikely to be easily vanquished. Moments later, at the heart of the Gagago Empire Academy, a spacious clearing had been designated as the dueling ground. Sunlight streamed through fluffy clouds, casting a radiant glow over the area. Luo Yu stood at one end of the clearing, his gaze deep and impassive. The news of Luo Yu's impending duel with Barber had spread throughout the academy, reaching students from other institutions as well. Excited students gathered around the clearing, forming a lively circle of spectators, buzzing with chatter. Even Burke and his companions rushed over upon hearing the news. Yet Luo Yu appeared disinterested in the commotion, his focus unwavering on the opposite end of the clearing, calm as a statue. Have you all heard? Luo Yu hails from the Lushingding Empire. Does he truly possess the strength to challenge Barber? After all, Barber is a genius ranked among the top 10 in the academy. Who can tell? Observing his indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned with the happenings around him, it appears he is merely feigning mastery. How could such a person possibly stand as Barber's equal? Perhaps he is only compelled to engage in this duel, as Barber has done this before, and he is certainly no match for Barber. This contest will likely come to a swift conclusion. Luo Yu, upon hearing the surrounding murmurs, offered no response, his gaze remaining calm and profound. Burke and his companions squeezed through the crowd, intending to inquire about his thoughts. However, upon realizing the situation was not conducive for questioning, they turned to Wu Ling, who nodded, indicating all was well. Seeing Wu Ling's affirmation, they breathed a sigh of relief and turned their attention back to Luo Yu, intrigued. This marked their first genuine observation of Luo Yu's combat prowess, as they had previously been too occupied to watch. The audience's chatter gradually diminished, replaced by a palpable tension in the air. The eyes of Luo Yu and Barber met in the open space, seemingly releasing an invisible current, igniting a silent rapport of magic. Barber stood at the opposite end, his gaze sharp and brimming with confidence. With a slight smile, he addressed the surrounding students. In this duel, do not accuse me of bullying. I shall grant you 3 moves. How about that? Luo Yu nodded indifferently, his voice cold and composed. Thank you for your concern, but that will not be necessary. Observing Luo Yu's audacity, a dark cloud crossed Barber's face, and he coldly replied, Very well, draw your weapon. With that, Barber retrieved a long sword from behind him and produced a spellbook from within his garments. To his surprise, Luo Yu discovered that Barber was adept in both swordplay and magic, a dual talent indeed. It was remarkable that someone so robust could also excel in 2 disciplines, achieving a rank among the Academy's elite. In this open arena, the contrasting personalities and backgrounds of the magical prodigies, Luo Yu and Barber, prepared to engage in a captivating duel. Although the surrounding students harbored doubts regarding Luo Yu's abilities, this combat might yield unexpected revelations. Among the onlookers, there were notable figures, renowned for their strength, yet few dared to approach, curious about the individual personally received by the Academy's president. Do not accuse me of bullying. I shan't employ magic. I shall grant you an opportunity for retaliation. Barber's tone was arrogant, his eyes filled with menace as he regarded Luo Yu. In response, Luo Yu remained unfazed, staring back at Barber with unyielding calm. Barber felt his taunts dissipate like a fist striking cotton, choosing not to continue his mockery and instead launched himself at Luo Yu. As their gazes collided, an intangible barrier seemed to form between them, heralding the imminent clash. Barber took the first step, his stride resolute and powerful, fingers gripping the sword hilt emanating a faint aura. Despite Barber's burly physique, his sword was a magnificent long blade, adorned with intricate runes that shimmered with a cerulean glow. Without hesitation, he swung the sword, unleashing a wave of blue sword energy that sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Luo Yu maintained his composure, wielding the elven sword bestowed upon him by Orin. This blade appeared ordinary, yet bore Orin's meticulously crafted protective runes, gleaming with a dark golden hue. Even a magically protected weapon could prove formidable in combat. His movements were fluid and succinct, devoid of superfluous gestures, as a crimson sword energy coalesced at the tip of his blade, poised to counter Barber's assault. The 2 sword energies clashed audibly in midair, releasing a cacophony that reverberated with the tension of their confrontation. The audience, initially believing Luo Yu to be merely a magician, was taken aback as he brandished a sword. Gasps of astonishment echoed as Luo Yu single-handedly absorbed Barber's attack, leaving the spectators breathless, their attention riveted on this swordsmanship duel. Barber was equally surprised that Luo Yu possessed swordsmanship skills. While not a professional swordsman, he had a modicum of talent, and his magical aptitude allowed him to learn magic with ease, enabling him to invest some leisure time in a mastering swordplay, though his skills had only reached the novice level. After a brief exchange, Barber sensed that Luo Yu was quite similar to him. Thus, he intensified his assault, his swordplay transforming into a tempest, with relentless waves of sword energy slicing through the air, pressing ever closer to Luo Yu. Conversely, Luo Yu's swordsmanship exhibited a calm and resolute nature, each swing precisely intercepting Barber's attacks, rendering their energies null. As their techniques intertwined, Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, recognizing Barber's remarkable talent. Though his own skill level remained that of a beginner, he could appreciate the intricacies embedded within Barber's swordplay. His body and sword began to harmonize, each swing radiating a faint golden glow, while his other hand remained concealed, seemingly prepared to conjure magic at any moment. This awareness caused Luo Yu to exercise restraint in his offensives. Perceiving the shift in Luo Yu's demeanor, Barber escalated his onslaught. The sword energy descended like a torrential downpour, seeking to breach Luo Yu's defenses. Yet, Luo Yu's movements became more agile, his sword energy brimming with boundless vigor, repelling Barber's advances with each strike. The spectators marveled at this transformation, shifting from skepticism to admiration. Although Luo Yu displayed only novice-level swordsmanship, they understood that he hailed from a prestigious magical academy, implying he wielded some unique form of magic or methodology. This alone, akin to Barber's dual mastery, commanded respect. Amidst the symphony of clashing swords, the intensity of Luo Yu and Barber's duel escalated. Their techniques wove together, creating a spectacle both resplendent and perilous, akin to two dancers performing an enchanting waltz of magic in the air. The audience in the clearing, captivated by the fervor of the conflict, fell into a hushed reverence. As the sound of blades striking echoed, Barber's relentless assault failed to penetrate Luo Yu's defenses. Curiously, Luo Yu seemed to have no intention of mounting an offense, focusing solely on evasion and defense. Soon, Barber discerned Luo Yu's strategy. It became clear that he was not genuinely engaged in battle. Several times, Barber intentionally exposed vulnerabilities to bait Luo Yu into attacking, yet each time Luo Yu remained unresponsive. Initially, Barber assumed Luo Yu's swordsmanship was lacking, but as the duel progressed, he recognized that Luo Yu simply had no desire to retaliate. Even when Barber committed glaring mistakes, Luo Yu's demeanor remained unchanged. Realizing he was being underestimated, Barber's fury ignited. Feeling the disdain from Luo Yu, he resolved to unleash a more formidable assault. His swordsmanship sharpened, the sword energy sweeping forth like a hurricane, determined to subdue Luo Yu. Simultaneously, he began to murmur an ancient incantation, a familiar flame magic energy coalescing around him. Inferno's return, ignite all. The clarity of Barber's incantation grew, and the tip of his sword erupted with a brilliant red light, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Luo Yu's expression hardened as he sensed the fiery magical energy emanating from Barber, a searing heat enveloping the arena. Though magic could be cast without the necessity of a staff or spellbook, it was exceedingly rare to channel magic through a blade. Luo Yu was astonished that Barber could harmonize the sword's essence with magical elements, avoiding any repulsion. However, Luo Yu felt little fear in response. At most, he was surprised and curious. His swordsmanship grew increasingly resolute, each swing imbued with unwavering determination as he sought to shatter Barber's onslaught before the latter could unleash his fiery magic. The clash of sword energy and flame surged through the air, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Barber's attacks intensified, his sword energy intricately entwined with flames, forming a terrifying offensive that forced Luo Yu to retreat step by step. Yet, Luo Yu did not falter. His gaze became ever more serene, and his swordplay more precise. Each of Barber's strikes was met head-on, his sword tip slicing through the flames. The blade began to shimmer with a more brilliant dark golden glow, as if contesting the fiery magic itself. The spectators stood in stunned silence, Luo Yu's performance far exceeding their expectations. Barber's momentum gradually waned under Luo Yu's sword, his fiery magic seemingly subdued by the latter's steadfast will. Impossible! Barber's voice brimmed with shock and fury. He had not anticipated that Luo Yu could withstand his assault. After a flurry of swordplay, Barber realized that if he did not create distance, confronting Luo Yu would be futile. He swiftly conjured a magical barrier, attempting to obstruct Luo Yu's advance. However, Luo Yu's sword tip suddenly ignited with a golden radiance, piercing through Barber's flame barrier and racing toward him. Barber's pupils constricted in alarm, too late to prevent the strike, and he was struck by Luo Yu's sword light. A resounding clash echoed across the arena as the golden sword energy shattered Barber's fiery magic. The backlash from the shattered flames almost left Barber dizzy. Yet he did not succumb immediately. He retreated rapidly, escaping the combat zone, his eyes filled with rage and indignation. Luo Yu, do you think this will lead to your victory? Allow me to demonstrate true power. Barber's voice still resonated with arrogance and bravado, as if the one previously pressed down by Luo Yu was an entirely different person. Observing Barber's demeanor, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly, then ceased his aggressive maneuvers, his gaze curious as he regarded Barber. Surely, he would unveil something unique now. After all, as a student from a prestigious magic academy, Barber should possess more than just swordplay and fire magic. Although dual swordsmanship is rare, it does not qualify as extraordinary. Barber began to chant an ancient incantation rapidly. A powerful magical aura emanated from his body, causing the energy in the air to become tumultuous. Beneath his feet, 7 or 8 intricate magical circles appeared, glowing with a faint crimson light. The audience gasped at the spectacle, and even Luo Yu and Burke's eyes widened in astonishment. Summoning such a number of magical circles at once? Magic is not limited to a single release at a time. The principles of complex magic involve a layering of various magical circles. However, akin to the convoluted nature of composite magic, simultaneously casting multiple spells is no simple feat. It significantly increases the mental and elemental expenditure. Most individuals struggle to wield even 2 magical circles at once. They never anticipated Barber could unleash so many circles simultaneously, a method that seemed almost unfathomable to them. Concurrently, each magical circle coalesced into a fireball, radiating intense heat, floating like stars in the air. In the next moment, these fireballs hurtled toward Luo Yu at an incredible speed, leaving little room for evasion. Luo Yu furrowed his brow. Although amazed by Barber's capabilities, he did not waver, but rather tightened his grip on his sword. His gaze grew more composed, the golden radiance surrounding him intensifying. Meanwhile, within the realm of runes, he gradually maneuvered 2 level 3 water runes into the luminous sphere, preparing for any eventuality. As the fireballs approached, Luo Yu swiftly swung his sword. The dark golden runes on the blade flashed, forming a golden shield. The fireballs collided with the shield, resulting in a piercing explosion, flames erupting into the air. Luo Yu stood firm. The golden shield, a mere protective layer on the blade, struggled to withstand the fireball assault. As the sound of shattering reached his ears, the barrier broke apart, deflecting only one fireball, while the others surged toward him. Observing this, confidence and resolve flickered in Luo Yu's eyes, and a pale blue light burst forth as a water elemental barrier emerged, directly intercepting the incoming fireballs. How is this possible? You didn't even chant a spell? Barber exclaimed incredulously upon witnessing Luo Yu's direct use of magic. If a simultaneous casting of multiple spells could be attributed to mental prowess and extensive practice, Luo Yu's ability to bypass incantation altogether shattered their preconceived notions. Although Luo Yu's water barrier lacked a visible magical circle, it was evident that it was a mid-level spell. To utilize this magic without incantation, one must at least be a high-level water magician. What level of power does a high-level magician possess? They are the ones capable of teaching at the Imperial Academy. How could a mere student like Luo Yu wield such formidable magical energy? I'm beginning to find this dull. Luo Yu's voice remained calm, his swordsmanship growing ever more decisive. As the water barrier dissipated, Luo Yu advanced step by step toward Barber, the golden sword light slicing through the air like a protective halo. Elven swordsmanship, elven floral dance. As Luo Yu closed the distance, Barber revealed a flicker of fear for the first time, though he swiftly suppressed it. What did it matter that Luo Yu could cast spells without incantation? He was a mid-level magician, a genius capable of simultaneous spell casting. How could he possibly lose to Luo Yu? Barber began muttering incantations, then swiftly executed a roll, hurling his sword toward Luo Yu, forcibly interrupting his movements while retreating to the edge of the arena. As Barber chanted, 2 colossal magical circles emerged behind him. The advanced composite circles displayed a harmonious interplay of fire and earth magic elements. Advanced composite magic, akin to the type Luo Yu had previously cast, yet on an entirely different level, as each magician's advanced composite magic is distinct. Each element occupies 6 magical rings, yielding effects that far surpass ordinary single-element spells. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of the magical circles, Luo Yu set aside his playful demeanor. He realized that Barber's title as a mid-level magician was indeed legitimate. With this thought, Luo Yu began to manipulate the golden stone tablet of the runic space, preparing to inscribe a level 4 rune at any moment. Meanwhile, Barber forcefully activated the 2 composite spells, nearly exhausting all his magical elements. Yet, Upon successfully releasing them, Barber glared at Luo Yu, his eyes filled with rage and madness. Stafal explosion. The name of the spell erupted from Barber's lips, as the two circles gleamed with a vivid crimson light. Suddenly, two massive stone fragments, resembling meteors, emerged from the circles, engulfed in flames that scorched their surfaces with cracks, rendering them even more terrifying. As the meteors manifested, the temperature in the space elevated dramatically. The two meteor-like stones shot towards Luo Yu, exuding an overwhelming pressure. A typical person would have been paralyzed by fear at that moment. Yet, Luo Yu suddenly recalled something, retracting his focus from the golden stone tablet. With a deafening roar, the meteors struck the exact spot where Luo Yu had stood moments before, creating a massive crater in the ground, for which an intense heat still radiated. Upon witnessing the silhouette of Luo Yu vanish, Barber erupted into a frenzied laughter, reveling in the thought that the audacious youth had compelled him to unleash his full strength, only to be reduced to mere fragments now. Yet, Barber remained oblivious to the silence that enveloped the surroundings, as if everyone had been rendered speechless. Just as Barber exhaled in relief, preparing to bask in his triumph, a soft cough echoed, sending a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he rolled over, grasping the longsword embedded in the ground. But before he could make a move, Luo Yu's attack manifested directly before him, with a slight twist of his wrist. The clash of steel resonated in the air as Luo Yu's blade halted ominously at Barber's throat, his gaze as frigid as ice. The duel had reached its conclusion. Luo Yu's voice was calm and resolute, imbued with unwavering confidence. Barber, drained of strength, relinquished his magic tome, his face pale as he realized he had lost to a swordsman so brazenly close, despite channeling all his magical elements. Yet, his heart brimmed with resentment and confusion. Why? How did Luo Yu evade his spells? How did you manage that? Confusion clouded Barber's eyes, and the arrogance in his tone dissipated, replaced by bewilderment. A faint smile graced Luo Yu's lips as he sheathed his sword and strode past Barber, heading straight for Wuling. In response, Barber swiftly turned to observe Luo Yu's retreating figure, only to hear Luo Yu's indifferent voice declare, "Spatial magic." It was not until Luo Yu descended from the dueling platform that the onlookers seemed to regain their senses, erupting into applause. Though their own comrade had been defeated, the sheer brilliance of the battle overshadowed this blemish. The spectacle of Barber unleashing an extraordinary number of spells, even simultaneously casting two composite spells, alongside Luo Yu's seamless incantation-free magic and his adept use of spatial magic to evade a potentially lethal strike, ignited a fervor within students. On the platform, Barber comprehended how Luo Yu had evaded his onslaught, feeling a twinge of helplessness as he regarded Luo Yu's silhouette. He sensed that Luo Yu had not yet exerted his full capabilities. The latter's nonchalant demeanor and minimal use of magic conveyed that he had not been earnest in their encounter. If Luo Yu could effortlessly defeat him in this lackadaisical manner, how terrifying would he be if he truly applied himself? Chapter 54. Class, the creation of magic with Luo Yu's overwhelming victory over Barber. The emotions of the spectators reached a crescendo, their gasps and cheers reverberating around the platform. Yet, the humiliation did not seem to affect Barber. Rather, after a fleeting moment of self-doubt, his gaze towards Luo Yu shifted. Luo Yu felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an unsettling scrutiny upon him. Upon returning to the classroom, Luo Yu became an object of fascination, akin to a rare specimen, as the attention shifted from Wu Ling to him. The students observed him with intense curiosity, particularly those studying spatial magic. Upon witnessing Luo Yu's adept use of it in the arena, their interest soared. Although Wu Ling was also a spatial magician, her femininity tempered their eagerness to experiment, while Luo Yu, with his rugged demeanor, seemed a fitting candidate for their inquiries. However, they quickly realized another point of intrigue, the manner in which Luo Yu cast his spells. What tier of magic tome do you possess? It cannot possibly be of a high level. Leah, who had previously attempted to caution Luo Yu, spoke with a hint of disbelief. Seeing her reaction, Luo Yu hastily shook his head, rendering the implication clear. What do you plan to achieve then? The students, now captivated, awaited his response, but Luo Yu refrained from elaborating. His previous decision, made in a moment of desperation with his team, did not necessitate further explanation to these classmates. In a sense, he was already affiliated with the kingdom of Lucian Ding. Speaking indiscriminately would only draw unnecessary attention. My magic is rather unique and difficult to explain, Luo Yu said with a gentle smile, extending his hand to prevent the encroaching crowd, for if they continued, he might miss class entirely. Recognizing his reluctance to divulge, the students retreated to their seats, albeit with lingering glances in his direction. Finally liberated from their scrutiny, Luo Yu sighed in relief, only to hear a light laugh from behind. Wu Ling, her demeanor adorably charming. Luo Yu, feeling exasperated, shot her glance, prompting Wu Ling to elevate her chin in a haughty manner before she could no longer contain herself. Rushing over to grasp Luo Yu's hand and lead him towards the group investigating spatial magic. Witnessing their interaction, the other students began to reassess their perceptions of their relationship. Several boys felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, they were no match for either Luo Yu or Barber, and the former was evidently far more formidable. Just then, Barber appeared at the doorway, pushing it open with a weariness that stripped away his previous arrogance. Upon seeing Barber return, the students lowered their heads, hesitant to speak further, especially given Barber's reputation as the class bully. Luo Yu, sensing the atmosphere, glanced back at Barber before turning away, for in truth, their duel had been one of overwhelming dominance. Luo Yu's swordsmanship, honed by the Elven Sword Saint, was on an entirely different level from Barber, who was merely a student in training. As for magic, though Luo Yu could only be classified as a novice magician, the sheer variety of his spells was staggering. With 5 elemental magics coupled with the 7 elements of space and life, he stood in stark contrast to any so-called genius. Wu Ling, recognized as a prodigious beauty in the Lucian Ding kingdom, possessed only a talent for 4 elements and had only just achieved novice status, despite being of similar age to Luo Yu. Moreover, within Luo Yu resided a necromantic dragon capable of confronting ancient gods, alongside the formidable holy light magic. Barber's expression remained unchanged as he returned to his seat, devoid of any threats or remarks about seeking revenge against Luo Yu. This behavior was unexpected, as it contradicted the typical demeanor of a bully. Even his former sycophants exchanged puzzled glances. Unperturbed, Barber immersed himself in a tome he had previously neglected for centuries, raising questions about how he had managed to ascend to the rank of intermediate magician despite his apparent disinterest in reading. Meanwhile, the group studying spatial magic expressed their concerns. Luo Yu, be cautious. Barber is not to be underestimated. After your victory over him, he may well conspire against you in secret. His connections within the academy are significant, Leah warned, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Not to worry, Luo Yu replied with a serene smile, exuding an air of confidence that seemed unshakable. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Ling felt a flicker of curiosity. After all, Luo Yu's temperament leaned towards meticulous planning, rarely exhibiting certainty about an individual. How did he know that Barber wouldn't act maliciously? What rank of mage is that Colin who assists you? Luo Yu inquired promptly. Almost a mid-level mage. Wu Ling's cheeks flushed at the mention of Colin, but she quickly grasped Luo Yu's implication. Colin had yet to reach mid-level mage status and could only be considered prodigy. However, Barber was proficient in both swordsmanship and magic, having attained mid-level mage rank. How could Colin's mere word deter him from pursuing Wu Ling? He never intended to target me in the first place, Wu Ling realized, gazing at Luo Yu. They must either have a connection, or one of them is simply an idiot who doesn't know how to interact with others, resorting to such foolish tactics. Luo Yu remarked nonchalantly. How do you know? Have you tried? Wu Ling's expression shifted to one of displeasure upon hearing Luo Yu's words. As the incomprehensible flames burned around him, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the meaning, but he lowered his voice to explain. In my world, there are many such individuals. I suspect Barber belongs to that category. Upon hearing Luo Yu's explanation, Wu Ling's emotions inexplicably dissipated, or perhaps neither understood the origin of their feelings. So all along, Barber was feigning interest in girls merely to capture Colin's attention? Wu Ling inquired. Elementary school behavior. Luo Yu rolled his eyes, unwilling to further comment on Barber's foolish antics. As the two engaged in discussion, the remaining group members fixed their gazes upon Luo Yu and Wu Ling, sensing a chilling stare. Instantly, the two ceased their eye contact and turned to the others. Several students were now eagerly fixated on them. Is something the matter? Luo Yu asked, slightly furrowing his brow. Indeed. Without allowing Luo Yu and Wu Ling to continue, the group rose and began dragging them outside. Both Wu Ling and Luo Yu were momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation as they were pulled into a peculiar space surrounded by solid stone walls, adorned with strange magical formations. Is this a magic suppression stone? Wu Ling exclaimed upon seeing the walls and the magical arrays. The magic suppression stone, as the name suggests, prevents the use of magic. The suppression rings we wore in the prison of the Luo Shengding Empire were made from this material, she added. This is our experimental ground. Here we can test any magic. Even advanced level spells, the suppression stones will absorb it, so there's no need to worry about danger. Lin announced with a hint of pride. What about the runes carved on this wall? Luo Yu posed another question. Oh, that? It's of little significance. It's just a magical formation the Dean stumbled upon in some book. I heard the Dean tried it once, but it was ineffective. However, it looks impressive. So it was carved here. Might as well use it for decoration. Another student explained. Upon hearing such a refreshingly candid explanation, both Luo Yu and Wu Ling were momentarily speechless. Beneath Hamadan's gentle and unassuming exterior lay such a whimsical thought process, going so far as to carve the suppression stone for aesthetics. After a brief silence, Wu Ling and Luo Yu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and wariness. The magical formation appeared to be unfamiliar, yet the runes bore a striking resemblance to those from Luo Yu's rune space. What truly heightened their vigilance was the appearance of several symbols that had also been present on the prophetic stone slab. Information about the second ancient god. They both thought simultaneously. However, the matter of the ancient gods was far too sensitive to be discussed openly. They could only suppress their questions and concerns for the moment, intending to confer with the others upon returning to their dormitory that evening. So why are we here? Luo Yu queried. For this, Lian exclaimed, presenting a piece of paper as if offering a treasure, nearly pressing it against Luo Yu's face. Luo Yu gently pulled Lin back, finally discerning the contents. For servings of olive vegetables for 10 coins? What is this? Upon hearing Luo Yu's question, Lin's earlier exuberance faltered, and he hastily retrieved another piece of paper, which this time bore more conventional content. Is this a magical formation? Upon recognizing the information on the paper, Wu Ling and Luo Yu immediately grasped their intentions. You want us to test whether this magic works? Wu Ling asked, her tone tinged with curiosity. Yes, rest assured, this is merely a second-tier magic, requiring minimal mental energy, and given that we are surrounded by suppression stones, there will be no mishaps. Lin assured them. Creating magic is an arduous and intricate endeavor, typically undertaken by accomplished mages or those who have exhausted their potential. It is indeed rare for learners like this group to attempt crafting spells. As they contemplated, the two turned their gaze towards the magical formation, momentarily taken aback. Is this magic a reverse summoning spell? Wu Ling inquired first. Having studied under a master of spatial magic, she quickly recognized the nature of the runes. Yes. After understanding the workings of spatial magic, we pondered whether it could not only move objects and transport people, but also summon entities. Lin explained eagerly. At that moment, Luo Yu recalled that although he had been in this world for some time, he felt something was amiss, specifically, a profession that was commonly found in otherworldly novels yet was conspicuously absent here. The Summoner. Chapter 55. Magic Frustrated, Dividing the Magic Sphere. In the dimly lit room, flashes of light appeared intermittently, only to vanish swiftly. Will it actually work? After several attempts, all of which ended in failure, even Wu Ling and Luo Yu began to harbor doubts. However, Lin and the others remained unfazed by their skepticism, deep in thought. Are we perhaps lacking something? Luo Yu speculated aloud. Yes, there's certainly something missing, but what exactly? Lin and the others nodded, having conducted several experiments with the magical formation and arrangement they provided. Although some effects were observed, no further development occurred. The manifestation of the magical formation indicated that the spell was functioning correctly, without any signs of rejection or collapse, affirming that their research was sound. Spatial magic could indeed facilitate reverse summoning. Yet why were there no subsequent effects? The group remained puzzled. If the magic was valid, it should yield results, but the anticipated outcomes failed to materialize. Could it be that the magic's intensity is insufficient? Wu Ling suggested, only to be quickly countered. Although Lin and the others had only provided a second-tier magical formation, they had actually developed formations capable of advanced magic. However, if they could not even execute a second-tier spell, activating higher-level magic would pose a significant challenge. What would we be missing? Lin and the others were at a loss, as everything seemed to be in order. May I inquire what effect you initially envisioned for this magic? Luo Yu asked. Upon hearing his question, Lin and the others recollected, stating, we originally believed that this magic had no defined boundaries and would open a unique magical dimension, potentially summoning some extraordinary beings or creatures from a distant land. Indeed, a summoner. Upon hearing the words of a few individuals, Luo Yu instinctively rubbed his forehead and then inquired, "May I ask a rather inappropriate question?" "Please do." Bien replié immédiately. According to your assertions, this magical array essentially opens a portal to an unknown location, a one-way gateway at that. If it is not a force summoning, then any creature possessing even a modicum of intelligence would likely hesitate to approach a mysterious black void that has inexplicably appeared before them. Luo Yu remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. Upon hearing Luo Yu's statement, the others seemed as if struck by enlightenment. Indeed, if this magic does not involve coercive summoning, the ability to call forth entities is not determined by the summoner or the summoning array. It hinges upon whether anything on the other side is bold enough to venture into that ominous portal. So, does this not render the magic utterly pointless? Lin and the others quickly fell into despair. The portal can be opened, but there is no way to compel creatures on the other side to enter it. As Luo Yu pointed out, any being with a semblance of intelligence would certainly refrain from entering such an inexplicable abyss. Thus, is this magic effectively useless? Is there any way to transform summoning into a coercive act? Luo Yu inquired. No, spatial magic can only open a specific space or fold the distance between two spaces. It cannot influence surrounding beings to that extent. To force a summoning, you would need extraordinary luck, such as opening the portal directly beneath a creature's feet, causing it to inadvertently fall in. Lin shook his head, his tone increasingly despondent. Luo Yu, too, felt a sense of helplessness in response to the other's words. If they cannot force a summoning, does that mean summoning relies solely on luck? Moreover, with a one-way portal, they are entirely unaware of what lies on the other side. Surely, there must be a way to improve this situation. After a brief moment of dejection, Lin sprang to life, invigorated, and began scribbling on the paper marked with a magical array. The other students also approached to engage in discussion. At this, Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged a glance, both resignedly waving their hands. Suddenly, Luo Yu had a thought. A force summoning. Why does that notion echo in my mind? A force summoning equates to coercing behavior. Isn't that akin to manipulating magical elements during the casting of a spell? Wait, what if I were to incorporate other magical elements into spatial magic? Luo Yu pondered and immediately posed a question. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin and the others paused momentarily before replying. It would cause an explosion. Spatial magic and other magical elements repel each other. Then, if we were to employ other elemental magic after activating the spell, could we attract creatures from the other side? Luo Yu inquired, suddenly enlightened. Using magic to attract beings. That seems plausible. The others contemplated for a moment, quickly realizing that it might indeed be feasible. However, not everyone possesses the ability to manipulate multiple magical arrays as casually as Barber does. At this juncture, one student raised a concern. Indeed, maintaining the magical array necessitates a continuous release of spatial magic, precluding the switching to other magical elements. What if one person uses spatial magic while another employs different magic? Wu Ling also proposed an idea, but swiftly dismissed it. As a spatial magician, she understood that spatial magic is akin to an aloof goddess, unwilling to accommodate other elements. Any other magical element would cause chaos in spatial magic, with only the magic she casts being accepted. Luo Yu fell silent, contemplating. In terms of magical repulsion, he was unconcerned. His rune magic is governed by force control of runes, thus avoiding repulsion, with failure to cast being the worst outcome. Yet, his dilemma resided in the inability to wield multiple spells simultaneously. There exists only one magical orb within the rune space, and he could not simply divide the orb. Wait, division? An idea struck Luo Yu, and he quickly turned to the others, asking, "May I inquire about the principle behind controlling two magical arrays simultaneously?" That simply means if one possesses sufficient mental strength, one can manage another spell while casting one, somewhat akin to using composite magic, merely separating the composite magic's arrays for individual release. Lian explained promptly, albeit without fully grasping Luo Yu's intent. Thus, the principle essentially involves the division of mental energy. What if, hypothetically, one possessed two minds? Luo Yu mused softly. Ever since his duel with Barber, he had contemplated whether he could cast multiple spells simultaneously, ultimately concluding that he could not. While his mental energy is abundant, the spatial magical orb is singular. However, during his experiments, Luo Yu discovered that this orb seems to be influenced by his mental energy. Realizing this, he sought to utilize his mental energy to attempt to tear a portion from the orb. Though his efforts elicited some reaction from the orb, it remained largely unchanged, as if his mental division was incomplete. The orb expanded under his efforts, yet once his mental focus wavered, it immediately reverted to its original state, rendering further attempts impossible. Yet, upon learning the principle behind multicasting, Luo Yu speculated that if multicasting involves the differentiation of mental energy, could the existence of multiple consciousnesses facilitate the independent use of the magical orb? Of course, this premise hinges on Luo Yu's ability to create a duplicate self. In the real world, such a feat is evidently impossible, but this is a magical realm. Moreover, he fortuitously possesses the requisite elements for this magic: life magic. While life magic predominantly serves to heal, its true, most formidable application lies in bestowing vitality. The essence of healing operates on this principle, rendering life magic unique and somewhat arcane in its usage. By infusing lifeless entities with a portion of life magic, one can imbue them with vitality, whereas necromantic magic operates by instilling a chaotic consciousness into lifeless corpses. If these two forms of magic were to converge and be controlled judiciously, could one not conjure a vessel capable of storing consciousness? Although incomplete, it could be regarded as a form of duplication. Having achieved this, Luo Yu could manifest a body entirely under his control, yet animated by his mental energy. Should he further extend this notion, if his speculation holds merit, the orb would undoubtedly respond, for the dark force within him is directly manipulable through his mental energy. With this thought, Luo Yu prepared to take action. First, he would employ life magic to bestow vitality. He quickly contemplated what lifeless entity to utilize. A magic suppressing stone? Perhaps not, as that would hardly yield fruitful results. What about a golden steel? He mused, deeming it a worthy experiment, especially since he possessed nearly 20 golden steels at his disposal. As the magical array radiated light, a faint glow emanated from the golden steel within his ring space, as if infused with some essence. Seizing the moment before the vitality dissipated, Luo Yu swiftly replaced the runes within the magical orb with necromantic runes, not for summoning a necromantic dragon, but rather under the suppression of holy runes, ensuring that the initial use of necromantic magic would not adversely affect his mental state. As the necromantic magic permeated the golden steel, Luo Yu was suddenly enveloped by an unusual sensation, reminiscent of the feeling he experienced while commanding the undead dragon. However, unlike the chilling essence associated with the dragon, the golden steel emanated a gentle aura, an essence of vitality. Had he succeeded? Luo Yu quickly turned his gaze towards the golden steel. Through his mental control, the previously rampant depletion of life force from the steel had unexpectedly slowed, enough to sustain it for an extended period. Realizing this, Luo Yu understood that he had indeed triumphed. He then glanced at the luminous sphere within the rune space, which remained unchanged. No matter, he would persist. As he controlled his consciousness to begin manipulating the luminous sphere, he also employed his surplus mental energy to govern the consciousness within the golden steel. In a miraculous turn of events, the magical sphere expanded and ultimately split into two identical spheres. Just as Luo Yu had envisioned, three smaller spheres re-emerged within each of the two larger ones. He had succeeded. He had successfully divided the magical sphere. Gazing at the two identical magical spheres before him, Luo Yu felt an exhilarating rush, as long as his mental energy was sufficient. This method would allow him to cast multiple spells simultaneously, akin to Barb. Given a high enough rune level, he could even wield several high-tier spells at once without issue. Chapter 56. Multiplicative Spell Casting, Summoning Magic. Having resolved the issue of casting spells one at a time, Luo Yu was suffused with joy and excitement, brimming with boundless energy. Seizing the moment, he began to experiment. He manipulated the fire rune into one sphere while using his mental control to place the ice rune into another. Outside the space, the others noticed Luo Yu standing in a trance and ceased their discussions, casting curious glances at Wu Ling, knowing Luo Yu's capabilities. Wu Ling surmised what he was attempting and discreetly diverted her gaze. At that very moment, two distinct elemental forces manifested in Luo Yu's hands. The ice and fire flickered gently, radiating an eerie balance. Could he truly perform multiplicative spellcasting? Upon witnessing the two spells in Luo Yu's hands, Lin and the others erupted in astonishment. Just moments ago, Luo Yu had seemed oblivious to the concept of multiplicative spell casting, and now he was executing it? Wu Ling, though perplexed by the underlying mechanics of Luo Yu's rune magic, recalled his previous claims of being unable to cast multiple spells at once. How is he accomplishing it now? Returning from the rune space, Luo Yu gazed at the two spells in his hands, excitement coursing through him. He then adjusted the spheres, positioning the two spells carefully. In an instant, the spells erupted forth. Ice and fire formed two massive elemental orbs in the air, hurtling toward the surrounding anti-magic stones. However, true to their nature, the anti-magic stones absorbed the spells, rendering them harmless. Feeling as though his energy had dissipated into nothingness, Luo Yu experienced a tinge of discomfort. Yet in stark contrast, Lin and the others were exhilarated. Luo Yu's extraordinary magical talent, coupled with space magic and now the ability to cast multiple spells, was akin to preparing for their experimental endeavors. Noticing the awe in Lin and the others' eyes, Luo Yu could only nod in resignation before attempting to put his newfound theory into practice under their watchful gazes. In the dimness, beams of light filtered through the crevices of the anti-magic stones, illuminating the dark room. Standing a safe distance from everyone, Luo Yu, aware of the risks associated with using an entirely novel spell, ensured the others maintained a safe distance. Once he confirmed that Wu Ling and the others had retreated far enough, he slowly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve once more into the rune space. Following his previous plan, he arranged a magic array inherited from Lin using space runes. However, as he prepared to employ another magical sphere, he hesitated momentarily. What should he summon? After a brief contemplation, he decided on the simplest option: fire magic. Direct and straightforward and easily controllable. He channeled the consciousness within the golden steel, embedding the fire rune into the sphere, intending to attract the entity on the other side of the portal with the most potent manifestation of fire elements. Those seemingly inconsequential magical arrays chronicled in the Book of Hain. Once the two rune arrays were in place, an ethereal array began to manifest beneath his feet, comprising intricate geometric patterns. The array was encircled by the luminescence of both space and fire runes, sparkling like constellations. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yu gently brought his hands together, then raised them, his eyes glimmering with a faint light as the powers of space and fire magic began to coalesce around him. This time, the two magical arrays did not remain confined within the rune space. They materialized in the physical realm. Luo Yu and Wu Ling barely had time to register their astonishment before an even more astonishing phenomenon unfolded. The fire and space arrays began to meld with his movements, coalescing into a grand and intricate whole. The merged array gradually dimmed, becoming translucent, akin to a shimmering surface of water, and Luo Yu felt as though he stood within a void. Focusing his entire attention, his voice resonated softly in the night breeze, like a faint echo. As the array emitted a gentle glow, it began to transform. The previously static geometric patterns began to rotate slowly, and at its center, a blaze of fire surged forth. The flames danced, forming a luminous ring, weaving together hues of red, orange, and yellow into a magnificent tapestry. Luo Yu sensed his magical energy resonating with the changes within the array. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to this newfound power. With each breath, the flames grew more vibrant and beautiful, as if a slumbering giant was on the verge of awakening. Suddenly, the fire within the array expanded rapidly, spreading outward like a fiery gateway. A portal of blazing colors appeared before Luo Yu, no longer merely a dark chasm conjured by space magic. From this fiery entrance emerged a figure. It was a diminutive creature adorned with a radiance of crimson flames, its entire being composed of pure fire elements, resembling a lively flame in motion. The fire sprite was enveloped in a dazzling cocoon of fiery brilliance, the vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows intertwining to form a breathtaking display akin to a rain of flames. Each flicker of flame seemed to pulse with the rhythm of life, dancing as if the spirit of fire itself were in celebration. Behind the fire sprite, exquisite wings emerged, crafted from pure flames and shimmering with golden edges. These wings, akin to the fluttering of fire, not only enhanced the sprite's liveliness but also wove an air of mystery around it. The flames trailing from its wings left a magnificent blaze in their wake, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky. The sprite's tiny form and grand wings created a unique balance, appearing both adorable and awe-inspiring. Its eyes were clear and innocent, resembling a pool of crystalline firewater, warm and unblemished. Curiously scanning its surroundings, the fire sprite seemed eager to explore this new realm. As it drew closer to Luo Yu, it appeared to sense a kindred energy, approaching him like a lively flame dancer. Luo Yu's presence exerted a magnetic pull, an innate attraction that compelled it to draw nearer, as if seeking to forge an ineffable bond with him. In that moment, a connection not only of magic but of souls was established between the fire sprite and Luo Yu. As Luo Yu successfully summoned a being, the onlookers were filled with astonishment and eager to approach. However, their movements evidently startled the fire sprite, which promptly sought refuge behind Luo Yu. Observing the timid creature hiding at his back, Luo Yu felt an inexplicable fondness. Despite the fire sprite radiating intense heat, Luo Yu did not experience discomfort. Rather, he felt enveloped in a warm embrace. As the group drew closer, the fire sprite nestled even tighter against Luo Yu. When Lin and his companions approached, sensing the sprite's fear, they refrained from being overly aggressive and instead began to observe it from a distance, separated by Luo Yu. Beneath its endearing appearance, they could all feel the immense heat emanating from the sprite. The purity of this magical element. What on earth did you summon? The group couldn't help but exclaim, overwhelmed by the sheer purity of the fire element surrounding the sprite. Such elemental potency, one could surmise, could only be rivaled by Grand Sorcerer's most refined fire magic. The girls were particularly enchanted by the fire sprite's adorable visage, and when they expressed a desire to touch it, Luo Yu found himself at a loss for words. He could touch the fire sprite, but he was uncertain about the others. Fortunately, the sprite seemed to sense that these individuals were not hostile towards Luo Yu, and with a hint of shyness, it cautiously peeked out from behind him. This bashful demeanor instantly captured the hearts of the girls. Wielding glanced at Luo Yu, who returned the gaze towards the fire sprite. Understanding Luo Yu's unspoken encouragement, the sprite slowly emerged from his shadow, gazing at Wielding before gently alighting on her palm. Though it was hot, it did not inflict pain. Wielding's immediate impression of the fire sprite was one of warmth. As she gently stroked its tiny head, a comforting sensation washed over her, reminiscent of a soft pom-pom, entirely different from the feeling of a little fox. It is worth noting that Wielding's relationship with the little fox was not one of a contract. Rather, she had rescued it during a mission, and it had since become attached to her. Due to the unique circumstances this time, coupled with the little fox's fright during an encounter with Dreyfus, Wielding had opted not to bring along. What exactly is this creature? While the girls were lost in their whimsical fantasies, the boys remained more rational. Although they found the fire sprite's appearance charming, they were more concerned with its true nature. Is it some kind of elemental entity? One suggested. Unlikely, elements lack consciousness. It could be a type of magical beast, another countered. Yet, we have never encountered such a beast. Another chimed in. The fire sprite's appearance and the elemental force it exuded were unprecedented. Could it possibly originate from a special realm? Luo Yu, can you summon other beings? Lin inquired, gazing intently at Luo Yu. Nodding slightly, Luo Yu responded, I can sense that there are many entirely different forms of life beyond this door. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, excitement erupted among the group. If they speculated that the fire sprite hailed from another world, could they not summon various fire beings through the magic they had created? After addressing several inquiries, Luo Yu's gaze returned to the fire sprite. Now that it has been summoned, what is its purpose? If it is a magical beast, can it form a contract? Lin's sudden question jolted everyone back to reality. Indeed, could the summoned fire sprite enter into a contract? If so, then the summoning would hold significance. Otherwise, if the creature summoned were not as benign as the fire sprite, it could potentially be a threat. Chapter 57. The eerie appearance of a frantic woman while Luo Yu and Wielding deliberated on how to experiment with other summoning magics at the Swordsman Academy. Are you ever going to stop? Mayahiko expressed his discontent as he regarded the incessantly prattling Durinth. However, in Durinth's eyes, Mayahiko's abilities seemed limited to threatening him with a billy club. Unfazed, Durinth had gone an entire day without eating, determined to avoid being silenced. Aware of Durinth's resolve to speak at any cost, both Mayahiko and Burke could do little but endure his relentless chatter. Due to Burke's unique status, the Academy's headmaster treated both Burke and Mayahiko with special consideration. Consequently, they had not encountered the bizarre experiences that Luo Yu and Wielding had faced. Instead, their day was filled with tedious lectures that neither piqued their interest. It appeared the headmaster had given specific instructions, as the teachers did not closely monitor them. allowing the two a brief respite from Durinth's incessant monologue. At that moment, both boys longed to return to their classes, even if dull. At least the instructors knew when to allow silence. This guy is utterly out of control. Durinth, however, remained oblivious to their exasperation, continuing his soliloquy as though his mouth were incapable of ceasing. Just when the two thought they could endure no more of his verbal onslaught, Durinth abruptly fell silent. This unusual occurrence immediately caught their attention. "What is it?" Burke inquired. Durinth furrowed his brow and pointed toward a nearby thicket, speaking with an air of curiosity. "I think I just saw something flash by." "Where?" At Durinth's remark, Burke turned to investigate but found nothing amiss. Durinth stared for a moment before shaking his head. "Perhaps I was mistaken. You've been talking so much your head's gotten muddled." Mayahiko retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. Durinth merely rolled his eyes, attributing Mayahiko's annoyance to jealousy of his prodigious eloquence. Just then, Durinth suddenly exclaimed, "No, there was definitely something. It just jumped again." As he prepared to resume his monologue, Durinth caught sight of something anew, prompting him to gasp. Upon hearing Durinth's outcry, Burke sprang to his feet. Having recently faced the terror of Dreythas, they were now wary of any unusual occurrences, particularly since the current rumors indicated that the next ancient god might soon appear in the Gige Empire. The three fixed their gaze on the small grove behind Burke, which was adorned with ornamental plants for aesthetic purposes. The dense foliage could easily conceal someone. With this thought, Burke unsheathed his dragon's sword and cautiously approached the thicket, yet upon reaching it, he found no signs of disturbance. "Are you sure you didn't team his see?" Seeing no reaction, Mayahiko looked skeptically at Durinth, suspecting he was merely seeking attention. Durinth rolled his eyes. Despite his gift of gab, he would never resort to lying. Just as Burke began to dismiss the situation, the bushes before him suddenly trembled. Burke, upon witnessing this, swiftly unleashed a blade of sword energy, the fiery arc slicing through the trembling branches with an intimidating force. A shadowy figure leaped from the foliage and promptly vanished into the underbrush, obstructing their view. Burke, gripping his dragon's sword, approached the thicket, and upon confirming that there was indeed something amiss, Mayahiko and Durinth quickly followed suit. Before long, the trio cornered a figure huddled in a secluded nook. Burke scrutinized the diminutive silhouette nestled in the corner, exchanging puzzled glances with Mayahiko and Durinth. The figure appeared exceedingly frail. Could it possibly be a refugee who had slipped in unnoticed? As Dulon C pondered, he approached to inquire about the situation. Just as he opened his mouth to ask, a figure suddenly turned its head, startling Dulon C into a scream. In the dim corner, a gaunt woman stood ominously, her presence resembling a dark shadow. Her face was sunken, skin tightly clinging to her bones, as if stripped of flesh by the agony of life itself. Her eyes, filled with an eerie depth, resembled two pearls consumed by darkness, with an endless void swirling within. The corners of her mouth bore traces of blood, as though she were a prey that had escaped from a malevolent ritual, enduring unspeakable torment. Her features, contorted by pain, appeared as if touched by a demon. Clad in tattered garments stained with blood and the stench of decay, she seemed to be a harbinger from the depths of hell, traversing through time and space. From the rags of her clothing, a peculiar tattoo could be glimpsed on her skin, resembling ancient, malevolent runes that coiled around her body, emanating an ancient and terrifying power. These tattoos harbored unspeakable secrets, echoing like whispers from the abyss in the darkness. Dulon-C instinctively took a few steps back, but then wondered if he was overreacting. With Burke and Mi Yin by his side, he summoned the courage to approach the woman. However, when his gaze met hers, a chilling sense of dread surged within him. Her eyes seemed to possess a mysterious power, consuming his soul and instilling an inescapable terror. Just as Dulon-C was about to retreat from his fear, the woman lunged at him with astonishing speed. Her movement was as swift as a beast unleashed from the shadows, her hands gripping Dulon-C like iron claws, nearly crushing him. Overwhelmed, Dulon-C felt a sudden chill enveloping him, and then an odd sensation as something penetrated his mind. A frenzied while causing excruciating pain that erupted in a scream. Burke and Mi Yin recognized something was amiss upon seeing the woman's visage. But observing Dulon-C's apparent willingness to engage, they hesitated to intervene. However, witnessing Dulon-C being overpowered, they rushed forward in a desperate attempt to stop her. Yet, the woman's strength was inexplicably immense, rendering even Mi Yin momentarily unable to budge her. As Dulon-C's eyes began to roll back, Berg disregarded the consequences and raised his sword, unleashing a surge of energy. The woman, sensing the impending danger, emitted a piercing scream and swiftly retreated, vanishing into the thicket. Dulon Si, pale and gasping, felt the threat of death closing in. He looked up, only to find that the woman had disappeared into the darkness, akin to a fleeting nightmare. His heart was filled with fear and confusion. What was this woman? What was she? As he watched her dissolve from sight, Berg hurriedly pulled Dulon Si up, questioning him. The shaken Dulon Si trembled as he replied, "Are you all right?" Mian asked, noticing something was amiss. "I'm fine, just a bit tired," Dulon Si murmured, feeling a tumultuous wave in his mind, utterly exhausted. Seeing this, Berg promptly lifted Dulon Si onto his back, and within moments he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Fetch Luo Yu." After bringing Dulon Si back to his room, Berg instructed Mian, who nodded and hurried off. By evening, Luo Yu and the others returned in haste, initially intending to conduct further experiments on summoning magic in the Forbidden Stone Laboratory. Luo Yu and Wu Ling rushed back upon learning of Dulon Si's predicament, with even Lawrence accompanying them. Dulon Si lay unconscious on the bed, appearing unharmed except for occasional convulsions, as if trapped in a horrifying dream. "What happened to him?" Luo Yu asked immediately. "I don't know. We encountered a strange figure at the Swordsman Academy. No, it was terrifying." The woman lunged at Dulon Si like a beast. "After I drove her away, he ended up like this," Berg recounted, having stayed by Dulon Si's side during Mian's search for Luo Yu and the others. Noting that Dulon Si seemed to be plagued by nightmares, breathing heavily and twitching. Seeing this, Luo Yu stepped forward, conjuring a life magic spell. However, as the magic entered Dulon Si's body, it failed to improve his condition. What was going on? Wasn't he injured? Luo Yu remarked, perplexed. Could it be psychological trauma? Did she frighten him into a stupor? Mian suggested. Unlikely. After all, he is an alchemist. He has a penchant for dark potions. His laboratory is no more peculiar than others. He shouldn't be easily frightened. Luo Yu countered. What was wrong with that woman? Wu Ling inquired urgently. Nothing particularly unusual, just terrifyingly thin. Oh, right. She had a peculiar tattoo. Berg recalled. A tattoo? Upon hearing this, Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged glances, filled with curiosity. Could it be that some dark power has eroded his consciousness? Lawrence proposed. The idea resonated with Luo Yu and the others, leading him to quickly summon a holy light spell. As the radiant light enveloped Dulon Si, wisps of dark mist began to emanate from him. More dark mist? Berg and Mian drew their weapons, preparing for an attack. This is not the necromancer's black mist. Lawrence quickly restrained their actions, explaining that this mist lacked the lifeless aura of necromancer's magic. It was merely the dark power being dispelled by Luo Yu's holy light spell. After a brief purification, Luo Yu withdrew his hand, and Dulon Si's body was now free of the black mist and no longer convulsing, though he remained unconscious. "We must find that woman and uncover the truth," Luo Yu declared, noting Dulon Si's lack of response. "I thought we would have to wait a while longer, but trouble arose just a day in." Chapter 58, Inquiry and Frantic Assault. After ensuring Dulon Si was settled, Lawrence chose to stay behind to care for him, as only his status as a teacher allowed him to remain. Meanwhile, Luo Yu and the others had to attend class, even though there was little of substance to learn. Damn it, I encountered a lunatic yesterday. Upon entering the classroom, they heard Barber's voice tinged with anger. Upon hearing Barber's words, Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged glances and approached him. The sight of them startled Barber, who looked at Luo Yu with a hint of trepidation. "What do you want?" he asked. "Did you encounter a woman yesterday?" Luo Yu inquired directly. "Woman? What woman?" Barber responded, momentarily puzzled before expressing confusion. "Not a woman? The lunatic you mentioned." Luo Yu prompted again. "Lunatic? No, it wasn't a woman. It was a man. The guy was acting like a madman, grabbing people on the street without any reason. If it weren't for my own strength, he might have overpowered me," Barber explained. Hearing this, Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged wide-eyed glances. A man, not a woman, yet exhibiting the same behavior as the woman Burke and the others encountered. Were they part of the same group? Noticing their reaction, Barber paused, then uncertainly asked, "You two didn't also encounter him, did you?" "Sort of," Luo Yu replied vaguely before returning to his seat with Wu Ling. Shortly thereafter, Colin entered, visibly injured. Upon witnessing Colin's injury, Barber immediately rose and, casting a disdainful glance at Colin, inquired, "What is wrong with you, you weirdo?" Despite the contemptuous tone, Both Luo Yu and Wu Ling understood that Barber's concern for Colin was genuine, albeit expressed in a rather irksome manner. In response to Barber's seemingly provocative remarks, Colin let out a disdainful snort before retreating to her corner, her captivating eyes fixated on Wu Ling. After Luo Yu's duel yesterday, he had been swiftly drawn into studying magic upon his return, leaving Colin eager for a meaningful exchange with Wu Ling, but to her dismay, Wu Ling did not appear by the end of the school day. Observing Colin's state, Luo Yu glanced at Wu Ling, who, understanding his silent cue, rose to join Colin. Colin's eyes sparkled with delight at Wu Ling's approach. However, even as a fellow girl, Wu Ling found it difficult to endure Colin's overly zealous behavior. Who had ever encountered someone who lunged at them upon first meeting? Had Colin not been a girl, Wu Ling's magic would have surely been unleashed. Noticing the renewed sparkle in Colin's eyes, Wu Ling quickly interjected, "Stay still. I have questions for you." Deterred by Wu Ling's command, Colin pouted and remarked, "You simply wish to know how I got hurt, right? It was a madman who attacked me yesterday." "Another madman?" Wu Ling exclaimed upon hearing Colin's words. "Another?" Colin paused, taken aback, before asking, "Did you encounter them as well? Was it a man or a woman?" At this moment, Barber approached, curious, and others began to gather, intrigued by the mysterious attacks on the strongest students in class. "It was a woman. Initially, I intended to check on her out of concern, but she suddenly lunged at me, attempting to choke me. I couldn't help but retaliate, and that lunatic vanished like a rabbit." Colin recounted. "Were you injured?" Luo Yu recalled that Burke had mentioned the assailant who attacked Duran had blood at the corner of her mouth, suggesting she might have been wounded. "Did that woman have a tattoo?" Wu Ling inquired. "I couldn't tell. She was so emaciated she resembled a skeleton." Colin shook her head, her intentions of concern thwarted, as she had nearly been choked to death by someone who was clearly no beauty. Clearing his throat, the teacher unexpectedly approached. The students, wide-eyed at the teacher's unusual presence, wondered if the sun had risen from the west. "What brings you here after several of our top students were attacked? Have you also been assaulted?" Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged glances as Chris called for them. "Luo Yu, Wu Ling, come here." Nodding in agreement, they followed Chris out of the classroom, leaving Colin and her companions puzzled about what warranted such a private conversation. "Were you attacked yesterday?" Chris immediately inquired upon exiting the classroom. "No, but our friend was," Luo Yu replied, before questioning. "Why do you ask?" "Yesterday, nearly all the renowned students from the swordsman and magic academies were mysteriously assaulted. 2 students from a magic academy were injured and remain unconscious," Chris explained. "So many were attacked? Wait, you said they only targeted the renowned ones?" Luo Yu seized upon the critical detail. "It seems so." Chris pondered for a moment before responding. "It appears someone is deliberately targeting them." Wu Ling interjected. "But why?" Luo Yu furrowed his brow, questioning the rationale behind assaulting the more powerful students. "Perhaps to thwart the upcoming academy competition," Chris speculated. "But why would they want to stop the competition? Isn't it a tradition for the academies?" Wu Ling queried. "This time is different. As you know, aside from our principal Hamilton, the other vice principals are closely tied to the nobility. They often bully others in school, and this competition has caught His Majesty's attention." Chris elaborated. "The nobility does not wish for a new power to rise." Luo Yu immediately grasped Chris's implication. "Indeed, His Majesty has expressed a desire to see the victor. The nobility surely despises commoners stealing the limelight," Chris affirmed. "Yet, among the stronger students, most are nobles themselves. They were also attacked. How do you explain that?" Wu Ling posed another question. "Either to mislead, or we might be mistaken." Luo Yu remarked thoughtfully, then suddenly realized, wait, if they intended to attack the strong, wouldn't it be more efficient to target the teachers directly? Could it be they lack the strength to do so? Wu Ling suggested, but they haven't even managed to overpower those students. Luo Yu countered, noting that most of the assaulted students were neither captured nor seriously injured, with only 1 or 2 having fainted. Duran's collapse was primarily due to her own lack of strength. This doesn't add up. If they are targeting the strong, why haven't we been attacked? Luo Yu pondered aloud, considering his own recent victory over Barber, alongside Burke and Wu Ling, both of whom are long-established prodigies with the stature to be considered targets. It was odd that they had remained unharmed. Wu Ling and Burke's group had only been attacked because Duran inadvertently spotted the crazed woman. This is a concerted assault against the Academy's students. Luo Yu quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. It is not merely the nobility. Their motives must be driven by something else. Luo Yu turned to Chris and asked, "Could you please inquire about who attacked those students?" Although Chris was typically averse to exertion, often allowing students to take the lead, He had been advised by Principal Hamilton to accommodate Luo Yu and his companions due to their unique status. Reluctantly, Chris nodded in agreement. After Chris departed, Luo Yu turned to Wu Ling and said, "I sense something is amiss. Could it be the ancient gods?" "Uncertain. We still have not clarified who these ancient gods are." Luo Yu shook his head. "If it were indeed them, it would make sense. Let's await news from Chris." After a brief silence, Wu Ling added, and Luo Yu nodded. Upon returning to the classroom, they refrained from revealing the situation to their inquisitive peers to avoid unnecessary trouble. As the students lost interest in their inquiries, they returned to their seats, engaging in their own pursuits. While members of the Spatial Magic Research Group eagerly pulled Luo Yu and Wu Ling back to the Forbidden Magic Stone classroom. Having yet to fully explore the summoning magic from yesterday, Luo Yu intended to investigate whether he could form a contract with the fire sprite he had summoned. As he was uncertain how to contract a creature, and with Duran's incident having interrupted the process, he planned to attempt it anew today. Observing Luo Yu and Wu Ling being led away, Barber and Colin exchanged glances, and with an indignant huff, Colin turned back to her own tasks, while Barber merely shrugged and resumed chatting with the sycophants. In the Forbidden Magic Stone classroom, Luo Yu opened the portal once more, and the fire sprite's figure emerged gradually. Unlike the initial fear and surprise, the sprite had lost its trepidation upon returning to this place. Upon seeing Luo Yu and the others, it joyfully flew over, affectionately bumping its head against Luo Yu's chest, resembling a playful kitten, captivated by the adorable demeanor of the flame's spirit. Wu Ling and a few other girls were instantly overwhelmed by their youthful affections, rushing forward to embrace the spirit. The flame's spirit, bewildered by the affection of these human females, could only reluctantly accept their attention. While the girls were expressing their adoration for the flame's spirit, the boys began preparing to teach Luo Yu how to contract a magical beast. Chapter 59. The Contract. The summoner emerges in the dimly lit classroom. Luo Yu and several others stood before the magical array drawn by Lin, gazing intently at the mysterious runes within. Taking a deep breath, Lin commenced his explanation of the principles behind contract magic. Luo Yu, contract magic is an extraordinarily intricate ritual that merges your mental energy with magical elements, creating a magical array completely governed by your will. This array resonates with the magical elements, forming an invisible chain that tightly links your existence with that of the contracted magical beast. Lin pointed to the runes within the magical array, explaining, "Each rune represents a specific element and emotion. You must concentrate on manifesting these runes within your mind and then release your mental energy. This energy will serve as the core of the magical array, resonating with the magical elements and triggering a wondrous transformation." With intense focus, Luo Yu studied the magical array, filled with anticipation and reverence. He inquired, "How do I manifest these runes?" Lin smiled and replied, "To summon the runes, you must delve deep into your inner world, infusing your will and emotions into them. Envision yourself standing in an infinite void, interwoven with the magical elements. Then, release the deepest power within you, allowing it to outline the contours of the magical array in the void." He continued, "Once the magical array takes shape, you will sense a powerful energy flowing around you. This is your connection to the magical elements, and your will guide this energy, forming an invisible chain that binds you to the contracted magical beast." Nodding, Luo Yu inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and began to immerse himself in his inner world. He envisioned the boundless void, merging his will within it. Deep within his mind, a mysterious magical array began to gradually manifest, the runes flickering under his intent. As he infused his mental energy, the array began to shift. However, it was important to remember that Luo Yu could not perceive the magical elements. Thus, despite his efforts, the infusion of his mental energy had no effect, as the magical elements remained unresponsive to him. After a moment of anticipation, with no changes occurring, Lin and the others were momentarily taken aback. Lin glanced at the array he had drawn, puzzled by the lack of progress, realizing after some time that he could not sense the magical elements. Luo Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Just as he was about to withdraw his released mental energy, a thought struck him. He hastily opened the rune space and discovered that a flame rune glimmered faintly within, seemingly responding to something. Quickly, Luo Yu placed the rune into the light orb, and upon inserting just one, the orb radiated brilliance, shooting forth a vibrant ray of flame. Outside, a crimson chain materialized beside Luo Yu, entering the magical array. and an invisible flow of magical elements surrounded him, resonating with his will and forming an unbreakable chain. However, as the flame spirit did not appear within the array, the formation quickly dissipated, achieving no effect. Yet, the flame spirit, still being embraced by the girls, seemed to sense the aura of the contract, struggling free from their grasp. It flapped its wings and flew before Luo Yu. Witnessing this, everyone understood that the flame spirit intended to forge a contract with Luo Yu within the mysterious, magical array. Luo Yu gazed intently at the connection forming between him and the flame spirit. His heart swelled with anticipation, mingled with a hint of trepidation. As this was his first time contracting a magical beast, summoned by his own hand, he wondered what miraculous effects might unfold. He closed his eyes, took deep breaths, and began to infuse his will into the magical array. Under the guidance of his intent, the runes began to take shape, resembling a portal to the realm of the flame spirit. He envisioned standing in the endless void, feeling a warm, flame-like energy emanating from the depths of his consciousness. As he embraced this power, it gradually enveloped him in a cocoon of warm flames. Simultaneously, the presence of the flame spirit began to manifest. At the opposite end of the magical array, the spirit's form emerged, radiating a dazzling light. The flames flickered with a divine intensity, reminiscent of the sun's sacred fire. Shimmering in the void, Luo Yu felt a profound resonance as his mental energy fused with the essence of the flame spirit, forging an invisible bond. In the rune space, the chain generated by the flame rune slowly merged with the chain formed by the magical array. Luo Yu experienced an influx of fiery energy from the flame spirit, akin to an endless surge of warmth and vitality. As the flames surrounding the spirit stabilized, its body became enveloped in a radiant glow, exuding an intense heat as if the essence of fire itself were calling out. Its eyes sparkled like two fiery gems, gleaming with wisdom and spirit. The invisible chain between the flame spirit and Luo Yu became increasingly evident. Luo Yu felt himself completely enveloped by the warm flames, a sensation of closeness and resonance blossoming between him and the flame spirit. At the moment the contract was completed, a powerful energy surged into Luo Yu's heart, merging seamlessly with his mental energy. The existence of the flame spirit became a part of him, their consciousness intertwined, sharing emotions and strength. Only when the light of the contract magic faded did Luo Yu open his eyes, gazing at the flame spirit before him, feeling an indescribable sense of intimacy. "Master," a tender voice echoed, as the flame spirit gazed at Luo Yu with tear-filled eyes. "Is that your voice?" Surprised by the childlike tone, Luo Yu exclaimed. The flame spirit nodded excitedly and joyfully flitted around him. "You can talk now?" Luo Yu questioned, astonished by the spirit's exuberance. "I always could, but I didn't understand your language. Now I do." The flame spirit's voice was youthful, yet filled with warmth, akin to that of a child. Upon hearing the flame spirit speak for the first time, the girls were further enraptured, their hearts swelling with affection. Once again, the flame spirit found itself in their embrace, crying out, "Wah, Master, help! Please don't scare him." Seeing the flame spirit plead for help, Wu Ling set aside her own affections and quickly interjected, just one thing," before gently scooping the flame spirit into her arms. Compared to the other girls who seemed eager to crush the spirit against their chests, Wu Ling's embrace was softer and, well, more comfortable. The spirit's protests grew faint, and Luo Yu could only watch helplessly as it was surrounded by the girls, unsure whether to feel jealousy or envy. After the contract, what would be the implications? Regardless of the flame spirit's reluctant playfulness with the girls, Luo Yu immediately turned to Lin and the others. Under ordinary circumstances, after forming a pact with a beast, if the creature is predominantly combat-oriented, the magical assistance it can offer is minimal, primarily aiding in battle. However, there exists a more exceptional category, such as the fire spirit, which, despite its lack of combat prowess, often provides the contractor with formidable magical enhancements, essentially acting as a mobile potion. Lin, with a remarkable sense of humanity, articulated this notion. Upon hearing Lin's words, Luo Yu immediately grasped the implication. Yet, his situation was distinct. Could the contracted beast still bestow enhancements upon him? Contemplating this, Luo Yu released the flame runes of the fire spirit into the luminous sphere, and to his astonishment, a magical array materialized before his right hand. Indeed, a magical array appeared. Luo Yu had, for the first time, conjured a magic circle without the aid of any potion. Luo Yu's magical array was entirely unlike those of other mages. Although structurally similar, the runes within were entirely unfamiliar to them. Witnessing Luo Yu's manifestation of the magical array, Wu Ling released the struggling fire spirit from her embrace, turning her gaze towards Luo Yu. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Luo Yu focused on the positioning of the anti-magic stone. The runic array began to rotate, and a surge of flames erupted from it. Luo Yu gradually raised his right hand, and sensing his magical release, the fire spirit soared into the air, sending forth a burst of energy from its diminutive palm into the array in Luo Yu's hand, causing his concentration to deepen. His eyes sparkled with surprise as an overwhelming sensation of release surged within him. He realized that the fire magic in his grasp was eager to unleash its fiery power. The magic of Luo Yu intertwined with the essence of the fire spirit. Taking a deep breath, the magic array in his hand expanded, becoming more radiant. As the energy in the fire spirit's grasp dissipated, merging entirely into the array, forming a uniquely special rune, one that represented fire and resonated with the bond between Luo Yu and the fire spirit. Guided by Luo Yu's will, the rune began to emit a faint glow, and magical elements commenced gathering in his palm. He lifted both hands, and magical elements coalesced into a diminutive ball of fire within his grasp. This fireball radiated a warm glow, swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a flickering flame of life. As the final rune shimmered, the energy of the array peaked, and it began to emit a blinding light, filling the room with an aura of fire. Suddenly, the flames within the magical array ignited, swiftly spreading and adhering to the array itself, infusing it with a vibrant crimson hue. Luo Yu pointed forward, and the fire magic array began to shift unpredictably. A powerful energy gathered in his palm, and under his guidance, the flames within the array suddenly expanded, forming a colossal fire serpent. This serpent writhed through the air, its body composed of searing flames, radiating dazzling brilliance. Its eyes blazed like two fiery orbs, exuding an intensely heated energy. The serpent hissed, and under Luo Yu's direction, it shot forth like a fiery arrow, instantaneously traversing the space towards its target, leaving behind a trail of scorching heat, its speed unimaginable. However, just as the fire serpent was about to collide with its target, it abruptly halted and began to dissipate slowly, the searing flames gradually mellowing. During this dissolution, Luo Yu felt a powerful pull, the force emanating from the anti-magic stone. Ultimately, the fire serpent vanished entirely, its intense presence extinguished. Though it inflicted no harm, it genuinely astonished everyone present. The fire serpent, a mere second-tier spell, the fire spike serpent, exuded a terrifying power that even mid-tier spells could not rival, hinting at a potential to surpass high-tier magic. Chapter 60, A Peculiar Situation. Preparation for the competition. Luo Yu was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of magical enhancement provided by the fire spirit, gazing at the slowly dissipating array in his hand with astonishment. How did you accomplish this? He mused, as the array completely faded. Lin and the others expressed their disbelief. I am unsure, Luo Yu replied, shaking his head, uncertain of the circumstances. Yet it was evident to all that the diminutive form of the fire spirit was intricately linked to this phenomenon. As the group contemplated further validation, Chris approached them. Luo Yu, Wu Ling, the dean requests your presence. His tone carried a hint of urgency. What is the matter? Upon hearing Chris's words, Luo Yu and Wu Ling exchanged glances, promptly setting aside their belongings to follow Chris, the fire spirit hastening to accompany them. Moments later, in Hamadan's office, Burke and the others had already arrived, excluding the unconscious Durans. What transpired? Burke inquired, observing Hamadan's frantic demeanor as he summoned everyone. Did you encounter yesterday's attackers? Hamadan asked directly. Not exactly. However, we fortuitously encountered one, Burke replied, shaking his head before continuing. Luo Yu, do you have anything to add? Hamadan did not elaborate further, but turned his gaze towards Luo Yu. Rather than playing cryptic games, I would prefer the dean to inform me directly if something is amiss. Luo Yu, disinterested in banter, posed his question straightforwardly. Well, Hamadan paused for a moment, then rose, drawing back the curtain behind him, revealing a figure strikingly similar to the one Burke and the others had encountered. The individual, in a frenzied state, was howling at Luo Yu and the others, but with their mouth muffled, Only a whimpering sound escaped. You captured him? Luo Yu asked, astonished by the individual's condition. No. This is one of the two students who was injured and hospitalized yesterday. Hamadan's tone bore a weight of gravity. What? The revelation startled everyone. This person had transformed into this state after being injured. I suspect some peculiar magical elements have altered their thoughts. Hamadan considered aloud, looking at Luo Yu. The others exchanged glances, recalling the incident where they rescued Durans. Luo Yu had indeed observed dark energy emanating from Durans, which was evidently a manifestation of darkness. Yet the exact nature of this dark energy remained unclear to them. Have you found these monsters? Luo Yu posed another question. That is the issue. We've not located any of the assailants. They seem to have appeared out of thin air in the academy and vanished just as mysteriously. Hamadan's tone was tinged with helplessness and an inexplicable seriousness. Do you suspect this is connected to the nobility? Luo Yu directly confronted Hamadan's line of thought. Sure. Hamadan quickly covered Luo Yu's mouth, trying to silence him with such a juvenile tactic. Luo Yu rolled his eyes, then tilted his head, freeing himself from Hamadan's grasp. That is not unreasonable, but it likely isn't the nobles. How can you be so certain? Hamadan queried, intrigued. I've been here for 2 days, and in that brief time, I've encountered no fewer than 50 noble students. In a place with such a high density of nobility, one noble would hesitate to act recklessly, especially by dispatching a horde of creatures incapable of handling students. Luo Yu stated nonchalantly. Could it be that the nobles are conspiring together? Burke speculated. For what purpose? Luo Yu immediately countered. The group fell silent, pondering the question. Indeed, for what reason? Nobles, particularly affluent ones, typically acted in pursuit of established interests. However, to send individuals to attack fellow noble students seemed devoid of any apparent benefit. I see no advantage in such actions. Luo Yu asserted firmly. What if it is to propagate this bizarre situation? At that moment, Hamilton gazed at the student behind the curtain who was still howling. This is my gravest concern. If this matter is related to, then it could be disastrous. Luo Yu remarked, pausing momentarily before glossing over the subject. The gagged empire is a realm where power lies in the hands of the nobility, if they become corrupt. The consequences would be unimaginable. Burke chimed in, contemplating the situation. Let's be optimistic. Perhaps it is not as dire as it seems. As you mentioned, the strength of those creatures poses no threat to students with even a modicum of power. Therefore, even if it is the work of the cultists, it likely hasn't escalated to the point of awakening the monsters. Wielding quickly offered words of comfort, urging everyone not to be so pessimistic. Hamilton, unable to grasp the meaning of their conversation, interjected. Can someone explain to me what is happening? Instantly, the group fell silent, turning to Hamilton. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. Since their previous encounter with Draith, where they had been deceived multiple times, their vigilance towards outsiders had heightened, particularly Luo Yu and Wielding, who rarely mentioned anything about the ancient gods in the presence of others. I trust him. Suddenly, Lawrence, who had been silent, spoke up. He had once studied under Hamilton and knew that this diligent dean was a good man, untainted by the aristocracy. Upon hearing Lawrence's words, Luo Yu glanced at Wielding, then at Burke, and upon seeing their nods, turned to Hamilton and said, Ancient gods. We suspect that there exists a cult within the gagged empire, worshipping an unknown ancient deity. Ancient gods? Hamilton was taken aback by Luo Yu's statement, as he was unfamiliar with what ancient gods entailed. You can think of them as beings wielding dark powers. The recent undead uprising in the Lushending Empire was triggered by the awakening of one such ancient god. Our heroic title was earned by defeating an ancient god, Wielding quickly elucidated. Upon hearing this, Hamilton's pupils constricted, although the events in the Lushending Empire were not widely known. Someone of his stature had gleaned enough through informants and letters from Bern to sense the terrifying calamity. So you believe this attack may also be instigated by an ancient god? Hamilton took a moment to digest this information before addressing the others. Currently, we cannot be certain. The situation surrounding ancient gods is exceedingly complex, and we do not even know which ancient god might be involved here, or if there is one at all. Luo Yu shook his head, acknowledging their limited understanding of ancient gods. Aside from that stone tablet, they possessed no means to gain further insight. What shall we do now? Realizing that Luo Yu and the others had been deliberately concealing something, Hamilton surmised the reason behind their exchange student status in the Empire and understood why Richard insisted that he find a way for them to engage with the higher echelons of the gagged empire. We can only observe for now, Without the appearance of those monsters, I am at a loss for how to counter them. However, these creatures seem to target students of considerable strength, likely intending to exploit this bizarre propagation to control or drive these powerful students to madness. Luo Yu shook his head before continuing. But the competition is only days away. When these capable students gather, if an attack occurs then, we may not have time to react. Hamilton furrowed his brow. Can this competition be cancelled? Burke inquired. It cannot. This competition is not merely a tradition. It encompasses the interests of many. If we were to halt it on a dubious pretext, it could incite discontent among the nobility. Hamilton shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. With impending trouble, they still think of profiting? Burke exclaimed in indignation upon hearing Hamilton's words. Luo Yu intervened, restraining the agitated Burke. As someone from Earth, he had witnessed plenty of individuals profiting from calamities, thus understanding that such greedy human nature would not cease even in the face of self-harm. For the sake of gain, humanity is capable of unspeakable acts. This is also why the pantheon of gods harbors disdain for humanity. This race lacks the virtues found in others. Even though other races have their flaws, none possess the comprehensive shortcomings of humanity. In terms of greed, humans surpass dwarves in astonishing ways, and regarding malevolence, the deeds committed for profit by humans are unmatched, even by liches or demons. As for madness, that hardly needs mentioning. The path of demon worship has never lacked human followers. Fully aware of human nature, Luo Yu recognized that Hamilton alone could not influence the interests of so many. The competition must proceed. Can we at least bolster security? Wu Ling proposed a possible solution. To this, Hamilton nodded. The competition was already intended to enhance security measures, especially with the new emperor attending, which would necessitate even tighter defenses. Moments later, the group exited Hamilton's office, enveloped in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Upon returning to the dormitory, Duran was still fast asleep, oblivious to when he might awaken. Do you have other thoughts? Wu Ling inquired, observing Luo Yu in deep contemplation. Why do you say that? Luo Yu responded, slightly taken aback. Because you consistently avoided discussing the nobles while conversing with Dean Hamilton. You do not doubt the nobility, but rather possess your own reflections? Wu Ling remarked. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. Luo Yu chuckled ruefully, acknowledging Wu Ling's keen intellect. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Burke and the others realized that he had not fully clarified his thoughts with Hamilton. You still suspect Dean Hamilton? Lawrence regarded Luo Yu with a hint of disapproval, having already vouched for Hamilton. I do not distrust him. On the contrary, it is precisely because I trust him that I cannot share my thoughts with him. Luo Yu explained. What do you mean? Lawrence and the others questioned, puzzled by Luo Yu's statement. Is Hamilton loyal to the gagged empire? Luo Yu inquired. While Hamilton may not favor the nobles, he is indeed very loyal to the empire. Lawrence, the one who understood Hamilton best, nodded in affirmation. Therefore, I hesitate to express my thoughts. Luo Yu concluded.